depths of GTO headquarters in Las Vegas, Nevada. The Legion has assembled on this great Saturday night. Instead of going to the nightclub, here I am with my favorite people in the world. That's right, Poker Twitter, the YouTube chat, the friendliest people on the planet. That's right. I've decided not to go black out at the nightclub tonight. I've decided not to go sit inside my apartment tonight by myself. I've decided to load up the YouTube and Twitch, 11:30 p.m. And you guys know, ready to lock the fuck in. You guys already know what it is. Listen, this is the craziest story I ever seen. And by ever seen, it means the craziest story I seen this month. Robbi versus Garrett. The chat is fired up. Call-ins. 12-hour streams, 8-hour streams, 10-hour streams. Glory be to God. We are the Legion marching up the mountain. Listen, guys, we got new information. We're going over it today. I gotta wait for the song to finish. Can you imagine being a first-time viewer, turning on the video and be like, what the fuck is this guy's problem? Listen, guys, showing your money, aka Chicago Joy. We're here. We're live, GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. You guys already know what it is. Saturday night, 11:30 p.m. at night, PST, Las Vegas time. Me and my favorite degenerates on the YouTube chat, Big Pot Energy. You guys know we're going to be discussing the new information today, including Robbi filing charges allegedly against our guy Brian. Brian was supposed to come on the show yesterday to call in. Brian is the employee, former employee. Allegedly, he is accused, allegedly, he said allegedly, of stealing $15,000 off the great Robbi's chip stack after the game was discovered on the internal investigation. Then the kid got fired. Then Robbi decided not to press charges. Then the kid sent the heartfelt message on Twitter. The kid sent Robbi, the great Robbi J. Lou, a love letter about how sorry he was, and he was supposed to come on the podcast, but unfortunately he did not come on the podcast, did not discuss what happened, did not come on here. And now, I mean, listen, now Robbi released said he's going to file charges against the kid. So we're going to go over all the charges in here. Shout out to Corey, Cappy the Penguin. Much love you, Cappy. Shout out to Dan as well. So Robbi announced she's going to file charges. So we're going to go all over that today. All hell's breaking loose on Twitter. JR quit poker. He was a Hustler Casino Live mainstay. He said he's quitting due to the idle activity. We're going to go over that today as well, too. He was on the show last night, called in late. I think it was me, him, and Tom Dwan. Also, something broke out. Obviously, Garrett released his information. We're going to be going over that once again, talking about it a little bit again. We talked about a lot last night. In the 2+2 thread, there's DGAF, who is now a man that's under the spotlight, and he is not happy about it. He is offering bets on Twitter that don't make any fucking sense. Listen, this guy DGAF, I mean, he made this offer bet. I don't know. He's getting a lot of support now. We're gonna go over DJF. You know, I don't know what this guy. He said he got hands. I don't know. We got to talk about this. He offered a bet. He offered a 4-team parlay. If any of these people are involved in cheating scheme on Hustler Casino Live, 2 of the people, the investigators. We're gonna talk more about that. We got the Jersey Joe hoodie coming out too. We got Beans. Unfortunately, Beans. Beans got wrapped up in a little bit. Came on the show, said, you know, he's a misunderstood man. Turns out, maybe not. Somebody released some information about him, so we're gonna check out that information as well too. We got clips to go over. We got memes to go over. We got call-ins to go over. There's some video of Brian. I mean, listen, guys, let's pull up this video real quick, guys. You guys know the hand. We don't need the hand, right? You ain't seen the hand. We got to see the hand. So basically, there's this clip, right? So some people wonder. I got a new theory, guys. People sent me this clip right here, right? So they basically got the kid. Shout out to the kid, Brian. So the kid, he the microphone guy. Right, so he in the room. So he's gonna go over, clip the microphone on. This is some people are focusing on the microphone. Once you clip it on the microphone, so you can see him with the microphone right there. He's gonna lay the microphone, watch it. He's gonna go in, so you can see it right there, the microphone pack. He's gonna put the microphone right there, right on her shirt. You can see it right there, right? You see the microphone right there. Lock in, open your eyes. I know I'm using your detectability early into the video. It is what it is. We gotta lock in here. He's gonna place that nice microphone right there. And then here's the pack right there. You can see that green light. People have been speculating about a green light, red light signal, a microphone turn on, a microphone turn off, something like that. So you can see the microphone pack. Microphone pack is going to go in the back area of the pants, which we kind of saw earlier, but you can see that microphone right there. You can see Rip right over here. You can see Brian right there, all three. First one's in the room, as you can see right there. Interacting with each other. Just another day in the office. Just having a good time. He's like, I better get the fuck out of here. He's loving his job. Yeah, you can see they all hanging out, having a good time. Whatever, guys. Listen, it is what it is. Casey said, no cheating, milk it, Joey. Listen, I mean, what else am I going to do, guys? It's Saturday night, and I could either go out to the club or I could go online. I'm either going to, if I go online, I'm going to stream something. What am I going to stream? What else is there to talk about? What else is going on? You want to talk about crypto? You want to talk about Bitcoin? Or you want to talk about NFTs? You want to talk about the fucking Federal Reserve and inflation? You want to talk about the Green Bay Packers? What do you want to talk about right now? You know what I'm saying? What else is there to talk about? What else do we got? Think about it. Josh Aria is on a 15-hour plane flight right now. What else has that guy got besides talking about this? So what's good, chat? Let's get it. Let's get after it. Did I see that back and forth of Rip and Nick Airball? Yes, I did. Actually, let's get into the back and forth here, guys. I got a lot of links up here. I got a lot of clips. Thalos cast in a movie. I hear there's something about Robbi, a whisper being edited out post factor as well too. Whatever, man. We got a lot to go over. I'm just ready to lock in right now. Let me pull up that interaction. I got a lot of links here. Strange occurrences will happen tonight. We got some news articles. Dude, there's so much shit. There's so many clips. So right here, guys, listen, take a look. Yesterday, obviously, we had Nick Airball on, who defended from allegations that he was included in the Garrett Adelstein statement. Rip called in last night. Mr. Cowboy, he responded. So basically, here's what happened. Johnny Vibes said, isn't it obvious? I think that Robbi, Brian, Rip, and Airball are in cahoots and likely guilty of malfeasance. Fuck. I always want to believe that people are good, but this feels bad, man. Listen, it feels like Twitter, the poker world, is having a meltdown. One day they're here, one day they're there, one day they're feeling happy, one day they can't believe people would do this. Listen, guys, people that you know, if you know a lot of poker players, there's people that you know that are likable people, that are smiling in your face, that are shaking your hand, that are buying you dinner, that are getting you a fucking drink. They're out of line. So you can not believe that they are, but they are. It is what it is. So Nick responded, said, feel free to ask me any questions. I think my discussion... Let me turn my music down. This music's too fired up. My mustache is GTO. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that very much. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Support the channel. All the donations. Thank you very much, guys. Todd Swardinski. Shout out to Todd Swardinski. So basically, Ugh. Bless you. All right, so if you guys don't know, Nick Airball basically came out the other day, responded to allegations from Garrett Adelstein, wrote up a dossier about how he got dinner, a 7-hour dinner. These guys were eating for 7 hours. 7-hour dinner with Robbi and Rip before the day. Basically talked about how he loaned Rip money, went to Rip's big house, saw Rip's beautiful, expensive, luxurious car. He saw his luxurious watch. He saw his luxurious life. And he knew this guy was a fucking god. And he decided to loan him $175K because Nick Airball said on the show yesterday that he is a man of the people when it comes to dispersing money for games to run in the high stakes world in this area. Shout out to Nick Airball for coming on the show yesterday. Thought he gave a great conversation. So basically, he responded to this and he said that he thought that he was likely on the verge of being scammed for $175,000. Keep in mind, he loaned our man Rip $175K to play in the game, and Rip paid it back after the show because they ended up winning on the show. But Nick Airball was saying that, you know, Rip was waiting on the wire. I guess he didn't even send the wire. I think he said yesterday, he said he never sent the wire. So basically, Nick was saying, well, maybe I was going to get scammed out of that $175,000. Like, if this guy lost the money, was he ever going to pay me? Because maybe he didn't have the money. I think that's what he's implying here. And then Nick responded. He said, Nick Airball, let's set the record straight. I never asked you for a dime. You offered it amongst other things. I returned the money to you immediately after the stream ended, and you act like my best friend. Are you joking right now? Hashtag and shook. So he posted the email. He said, nice, bro. I'll see you at the next fight. He said, awesome, bro. Can't wait. Fly safe. Yes, sir. Love you, bro. I'm going to fire a big bet on Jake. Love you too, man. I like these guys. These guys are passionate men. He said, send me full name and email. Sent the name and email. So he got the Jake Paul ringside seats. And then he wrote his own dossier. He said, you invite me to hang out with you several times. I finally agree to dinner. Then I invite you to my home. Let you drive my car, of which you did drunk. Let's get one thing clear. I didn't ask you for money. You offered it. You know I wasn't even supposed to play in that game, and you were so butthurt that they didn't want you. Where am I at here? At dinner, you spill everyone's business. Did you or did you not try and tell me dirt about Garrett and Nick Vertucci? We're bringing Nick Vertucci into this. You were Mr. 411, and you also told me you want me to back you. Beg me for Jake Paul fight tickets. Now you say this. Who are you? After the show, I immediately returned your money and then sent you thousands of dollars in Jake Paul tickets. What a nice guy you are. I'm in shock. Let's not forget you trying to give me all information of who was in the game that night. Disgusting. Can't be trusted. I don't know what is going on with these guys. So these guys are beefing or something like that. I don't know what's going on with these guys. So these guys got some issue with each other. Which I guess rightfully so. If he said he's going to scam him, he said he thought you were his friend. Jacob's not happy about it. I don't know what's happening here with these guys, bro. He said, send me my tickets back, bro. I gave them to you in friends and family section. They're not going to like you, and you're not sitting by my wife. You think I want a guy like that? Talk shit about me in my section? Wake up, guys, in the discussion. Read my tweet. I didn't ask Nick for money, and out of kindness of my heart, I gave him the tickets in our family section because we hit it off so well and actually like the guy. Now that he has gone this way, why would I want him to sit with my family? Why would he? Rip making a good point, guys. So yeah, so these two are having a dispute right now. He said the tickets have been sent back to Jake's Paul team. I don't know what's going on with these two. All right, so Robbi basically came out. As you heard, Robbi said she wasn't going to file charges against the kid that was accused of stealing money from her chip stack after the show. This is some dramatic stuff. Alex Smith, the 49, Mike Paso, live at the Beichel talk about. God bless. What? I love how Mike Paso No, doesn't show his face for years and just still gets brought up continuously in chat. Mike Paso might be more popular than Robbi. So. I'm sorry, I got a lot of messages on Twitter. Okay, so basically she wasn't going to press charge against the kid. He wrote her the love letter, the dossier here. Hi, Robbi. My name's Brian. I'm the kid who stole 3 chips off your stack. I mean, we all read the letter, right? So he wrote the letter to Robbi. And Robbi, after all this heartfelt letter, Robbi, I mean, listen, I love Robbi. Are you able to get on Joe Ingram's podcast tonight? Listen. Robbi trying to get on my good side by trying to get me a podcast, trying to get me on my the booking. Shout out to Robbi for stepping up there. Unfortunately, it did not come to be. We did agree on it. I texted with him, but then he decided to not do it. He's going to get a lawyer. Didn't want to talk much. So understandable. So, and then Robbi basically said today, as I mentioned prior, on Thursday, I was informed of an accident of theft against me by now former employee Brian A. Salgbasal. When speaking to the detective on the phone, I only didn't press charges because I had a split minute to make a decision. When I asked the detective if he had any priors, he said no. I have since received new information that has caused me to reconsider my prior decision and proceed to prosecute the crime of theft that has been perpetrated upon me. I have since received Brian's full criminal report, which only further supports my contention. I will follow up this incident with the Bureau of Investigation, opens on Monday, and proceed as above. Until then, I'm going to attempt to take a much-needed 2-day mental health break. She needed, man, listen, we both need a longer mental health break, Robbi. You need like a 10-year mental health break. Have fun in my absence. If there's an emergency, don't call me. And then one of the comments was, see you later tonight on the Joe Ingram pod. And Robbi favorited this tweet. She said, listen, if I show you, if you come up on here as muted, it is what it is. She actually liked the tweet, and so I said, if I host a poker meetup game in Vegas, would you play? My goal is to get all the poker Twitter people in one room to play because I see how bad the takes are and have been recently, and it's never inspired me to want to play more with you all. Listen, I would love to play with all of you guys in the chat. Poker every single day. It'd be a great life for us all. So I think we're going to do that at the Wynn or at Resorts World here in Vegas. So shout out to that. But Robbi, maybe Robbi going to come too. Maybe Robbi make a guest appearance. So we got that. Then we got the DJF theory. I mean, then we got a lot of things really evolving. Now, you guys know how investigation about a weekend, and you guys know shit's about to really start breaking open. People are going to start to freak out. They're going to start to say things, and, you know. So basically, DJ AF has been accused of potentially cheating. So basically, they're on 2+2. They posted a bunch of hands that DJ AF played. DJ AF is a longtime regular of LA Poker, of the 2+2 Poker Forum. That's where I got my start at on the poker forums. So basically, this guy got his start in poker forums, and now he started playing with Hustler Casino Live. Then he started his own show. He was commentating. He started his own show called Max Payne Monday. Max Payne Monday is some sort of reality show where they kind of get in the same people there. They're trying to make it, I don't know, you know, they call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's a fucking poker game. They call it a reality show. You can call it a poker game. You can call it a business. You can call it whatever you want. Call it anything. I don't care what you guys call it, okay? Basically, the guy started the game. He's like running the game. He's the host of the game. He's putting on the game. Then he starts sitting in the seat 2. And when he switches to seat 2, he goes on this hot streak, winning a bunch of money. It can't be stopped. And maybe like 10 sessions. There's a graph fit. We'll kind of go through that. So basically, people pointed out the graph. They pointed out that, you know, he's friends with the staff. He's friends with this kid, Brian. I guess he loaned the kid, Brian, money or something like that. There's a tape of Brian giving him back money. Brian's the guy who stole the money and got fired. So people start suspecting this guy when they look at the results, because obviously you guys know the people that should be suspected are the winners, because the winners are the ones most likely to be cheating in a game. So when you have this accusation now made by the biggest winner on the game, Garrett, that there's some cheating going on, then you find out that this guy in the back of the house who was blocking the cameras, Brian, with the file cabinet, who also had access to be able to see the real-time hole cards. When you find out this guy had access to the cards, was stealing money after the game from the player of being accused of cheating. So this guy, who appears to be some kind of friend with this guy, who also switched into the seat and then starts crushing the game, and then also has some hands that some people find suspect. So now you can understand that everyone potentially could be under scrutiny in that situation, because then you start to wonder who or what is involved in the shenanigans that may or may not be taking place. You got this guy who's going down and taking money off the chip stack after the game. Well, what else is the guy up to? What else is he doing? Is it a one-time thing? We all find that really hard to believe, right? So basically, people are now looking around and they're saying, okay, who else has something sus here? And they've unfortunately targeted the guy DJF, who, like I said, longtime member of the community. And he got a lot of support, but we're going to kind of go over some stuff about that. Poppy Too Nasty says, Poppy, you had a man. Shout out your boy Playa. Shout out to Too Nasty. What's up, brother? How's it going? Thank you very much. D. Purdy Civ, I would pay to see Possible versus Lou on GG Poker. So, all right. So the guy, DGAF, I feel like there's so much happening. This is pretty wild. So Alan Kessler made this post, and he basically said that more evidence has surfaced regarding DJF and the Hustler stream. I'm not accusing, just posting what it's sent me. The 2+2 forum is relentless. We'll get to the bottom of it. Here's the link with hands. So it's a bunch of hands of this guy, and I guess he's touching on his glasses and a few of the hands. So DJF said, evidence. What is my recourse against people like this using their large social media to spread this nonsense, tarnish my reputation? I mean, to be fair, right, when you got sus hands and then you got a chart that, you know, with the document, I mean, I got to find the document here, but it basically shows the seats that he was sitting in. He's running like a god. His friends have access to the game data. I mean, you can understand, right? Come on, this is the most obvious person to look at is going to be the people associated with the people who are in the control room who can see what the fuck is going on. So he obviously got real defensive about it. You know, no one wants to be called out like that. So he decided to respond to Alan Kessler and said, evidence, what evidence? Then Nick Vertucci hopped in. So Nick Vertucci was just on the show, and basically it felt like he was against the idea of legal action after Charles Liu, the attorney, came on. Charles Liu was threatening to fucking file a lawsuit against Garrett or something like that. Now Nick Vertucci is threatening to file a lawsuit against Alan Kessler. He said, hey, Billy, if you want to send this to a defamation attorney, I'll pick up the bill. Alan Kessler said, I'm not accusing, just pointing what was sent to me. So I don't know what's going on with these guys. They're obviously, you know, defending DJF's honor. They don't want him dragged in the mix. They don't want him being accused of anything. But it seems relatively straightforward to wonder what someone like this is doing. DJF is going to be on the stream very soon. Shout out to Russell Thomas. DJF will be on here as well, too. So yeah, guys, lock in 4,000 of my favorite people. On YouTube and on Twitch. On Twitch, I mean, Twitch and poker, you know, really not that popular, especially at 3 a.m. or 1 a.m. or whatever fuck time it is right now. But yeah, guys, shout out to everybody out there. So now we're setting the table for the information. We got a lot of information to go over today. We'll take some call-ins. See what the people are thinking out there. So let me see. A bunch of people responded. A bunch of people are giving their support. I mean, listen, guys, to be fair, this support to me means a little, but means nothing behind the hands. I mean, the hands in the game speak for themselves. So especially this tweet. I mean, this tweet to me said, I want to fire 100K on a 14 parlay and only want even money. None of these following 4 people were involved in any cheating scheme on HCL. Myself, Nick Vertucci, Ryan Feldman, Nick Airball. If any of these 4 were involved, you win. Easy enough to find escrow and arbitrator. This is like this tweet doesn't make any sense to me, because basically he's saying that if someone else goes in to investigate the people that own the business and find that the owners of the business were cheating, then he is going to pay out the 14 parlay. You know, obviously that's never going to happen. It's just sort of like doesn't even make sense as a bet. I mean, it's like it is a funny thing. It's like a good meme. But obviously the guys who own the show, you know, you can see like that doesn't make any sense. And then RX Gambler responded, does obvious recklessness to allow cheating to occur where otherwise it wouldn't count? Yeah, so basically what it sounds like happened in this control room, according to Doug Polk, is Doug Polk mentioned that I've been in the control room before to do commentary. There's the commentary booth here, and then there's the control room, and basically everyone sat around different seats. So one seat is in front of the cards. One seat might be in front of the social media stuff. One seat might be in front of changing the cameras. You got the director who's maybe standing out there and who's directing, you do that, you pull up this, you make this clip, you make that clip. So what it sounds like to me is the guy that got fired, Brian, he has access to see the cards. So I started thinking more about the theories on why there'd be the delay. Because when people are accusing Robbi, they're saying that, she's calling for a signal. She's calling for someone to give her a signal. Well, why would someone need to send a signal? Well, I was thinking, maybe if you're working and you don't know when you want to turn around or when you want to see the cards, you want to transmit the information, it might be where it takes place when the person says, hey, send me information. Then the information then gets sent by that person who is around the operation. I mean, I don't know. We could probably come up with a lot of things that might make sense. So shout out to White Sushi with the 999 locked in. Shout out to White Sushi for the donation, guys. Thanks everybody for the donation. Dark Hank, Joey loves Robbi, but he's suspicious of DJF. Yeah, I just haven't seen him play yet. I'm not suspicious of anybody, but I'm suspicious. What do you mean I'm not suspicious of Robbi? I love Robbi, but I'm suspicious of everyone on the show. I'm suspicious of anyone that lives in LA. Okay, don't say I can, but I also love them. Like DJF, I don't really know the guy, so I can't love him, but I do love other people. Brandon Shaq Harris, I love that guy. Cosmo, my guy, I love him too. Danielle White, love her. DJF, don't know who he is. Marley, love her, I know her. Kim Lim, also love her. Know who they are. Joe Chong, don't really know him that much. Alan Kessler, that guy's out of line, so. All right, we got that topic there. Let me go through my notepad. I got my notepad of topics over here. As you guys can see, notepad, the topics. Video edit out theory. So then there's also a theory that there was audio edited out of the original video when a whisper came over the screen where it said Robbi. So someone was whispering to Robbi is the theory. There's also a theory about Eric Person on 2+2. The G-Man document. I mean, where should we start, guys? Beans information. Yeah, we got a lot to go over here. But yeah, we're gonna have DJF on the show. We're gonna learn more about him. I mean, he seemed like everybody supporting him, say, he's a good guy, he's in line. So, interested to learn more about him and get him on the show. I think we need to get Kevin Martin in here. Mr. Twitch. The man on Twitch. Shout out to Jim Klein with the 5. DJF cheating. Watch last month's stream starting 242 when he has 6 assists for 7 do. Yeah, I saw that hand the other day. I don't really agree with that. I don't think that hand was cheating at all. D'Lo said Max Payne Monday just means instead of running all-ins twice as it normally does, DJF created the show to run them only once. Poppy, why are you ghosting me? I don't even know what the fuck that means about ghosting you, but thank you for the donation. Yeah, I like the show that the guys are doing. I really like the Monday show with what they got going on there. Big Leb said, shout out to Joinger One Software Y for all the Software Y crew doing the Lord's work. Thank you, Big Leb. Yeah, it's true. Shout out to the Software Y guys. They're doing a great job. But yeah, I really love the show, the Max Payne Monday show. It's a lot of fun. Margot's playing on there. Shout out to Margot. Swan Lu was on there. A bunch of fun characters are on there as well too. So I've been enjoying watching that game. And I was surprised as well to see his name pop up in 2+2. The thing is, guys, like, I think we're realizing, like, why you should not have the friends of the game playing in the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, the people are creating the game, and then all the biggest winners are all friends of the owners of the game. I mean, that sounds great. What does that tell us? It means we all got to start our own game. So I'll start a game, I'll invite my friends, and then my friends will be winners. I mean, it does sound like a good operation. I'm going to start my game. I'm going to hire my friends. I'm going to have them all playing the game. I'm going to bring in fun players. I'm going to help them get their money there. I'm going to help my friends beat them of their money. They're going to play, the people are going to play like dog shit. Going to be easy money for my friends. Damn, that actually does sound like a good idea. D. Purdy Sip said, still find it weird. Nick Fee said Louise doesn't know Rip, but Rip said he was his friend. I don't know if that's true. Is that a true thing? Yeah, we watched the other games from this week. Doug Polk was on there last night. It was a pretty fun game to watch. I think we're going to get Kevin Martin in here. I think he wants to come on here. So we'll see. Conrad, what's up? What's up? How's it going? The losers are friends also, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense, too. They're all friends. Good morning, Derek. What's up, guys? Truth Seeker said, Joey, you tight Judas. Why do you only read comments people pay for? Because I'm literally reading a bunch of other shit, buddy. And the ones that pay for get stood out. So otherwise, the chat keeps on flying. So let's just talk about the Nick Airball thing first. I mean, obviously, this guy just have a disagreement. You know, they're probably both offended that the other one's trying to call him a scammer. And I'm not really on anyone's side there. So don't really have a ton to say about that. For DJF, I mean, you know, the community has to do their research into the hands, but you know, it sounds like nothing's going to come from that as well. But let me get Kevin Martin here. Hold on a second, guys. First call on of the day. Lock in. Oh, he looked like he'd been drinking. Poppy, you there? Wait. He's connecting. Ed Reef says, Joey, how do you fund this show? This show is free to do. I don't need to buy anything to do it. Kevin Martin, you there?
Yo, Joey, are we here?
Uh-oh. You got like a professional voice now. Now I'm dealing with a professional now. What's up, guys? Listen, please welcome Kevin Martin to the show. Kevin Martin, if you guys don't know him, he is a streamer on Twitch, doing a great job. One of the hardest workers on Twitch I ever seen. He's been grinding every day. Just got married to the great Pili down in Mexico. Had the people down there to do the wedding. But yeah, he's been killing it. Trying to go to high stakes. Working hard for years and years and years. As you see, he's drinking right now. So hopefully he doesn't get too out of line. But this is Out of Line After Hours. So guys in the chat, please welcome Kevin Martin to the chat. Kevin, what's going on, brother? How we feeling?
Bro, I'm honored to be on.
Don't get canceled. Hey, out of respect, don't get canceled, okay? We got a lot of people watching. Watch yourself.
Hey, bro, we're going to keep it in line, of course, dude. I mean, but obviously the main topic is Joey, this is the craziest story that's ever hit the poker world, right? Like, you know, for me, at least, I have been in this industry since 2014. The Mike Postle story captured my imagination. This story, I'm telling you, it has hit the highest level for me personally. Being a person in this industry, it's like, this is the craziest shit that I have ever seen happen in my time in poker. And when we're talking about getting canceled, dude, I feel like everything's hit such a crazy level that, you know,
you're ready.
I mean, go ahead, Poppy.
If you cancel yourself tonight, I'll send you $2,000 in crypto out of the bounty, okay? And if you give me any information that leads to more, I'll send you $30,000 in crypto tonight, okay? I got $30,000 in a blockchain on the blockchain right now in a wallet, ready to be shipped out for the right symbols that come into my mind from your mouth. So if you got anything, here's the time, okay? But yeah, go ahead. If
I had anything, so I just celebrated. My wife just turned 30. We just had a nice little night out on the town. I have, one Budweiser here. We're gonna sip this back, enjoy with the folks here.
Okay.
We're gonna talk about this scandal. I want to share my thoughts.
Okay.
Everything. So Joey, like, this shit is crazy, bro. I've been. You know what I mean? Like, I have been.
Well, tell us why, Poppy. Tell us why. Listen, the chat's fired up. The chat wants it. Bro, give us something. Give the chat something. Make them feel the energy.
I understand storytelling, bro. I understand storylines.
Okay.
I have been in media. I've been in television. I've been in reality shows. I understand storylines that drive attention, and this has everything. No matter what area you fall on, whether you think innocence or guilty, you have Garrett, probably the biggest winner in poker right now in the United States. This guy's winning more money than anybody. He's the true GOAT. You have this newcomer, Robbi, who's super hot. and sitting there balling out, has the expensive sunglasses, has the rings. Like, you have her, and then you just have every storyline. You have accusations of cheating. You have this. It's on the biggest live stream in the poker world right now, Hustlers #1, and it's on there. It's on the biggest stage.
Okay.
It's just, bro, it's captured my attention, man. I like a week ago, I was like in monk mode, dude. I wasn't on social media. I was literally like a monk. I wasn't eating food. I wasn't doing anything crazy. And then this story tripped out, and then you have this storyline of, you have the twists, the turns, you have Brian, you have everything, man. Bro, I mean, I've been watching the show, and I've been dialed into Doug Polk's videos and stuff. I mean, like, come on, man. Beyond, like, I thought Postle was it. This has eclipsed Mike Postle in terms of entertainment, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
I mean, listen, who'd you rather look at, Mike Postle or Robbi and Garrett? You know what I'm saying? Like, Mike Postle.
Exactly.
We didn't even get to see the problem with Mike Postle. I know, and he always watches. You know, the thing about Mike Postle, he watch all these, right? He's a student of the game. You know, he's a student of poker. He's a student of what's happening. He actually made an appearance on Twitter. He looks like he's coming back. Do you really want to live in a world where Mike Postle's active on Twitter? Oh my God. I mean, listen.
No.
Maybe I do, but yeah, I see what you're saying, Kevin. This has captured the attention, and you know, yeah, it's captured my attention too. There's so many variables right now, and you know what, Kevin? I've come to realize that I don't think this is what it seems. I feel like there's a lot of things that we're missing out on, and I feel like those things are going to come to fruition. They'll come to light. I don't know what direction it's going to go, but I'm very open and excited to see what direction it's going to go. Kevin, what part about this stands out to you in terms of what you find the most interesting in one of the theories or anything like that?
It's all fascinating because you have this story. So my brother was texting me the other day about this story, and my brother's not a poker guy. He doesn't, like, he follows me and my poker storylines, but like for this story to hit my brother and for him to come to me and be like, wow, what's going on? Like, I think this was a net loss for poker. Like, when this story broke, I didn't think it was a good thing. And I've been a guy who's been in poker content for a long time. I didn't think it was a net positive, but you cannot deny the amount of all eyeballs that have just like purely come on the game because of this. The Howard Stern show was talking about it, the amount of articles, the amount of people talking about it. I'm like, you know, I'm a guy who's been looking for the poker boom for a long time. I don't think this is it. In my gut, I don't feel like this is it. But it's one of these stories that just has hit a pure number of eyeballs that I just wonder if, like, but, you know, Poppy, we're just days into this. What is this stream? Number 8 for you? I think it's number 8.
Number 8. Listen, people out there are so funny. They're sort of like, oh, aren't you like tired or anything like that? Aren't you like sick of the topic, or like, aren't you? You know, like, I'm just like, what do you mean? It's only been 7 days. This is an investigation. Investigations go on for a little bit. Plus, one time I played poker for 16 hours a day. I mean, I played poker one time 100,000 days in a row. So doing something for 12 hours a day or 10 hours a day is pretty easy. I get to hang out with my friends in the chat. Sometimes they're nice. Sometimes they're not. Someone just said the chat's a reflection of me. I don't put down people that come on my show. The chat puts down people, so they're not really a reflection of me. But the chat is obviously psychotic like me, so it makes sense why my chat would be so crazy out here. Poppy instigating the chat. Listen, chat, what do you guys think about this chat? The chat is fired up. Ryan Lemmings is fired up.
Dude, so I've been dialed into this story. So 5 days ago, if you go to my Twitter,
okay,
I published a video where I said I think it's very likely she's cheating. Now, anybody in this case who's using the word 100%, you have to throw their opinion out the window. Nothing can be 100%. But let's rewind 5-6 days ago. 90% plus of people were on the side of she's innocent. This, you know, I've really thought about this so much. Like, so many people were on the side of Robbi's innocent, but I have been making poker videos for 7 years. I've been playing poker for 7 years. I've been on these shows. I've been a commentator. I've been in production. I've been on the table. I've been around these RFID setups. And if you watch my video, I just simply go through the videotape and I say, I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry, but my eyes, my heart, my gut, everything tells me something is wrong. That's the original take I had. And I got flamed with everybody else, I got called a sexist. I got called misogynist. Hey, man, shut up. Go play poker. I got called everything. But I was like, guys, you know, out of everything I can potentially have an opinion on the planet, this is a poker story captured on a live stream. I have thousands of hours of experience in poker and broadcasting. I watch it over and over again, and there was just something in me, Joey, that's like, I don't know, something's up. And this was before the Brian evidence came forward. You know, this is a couple of days. You know what I mean? Like it. I'm glad my initial read was correct. By the way, I'm not saying she's guilty 100% or anything. That hasn't been determined. We still have to wait for the investigation. But like
she's an innocent lady, bro. She's an innocent lady, Kevin.
I'm open-minded to all options still. I'm open-minded to all options, but my stance hasn't changed. I was unsure, and watching the tape, watching everything, I'm still at 85%. I think she's cheating. And you know, Joey, like if this poor girl, like I'm also throughout this, like I'm also the biggest Robbi fan, man.
I love Robbi. Big Robbi fan too.
Bro, it doesn't matter whether she's innocent or guilty. Like we're all kind of Robbi fans at this point. You know what I mean? And in this crazy mystery drama, Robbi is the center figure. And dude, I think it's an 85% chance she's cheating, but you know, God bless this girl. Like, I would feel so bad if she was innocent. Imagine this poor girl comes on this show. She raises Jack 4 and calls off and is correct and wins this money. Then she gives the money back, and then her life is turned upside down, and she has these like this crazy situation. I can't even. I've been through some crazy shit in my lifetime in the public view, and sometimes not. But I couldn't even empathize with what she's potentially going through, right? If she's innocent. But on the other end of that, just I would feel so bad if she was innocent. But you have to look at the tape, dude. Joey, you've seen all the poker hands, bro. The hand, man. I just that fucking hand, bro. I can't.
Fired up right now, kid.
What's that?
You sound like the chat. You're like fired up right now. You're like
of course,
you're like a kid on Christmas.
I'm not gonna come in here and not just like give a little bit of my take. Bro, I have seen all the hands. I've seen all the hands, man. I have never seen a hand like that hand. Garrett has, like, I mean, let's just talk about that. Like, it's a heads-up pot. I have seen thousands of hands of amateurs playing poker. I have never seen somebody take the stone cold jack high, raise, and then call and get the money in like that correctly. It's just like, oh my God, I just have never seen a hand like that. So this is where we're at. And I'm going to be honest, I'm a big G-Man fan, but like his like big like surprise, his G-Man report, I thought was underwhelming.
Sorry, Kevin. This chat is so funny. Like, oh my God, I just cannot get over this. This is why I didn't go to the club tonight. I was gonna go out tonight. I was gonna go to the club, and then they were like, stream. The thing about the stream is these are the funniest stream, right? Like, I want to read a chat. I want to read a comment to you, Chris. And people seriously write this in the chat. He said, Chris Maloney says, Joey, props to you. Props to you. You're respectful to your guest. But we've looked at the tapes. We know the hand. Let's get something going. That's the kind of comments I gotta read. I read in the chat, right? I'm just like, what's wrong with these guys' mind? Everyone's like they're like the conductor of the conversation. They're like the one guy got this opinion, the lady got this opinion, the guy got this opinion, this donk got this opinion. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't know how you do the streaming every day. I don't know how you ain't gone crazy yet.
Dude, I do it every day. You do it every day. But think about the timeline here. This is a beautiful moment where we are live on the internet. And I don't know how many people you have right now. It was like 4,000 when I jumped on. There might be 5,000 now or whatever. I don't have the chat open. But like, this is a finite moment where it's me and you and thousands of people capturing this conversation. And it will be over like that. And it will be about this insane story that, like, in a couple months, this will be forgotten, and we're all on tour.
No. This will not be. This will not. This is not one of those that gets forgotten, buddy. No. You know what I mean?
But Joey, I'm just trying to like in a top. I'm trying to capture like the insanity that this last month has been, and that's why I give you props, bro. like we've had some amazing interactions, but the way you do it and the way that you withdraw yourself, because like I'm an extrovert, but I'm also an introvert. The way that you withdraw yourself and live a happy life, but then when the moment strikes, you seize the day, bro. It's like a Batman single. It's like a Joey Ingram Batman's like in the sky of Gotham City, and you answer the call, and you're here during the most heated times, and it's just like, bro, it's so smart. It's just like so smart how you're like the dictator. You're like
I don't think. Listen, I don't know. I would not say what I'm doing smart. I would say what I'm doing is I'm talking to a lot of people. I'm dealing with a lot of emotional people. A lot of people that. I mean, listen, it ain't nice when you know that there's people that are lying to your fucking face. You're having a conversation with people and they're basically lying to you. That's never a fun thing. But I would say that it is interesting. It's an interesting challenge to kind of figure out what's going on. I think it's a good community service. I don't think anyone else is going to really do it. Yeah, I think it's kind of an important thing to do. So yeah, thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. We got the White Rabbit.
I think it's important, and you cover that as well. But you're also like, I'm a guy who understands content and like just pure views, and like, bro, you're so fucking good at it, and you're very good at playing it down. Like you'll always underrepresent yourself, but like you're just getting it done. You know what I mean? You're just killing it.
So Kevin, a former employee, posted a photo, Patrick, what up, that says follow the White Rabbit. What does that mean?
White Rabbit.
What is this? What does follow the rabbit mean? What does that mean?
Dude, we have it, the thing that could crack this case open is if we get if the authorities can get Brian's cell phone. We just like we need. I think like Doug said in his video the other day, Brian has to be the center figure of this investigation going forward. He has to be, bro. He's the key that could unlock this all. And I'm worried that like, you know. The thing that makes me worried about this case is like when we look at Mike Postle and his case in court, it never went through. It never went through, and that was a devastating blow for the poker community because it was, bro.
I don't know about that.
I don't think
it was devastating that much,
bro. It was so sad because that was the most clear case we've ever had that could just get a guy.
I wasn't that sad about it. For what? Why would I? For what? What am I sad about?
Because if we could have, if this guy, if his court, if Postle's
why do I want him
case could slip away, then what does that mean? There's no
it means it's open season, Poppy. Get your gun out and start firing.
That's
some shots.
What it means.
Open season.
That's why it's so sad. That means we're in the Wild West.
No
that's
shit.
What it means.
Of course,
because
it is what it is. You got to strap up, man. Get your fucking armor on, right? Everybody out here complaining about things. Get your armor on and get in the game, right? Get your mind right. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's lock the fuck in. What are we complaining about out here, right? Let's lock in. Now we know this game that we're playing. Now we're aware. Okay, open up our eyes. Oh, look around. Oh, what are we really doing out here?
I love that game. But the fact that Postle's case slipped away is devastating because that means we are in the Wild West.
No. Like, whatever happened there, right? Like, I think it was with the lawyer, Mac for standing. Like, I think it was a little out of line with maybe how he handled the situation. Maybe he didn't do his research in terms of if they'd even had a chance to go through. So I think that, you know, that was, and then apparently if one lawyer does it, then they fuck it up, then nobody else can do it too, right? So it's like, I don't think this works how we think it works, Kevin. Like the game that these guys are playing is different than how we imagine the game to be. So that doesn't work
exactly.
That way, you know. So
have you you know are you just still in the Judge Judy spot? Have you taken a stance on what you truly feel on percentage cheated, not cheated? What are you thinking about that?
No, I got no percentage anymore. No.
Yeah, there's no incentive for you to take a hard stance. It makes sense.
It's been a week. Hard stance of what? I'm waiting for the investigation to come back. I'm waiting for the reports. I'm waiting to go through the tapes. I'm seeing some things. I'm piecing some ideas together in my head. 7 days in, I don't got a stance. I'm still looking. And that's the thing. Everybody flip flop. One guy's like 90%. The next day they're like not cheating. One day, you know, I'm not like the same. I'm not like that. Everybody can take a hard stance either way. But I know that Pot Limit Omaha is a great game. I want to take a stance on that. I know that my Twitch chat is great. I know that my YouTube chat is psychotic, and I love them, but I can take a stance on that. I can take a stance on certain things, but in terms of this situation specifically, I just can't take a stance on that. I can take a stance on Manscaped being a great product to shave yourself with as well.
Shout to Manscaped.
Shop Manscaped. Use code
I'm
Poppy.
going on a trip tomorrow, and I need to do a little bit of that before we go. Final thoughts, Joey. Before I take off, my Budweiser beer is almost up. This has been wonderful. You saw how this story went into Crazyville, basically, with feminine, like all these feminists on Twitter, basically like running with this story, and like these non-poker people voicing in or whatever. I just hope the truth comes out, and I respect the balls on all the individuals that have come out. And there's this whole thing like, don't voice your opinion, but like, why should we not voice our opinion about something that's so dear and like to our community, basically, especially those people who have I just like Doug Polk has got, like, Doug Polk was saying that and by the way, I'm not the biggest Doug Polk fan in the world. Like, I agree with some of his stuff, but he was saying that this is the most criticism he's ever taken, was his investigation to find the truth, basically. Is like he's interested in finding the truth, and just because of that, this is the most heat he's ever taken. And I posted a video where I said, hey, these are my thoughts, and I said I think she's cheating, and at the time it wasn't popular. I got called a sexist. I got told to shut up. You don't know anything about this. Like, guys, I'm a poker pro. I have been making poker videos for 7 years, and I have been on these RFID tables. I understand. I've been in production. I've been in commentary. I've been on the table. Like, this is my area of expertise, and I voiced my opinion and said, I don't think this is a correct game. I think something is up. I don't know what's going on, but something is not right here, is what I said. And just because I voiced that opinion, I got absolutely flamed, and that took fucking balls. That took balls to go against the public. That the public wanted this story of G-Man is a sexist. Like, they wanted this simple story that they could not understand. And I just wanted to shout out the people that sought after the truth. And there are people that I like. I don't always agree with them, but Doug and Deeb and all these guys that were searching the truth and that took a lot of heat to go find the truth, I respect them. And I don't respect all their takes, but in this case, it took balls to go against the public when they were already they had their mind made up like 7 or 8 days ago.
Takes balls to go against the feminists, that's for sure. You go against feminist Twitter. You're better strap the fuck up. You better be ready to fucking rock. All right, you better put levels of armor on. You do a stance like that. Once you get wrapped up in that world, like I got a little wrapped up in that world a little bit, right? I was getting boom, 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 hit, boom, 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 just getting hit, right? It was what it was. I got a little wrapped up in that, I asked a question the wrong way. I didn't understand it. I didn't understand the conversation that was going on. I got boom, hitting. It is what it is. It's okay. Dude, it's okay, Kev. It's okay. It's okay, Kev. It happens. Lock in.
I hope we get some hard facts. Yeah, and I'm still open-minded, and everybody should be open-minded. We've had the G-Man report. We've had all this information come up. There's still nothing that's 100%. This case is still open, and you should still be open-minded. But yeah, again, respect to the people that at a time when they voice their opinion, I just will always respect that, whether they're right or wrong. And like, I've been in front of cameras my entire adult life. From the time when I was 20, from the time till now, I've been on Twitch, YouTube, reality shows. Like, it's hard when people have opinions in the public and the mob. So yeah, that's one of the points I wanted to voice tonight. But good luck in the investigation, Joey.
Thank you, sir.
I've been dialed in almost every night. It's been fun. And the memes on Twitter have been fun, and the Harry Potter memes. And bro, regardless of what happens, dude, I think Robbi cheated. Bro, I'm the biggest Robbi fan ever, man. Like, I'm actually such a big fan of Robbi. Like, regardless of what comes out, man, just this girl is so funny and everything going on. Bro, this is the all-time poker story, and I hope it gets captured, dude. I really do. I hope there's a Netflix series or something, but
I love it, Poppy.
That's what I have to say, bro. That's my honest feelings. Have a good night, YouTube. I enjoyed this. Joey, you're the fucking man. And everybody, let's keep an open mind. This thing's still open.
All right, Kev. Thanks, brother. Thanks for coming in.
Peace, bro.
Appreciate it. All right, guys. Shout out Kevin Martin, bringing that passion, bringing that fire to the chat. What do you guys think about Kevin? I saw the chat was loving him. Why are you guys mad at a guy sharing his passion for? He's passionate. He never seen anything like it. He's fired up. What is with the chat? Why can't the chat respect passion? Why can't the chat respect a passionate man who's excited to see what he sees? Listen, shout out Kevin Martin. Big Kevin Martin fan over here. Got a great Twitch, got a great YouTube channel. Thank you to Kevin Martin for joining in. All right, so let's get back to work here. Kevin came in. Not going to get a bounty with that information, but it's okay. All right, I want to take a look at... bro, what is with the chat? Oh, my God. Let me see what the chat going to think. Why is every influencer so passionate? Because it's fake. Every influencer is not passionate. It's a false statement. Love that guy. Chat's out of line. Oh my God, whatever. Okay. Yeah, so basically some people were theorizing about the great Robbi who is going to file the lawsuit. I kind of just want to talk about that real quick. So we don't know if that's going to happen or not. I don't really know, if this is like a posture, if it's like a bluff or something like that. So she said she's going to file some charges against this guy. But if they arrest this guy, then the guy is going to have to give all the information up. So if he's done more of this kind of stuff, or if he's working with anybody, then I would imagine the guy would maybe discuss that information. So if she is going to press charges against the guy and the guy is working with her, then you'd imagine that the guy would say something. So I don't know, right? Like I kind of, it's real easy to see both sides for me here. Like I can see the side of Robbi just being in the craziest thing in the history of life. And then I can also see the other side where someone said he got questions for Phil Ivey. I mean, listen, if Phil Ivey in anything, then, we got to quit poker. We got to shut the game down. We got to shut the game down. White Sushi 1999. I want to fire a 100K parlay that none of these 4 people have been, OJ Simpson. Oh my God. Okay. Have I texted Robbi if she wants to come on? She said she's taking a 2-day mental health break. So, bro, Tom Dwan, this guy's out of fucking line. He says I got to send some of the bounty to one of these guys. We got some bounty. He said pause the stream for a second. What the fuck are you talking about? Pause the stream to send some of the bounty. He better send the bounty. All right, so what do you guys make of the whole charges thing? What does this mean? What does this mean, guys? This means that Brian is going to have to talk more. Am I missing what else it means? Not really sure what else it could mean there. Jeff Shader, what's up, Jeff? Jennifer Rochelle, always moderating. Eden Rocks, always working hard. Okay, charges filed. I mean, I don't really have much to say about that. I mean, what is there really to say? We got to see if you actually go through with it or not. I feel like there is some game theory that is involved in this. I just don't know what the game theory is for this particular topic. Mike Bass says, bro, how are you still doing this? I love you, Poppy. I don't really understand that question. I'm literally talking about new information posted on social media. It really isn't that hard to do. I mean, it's hard to get you guys to tune in for 12 hours. I mean, I don't know. That sounds hard, but... So let's comment on Nick Vertucci. So Nick Vertucci, I'm curious what you guys think about this. So he apparently filmed a 3-hour podcast with Veronica Brill, and that's going to come out. So Veronica Brill and him are answering some questions about all this stuff. And then he offered to fund a defamation lawsuit against Alan Kessler. I guess now, I don't know what's going on. So apparently if you say that you're not accusing someone, you're just posting information, you're going to get threatened with a lawsuit. So obviously Hustler, they're getting real aggressive to defend themselves. So Nick's going to do the podcast. He's going to talk more. I don't really know what else more he's going to say that we don't know. So I guess people have to find out. I'm going to rely on you guys to give me some cliff notes from the 3-hour interview. But yeah, he basically said Chainsaw. Him and Chainsaw had some beef on my show the other night. So Seemed like he just upset, but he's obviously taking up for his man, DJF, so you got to like that support. This is the graph basically from DJF. Cosmo Care says, why don't I thank people for donations? I think I try to thank people for the donations, but when I have 2 or 3 guests on here, I can't really start talking. So Tom Dawn says we've received information. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna send some guy crypto here real quick for the info. We got some inside information here, so I gotta load this. I gotta load up and send this guy some money. Dun, 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 sending out some of the bounty. Hold on a second. We are sending out some of the bounty. Oh, technically there's only 20,000. I thought there was 30,000 here. Apparently only 20,000. Who paid for the gas fees? I guess the bounty paid for the gas fees, huh? Let me put the game on at least. We got information. Listen, guys, collect the bounty. Once the bounty fund runs out, the information.
Seems to be the only way. Better cards haven't won yet, though.
So now Robbi has ace 5.
Hold on, guys. I gotta send the bounty.
And she's gonna call a large raise here from Eric.
Send. Hold on.
This is on 800.
Hold on. I gotta plug this guy's address in. 500. We got off cheap for that one. What the new info is, we're gonna find out, guys. I don't know what the new info is quite yet. I gotta send $500. I probably don't have enough ETH for gas, do I? Let me see. Oh, I got enough ETH. All right, money has been sent to. Perfect. Anybody got info? Anybody want some money right now? Does anybody want some money right now? As you guys can see right here.
You heard your coach told you wrong.
Well, Eric's aggression might win this hand.
How much do we have here?
No. Also, no.
What does token mean?
No, we played for like an hour.
As you see, guys, oh, we have 30K. As you see, guys, we have an ETH address right here on Etherscan. Proven money currently here, sponsored by cryptocurrency companies. We got $30,000 right here, ready to be sent out. 20,000 in Tether, 10,000 USDC coin, ready to be deployed. Get in touch with Tom Dwan if you got something. Get in touch with Tom Dwan, get in touch with Sean Deeb, get in touch with Geraldo Vulgaris, get in touch with Bill Perkins, and they'll be helping you guys out. PFL Doug R says he got info. I mean, listen, get in touch with Tom Dwan.
Bring it in with 2,500 with ace queen of spades, and now Robbi picks up ace queen.
Tom Dwan said he's running the operation.
And she's gonna through that.
We got Jacob in the chat. What's up, Jacob? As you guys saw, yeah, Jacob. I mean, I'm kind of for Jacob. I like this fucking guy, bro. You know, nice guy. He invited me to the fight too. So he had that back and forth with Nick Airball. We kind of went over that already. I mean, understandable. It kind of seemed like, you know, both guys are just kind of, you know, a little upset here. Nick Airball maybe felt like he had a friend. Jacob read it and said, accused Nick Airball of, you know, Nick Airball basically said that he was going to get scammed by this guy. He thought he might have got scammed or something like that. So, you know, both these guys got defensive a little bit. And, yeah, it happens. So, you know, I feel like maybe cooler heads will prevail. Some time gets taken off between the two of them, and they can come to some understanding later on. Jacob's got Poppy fooled. What does that mean? How do you know? You know what I mean? How do you guys know that? Robbi is bad for poker. What? What are you guys talking about?
Wow, where did this flop come from? Ace, ace, 8. The other 2 aces on the flop. So both players with trip aces with the same kicker. They both have the same hand. Robbi could win it with backdoor clubs, and it goes check, check.
Mike Postle apparently sending text messages on Twitter right now. Mike Postle's ready to come back. I can tell.
She's slow playing, and she just called. Wow.
This is a hand between these two. We kind of saw that hand a few times already.
And obviously, Rip's going to continue to bet. But I wonder.
All right, so charges filed. We went over that. G-Man, basically, yeah, Garrett came out with the proof, or Garrett's document. He posted his document on 2+2.
Wow.
And it seems like most people are now swayed to the side of something happening, I guess. That's kind of the impression that I'm getting from reading the general public.
Super passively.
Somebody said they want the bounty. Give me the info.
I thought you had ace king, I swear. You came in hard.
There's 2 aces on the board. You can't be holding an ace. Physically impossible.
She's got an ace king.
And I have a club.
I didn't like the king. I was
Also statistically impossible. All right.
like, give me. Nice one.
Nice hand, cowboy.
All right, let me see what else we got to do here. There's so much to go, so much going on. I just don't even know where to start right now.
I don't know why she didn't raise the.
This says Brian is currently in jail. Is that true? I don't know what that means. Maybe so. I don't know. Bill Perkins said, I think the whistleblower fund should have a time limit. I'll let Joe Ingram set what time limit should be for me, but leaving it indefinite is suboptimal. If there was cheating, every single co-conspirator has a limited time to show some courage. As you guys know, these guys basically put up $200,000 for the bounty. Sean D put up $15K for the bounty. Tom Dwan helped raise $30,000 in crypto for the bounty. So they're a big bounty from people that got information. You know, I don't know what to say about the bounty, what the time limit is. I gotta think more about it. What do you guys think for a good time limit should be? Let me see. What's this guy talking about? Andrew Abraham says, if Robbi didn't cheat, should G-Man be banned from poker? He would have set a precedent having to explain yourself from winning. That's not poker. So the question is, should Garrett Adelstein be banned from poker? I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he should be banned from poker, no. No, I don't think he should be banned from poker. No. Do I think it sets a bad precedent? No, I've never seen it happen before like this. So I don't think, you know, if a lot of people start doing it, then maybe we start banning people from poker. Pokerella said if it's not accepted in 3 days, it'll never be accepted. Needs a time pressure. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think that I don't agree with that. I think that that's not going to happen. I think that it could happen next week or something like that too. 1 week. I'll write it down. 1 week. So yeah, Perkins basically said that. Poppy, Jacob can set up a cage match. Chainsaw. All right, calm down. Thanks for the donation, Doug R. Let me go through my Twitter, see anything else down here. It's the show. So here's the thread. Okay, I said that. I posted this for links. Let's see what links people posted. They updated for the bounty. Sean D, as you say, $250,000. Robbi post, we talked about that. The Jacob post, we talked about that. Pokerella said the 6 of clubs, 4 of hearts theory is Fugazi. Take it off the list of questions. 4 of hearts swapped out at 147. 6 of clubs swapped out at 152. After next hand, different deck. RFID definitely didn't misread Jack 4. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good point as well too. I would agree with that. Most owners of poker gambling industry are just criminals. That's so simple. Owners, showrunners, producers, they are all cons and liars. It's only the tip of the iceberg, and we knew that already. This guy said, I found a hand from Monday's stream showing DJF cheating. It looks suspect. Start watching at 242. Like I said, I watched this hand the other day, and I don't really think this is cheating. I mean, he owned this fucking guy pretty hard, but it's a pretty good play against the fish. So if you guys didn't see this hand, check it out. This kind of hand got people suspicious. I mean, I don't think they would have been cheating if it was after whatever just happened too. So basically on the show, they put the 7-deuce bounty. So this guy, Liquid Steve, he's a gamer. I don't think he's a poker player. He raises 7-deuce under the gun because he's trying to win the bounty. So there's extra incentive to try to win the bounty, and it's like bragging rights and shit like that. So he makes a real big raise under the gun to 400. He either got a really strong hand or probably 7-deuce. Seems like a pretty big raise. I don't know if that's a standard raise pre-flop. But DJ AF calls with the 6s. So he flops Jack 5-3. Oh boy, got a backdoor straight draw with the 7-deuce. Obviously 2 backdoor trip draws. You guys all see the 2 backdoor trip draws. DJF's got the backdoor straight flush blocker, and he got a backdoor quad draw. He's gonna make an easy call versus that small bet. Turn's gonna come down is a queen. So Liquid Steve, he raised under the gun. If he has aces or kings, he raised big pre-flop. He's probably going to keep betting here. If he's got a flush draw, he's probably going to bet. If he's got ace-queen, he's probably going to bet. If he's got a jack, most likely would check, sometimes bet too. So DJF checks back pretty quickly. Pot's 1890, turns at jack. So now Steve possibly could have a hand like ace-jack, maybe king-jack suited, ace-jack suited, maybe jack-10 suited. Most likely would just bet the river for value here. So he decides to check. And now DJEF decides to bet really small, $400 into 1800, basically looking for a crying call, maybe from a hand like ace-king. Liquid Steve then check jams all in for 6,000 more. So he's basically saying that he has ace-jack suited. Maybe a slow-played pocket queens, maybe a slow-played pocket jacks that didn't bet the turn and didn't bet the river once it was checked back. So once he raises under the gun that strong, it's probably going to take away hands like Jack-9 suited down and below. So if he had Queen-Jack suited, he's probably going to bet the turn. So DJF bet calls river with the 6s, and obviously looks like a straight fucking god, and takes down a huge pot with 6s. And some people said, is that a sign that there's cheating going on? I don't think that is. I wouldn't say it's a standard play, but I would say that the 7-deuce bounty is in effect, and the guy doesn't really seem like he got a strong hand, so I can understand DJF's reasoning behind calling there. Just to kind of mention that hand, but thank you for submitting that hand. Andrew Abraham says, revealing charity is not charity. Do you think this was manipulation by G-Man? Do you think he would return the $35,000 to Robbi if no proof? I do think that he might. Thank you for the donation, Andrew, again, once again. Matt Waxman with the Believe Robbi shirt. I like that shirt. So I have to have a Discord. This guy said he cracked the case. She doesn't seem to look back at her hand here, which has to mean she only misread her hand if she looks back.
Right? No, wait. Call. Okay. Check. Clear. So limped around and checked around here.
Let me see what we're looking at here.
So you just see that and smell weakness.
We can't really.
I mean, it's a free roll. If you win, I'm just gonna ask for it back.
I don't show my cards, but I guess Jack 4 off never wins.
Jack 4 off, not gonna win. Oh my God! Not gonna win in this spot.
Jack 4.
He has an 8 of hearts.
What the fuck? What?
Right? No, wait.
What?
Call. Okay. Check. Clear. So limped around and checked around here.
She doesn't seem to look back at her hand here, which has to mean she only misreads her hand if she looks back.
See that? It's no weakness.
Chris says, what does this hand prove? Chris, calm the fuck down, buddy. Come on. What does this hand prove? Obviously proves nothing. Come on. This guy's memeing. I'm going to block this guy if that's a meme. Account muted. Sorry, buddy. Let me see. Yeah, run good, Russell. Russell Thomas, if you want to come on here, let me know. 113 of last night's stream. Wesley gets upset when Doug stands up, seemingly appalled at the smell of his sit-down air. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Picture with dogs. Anyone, listen, can we ban words from the chat? How do I time out words from the chat? Hold on a second, guys. I got to go figure this out. Rando says, check Hustler Casino Live 3 days ago video with Art, Ruski, and DJF. Notice the 1 minute mark and how the hand plays out for more evidence. You're going to have to give me a link, Randall. I don't know what you're talking about. Hi, my name is Brian. I'm already in Robbie's address book. The screenshot from Robbie's phone is interesting. Yeah, that's not a text. Having a productive day. Joe Ingram on live streaming. Yeah, that's true. Shout out to Legend Thomas. Seriously serious. Thomas Keeling. Let me see. Made me shift towards Live at the Bike being the root of all this, trying to sabotage HCL, and Robbi is just one of the people trickling down from that decision at the top. So basically they're saying that Robbi was a plant from Live at the Bike in the LA live stream wars between Live at the Bike and HCL. So I got a theory on Telegram. Let me read this one. Running. We just switched one for in game. We pulled over to the side. We hold down on search. Let me find a weird necklace on him and find an earpiece inside his ear canal. We douse him with lighter fluid and set him on fire. Oh my God. All right, some guy in my Telegram says that he got evidence and he wanted to get in touch with Tom Dwan. He said it involves a weird necklace and an earpiece. Should we get this guy on the show? What do you guys think? Yes or no, guys? 1, to get him on the show. 2, to tell him to go fuck off and we ignore the weird necklace and earpiece. All right, he coming on the show. What do you guys think? 1 or 2? He said he down. 1 or 2, chat. Lock in. Big information energy brewing here in the headquarters right now. The Twitch chat says 1, 1, 1. What up, Grand D Nielsen? What's happening? Human Intersect, what's happening? He said something about the guy being lit on fire. Are you guys kidding me? Should we get him in? One, 1, 2, 2, 2. All right, we gotta take a poll. All right, taking a poll, chat. Should we get him? Should we get the guy on here? Yes or no?
Turn. That's weird. And then I guess you got scared of the clubs at the end.
Sounds like it's gonna be out of line day.
Or added on another 200.
All right, it's a clear. It's a clear yes.
Right around 500.
Let's get him on. I'm curious what this guy's got to say. He been messaging me for days. Said he knows how it's done.
Again, those purple chocolate chips are 5Ks.
Try to slow play that a little bit on the turn.
You're just trying to trap me.
So a stack of those chips is 100,000. You can see that Garrett's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All right, Chad says yes. We're gonna get him on. We don't know his name, but he's an anonymous person. Yahoo weighing in. So the story apparently was on Yahoo. Yeah, whatever. I don't care what the fucking Yahoo got to say about this. The last people I want to listen to is going to be Yahoo. Nick Vertucci apparently got his Twitter hacked last night. This guy is leading the investigation. He doesn't know what two-factor authentication is. Jeez. Scott Fishman folded pocket aces pre-flop against Phil Locke's pocket sixes. Jesus. I have some questions. What in the actual fuck is Eric doing when he returns to his seat for the remainder of the Jack-8 hand if not signaling Robbi? What is going on with Eric's behavior through the Jack-4 hand? Seriously, just watch Eric for the entire hand. Please explain to me in what universe he isn't working with Robbi this hand. Who the hell is Eric talking to here, and who is he nodding yes to and saying yes to explain? Why did this come out of Rip's mouth this morning? Why does Eric say she was 3 for 3 with me? She had it all 3 times when she mucked ace-king. Well, damn. So this guy looks like he's writing about Eric Person.
A lot of money, and I was like, damn. And then I hear Eric's sitting right to my left, and Eric's like, he's like sitting there and he's like saying shit, like, you know, he's like mumbling shit. And I was like, what the fuck?
What was he saying?
And so he was like, man, I don't know if he was saying this is a crazy hand or he was just like, hurry the fuck up. Like, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't saying anything like bad or like what to do. He was just like, I thought he might have just been like, hurry up and call or some shit. Like, and whatever, whatever, you know, it wasn't a big deal, but whatever it was, when she called and turned over that she won the hand, I didn't even know, I couldn't even put together like what Garrett had or like why he was on his hand or why it was a bad call. I really couldn't do that at that moment. I was just excited.
I still haven't been able to, man. So you're not alone there. I still haven't been able to figure that one out. So.
I was just happy she won, Tom, to be honest with you, bro. I swear to you, I was so happy she won. And I was like, let's fucking go. Like, and then when she came in and got the chips and stuff, and there was somebody at the table saying, she gave.
Okay. Why is the king of table talk completely mute when involved in hands until after the Jack-4 hand? What on earth is Eric saying here when he points to Andy and says Robbi did that for Andy? Robbi did that for Andy last night. She did that for you. Robbi did not play poker on the previous night and only played ever poker with Andy 6 days prior. Why does Eric look so nervous when the audio guy is adjusting his mic just minutes before their first big attempt at Garrett? The Jack-8 hand takes place. Why did the employees turn their back around? Josh Macchialo, what's happening? Andrew O'Brien says, can we just close the case? The kid who works for Hustler Casino won't take the 250 cheat bounty for the kid. Says that prove his innocence. I don't think so. Close to Broke with a 50. Shout out to Close to Broke. Thanks for giving us a forum to discuss. If you ever want a LA Poker's vlog on the situation, I'd love to come on. I know Brian. What's your Close to Poker? How can I contact you? What's your Twitter? Let me see here. Why is Rip so obviously trying to signal Eric on the river in the Jack-Jack hand? What's up, Johnny Cabral? How am I doing? I'm doing nice. Why is Eric obviously looking down at Garrett's hands in the Jack-8 and the Jack-4 hand, all the hands in between them when he appears on camera shortly after cards are dealt? Why does he keep bringing this up over and over repeatedly for the rest of the stream, including in the first words of his mouth in his interview alongside Ivy, which was to paraphrase, I am 100% what happened in the hand was she called the flop because she had the Jack clubs blocker. Why is Eric the only one at the table who never once looks concerned or confused about anything that happens or is said? Not even so much for a second. Why does every other player aside from Eric look very concerned when Garrett asks Robbi, how many times do I do this to you off stream? Why does Eric keep trying to answer for Robbi and correct her when insane, unintelligent, nonsensical things come out of her mouth, such as you only needed one, you thought high was good, as if he's trying to coach her into correcting herself when she's telling other people at the table, I ran it twice because I didn't think Jack high could be good. Why would Eric, in a matter-of-fact way, be stating here that she thought her Jack high was good when he said in the Ivy interview, and ever since that was absolutely certain she thought she had Jack 3 all along? 499 from Hoovy on TV. Degenerate comedian, bro, I love your stream, but I still do think she looks sus as fuck. Really appreciate you, Doug Bart and Berkey in distant fourth. Okay. No need for that, Poppy. Calm down. How is it possible for someone who has been fully obsessed with poker and devoting their life to it for a year and a half not know who a shocking amount of the most famous poker players in the game are? Why did Robbi open limp Jack 3 suited under the gun, the hand prior to the Jack 4 hand? Why has she done this in previous games? Why is she in full turn? Yada, yada. Okay. Why was the primary objective of the cheating operation that night getting Robbi to correctly hero call? Yeah, I don't know if that was the objective. How could the cheating have been planned ahead if Rip didn't get in the game unexpectedly last second? Was Eric already scheduled to be there in seat 8 with Garrett? Who determined the seating positions for the Jack 4 stream? Why would you choose to fill Ivy stream as a night to do this, run this operation? Why would maximum publicity and viewers on the stream be desirable if your primary motivation was to take money? Why does Rip clearly not care about the money in previous streams in the Jack 4 stream as well? Why would someone risk so much to steal a few $100,000 that will be split between at least 3 to 5 people? What would motivate Rip? Could this all have been just a scheme by wealthy people to whom money is no object to make Robbi famous? Could the primary motivation be to target, harm, embarrass Garrett? Could it be luring Hustler Casino, Garrett, and others into lawsuits that will bring in millions? Harming Hustler Casino or HCL, a combination of those things. Could one or more accomplices have been blackmailed into helping the operation? Bro, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Holy moly, guacamole, calamosa, calamolacita, ay, 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 papi. What is this? This is like cute. This is like QAnon right here. This guy made it. This guy must have wrote QAnon. Jesus. Oh my God. Wow. Viffer said, he said something about, I'm a punk bit. Viffer, let's stop the standard, bro. Stop the slander. No one would ever disrespect the great Viffer by calling him a punk bitch. Viffer is a true fucking legend of the live stream game, bro. We love that guy, Viffer. Shout out to Viffer. Out of line guy, but we love that guy. Where's the Telegram guy? The Telegram guy got scared, it looks like, guy. He ain't coming in. He's scared. Where's he at? I've been waiting on this fucking guy. Come on in. All right, so this guy... So the insider plot is kind of interesting, right? Because as we know, Person owns 27 casinos. He seemed to have some relationship with Live at the Bike. Could Live at the Bike, but that what they're implying, maybe Live at the... They sent him in. Interesting. Huh. Someone said, look at the second to last one. Why is Rip so obviously trying to signal Eric on the river in the Jack Jar can? Why does Eric clearly know that's what he's doing and give him an obvious I saw you ate it reaction? They both try to downplay it.
Eric now checks, and now Robbi's sitting there.
I'm so tempted
Can't believe the run out.
to like shove right now, but I think you're fucking with me because you want to check raise me. Only because I like you, Eric.
Check, check.
Ooh. Oh.
Yeah, that is fucking weird. I've never seen Person like this before. What is he doing?
But Robbi called 3 spade.
Why is he sitting like that for? I've never seen him like that.
And that gives Eric the check mark. Brewski would have had the best hands.
What the fuck? What's going on? Oh my God. Okay. Why does Eric say you've got a new tool in your tool belt? As he, Rip, and Robbi laugh with glee, it only works against Garrett apparently, as they squeal with laughter and duping delight.
Yes, please.
You got a new tool for your tool belt now. It only works against Garrett.
What?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, after streaming, I will ask Alan cheating.
Man, I don't even think Alan could pull that shit off. Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, after streaming. I will ask Alan
Shout out to
keeping.
Raouf Malik. Thank you for the donation.
Man, I don't even think Alan could pull that shit off.
Shout out to Trans Forever. Okay, so
Mind the form?
Yes, please.
You got a new tool for your tool belt now. It only works against Garrett. Crazy.
Yeah.
you got a new tool under your tool belt now. It only works against Garrett. What the fuck is going on?
I think it's just your mic.
It's like the first time I've seen Eric without sunglasses. That might be the first time I've seen his eyes before. I thought he was wearing sunglasses. No, he's just underneath that visor, but...
Is that the kid? I don't know. That's Raver Poker.
And there's Raver. All-star Hustler Casino Live employee, multiple roles. Does the commentary for Max Payne Monday. Does the audio on most nights. Jack of all trades.
Shout out to Raver Poker.
Wow, look at Garrett. Dead. Like had ace high. If she had ace high and raised the turn and he jammed, and she somehow... It's much different if she had ace high. If she had ace high and raised the turn and he jammed... And obviously it's much different if she had ace high. If she had ace high and raised the turn and he jammed, and she somehow thought... Like, let's say she had ace king, and she somehow thought he was bluff. And she somehow thought... Different if she had ace high. If she had ace high and raised the turn and he jammed, and she somehow thought...
Robbi did that for Andy. Robbi did that for Andy last night. She did that for you.
Don't put me in this. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what's going on right now. Like,
Yep.
that was the most insane poker hand I've ever seen.
Andy...
That's not a poker hand.
That wasn't. I played you and not the hand. What's the problem? I played you. So don't let me play you.
Yeah, just don't let her play you.
I mean, I don't know if that's a function of that she thought she could...
Huh.
Let me do this to you several times now.
Yeah.
I don't know what just happened.
I'm just testing it.
Yeah.
And
This
you just
doesn't
keep
seem super
letting
funny
do
to
this.
me,
And
honestly,
no,
at all,
like
but
when
how
you
much
bet,
money
when
is
you bet that like high big
Yeah.
stack, why did you go on
I
it
don't
only
need to
twice?
say.
I thought you were on ace high. Ace high.
And then so why call with Jack Eye then?
First of all, a little bit of a straight draw. I have blockers on there.
No, on the turn though. So you called all in on the turn because.
Yeah, because you don't have shit.
That's right. She
You don't
thinks you
have
can't beat a
shit.
jack high.
It's not about what I have. It's about what I don't think you have when you play against me. That's
You
it.
didn't think you had jack queen of clubs.
75. You let me do this to you post stream too. Last time we played.
Yeah.
You're gonna keep letting me.
What the fuck?
100. 20. 10, 20.
I mean, obviously, I'll just
This is
say
how
it.
you're
Garrett
gonna
thinks
get
that
good,
this
right?
hand was not straight in
This is how
some
a
way.
game fucking opens
there's
up.
no doubt about
Saying
it.
shit like this happens.
This is the most disturbed I've ever seen Garrett look
Fucking
at the
crazy
table.
town.
And I think Andy's just...
That was for Andy?
It's like a lot of money, and I was like, damn. And then I hear Eric's sitting right to my left, and Eric's like, he's like sitting there and he's like saying shit, like, he's like mumbling shit. And I was like, what the fuck?
What was he
And
saying?
so he was like, man, it's just, I don't know if he was saying this is a crazy hand or he was just like, hurry the fuck up, like, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't saying anything like bad or like what to do. He was just like, I thought he might have just been like, hurry up and call or something.
Yeah, Chad Greglock, I'm just testing it. You have a new tool in your tool belt. It's like a voice from outer space is whispering in your ear what to do. All quotes. All interesting quotes. Watch them for the entire hand. Please explain to me why universe isn't working with Robbi.
And then he like, it was like his second hand.
Yeah,
in.
I know, Ryan. I know that.
And then like you beat him in that
I know,
pot.
but
He's
it's the
like,
hand
all right,
from
I'll see you
before.
guys later.
He played 2 hands in last
Yeah.
That's it.
He made like a big entrance and like Phil stacked him, and then he was like, I'll see you guys later.
Yeah.
That's such a great hand. And then Jason turned out to be like the superstar, which is crazy.
Good guy too.
Yeah.
That was like one of his first TV appearances.
One of his first ones, yeah. That was like before he won.
Yeah, Raver Poker. You involved Raver Poker in the chat. Raver Poker. He involved too. It looks like. What's going on with Raver Poker? Shout out to Raver Poker.
Wow, Robbi really mixing it
talked
up
to
there,
him,
calling Garrett's raise with Jack 4
Talked to him a
off,
little bit. Actually,
blind
went to
versus
he was at the
blind.
nightclub.
Garrett here
when
flopped
when
a
we went
straight
out.
flush draw, 10-10-9 with a couple clubs. He's gonna bet 2,500.
They said look at Pearson during the hand.
Wow. Turn is 8-3, puts backdoor hearts down. And this is usually when Garrett will lay the hammer down with combo clubs. Turn is 8. Three, puts backdoor hearts down. And this is usually when Garrett will lay the hammer down with combo draws. He's gonna bet 10,000. I think Robbi should have probably been out of his hand pre-flop. I think I'm gonna raise Ace King a little bit ago for a min raise. Here she's gonna min click Ace King a little bit ago for a min raise. Here she's gonna min click Jack 4. And you know Garrett is just so experienced.
Oh wait, hold on, let me scratch my face. That's the shit I got.
How often would she do this with the 10 turn? About up or up. I was thinking
You for sure.
they're gonna run it
Unless you have, like, pocket
twice.
fives or
And
think
something.
so.
she's
You have,
gonna
like, small pair?
Yeah, she's a 3 and a king.
You give me that much credit?
I don't know.
How did you see what I'm
she's
Oh, what the fuck is going on with this guy?
Garrett trying to figure out what does she have. You wouldn't think she would just have air with backdoor diamonds. He probably thinks that she has a king.
55.
Well, he's gonna go 55. Figure out what does.
Close to broke said my previous Twitter was hacked. He gave me his Twitter. Thank you, sir. Andrew said, why didn't Garrett call the police? He thought he was cheated. It's grand larceny. The guys go all in with draws. Why does Eric say she was 3 for 3 with me? She had it 3 times when she mucked the ace-king hand without showing him and never indicated or implied what she had or the fact. Why is the king of table talk completely mute? Why is Rip obviously trying to signal him? Why in the ace-king hand Eric Slay signs there downward towards the side towards Rip and taking for so long? Today is a time extension. These things are all basically unprecedented for him in such spots, especially silent covering face. Then immediately after flicking in time extension looks down towards Rip in the most obvious way, looks up and instantly folds. What?
Do a whole lot for her. Of course, she could have like ace 4. Sometimes you see somebody make a small raise with just top pair to sort of shut the action down, like a king 10, ace 10, something like that. Or it's just going to live to see another day.
This one's crazy.
Yes, please.
You got a new tool for your tool belt now. It only works against the Garrett.
Are we doing scanners or not?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, after streaming, I will ask Alan Keating.
The face scratch that Robbi is the request for help. The same action is made by DGF with his sunglasses push. Also Eric with middle forehead touch. What?
Man, I don't even think Alan could pull that shit off.
Mike is going to bring it in here for Riz. Rip going to through that 10-10. And I don't know what's... If Garrett is so frazzled by that, what's...
When did that one... Does anybody have a timestamp when they said about the outer space thing? Where the things are coming from outer space? Does anybody have that? That clip? So this guy is implying that Eric Person is somehow involved with this. Yeah, after she wins the hand. Yeah, I'm just not sure the timestamp of when it comes down.
That's close.
75. You let me do this to you post stream too. Last time we played.
Yeah.
Like, they keep letting me. Okay, 50, 75. 100. 20. 10, 20.
I mean, obviously, I'll just say it. Garrett thinks that this hand was not straight in some way. I mean, there's no doubt about it. This is the most disturbed I've ever seen Garrett look at the table. And I don't think, and I think Andy's disturbed too. He doesn't. If you looked over there, it's like, whoa, what just happened here?
You're not the only one that gets lucky sometimes, Garrett. You don't have to get that upset.
Damn, this guy Garrett got fucked up
Robbi
here.
did
In
that
this
for
hand.
Andy. Robbi did that for Andy last night. She did that for you.
Don't put me in this. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what's going on right now.
Yep.
That was the most insane poker hand I've ever seen.
Andy.
That can't, like, that's not a poker hand.
That wasn't. I played you and not the hand. What's the problem? I played you. So don't let me play you.
Yeah, just don't let her play you.
I mean, I don't know if that's a function of that she thought she could call.
Right? I mean, yeah, okay.
The reason why this is, of course, so strange is that...
Flush draw, but I also was
But
holding
she had the blocker to the straight flush draw.
Exactly, a jack of clubs.
Boom, that's the key card.
Eric, you done?
That's the key card. Yeah.
I saw that shit. It happened.
Thank you.
There's some reason you did it.
There's multiple reasons I did it.
You only needed one. You thought Jack High was good.
That's like some spiritual like guide from outer space.
I ran it twice because I didn't think Jack High could be
like,
good.
oh, like that is like
You have bigger balls than most.
But it was.
Yeah, that's what he just said, right? It kind of sounds like they're all talking together here, right? When you really think about the talk.
spiritual.
Listen to Spiritual Guide.
Multiple reasons I did it.
You only needed one.
She says there's multiple reasons I did it.
You thought Jack High was good.
That's like some spiritual like guide from outer space.
I ran it twice because I didn't think Jack High could be
like,
good.
oh, like that is like
You have bigger balls than most.
But it was.
I know.
Yeah. So
And
congratulations.
most men just bluff me. And I'm
know.
used to
I
it.
mean,
Huh. Whew. That's really interesting when you think about it from that perspective. I wonder who the spiritual guide from outer space is. Bob Blablo, he knows what Bob Blablo has declared that this is a dead end in the chat. Bob Blablo has declared that hand is a dead end. Thank you, Bob Blablo, for giving us your expert opinion about that hand's a dead end. We're going to let you hit the wall, dead end. We're going to keep going down the road, and we're going to drive through that fucking wall past that dead end. Bob. What do you guys think? Anything or nah? Anything or nah? I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think, guys? Somehow the numbers on YouTube just bumped up like by thousands. I don't know how that's possible, but wherever you guys came from, welcome, guys. Join Good Morning, aka Chicago Joey. We're here. We're live. GTO headquarters. Late night. No nightclub tonight. No drinking. No alcohol. No out of line. No nightclub. No friends. No nothing. No meditation. We're just here right now. No Fremont Street tonight. We could have went to Fremont Street tonight. You guys know we could have went there. But we didn't do it. Reviewing This is one of the craziest cases I've ever seen in my life. Nothing sus. What did the chat think? I don't know how to explain that signal from Rep to Eric. Yeah, I mean, all conjecture and not evidence of anything. I mean, that's 100% evidence. Did you not see the words said and the things shown on the screen? Sounds like evidence to me, buddy. Evidence of something. Monster Blesses, why are you guys going on this for the past 2 weeks? Because we have nothing else to do, my friend. As I just said, I either go blackout at the club or I come here and talk about this. What am I going to talk about? What else we got going on in poker? Dan Negreanu won the Super High Roller Bowl. Great. We talked about it. Shout out to Daniel Negreanu. What else? What do we got? What else we got? That's it. See? Now we're back here. All right. Perfect. Andrew with another 5 says, oh, Thomas Peak as well. Shout out Thomas Peak once again. Yeah, Robbi. Okay, all right, whatever. Andrew Abraham said to be cheating, you have to believe Rip is smart enough to pull it off. Can't believe that cheating is possible. They ain't smart enough. I mean, that's one of the stupidest fucking takes I've ever seen. I'm sorry. Apparently it's on Fox Sports. Don't care what they got to say really about the hand. Yeah, and then also Eric is offering to do the lie detector test as well. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think this Eric Person guy, bro. This guy Eric Person seemed like I just don't think so, man. This guy seemed like he knows what's going on. He's been working for so long. Like I just don't think that guy is doing anything here. But maybe he's memeing around. I don't really know. He's one of my favorite players, Eric Person. But yeah, it kind of seemed like nothing to me, guys. What do you guys think? Seemed like nothing to me. Here's my full deep dive. Everybody got their own opinion. It's crazy how many opinions people have. I mean, my God. Now they know Robbi referring to herself because Derry from Run Good Russell who tweeted at you. What's the theory here? Yeah, Shane said if he's involved, yeah. I don't know. I mean, everybody got a detail. It's crazy people can come up with these kind of theories. I mean, this guy sounds like he put a lot of thought into this theory. He's from 2007 on the forum, so it's pretty wild the theories people can come up with just from one hand. I mean, they came up with every hand about every angle. Every single thing has been basically proposed at this point in time. So it's pretty wild to see. Let me go to the bathroom, guys. I've been drinking too much water.
Poker Tour now has a real money online poker room, and it's called WPT Global. Play in cash games and tournaments for real money in over 50 countries on WPT Global. We'll even match your deposit up to $1,200. That's right, 100% deposit match up to $1,200. Sign up now at WPTglobal.com/YT and use bonus code YT81 before it's too late.
WPT Global. Nice to have them. Robbi here is going to raise it up to 2,400. Cannot see what she has, but we know that Rusuke's flop bottom 2 pair, and these two are deep. 215,000 to start the hand.
It does?
Small blind versus straddle.
That was fast. Yes, I wash my hands, guys. You got to wash your hands. A theory on Telegram said, checking Brian interaction that night. Could you provide the link? For example, 100%. Too many mind-blowing theories tonight. Whenever you read some of the new theories, you start to consider the options, and then you get your mind blown. So, let's see. This video I made has nothing to do with Robbi HCL, but is important in context. There's Lon McCarran on the Stones talking about how the people in production seeing the cards would never cheat, and then immediately points to this crazy PLO hand.
Ivy was like a flashlight. Like, oh.
Uh-oh.
And he couldn't, I don't know how he read the cards as quickly as he did. Yeah. But we can't use that.
Oh, Stones Live. Oh, who we got in the mix? Oh, there's Frank with that great textured shirt. Oh, my God. It's bringing back memories, guys. Oh, my God. Let's reminisce.
Shows because...
Oh, I see my guy Frank right there. Oh, beautiful, beautiful pink textured shirt. Always got a great shirt on that, Frank. Oh, my God. Look at Frank. Oh, my God. I miss this fucking guy. I miss watching that guy. Oh, I miss that guy, Frank. There's that fucking crazy guy with wore the frog shirt that played pretty terrible.
When they were doing the cards as quickly as he did. Yeah. But we can't use that on the live shows because if we use that camera, then there are people in the production truck who shouldn't be seeing the whole cards who can see whole cards. Gotcha. So that's why they can't be used in the live show because too many people will see it. So it's all a gaming regulation thing, and the amount of the delay, the number of people that can see whole cards.
Yeah, I saw that. I think I was talking a little bit with Sean about that when they were doing the high roller thing, and it's funny because he was like all these basically.
Dude, see, guys, listen. Look at this guy's shirt, right? Listen. This is the most important thing I'm going to teach everybody watching right now, is that this guy goes the extra mile. All right. Every time I'm telling you, I've never even seen this before, and I knew the guy had a great textured shirt on. You can see it's not just a pink print, right? Anybody can go to Anybody can go to Banana Republic and get themselves a straight one color print button-up shirt. The next level is a guy like Frank. He always get a pattern, and it always fit him really well. You can tell, probably tailored, fits him well, buttoned up really well, fits real snug right around the arms, looks real good on him, right? I mean, look at these other fucking shirts, right? T-shirts, whatever is what it is. Then you got the great texture shirt. Compare these outfits. Look at these shorts in the background. You know what I'm saying, right? Like, and then look at the guy with the great texture shirt. That's how you wear a button-up shirt right there. That is a 5-star Big Poppy Legion stamp of approval right there.
Runs out to an outside truck that's like super secured and like only a few people can be in there, and it's like it has to be completely separated.
Yeah, I would love to be able to call the action live and have everything be on a tape delay. It would I don't want to get too detailed behind the scenes, but it would make things a lot easier for all of us. Yeah. But there would be too many people seeing live hole cards and announcing it, and the possibility of tapping into the announcing, and so it just again, the integrity of the game is at the top of the list.
Yeah, you yell, "Oh my God! I can't believe his aces against kings." You see a player go like this and then just fold kings.
Exactly right. Well, we saw that too, and the PLO, amazing. It was actually a flop set of kings against a flop set of aces in a PLO, and the kings managed to get away from it.
What?
It was an amazing hand. But anyway, back to this. Is Harlan?
He's going to raise it to 200,000 with the kings. Wow. Scott's got aces again. He's got low cards with it, so wow.
Uh-oh, guys. All right, lock in. Listen, we got a great game of Pot Limino hand right here. Listen, if you guys don't know PLO, you got 4 cards. You got to use 2 cards in your hand, all right? This is called the great game of Pot Limino Omaha. A little bit different than Texas Hold'em, as you guys know. Texas Hold'em, you get 2 cards. PLO, you get 4 cards. You have to use 2 cards in your hand, only 2 cards. You can't use 3. You can't use 4. You can't use 1. You got to use 2. So you got to make the best 5-card hand using 3 cards on the board and 2 cards in your hand. Okay? That's how Pot Omaha works. So PLO, lock in.
His aces aren't great. You know, he's only
so in Hold'em, when you have aces, obviously you want to re-raise. It's a good hand. In PLO tournaments, ace 7 deuce with 3 of 1 suit, kind of dog shit. Those are bad aces. You want to have aces like ace 8 9 double suited, ace jack 10, hands like that. You want to have high double suited aces theoretically, but these sorts of ones you wouldn't always just re-raise any aces in PLO. That's going to be a mistake. So some of your aces, like your weaker aces, you just want to call. You don't want to blow the pot up.
He's got a 3rd diamond. He's got low cards with it, so I think that's why we didn't see a big re-raise from Scott. And he's out of position.
Yeah, and it's a 2 big stacks.
Oh my God!
Look at that, set over set.
Oh my God!
Amazing. Lee comes up short, flopping a set of kings against the chip leader.
And the beauty of Scott not 3-betting here, or I don't know if it was not 3-betting here, is his hand is
This is
totally
a disaster.
beside.
Usually the guy who's going to 3-bet aces, so when you flop a set of kings here, he's got king, queen, 6. He flops middle set with a backdoor flush draw. You got a backdoor nut flush draw, and he got a backdoor king high flush draw. So this is basically a backdoor bonanza with a straight fucking banger in the front door. This is what we call this in PLO. PLO got way more nicknames for hands, basically. So right here, we got a backdoor bang. We got the BDBC. We got 1 immediate quad draw. And we got the fucking banger in the front door. So this is actually what we call power. So backdoor heart draw, you can see 1 heart on the board, 2 hearts in her hand. Backdoor heart draw, meaning backdoor, don't, come there. 2 clubs in her hand with the club right there. Backdoor club draw. PLO is more of a game of draws. It's a game of adventure. It's an adventurous game.
As if he were to raise here, Lee's gonna no way Lee's gonna put him on 2 aces.
Yeah, but I think Scott should really be flatting here. I mean, there's not really that many cards that kill his action. So, and I think a raise is a little too face up because Lee's hand is going to be like really strong. I mean, Lee's range here is strong,
and he's a good player.
He's got a rainbow board too,
but he does go ahead and raise. I mean,
I don't like the raise at all. If you're Tommy, you have to be like, what could he possibly be raising me with here? Why would he?
So basically, when you get check raise here, I mean, they are pretty deep, right? So Scott Clement started up 100 big blinds deep. So I mean, there's going to be some bluff raises here. Like you probably aren't going to always check raise 9s because if your opponent has a set of aces or set of kings, then I mean, sometimes you might raise 9s and then pray they have ace king or pray that they have like ace queen jack or something like that, and they're not going to fold to a check raise. So you do have to be kind of suspicious when you get check raised on this board. But at the same time, you are going to have some bluffs and some backdoor cards. The thing is Tommy blocks some of the backdoor draws that you might decide to raise here. And even on this board, I mean, you know, your check raises here, you're probably just going to check call ace king. You're going to check call a set of 9s sometimes. He blocks the set of kings, and he has no aces. So when he does check raise here, he's basically polarizing his range pretty hard on this kind of board. And even his bluffs are going to be something like maybe like a queen jack 10, but most likely just going to call queen jack 10. So when you check raise here, you're pretty much polarizing your range to a really very strong hand. So let's see what happens here.
Bluffing? Probably not.
For the uninitiated, is Scott raised with 2 pair here?
No. I really don't think so. I would like this a lot more if you had 1 ace and a bunch of random cards.
Damn, this guy's savage.
Oh my gosh.
You're kidding me.
Tommy, that's really an all-world fold.
Damn,
This is why this guy has the results he had last year in PLO. He's playing above the rim right now.
Right. That's just a great laydown.
And so this is where Tommy was going to 4-bet. And it's amazing cooler, and Tommy, of course, gets knocked out in 7th place for $105,000, right?
And who could fault him?
Yeah.
You know, who could fault him?
Damn, what a god mode fold.
You would certainly think so, Tuck, but that is an amazing laydown.
What?
I don't, not even worth the turn. What? To be totally fair, Tuck, if you're dead in the flop, well, basically
Doug
dead.
Polk breaking down PLO. Sus. Okay, let's move on. 152.05, Robbi's belt buckle area blows up. Okay, I mean, you got to link the hand. Link. There's a bunch of good ones on R Poker. Poppy thoughts on this data. Robbi's action facing bets and raises. Just want to point out the only time Robbi folded one of Garrett's aggressive actions post flop was when she tank folded with Jack 8 against Earl Barrow. It's a small sample size, all we got. She calls him 10 times and only folds jack high. 91% call or raise against aggro. 9% folds against other players. She's 11 of 28 folds to aggressive actions. Might have missed a couple hands in this, but it's all the hands I saw post flop in the 3 days. So this looks like she's just basically not folding to Garrett. Okay. Can't believe it. The answer has been right in front of us all along. It's a conspiracy to lead traffic to the Joe Ingram 1 channel. Well played, Sir Jeffrey DeRoss. Yeah, I mean, listen, I guess that's what it is. Matt Berkey got a conspiracy too. Doug Polk on the conspiracy. Everyone on Twitter who's been posted about it in the conspiracy too. Sam Lee says he has the smoking gun. Guys, a smoking gun has been announced in the chat from Sam Lee. Sam Lee, what's your Twitter page? A smoking gun. A smoking gun has been announced. Lock in. A smoking gun has been announced. 6th subscriber on Twitch from Little Med. Thank you, Little Med. Welcome to the Legion. Where do I get the smoking gun, Sam Lee? I've got 10 smoking guns today, guys, by the way. So when someone say they got a smoking gun, Joe, is this all I'm going to milk this scandal? I mean, we're basically on day 6, and everyone on Twitter was losing their mind. We appreciate you commenting. And it's day 6, buddy. Come on. We're making content. We're still figuring it out. The case isn't solved yet. He said he messaged you on IG. All right, let me check my IG. If you guys don't follow me on IG, it's at PoppyGTO. Let me see what he said. Sam Lee, we got a smoking gun. Let me check for a smoking gun. I got a lawyer that wants to come on. Uh-oh, we got a lawyer. Fuck yeah, let go. Yes, we got a lawyer, a criminal defense lawyer from LA wants to come on. Damn, 24-year practicing criminal defense attorney. You're kidding me. Let's get the guy on. All right, Sam Lee. Let me see where Sam Lee is here. Sam Lee. He said he messaged you on IG. It's so dramatic, bro. This information will end the investigation. Okay, Sam Lee, I'm ready. Dear God, please end the investigation. I'm so ready for this to be over, but I will miss streaming. But let me see. What is your screen name, Sam Lee? I don't see any message on my IG. What is Sam Lee? What is your Instagram, Sam Lee? He says I send you. I got too many messages. You got to just be specific. Make it easier for me. People keep mentioning Joey is in on it for publicity. Coincidentally, he's mentioned a few times Paso is coming back in the scene. I mean, the thing about Paso coming back to the scene is that he wants to play on like a stream or something like that. So, but yeah, I mean, after this is over, I'm probably gonna stop making poker content for a while. So, and I don't think I'm in on it with any of these guys that I know about. I'm in on it. Everyone's in on it. I did it my way. I won it not. Oh my God, you're kidding me. You guys see it? Julia Rose says, Joey, can I come bring you food? LMAO. Yeah, I do need some food. Do you guys see it? Lock in. Do you guys see it? Put your detective glasses on. So basically, wouldn't means would not. And in this, she said, I had the detective on the phone and told him I would not be. Interesting. Breaking in the house. We found a coincidence. We found a coincidence in the chat. We found the coincidence in the chat. Aye. So the message from Brian said, someone who is so kind to give back the money to the crybaby Garrett and kind enough to spare me wouldn't not be as nice as you are. You're kidding me. Ay, papi, cola musicala molacita. Strange occurrence. Ay, strange occurrence. Strange occurrence. Ay, papi. Ay, sadness. Open and shut case, boys. Brian did not give you his number. Well, I have a number from somebody. I don't know. What do you guys think? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Does it mean anything?
One thing I think might be overlooked is her expressions and where she's looking during the hand. I think the vibration theory might be a bit of a red herring. So here's my breakdown of what could be going on there. The first hand I'm going to look at is the Jack 8 against Queen 4 hand with Garrett and Robbi, where Garrett ends up with the full house. I'm assuming here that the only information she has is whether she's good or she's not good. So all the hand up to this point would play with that information, because she was on the flush draw the turn. Even though she thought she was behind or was told she was behind, she could still hit the diamond in her head because she doesn't know any other information. She may actually be able to win the hand with the diamond. Here's an unedited clip of what.
Hold on, guys. I'm getting the message right now. I'm getting some information in. The headquarters information alert has checked into the headquarters. Ay. Look at that information. Oof. Oh, take out the glasses. Woo. Wow. Sorry, guys. Hold on a second. We get information coming in. You're kidding me. Let's get the lawyer in here. Yeah, if Brian came on your stream yesterday, things might have been different for him. Sad. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of interesting. Could have been worse. Maybe could have been better. Brandon with the donation. He said missed a lot of the last 3 days because we're on holiday, but nice to see you got another 962 hours of streaming and you sense the action. However, Bob or Tom requested a number from Brian. Yeah, guys. I mean, I think things are. If you guys both look closely, you will see Robbi and the kid both type in English. Why does this guy keep donating to us? All right, guys, we're going to get a criminal defense lawyer in here right now. Hold on a second, guys. I'm going to get my first lawyer on the show. He's an LA lawyer for 24 years. And he's going to come in the chat right now. Guys, I got good news and I got bad news. The good news is that I think the investigation is going to be over soon. I think one leg of the investigation will be over soon, and then unfortunately, I think it might open up a little Pandora's box into the second part of this investigation, which will be something else. If the information is accurate or not, I don't know. We'll see. All right, we're gonna get the lawyer on here. He messaged me on IG. Please end the investigation. Please end it. Please end it. Please end it. Please. Please. All right, so he said he's an attorney practicing LA primary criminal defense for 24 years. He's done over 100 jury to trials. All right, guys, we're going to welcome the attorney. Be nice to the fucking attorney, okay? Let's get our attorney. Stuart Dumas is it locking in right now. Lock in, guys. Be nice to our attorney. And by our attorney, I mean not our attorney, but an attorney. Mr. Attorney, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on.
Guys, listen. Welcome, Stuart. Stuart, what's your last name? Stuart Dumas?
Yes.
All right, guys. Attorney Stuart Dumas. Why don't you give people a little background on you before we get into more here?
Well, I've been practicing law for 24 years, mostly criminal defense, private practice. Been to Hustler Casino, not in a good part of town, but I mean, the bottom line is I've just been hearing a lot of things about pressing charges and stuff like that. I mean, it's just not how it works. You, if you think a crime's been committed, you call the police, you make a report, and the police usually turn it over to a detective, and the detective will work the case up, turn it over to the district attorney.
Mm-hmm.
District attorney decides whether or not they're going to file charges. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, based on a lot of factors.
Mm-hmm.
Regarding Brian, I mean, stealing $15,000 is just not considered, a high-level crime in LA these days.
Mm-hmm.
Case like that, misdemeanor, if you pay the money back, some community service, probation for a year, and that's it. So, I mean, did Brian screw up if he in fact did steal the chits? Yeah, but it's not really the crime of the century, and I don't think the feds would pick a case like that up. And then regarding the cheating, the bigger issue here, I don't know if the feds would pick that up, and if they didn't, and the district attorney did pick the case up because there was evidence that there was cheating by Robbi or Rip or anybody, I mean, yeah, they'd be in a little bit of trouble, but not a lot of trouble, in my opinion.
So if they were cheating in this game, they wouldn't be in trouble, you're saying?
I'm not saying they wouldn't be in trouble. I'm just saying they wouldn't be in what I would consider a lot of trouble. I mean, probation, community service. I mean, the county jail in LA is so overcrowded that you get 180 days in county jail and you're out in like less than a week. So, I mean, it's a nonviolent crime. It's the bottom line. Nonviolent crime. There are really no consequences.
Really? You're kidding me. Okay. So.
But, one thing I wanted to say, though, Joey, is she said to you on day one, everybody knew that Rip was staking her. And then later on, it kind of came out, I thought that, no, everybody at the table did not know that. So I don't know really, what's going on with that. That seems very suspect to me.
What do you mean what's going on with that? Yeah, I mean, that's normal. Most people don't tell people at the table that they're selling or buying action of other person. So I think a lot of people try to hide it. But she said it's meaning she lied about it, or what do you mean?
Well, she said to you on day one that everybody at the table knew that Rip was staking her.
Right. And then we found out later that that actually isn't true, that not everybody knew that.
Unless Ryan knew about it, and she just assumed that Ryan would tell everybody else that was coming to the table.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other point is, I remember Dan Blazarian saying once in a podcast that he was always trying to get into games with people that really were playing over their head, and he would be able to win their money. And that seems like what's going on with these high stakes games at Hustler.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looks like they wanted Rip in this game because they felt that Rip wasn't a very good player.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, I just wanted to say that about the idea about pressing charges. I mean, it just doesn't work that way. And also the comment that Durr made. I mean, I love Durr, but he's wrong. I mean, if Brian's intent was to steal that money from Robbi, or the chips, from Robbi, then Robbie's the victim. I mean, yeah, Hustler paid back the money, but the victim would be Robbi, not Hustler, in my opinion.
So you think the victim is Robbi in this instance?
I'm just talking about the part about Brian allegedly stealing the chips from Robbi.
Right. You mean after the game took place?
Correct. And
Okay.
even though Hustler paid back the chips to Robbi, the victim is still Robbi in terms of that interaction.
Right. Okay. Interesting. So if hypothetically they were working together, you're basically just saying that you don't think anything would come from it.
Yeah, I mean, if I had a case like this, restitution, making sure that the victim is made whole is always the main thing here.
Uh-huh.
It looks like there really isn't a loss because she gave Garrett back the money.
Uh-huh.
But, there's still a crime to do that. But based on my experience, I don't believe, the consequences would be that great. I mean, I haven't had a case like this. It's a pretty unusual case.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we sometimes have cases in LA where people are caught, having some illegal gambling operations, but they're very few and far between.
Interesting. How did you come upon the information here about what's going on with this whole investigation, basically what happened at Hustler?
Just from listening to your podcast.
Oh, okay. Are you a poker player?
A little bit, but not much.
Not much.
I used to play a little bit, but I don't play that much anymore. It's just not my thing.
Oh, okay. Are you working? Do you know any of these people involved in the case at all? Are you working with them at all?
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was like
No.
that. I didn't know if you were watching and you're working with them. You got the real inside information. So, yeah. I mean, what's your take on what you're seeing here? Sounds like you don't think that's serious either way with what happened.
I mean, yeah, no, but in terms of whether or not Robbi was cheating, I mean, she just looks really confused. I think she, misread her hand at first and then realized probably on the turn that she had the 4 and not the 3,
Mm-hmm.
but for whatever reason decided to make the call. I mean, the big question is, what would have happened if instead of Garrett, we had Helmuth in this situation? What do you think would have happened?
He probably would have had exploded like normal, and we would have had a great moment of Phil Hellmuth losing his fucking mind, and all the fans would have rejoiced and cheered all around the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably.
And then Ivy, he's just so quiet regarding this whole situation. I would think that he would be somebody that would really have some good insight into if he thought something was wrong with the game.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so what other questions do we have? So you're saying that if they are taken in, then you don't think anything's going to come from it anyway. If they do have some sort of evidence, or if the guy who stole the money ends up saying, hey, I was working with her, then you don't think anything really going to come from it anyway. And the poker world, because the poker world, they don't really know what to expect. We never really seen anything like this before. First time I've seen a case like this. But in your opinion, you're saying that you don't really think that there'll be anything serious that comes from that, and that there's a lot more serious things going on out there than somebody maybe cheating somebody in a poker game.
Correct. I don't think anyone's going to prison unless they have a bad record. A lot of times it's the record that does them in, their priors. If they have priors, then they're going to get a more severe punishment because of their priors.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't have any priors and this is the first time they've done something like this, or if they have very minor priors like the DUI or some petty thefts, if they have minor priors, something like this, they're not going to prison. I mean, maybe some county jail. But again, in LA, that just doesn't really mean anything. Now, if the feds were to pick up the case, that's a different story.
And that's what I think. That's what I'm hearing is going on. Actually, I heard something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if the feds pick up the case, that's a different story because
why is that?
That they have plenty of room for you in the prison system. But I mean, that's a whole point system and something like that. But I mean, I don't know if the feds would pick up a case like this. I mean, maybe only because it's just in the news. If it wasn't in the news, I don't think the feds would get involved. They've got other things to deal with that are of
more
bigger
important.
consequence.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, Joey, that's
right.
all I got for you. Thanks a lot,
you.
man. You're great.
All right, bye. Dun. All right, guys, shout out to a lawyer for coming on. I had to turn off the YouTube chat. It's just getting too fucking cringe. 1:51 a.m. and people just leave the most cringy comments in the chat. We just gotta turn these guys off sometimes. They get too cringe on us. We love them, but we got the Twitch chat. The Twitch chat's a very peaceful world for now until it gets taken over. But yeah, thanks to a lawyer. Big shout out to a lawyer for coming on here, guys. Sharing his opinion. Obviously, the chat didn't agree. The chat, all expert lawyers, clearly, they all know what they're talking about. One thing we learned this week from our Twitter, from 2+2, from people talking about poker, is that most people have no fucking idea what they're talking about. So I'm going to listen to the lawyer's opinion, and I'll listen to more lawyers' opinions, but not going to listen to the chat's law opinions, because I don't think that these guys aren't lawyers. They don't know what they're talking about. So big shout out to the chat. And then, yeah, I have, yeah, some people didn't like the lawyer. It is what it is. I mean, listen, you guys want to roast the lawyer, it's fine. Let me turn the chat back on. I'm going to watch this video. Let me get my guys back in. I miss them. I miss you guys. I miss them. I miss everybody. I'm going through withdrawals from my chat. Twitch just isn't doing it for me. They're too peaceful on Twitch. I got to get the animals back in here. We already got the best lawyer in town, Charles Liu, on our side. Shout out to Charles Liu. All right, we're going to watch this clip.
I got an 8-ball, a 6-pack, a Coors Light.
A love letter to the investigation. Joe Ingram 1. Okay, let's see what this is all about.
I got an 8-ball, a 6-pack, a Coors Light, and a deep dish pie. We're ready to go. We got Robbi J. Lou on the line at the center of this controversy.
I was on a lot of medication for ADHD. I was born with a golden spoon in my mouth, and money just really doesn't matter to me. I'm like, sorry, get pressed about it.
What?
I thought I had a 3, and I had the Jack of Clubs blocker.
You know, I think what we have to be careful about when we examine these kinds of things, for all intents and purposes, is what the desired outcome will be for each and every scenario, and can we get through it with a modicum of self-respect, you know? And I, for one, think that we can. Yinzer.
I've reviewed a lot of footage, and I've decided that the verdict is corn.
Hey, it's your boy Poppy. We're coming in for a conservative 10 to 12 hours today. I hope you brought recreational drugs.
You know, some people are just never going to be in the game. And I think we need to be honest about that, or it's predatory.
All right, I got my boy Nick Vertucci on the line. How you doing, Nicky?
I want you to know I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I got a history in law enforcement. The show is my life. Whoever
fucked with this is gonna incur the wrath of me. I'll tell you that much. I don't care if it's someone who works for me. I'm gonna tear him down. Sorry, I need some sleep chocolate.
Oh, whoa, relax. My chat is so negative.
What is going on? You're kidding me. Damn, she knows you, goddamn. I mean, listen, they are. What can I say, man? These guys are fired up, man. Fuck, these guys are animals. These guys are animals like in a fucking dinosaurs back in 2028. What am I trying to say here? Not sure where I'm going with that one, guys. Let me lock in. Let me reverse back up here.
I don't care if it's someone who works for me. I'm gonna tear him down. Sorry, I need some sleep chocolate.
Oh, whoa, relax. My chat is so negative. You just told me you hope my mom dies in a fire? Y'all, that's too graphic. I'm gonna have to get some more moderators. Yo, what is going on?
Hey guys, Doug Polk here. In this well-structured and concise video, I am going to outline the reasons why I agree with Garrett Adelstein that on Hustler Casino Live, Robbi J. Lou and her alleged co-conspirators were cheating. I will implicate no less than 2 people in extramarital affairs.
Like, you guys are destroying my life. Like, so I was acting a little erratic. And like, so some of my stories change. Well, guess what? The story of life changes often. Sorry, I can't hide my perfect tits for you, Harry Potter.
How dare you? Mark Cuban's my friend.
So again, we're crossing some lines here, people. It's your boy Joey. What's good, Poppy?
What do you guys think? W or L? What do you guys think? Put it in the chat, guys. What do you guys think? Caitlin Komisky.
I got an 8-ball, a 6-pack.
An 8-ball? Oh, this is slander, bro. Take this down. An 8-ball. I don't got 8-ball. She didn't even mention edibles. She must not know me. What is this girl's problem? I'm not doing 8-balls. I'm doing edibles around here, okay?
I got an 8-ball, a 6-pack, Coors Light, and a deep dish pie. We're ready to go. We got Robbi J. Lou on the line at the center of this controversy.
I was on a lot of medication for ADHD. I was born with a golden spoon in my mouth, and money just really doesn't matter to me. I'm like, sorry, get pressed about it.
What?
I thought I had a 3, and I had the Jack of Clubs blocker.
You know, I think what we have to be careful about when we examine these kinds of things, for all intents and purposes, is what the desired
I love how Matt Murky's wearing a trucker shirt. You got the button down?
Outcome will be for each and every scenario, and can we get through it with a modicum of self-respect, you know? And I, for one, think that we can. Yinzer.
I've reviewed a lot of footage, and I've decided that the verdict is corn.
Hey, it's your...
What's going on? Veronica, bro, what the fuck is going on, bro? You're kidding me right now. Dude, what is... I'm crying right now. What is going on? This is hilarious.
Your boy Poppy, we're coming in for a conservative
Look at me
10
nodding
to
my
12
head.
hours today. I hope you brought recreational drugs.
You know, some people are just never gonna be in the game. And I think we need to be honest about that, or it's predatory.
All right, I got my boy Nick Vertucci on the
Soda.
line. How you doing, Nicky?
I want you to know I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. I got a history in law enforcement. The show is my life. And whoever fucked with this is gonna incur the wrath of me. I'll tell you that much. I don't care if it's someone who works for me. I'm gonna tear him down. Sorry, I need some sleep chocolate.
Oh, whoa, relax. My chat is so negative. You just told me you hope my mom dies in a fire? Y'all, that's too graphic. I'm gonna have to get some more moderators. Yo, what is going on?
Hey guys, Doug Polk here. In this well-structured and concise video, I am going to outline the reasons why I agree with Garrett Adelstein that on Hustler Casino Live, Robbi J. Lou and her alleged co-conspirators were cheating. I will implicate no less than 2 people in extramarital affairs.
Like, you guys are destroying my life. Like, so I was acting a little erratic. And like, so some of my stories change. Well, guess what? The story of life changes often. Sorry, I can't hide my perfect tits for you, Harry Potter.
How dare you? Mark Cuban's my friend. So again, we're crossing some lines here, people. It's your boy Joey. What's good, Poppy?
Yeah, she might deserve the bounty. All right, listen, shout out to Caitlin. Make sure you guys go follow Caitlin on Twitter. Give her some love. Here's her Twitter, guys. Pretty good. I say that's a W right there. That's an easy W. That's an easy W. Yeah, she plays poker at the lodge. I'm gonna try to get my friend Darwin in here. Let me talk to somebody I actually know. I know pretty well. Caitlin W. What do you guys think, guys? W in the chat. What do you guys think? Caitlin W or nah? W's. W's all around. Christian Soto in the chat, obviously. Need to give him a mod status here. Shout out to Christian Soto. Welcome to the moderator team. Soto working hard always. Grinding hard. Max W. W's in the chat. Poker Life says, how could she not know other hands would look bad? No one has mentioned what she says here. Let's see what she says here. Or the chat is on one today. W. What is with the clip? What the fuck is going on?
Wait. You know what I can't wait to hear is commentators,
losing their
how he describes the situation. Bart is commentating today. He's amazing, right?
The worst thing
He's
is
very
you can see the
analytic.
hands I got away with before that.
Huh?
That's what I'm wondering. See the other hands I got away with.
Is commentators,
losing their
how he describes the situation. Bart is commentating today. He's amazing, right?
The worst thing
He's
is
very
you can see the
analytic.
hands I got away with before that.
Huh?
That's what I'm wondering. See the other hands I got away with. That's gonna make it even worse.
Oh, because of the other hands.
Yep.
See, we don't. So.
Never happened. Ever. All night.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think the case is developing nicely for everybody. All right, guys, we're going to bring in my guy, Darwin. It's one of my actual people I know in real life here. Darwin, what's up? Welcome to the stream, Poppy. You're live on YouTube. Give everybody in YouTube a hello.
Poppy, this is the most elite content to grace YouTube and Twitch in ages. I hope the masses are giving you lots of love for this, Poppy. This is incredible.
You think so? What do you think, Darwin? Darwin, give the people a background on you first.
Was in the news business, built the most watched tech report in American history, parlayed that by pure just accident into this agency where we basically work as sort of an incubator and business accelerator. I get to just come up with a lot of dumb ideas with a lot of interesting people. I've spent some time around a lot of different social media ecosystems, including Clubhouse, which is the only place I ever knew Robbi from, by the way.
You knew Robbi on Clubhouse?
On Clubhouse.
You're kidding me. What was she talking about on Clubhouse?
When I saw this, Poppy, I have no idea. When I saw her name, I was like, this name and face is so familiar to me. And I went to Clubhouse and I saw that I follow her. And I'm like, I vaguely remember her name.
Okay.
So I can't tell you that much, but I can tell you this. Your coverage of this investigation has been amazing.
Thank you.
But by the way, did I just hear the lawyer on your stream basically say, look, if this doesn't get the media attention it's getting right now, the feds are not involved? Have you thought about, this is one of those really interesting stories where the media actually also makes the story just by being a part of it.
Yeah, I never thought about that. Yeah, it makes sense. So what do you think? Do you have you seen what are your thoughts on what we've seen so far from your perspective? Because you don't really play much poker, but you obviously understand LA. You live in LA. You understand LA people. You understand the environment. You understand all the hustle scene that's in LA and the fugaziness that goes on out there. So what's your take on what's happening with this situation? Kind of what we're seeing and what we've seen shake out with the interviews they're doing and sort of how everybody's handling it after the fact.
Yeah. So let's just assume that I'm not suggesting that this is a point of view that everybody should take, but for me, I knew 7 seconds into that hand that something was up. I think it's very obvious through watching it one time, regardless of all of the countless things that I've heard her say since, which give me nothing but an indication of guilt. Everything in her body language, the change in the stories, there's so much to me that doesn't add up. But just from a technical point of view, playing the hand that she did the way she did, in what poker experience I have, which I would say is as a, mostly as an amateur, but somebody who's played the game enough to know, I've never seen a situation where someone has played that hand that way and it make any sense. I think the more we hear about this story, the more just it's clear something goofy happened. I can't tell you exactly what happened. I couldn't tell you with any certainty whether this is a situation where she understood someone else's whole cards, simply understood that she was, had enough pot equity to move forward. But there's no way that was what we saw in that hand is all there was to it. And by the way, the most interesting part of watching that hand was watching Garrett's reaction, who I'm unfamiliar with. But my read watching the hand the first time was like, wow, he was like genuinely happy that, he kind of got caught on a draw, didn't hit. And then when his face changed, seeing her cards revealed is one of the most out of mind, out of body experiences I've ever had watching something like this, where you can see him go through every emotion because he sees sooner than anyone at the table that something is wrong. And of course, he doesn't exactly know what is wrong. He just knows something is. So it's a remarkable story. Your coverage has been awesome and weird and hilarious and maddening all at once. So congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, guys, we're joined by my buddy Darwin Metzger. Darwin, do you want to talk about anything that you're doing right now, or no? Do you want to keep it all DL?
I'll definitely come back out on the stream. Maybe if we can get you to come out to LA for our secret event on the 24th, maybe we can do a little live stream from here and we'll talk about what's going on and some exciting things that are happening behind the scenes.
Okay, so 24th, you want to do something?
Yeah, let's do it, man. Can we get you out to LA?
Maybe. I don't know. LA, crazy place, man. I don't know. People in LA are nuts.
Oh man, LA needs you, bro. Let's go.
I don't know. All right, give the people some parting words, kid. We could talk forever, but I don't know if we got much to say more about this hand. I'm processing new information right now, so my mind's kind of blown. So I have nothing to say right now. I'm just like kind of shocked what I just learned.
Can I ask you an honest question, Poppy?
Go ahead.
Do you really not know? Do you really not have an opinion on what happened in this hand?
I got an opinion, all right.
Have you shared your opinion publicly?
No.
Okay.
No.
Good.
Why?
Because I think what you're doing is really interesting as long as you appear to be a neutral party, but once you've revealed how you feel, and you should ultimately, at the end of this, you should. That's part of your promise to your audience is that you seek out truth. But I think what you do in maintaining neutrality is to allow the party who is clearly goofing up more opportunity to present further evidence and to help paint just a more vivid narrative of all of this. So I like what you're doing, and happy to know that, because to me this should have been obvious to you 30 seconds in day one. So I figured it was.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Listen, buddy, why don't you get out of here? Do you have a Twitter? I'm gonna send me your Twitter or something like that.
Yeah, hook them up with the Twitter if you guys want to hear real mediocre takes on the internet. And hey, Poppy, one last thing I want to say to your audience that I think, regardless of how central poker is to my life, we're all degenerates here. I want the people in your audience who has a mother over the age of 60 to ask themselves how many times a year are they going to go visit their mom. And keep in mind that if they're seeing their mom once a year and she's like 70, they might only have 10 or 12 times left with their mom. So go fucking see her more often, guys. That's it, Bobby. Go see your mom.
Thank you, sir.
See y'all on the internet.
I'll see you soon.
Cheers, Bobby.
Later, brother. All right, guys, we got my guy Darwin Metzger in the chat coming in, stopping in to say hi. Doesn't really play much poker, but I love him. Someone said, what's the new information? I mean, the new information here is that the charges are going to be filed according to Robbi. I mean, I wouldn't say there's a lot of new information. There is new developments that happened today, but, you know, we kind of already went over them. We've already been going for a few hours, so we've dropped a lot of new information. But the message, this message basically says that the guy sent me a message and said that he is working with the police right now, and that it's confirmed working with Robbi and Rip. So that's the message I got from somebody in the chat. I don't know how true or accurate that is. I don't know, but that's what they say. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if is that new info or not. You guys tell me. Obviously, it's unverified. We don't really know if that's true or not. So we just saw it Rip in the chat, so I don't really know. Shout out to Alice. What's happening, Alice? My mind blown processing new information. I mean, if that's the new information I got. So I don't know if that's accurate or not, but if that's true, then my mind is blown, because then that means that this part of the chapter is over. Let's see what we got out there. Definitely new info and not surprising. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. The guy was pretty short with me. Whew. Ay, ay, ay. Let me get up my notes for what we're doing today. Hold on a second. Wow. So yeah, basically today, guys, we talked about the tweet from Robbi earlier. G-Man put the evidence up in his post on G-Man made his post over here yesterday about report on likely cheating. We kind of went over the report. There was something with Nick Bertucci tweeted. DJF had some tweets as well too. We kind of all went over that earlier. People were making accusations against DGAF, who's a regular on the show. We went over some Eric Person stuff from this thread. We went over the video edit out theory. We didn't go over with the whisper, but I mean, we could go over that if you guys want to. We went over the Jacob and Airball. I think Beans had something come out too. Yeah, Beans. Basically, we had Beans on the show, and then so we had Beans on the show the other day, and then basically it came out the guy had some sort of PPP thing. It looks like. I don't know what this really means. The guy we had in the show. We asked him. We said, "Hey, you know, were you up to anything?" And he's like, "No, I'm good." Apparently, he got something with wire fraud, PPP fraud. I don't really know what this means, but it looks like it's in Kansas City. So this is the guy we just had on the show. Doesn't look good for him. I'm not really sure what happened. Oh, he borrowed money against his business, and yeah. So that was Beans. Yesterday we had him on the show. You guys might remember him. He was fired up. Andre Spaghetti says, Joey, too much content. I'm really trying to keep up, but not easy. You might have to ditch the family. You do what you got to do. The PPP loans are from I don't know what that is. That's like a government thing. The government gave out loans to people for small businesses. They borrowed money, and then, yeah, COVID relief for small businesses. Yeah. Oh, shit. Spilling over here. Press 11 to exit full screen. Okay, perfect. Dropping shit. Perfect. Perfect. This stream has given me an epilepsy. PPP has to do with loans for COVID relief by the government. Some free money was given. Pandemic loans. A1 Hitmaker says you're a little off today, Joe. Yeah, I don't think so. There's also a lot. I mean, there's things you can talk about. There's things you can't talk about on the stream. So I'm just thinking about what's going on here. I'm trying to figure it out. It feels like the people kind of figured it out a little bit. And the Jack hand, watch Rip instead of Eric. Watch how badly he wants to signal Eric. Yeah, we already saw that, Matthew. But thank you for the donation, Matthew. We did already see that one. So we got the Beans thing here. Let me see here. What is Rip hand the floor man before camera cuts away? After that, camera cuts, feed cuts. When feed comes back, floor man is now behind the dealer, even though he just stepped out after taking whatever that was. I watched that earlier. I didn't really see much about that. Jason Huffman with the donation. I have anecdotal evidence on Rip. Thank you, Jason. I don't know how you expect me to get that information through the chat, but you telling me you got information isn't the move to get the information if you want to get the information somewhere. Isn't it unethical for the host of a stream to also be playing in it? How can both DJF and Nick Vertucci both be up big profit? That's what I'm saying. I mean, listen, we got to start our own show. I'm starting my own show because... No, I don't think I'll probably do that, actually. I think the move... What's the move, guys? I think the move is to start like a yoga studio and a smoothie bar in like Czechoslovakia. And just go there, sell my YouTube account to Beans, sell my Twitter account to Robbi, sell my Instagram account to anybody that wants to buy it, and then go ride away in the sunset. I think that's the move. Wireshark with the RON25 and the J forehand before calling the all Robbi is a J. Okay, I can't. What the fuck is he saying? Is a J? Oh my puppy. What is this guy talking about? What was she? How did that fit the narrative? Did she not misread the hand? Wireshark, where are you at with things, buddy? Come on, man. Catch up. Poppy. Get your head in the game. And the Jack forehand before calling the all in. Robbi asks, is it 3 no good? What was that? How does that fit in the narrative? Poppy, come on. That's hour 1. We're on hour 80 now, bro. Hour 70 now. Go watch hour 1. We went over that a lot. How does that fit in the narrative? She not misread her hand. I think we're past that point, my friend. More writing style the same. Yeah, we saw that earlier.
You can't touch this.
Fuck, they're gonna get copyright for that now. Damn it. Ay, ay, ay. Sorry, I'm going over this thread here. Investigate the biggest winner who is throwing blame on everyone else to deflect off himself, Garrett. Next up, Garrett. If you stake someone to play poker and let alone and they called an all-in with Jack high, how would you react? Would you still let them play? Okay, we already answered that question too. Robbi's innocent. Robbi cheated poker Twitter. Jeez. This guy does not know how to post a clip, unfortunately. Sorry, Eric. Filing charges. Robbi said she was filing charges against the kid Brian, guys. Come on, guys. Get in the game. Get your head in the game, guys. Come on. Come on, guys. Lock in. Lock in here, okay? That was the first topic of the day. Lock in. Well, I guess most of you guys probably haven't been here since the first topic of the day. Robbi ripped off Garrett with her partner Rip, who helped her in the robbing. Caitlin Blount. What's going on? Slow Hand on Twitch with the subscription. Thank you, Slow Hand. Okay. This is everything that's been posted. Obvious signal from Rip to Eric. I think we already watched this one. I think he was trying to wake him up. I think Eric's like tired. He's like sleeping. No, seriously, I think he was going to wake him up. Look, I think the guy's sleeping. Look at this. This guy's sleeping. That's what's going on here. He fell asleep. There's no signal here. The guy fell asleep. There's not cheating. He's sleeping. You're kidding me. Rip was just being a good guy trying to wake the guy up.
Brewski would have had the best.
Look, he's sleeping.
And
look, he's like, hey, you gonna wake up, dumbass? Like, wake up. Look at him. He's like, wake up. He's like, should I wake this guy up? He's sleeping. Look, he's like nervous. He's like, should I get him or not? Look, he's like, hey, should I hit this guy? And he woke up. Damn, person must have been grinding all night long. He must have been had a long shift. He's sleeping. You just look tired. Ay, ay, ay. Please zoom in on Robbi's belt buckle area during vibration.
what is she? She says she thinks she has a missed draw. She only has Jack high. She doesn't beat Ace high. I don't know what she's really thinking about here.
You can have this one.
We already seen this clip. You already seen this clip a bunch of times. With the sparkling light right here. Watch right here. It starts sparkling. We've seen this a bunch.
She says she thinks she has a missed draw. She
It's
only
a
has
Doug Polk's
Jack
video.
high. She doesn't beat Ace high.
See, it like starts. It kind of just looks like a reflection of the belt. I mean, it really doesn't look like much, that one. Yeah, Julia said, have you really played poker if you haven't fallen asleep or nearly fallen asleep at the table? Yeah, I definitely fall asleep at the table. Is Jack 8 really such a bad call on that board in your mind? Kind of, yeah. Nick D, I think I found evidence, Joey. All suspected cheats all wear sunglasses. I found stores that spell smart glasses just like that. Has audio. Okay, Nick D, let's see what you got here, buddy. Has audio. Is that the name of the store? Is this guy trolling me? All right, whatever. Beans, wire fraud in Kansas City. I don't know what this means. Looks like Beans got himself in some trouble over here. And he's in the chat right now. Please review this clip. Nick was getting sloppy with his mouth. This is prior to the Jack forehand.
Already trying to bully you.
Yeah, all right. Oh, hey, I got good hands.
Me too.
Yeah.
8 high flop, not much there for Rip.
You check, see what happens.
Lingling in the cutoff.
Stop.
Pot is 28.75.
Yeah. Okay, check.
Well, Lingling convinced him not to bet.
Okay, now you can bet.
You sure?
Yeah. You
She's
bet.
the boss.
She's the boss. You bet you win.
Lingling just like manipulating this poor guy with her words.
No, that's a call. That's a call.
But does give it up. What's up, Dank?
Get her hand? Just turn it over.
Hello, Tam, Australia.
Hey, monster.
As always,
We all know she had the Jack 4 off.
if the players are talking, I'll do my best to keep quiet so you can hear the table talk.
Okay, I don't know what that means. AV Gable says, with the 20, said, please see my previous dono. Cheers. I don't know how to go back and see the previous ones, AV. Z2 said, Beans is too busy responding now. He is still celebrating his son's birthday. Abby said, has anyone discussed the issues they were having with their cards or tables and were replacing? I'm not sure if they have done that yet. I don't think anyone's discussed that yet when they replaced the table and the cards. We'll have Ryan Feldman on the show, and we'll ask him all these questions. Hi, Joe. My view is he didn't cheat. Okay, okay. Smoking gun. Garrett Wesley also mentioned stream he's buying from us admits being a cheater. Joe, I tagged you in my post. The sunglasses have Bluetooth audio built in that only the wearer can hear. Where's that at? Shout out to Alice in the chat. Big Al, Big A. Alice GTO, the beautiful lady herself. Finally comes to hang out with me at 2:30 a.m. Thank you, Alice, for coming to the show. This signal at 22:02. Thoughts. G-Man notices this and 1 minute later informs dealer to have Ryan come talk to him. You saw that earlier. What everyone is failing to realize is that Brian flipped on HCL and befriended certain HCL players in return for a percentage of the winnings. Without them knowing, they're all in it together with Brian. Now the domino effect is happening. With Robbi and Rip, the most likely scenario is Brian met Robbi in one of these home games, told her of his current plan going down and wanted to get her in one of the assets. She then went on to Rip to secure finances. Rip was able to finesse Nick Airball for the money, knowing he loans out money without actually letting him know the scam that was going to go down on HCL. Possible theory could be Rip let Nick know they have an inside man at HCL, and the only way Nick could assure it was a winning situation was by having Rip sit in the game as well. Robbi and Rip then use highly coordinated signals to communicate with each other, the most important signal happening at 2:22:02.
You had better?
10 of spades.
Queen, 10 spade, and a queen. Yeah.
Thank God I bet Ruski.
You're lucky.
So we have about an hour.
So why doesn't it give me the right link? 2:20:02. I think we already went over that one many times. We just saw it. Right?
If she had ace high and raised the turn and he jammed,
part, yeah.
and she somehow
what does that even mean?
Like, let's say she had ace king, and she somehow.
What does that mean? Notice Robbi gives a very specific look and chin signal to Rip, pretty much saying, "I told you this would work out, and shut the fuck up." The shut the fuck up part is due to the fact that right after the Jack 4 hand is played out, the happiest and most talkative person at the table is Rip all of a sudden, and G-Man's paying attention. While still processing what just happened with the Jack 4 and running all the scenarios in his head, G-Man notices this signal and comes to the conclusion that his theory of cheating takes place is correct. Therefore, at 2:21 mark, he tells the dealer to have Ryan Feldman come have an off-camera conversation. Interesting. So that's her signal.
Now I have a lot of experience with this. From you.
First time I read. First time I read. Making history for you.
What trade? You had me.
I have to look at it twice. Just
Eric's gonna bet 17,000 here. And obviously it's much different if she had ace high. If she had ace high and raised the turn and he jammed, and she somehow thought, like, let's say she had ace king, and she somehow thought he was.
See, Garrett's putting it together right now. Interesting.
Bluffing? That would make sense.
Now he looking like, what the fuck?
That just doesn't make sense with Jack 4. Look at this. This is crazy.
Huh.
You got a new tool for your tool belt now.
New tool for the tool belt.
It only works against Garrett.
It only works against Garrett.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, after streaming, I will ask.
Good pull.
Frap.
So he calls for Ryan then. And he says, "Can Ryan come down?" Interesting.
Oh, sorry.
Then he gets it figured out. Anthony D, thank you for coming in and leaving a great comment in the chat. Simon. What was the signal, guys? Come on, fuck, dude, catch up. I mean, guys, I can't with this chat. The chat does not pay attention. This one event now causes the domino effect. And all of Brian's assets he was able to get percentages off of is being brought to light and exposed. From Beans to Robbi to DJF and only God knows who else. Wouldn't be surprised if Wesley had to deal with Brian as well. Notice all of a sudden he's wearing glasses and playing just like DJF. They are all being exposed. Each is just using different methods and working with Brian. Exposing how each is doing it with Brian is key. Well, that seems pretty aggressive. This guy's saying everybody's doing it. Oh my gosh, everybody got their theory. Everybody got a theory, guys. Yeah, guys, the signal is what this guy is alleging is the hand over the mouth.
You got a new tool.
Let's see.
Watch the mouth. He's saying that she's saying shut the fuck up. Watch right here. Watch the face. See right here. He's saying that is right there. That's what he's basically saying. So What do you guys think? Story check out or no? Every couch potato has a theory. I know. Everybody got a theory out there for sure. They all got something in mind. Punopo says looks like a signal. I feel like we covered everything in this thread here. Wesley gets upset when Doug stands up, seemingly appalled. Oh my god. Fuck, I already read that. Paulie said, what do you think, Joey Ingram? Has any of this over the last couple of days changed your mind at all? Has any of this changed my mind at all? On what do you mean changed my mind? Not really. Looked at Rip, played without Robbi. I can afford what kind of cars are rented at a minimum. Yeah, I feel like most of the stuff in here we've already kind of went over. Let's see. I found a hand. We went over that hand as well. I watch your live streams more than anything else on Netflix, HBO, Disney, or Discovery. I think JR's in here. So after this, we're going to go over JR. So basically, JR made a tweet I found interesting. Well, I'm going to do it while he's awake. So JR, if you guys don't know, actually I made it in here. Yeah, so JR is one of the main players. He was one of the main players on Hustler Casino Live. And he basically came on our show last night. And he was not happy with the current state of high stakes or whatever his experience in poker world. So he wrote this long thread after he went on the show last night. He ended up losing, I think he said $500,000 on the show last night. He basically said, went out with a bang tonight. He said, I got wrecked but didn't slow down. Great group, great game. Unrelated, tonight was my last game. I didn't want to bail on Ryan, but I decided a few days ago the poker scene just isn't for me. I choose to see the good in people and surround myself with as much positivity as possible. There's plenty of good in poker, but the longer I've been around, I've seen too much bad to stay with it. Not a comment about HCL, speaking to the high stakes scene in general. Seen too many people get hurt, get used, cheated, most of it not public. Not the kind of energy I want in my life. I've also met a lot of amazing people doing the right things the right way. HCL is great to me. G-Man Poker is a remarkable human. Need more like him. I love battling in big games for big pots and learning from players way better than I am, but I've learned there's not a clear place for me. It was never about the money. Was just about the game and challenging myself. Hold on a second. Anne with the 1999. Thank you, Anne. No message, but thank you. Thank you very much, Anne. I love that name. That's my mother's name. Shout out to Anne for the donation. Thanks everybody for the donations in the chat today, guys. So JR said, I love battling in big games for big pots and learning from players way better than I am, but I've learned there's not a clear place for me. Okay, still love the game. Wish I didn't have the dark corners. Peace and love. Hope to stay in touch with the real ones I've met over 9 months. So basically, JR is saying that he is done with poker. He's saying that poker is a dark energy. There's a lot of people that are out for blood. There's a lot of people that are scamming. There's a lot of people that are a foogie. There's a lot of people that are pulling the LA chip shuffle. There's a lot of people pulling the whole complete fakeness and how they treat people. Like he said, get hurt, get used, get cheated. So JR, unfortunately, looks like he's checking out. He said, appreciate all the comments. This isn't really about HCL. The team has always been great, and they are dealing with a really shitty situation. Nothing to do at taking an L. We had a great time. Just how it's felt. Damn, that's pretty sad. He says, based on my inbox, I've realized a lot of people thought I was playing poker for a living. Appreciate your concern, but no, purely a hobby. I come from another industry. This guy said, you love the money you have in the bank, which makes playing higher stakes a walk in the park. Always another 250K waiting for you from daddy. Damn. These people on Twitter are so fucking cringe. What else can you really say? Besides, these people are just so cringe. They just don't know. They just don't know. They don't know. He said, my father died broke. My mother lived in a small camper trailer in someone's backyard until I bought a house. Don't play poker. Your reads are bad. Give kindness a try. Dan Coleman, poker game, A Dark Theory, years ago. Yeah, he did. I mean, it is a really dark community, guys. You know, when you think about the people I know, like when you look around who runs these companies, I would say most of these people give off a pretty dark energy. I would say most of the people in poker that I know are pretty manipulative and very exploitative and are basically completely full of shit. And they're going to use you to get where they want to get to. They're going to use you for your resources. They're going to use you for your value. They're going to use you to get to wherever their agenda is in life, whether that is making money, whether that's getting famous, whether that is meeting a certain person, or that's trying to get to, you know, whatever, point A to point B, whatever it is they want to do. They want to make money. Do they want to gamble? They want to start a business. They want to go to an island. They want to get a certain job. And you know, that's the reality of the situation, right? The best people make you feel comfortable while they're using you. You know, you don't necessarily know that they're using you because they try to represent themselves as a friend. So they try to say, you know, hey, I'm just your friend. Hey, I'm being your friend. Hey, you know, I'm giving you this money to help you out as a friend. You know, I'm giving you this opportunity. I'm inviting you to this event as a friend. You know, I'm doing this for you. Yeah, I've dealt with a lot of that over the years in poker. Someone said, that's a massive endorsement for poker, Joey. I agree. K24 Legendary said, wow, that signal you showed from Robbi might be the most important piece of evidence that we have seen from the camera angles that we have. Need other camera angles as well. I don't think there are other camera angles, unfortunately. I think that's about it. George Carty with the 50 said, everyone go get your set at Manscaped. Support Poppy and support your balls too. Definitely, guys. That's true. Shout out to Manscaped. We gotta the great Manscaped. I mean, the product is so good. I mean, I wish I could show you guys my cock right now and show you how fucking baby smooth. I mean, not really, but we'll show you how baby smooth it's looking right now, because I'm telling you right now, before Manscaped, it was a different story. Before Manscaped, it was a jungle, and now it's smooth sailing. And I swear to God, it's only because of this great Manscaped product. So I promise you that if you get it and you use it, it's very peaceful, simple, painless process, even though it's sometimes scary. I'm not your tell. Says poker being dark and natural is an industry that doesn't add to overall society. Okay, whatever. All right. No offense, but the game of life. I feel that the one possible side to this is that the cheating wasn't just to get money, but also to humiliate Garrett. Manscaped is the shit in the shower. Exactly. So yeah, JR, it looks like he's done with poker. What do you guys think about JR leaving? Obviously, we've been enjoying watching him play, but you know, dark energy makes a lot of sense. I mean, you really got to be careful you hang out with the poker guys. You know, you got to stay away from they're so good. The crazy thing is that they're so good. These people are really good. They're experts for a reason. We call them operators. And as long as you can provide them value, the operators are going to keep you close by. Which I guess that's how business works normally, right? The people you want to do partnerships with, the people you want to work with, the companies you want to work with, the business that you're trying to get, you're going to try to, it's called business development. So you're going to try to develop the relationship. You're going to go to dinner with them. You're going to get drinks. You take them to the club. You text them photos of your family. You ask them how they're doing. You ask them how they're Ask them how their friends doing, their family's doing. You know, you ping them once in a while. It's all basically it's like there's like a 5-step strategy you can lay out for relationship building, where you can basically get from one step to 5-step. And I haven't dove deeply in it, but my friends explained it to me because they use that for when they reprogram sales training at corporate level. So what he does is he develops these programs for the sales teams where he reprograms the mindset that the guys use, or the language that they use, or the wording that they use, or the specific process that they use to get to the sale. So he's saying there's like this 5-step process to building a relationship with the customer, building a relationship with whoever the customer is, right? The friend, the customer, the person, whatever. So it's pretty fascinating stuff and absolutely terrifying in some ways. Mark A with the 99, been watching days Abu Dhabi, love the stream. Chicago Joey worldwide. Big shout out to Abu Dhabi on YouTube. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Legion Donation Factory. Everybody on Twitch, how's it going? Mamba out, what's happening? Marvin said Susie Q finally got justice today. Mofa was found guilty of murdering her. Hope he rots in hell. Rest in peace, Susie Q. Good night, Jennifer Rochelle. Poker Ellis says, are you still going to have that dating show you promised? I'm going to have the dating show. That's correct. Someone said, JR said the person commentating using the name JR. I'm going to time him out then. So, yeah, JR said he's out of here. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like JR probably got to find like a group like the All In Bros. You know, they all play their private game. It's like 7 or 8 people that they know, and then the other people that they bring in. But I think if you're going to like random games in LA and you're befriending people that you're going to meet at the casino, you know, oftentimes it's just going to be a little bit risky. And obviously, as JR said in the show yesterday, anytime you're gambling for a lot of money, you become an easy target for people who are out to extract you from your resources. And it's really hard to know who exactly is or isn't trying to do that. So, wow, is it Denny said, if you think poker is dark, wait till you get into big business. The higher you go, the uglier it gets. JR is denying reality in his main business too. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Ryan Lemming says, getting fired up. We need to get Feldman on here. I would love to get Feldman on here. So guys, JR, GG for JR here. Let me see what else I have on my list. We went over the Robbi and Brian development, the lawsuit threat from Nick Vertucci. We talked about that. Let's get a call in, guys. Who wants to call in the show? Let me check my Telegram, see if anybody messaged me wanting to call in. Let me see. This chat is crazy in here. Close to Broke says, you mentioned it many times. This is it for poker content. What is next? More investigations. For me, I kind of want to go private. I want to work in private intelligence. I want to do propaganda for private intelligence agencies. Close to Broke, what did you say that your Twitter name was? You said you're a LA vlogger. I'm gonna have you call in. I think you said it was C2LA. C2BLA. I'm gonna hit you up on I'm gonna give you a Zoom link on here, Mr. LA vlogger. No, I don't know. I might still do some stuff because they got the WPTs coming up in December that I want to go to, and then I want to do at least one meetup game as well. I think I'm gonna do a meetup game with the Win. She says call JR. Yeah, we could get JR in here. Yeah, JR in the chat. I'll hit JR up as well. See if you want to come in. I'm going to get a video blogger from LA in. Said he has some insight to share from the LA scene. Poppy propaganda. That's so funny. Ay, ay, ay. Poppy wants to work for the Freemasons. I don't know about that. I wonder for the Chinese. No, I don't think so. I don't know. How do you get from private intelligence to Chinese? Propaganda is basically media. You know, most media, most advertising, most news is propaganda of some kind. And usually private intelligence really depends on what their interests are and what kind of narrative they want to push. I kind of just saw the vaccine propaganda and I just thought it was a bad strategy that they had. So, like, whatever the strat was for the promoting all that, I just thought they did a pretty bad job. I mean, you know, putting Bill Gates out there as like your main PR guy, you know, that guy is one of the most hateable guys in the fucking world. So, you know, a lot of people like the guy, a lot of people despise the guy. So I don't know if that's the guy they lead with. Bill Gates, the face of the movement. All right, we got Kieran in the chat here. Let me see.
Hello.
What's up, Kieran? How are you?
Nice to meet you. Great. How are you?
Nice to meet you, sir. Why don't you introduce yourself to our great chat and tell us a little about yourself?
My name is Kieran. I have like a poker vlog. It's a pretty small one, based out of LA. Yeah, so that's kind of why I wanted to come on in the first place. There's a couple things I was actually texting my boy Christian Soto about, which was I don't know if they were addressed beforehand, specifically on this stream or on other streams. Will Jaffe had a Twitter space a couple days ago, right after one of your emergency meetings regarding all the new developments. But a couple things people have talked about were the cameras and how HCL has their own cameras in the space, but they're not in use, or there's no like previous recordings if the camera is not available. Like if the shot that you're seeing,
none
of the other cameras they're black, I guess, for lack of better terms. But I go to the Hustler 3 times a week. I've played on the stream before. There is at least 8 cameras that are about 15 feet above the table floor, which is again slightly elevated from the rest of the floor space.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's anything that's going on, I think it's like it can't be hidden in the excuse of it's on the black part of the camera, it's not being shown live or whatever the case may be. I think that'd be false. I think it'd come to light. And I don't know if you guys have you talked about that in detail at all?
About the cameras they have there?
Yeah, how if HCL isn't showing that live feed, it's not available, or it's not like in a back recording of some sort.
Right. It makes no sense why they wouldn't. I guess they probably don't want to store all that data on those things, but I would imagine you would assume maybe they are recording they're on, but I understand what you're saying. I've heard that before, that they only have footage if it's actually on the camera. I've heard that before, yeah.
So like to address that, I think from what I understand is not what I understand. I could see it. There's, like I said, at least 8 cameras that aren't Hustler cameras.
Right.
Which again, I think we understand that that's like a private business. They're hired as a third party or whatever the case may be to run the stream, but that are from Hustler Security. So I'm interested to see what more you can gather from a lot of the people who have been saying that there's like some signing going on or things that aren't being shown on camera. Whether you believe it's real or not, I think I've stayed in the middle for most of it and just have been watching your investigations and seeing people on both sides to kind of get a read from the situation to, I guess, end up with an educated guesstimation, or like you guys have said, your own opinion. And I guess another question I would have or pose to the chat and you, let's assume for 1 second that she's cheating. Just make the assumption, whether you agree or don't agree, it's not the point.
Okay.
So again, we don't need to hear your specific opinion, but just assume with me that she is cheating.
Okay.
If that was the case, what would be the main theory or the main way she would be cheating? Would it be they know 100% the outcome of the 5-card run out? I've got the winner in my pocket or whatever. I got the winner in my hand. I know that's going to happen. Like, what do you think would be the most likely scenario for that?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how the graphics work. I mean, I don't know if the graphics tell you all the cards or not. I mean, it could be a few different things.
Okay, so one of them that's getting thrown around a lot is that, oh, if you they know all the 5 cards that are coming out.
Right.
One of the things that kind of I was on the fence about immediately was that the problem that even since I played on the stream 2 or 3 months ago, even at that time, how often the card readers didn't work. So I don't feel like that's a safe way to cheat, if that makes sense. If the cards aren't reading, how could you possibly know the full board run out?
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, and that's what I was wondering too. You know, I don't know how this graphics for specifically work, if it tells you what the cards are going to be and it tells you the run out. So I'm not sure. I don't know. I guess we got to ask Feldman about that and see if that's how it works.
So that coupled with the Deckmate 1 that they have confirmed to be using.
Deckmate 1 or Deckmate 2?
So they have,
why would they use a Deckmate 1 over a Deckmate 2? Deckmate 2. Why would they use the old one over the new one, or even the newer version one?
That's what they confirmed.
Okay, they confirmed use a Deckmate 1, the Shuffle Master Deckmate 1.
Correct. Yeah, and
Okay,
they said that, and that's the one that has no cameras. All they can tell you is that it has 52 cards in the shuffle machine.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's like another reason why I was kind of like, okay, so it seems very difficult for that to be the case.
Okay.
So if she did happen to be cheating,
okay,
the most likely scenario in my head would be that somebody's got a buzzer of some sort, and that person offset has what we remember in Cross Theory Optimal, the blue screen with no video feed, just the graphics. And the other crazy thing they have to add to this is that somebody is just not that great. That person would not be that great at poker as well.
Okay.
Because if they're just seeing the raw equity and they're still buzzing, no, you still got the best hand though. Like,
okay.
Like, what is their mental capacity in the poker space? So that's like another problem.
Okay.
So there's just like things like this. It just keeps getting spooky. And then the other thing is like, weird thing is that Brian he happens to watch my vlog a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been a really supporter, I guess. I see him very often, and from what I understood and what he explained to me was that his job was specific to audio. And
okay. That's not what he wrote. That's not what he wrote on Twitter, but
that's what he has wrote to me in text as well as on Instagram.
Okay.
And personal speaking just at the Hustler, just continuously telling me that his job was solely to mic up. Every time I saw him after the stream, he's like, hey, I gotta go. I gotta get the mics off the players, or hey, I gotta leave now. I gotta start miking up players.
Okay.
So there's just so much to it.
What's your point?
So my point is like all this stuff just from like logic in my head, it's my version of logic. I know it could be different to everybody, has led to like kind of like middle to like it'd be really hard to cheat. But then like stuff like the stealing of the 50K, to Brian being involved, to just the simple fact that the hand is Jack 4 offsuit and how this happened. It's like the simple reason is like, oh, how do you cheat? It seems impossible. She had the inferior holding. She had less equity, and then this every day, the line keeps moving.
Okay.
Where you find yourself on like, oh man, there's really a chance. This is no longer like there's no way.
No longer. No, it's like it's just like the conspiracy theories for regular, right? 2 years ago is a conspiracy. 7 days ago is a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Right? And then the science confirms, maybe the investigation confirms that the conspiracy theory may have been the fact. And the guys they ran out of town who said it was true, like Doug Polk, are vindicated. And then they're accepted back into the good graces of the consciousness. The people come around and say, you know what, maybe we made a mistake by saying that he was out of line. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the supreme leader, Doug Polk, he just finds a way to just backdoor into the nuts every time. He always.
I think he's behind. You think he's behind this? Do you think Doug Polk? People are saying is a set. I mean,
is he behind it?
Listen,
No.
I mean, he made one of the videos, right? He got a couple great YouTube videos. Got his YouTube channel going again. JR is trying to buy a moderate. JR with the huge donation, the $300 donation. He says, "Get me that wrench mod upgrade, Poppy." Listen, guys. Do you guys think I should give JR a moderator badge. Bill Perkins, Jeff Flying by. Do you think I should give JR a moderator badge for his sincere generosity of essentially trying to purchase moderation status in the chat when he did just say he wanted to quit? The thing is, if I give him the moderator status, then he might actually not quit poker. So as he said on Twitter yesterday, he wants to quit, but he wants to be a moderator. So maybe he wants to transition his life from a poker player to a YouTube chat moderator.
I was just going to add to that. If he's removing 20 hours a week from playing poker, that's 20 hours a week to moderate this chat.
All right, let me see if we should make moderator chat. Guys, we're going to ask a poll here. Should we let JR moderate the chat? I'm going to leave it up to you guys. Vote in the poll right now.
This is a snap yes.
Snap yes for you?
Snap yes.
Okay.
That's 20 hours of just free time at this point.
Well,
I mean, unless he wants to pick up karaokeing or something like that, but it seems like he's pretty adamant about this moderation gig.
I know he really does. Okay. We'll add him in. First time someone bought a wrench. Congratulations.
So is that the price? Is that the floor now, 300?
Well, for JR specific, I like JR, so maybe let him in. You know, and plus I feel bad. You know, he getting the high stakes. He got the high stakes LA chip shuffle done to him. You know, so the least we can do is add him to the moderator. JR, welcome officially to the Legion moderation team. One for all for one. We are the Legion. Shout out RTA. Shout out RTA Army. Hold on a second. I got to get the Legion graphic here. Hold on. Legion. Welcome to the Legion.
Absolutely love it. The graphic is mandatory. Well, Joey, thank you so much for having me on. I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate my space, your space.
Appreciate
thank you to the chat for being so nice.
Yeah.
Hope you have a lovely day. Keep
well,
doing
no. Tell them where their vlog. Where can they find your vlog, kid? Give them your vlog.
Oh, it's cool, man. I just came on and chatted
just
up.
tell them your vlog, kid. Come on, give it to them.
Brad Owen or Ethan
stop.
Rampage Poker.
Stop it, bro.
Love him
Stop
dearly.
it. Stop
Thank you guys
it.
so much for having me. Have a lovely day. Take care, guys.
See you, kid. Damn, bro. He wouldn't even promote his vlog. You're kidding me. What's this guy? Why is this guy big time in the chat? He don't want y'all as fans. You hear what I'm saying? He sees how you guys treat people in the chat. He goes, I don't want y'all to tune into my vlog, okay? He said, I don't want y'all to tune into my vlog. Y'all are not cool. All right, we're going to get Chainsaw in here right now. Mr. Alan Kessler, Pat Liller in the chat said, hey, Joey, Pat from Ireland here. I've been following this for a while. You're doing a fantastic job keeping the investigation going and opening up to everyone's opinions. Thank you very much, Pat. Much appreciation of Pat. Thanks again to Close to Broke for coming on. JR, welcome to the moderation team as well. All right, we're going to get Chainsaw Alan Kessler, and he's got some hot takes. He was threatened with a lawsuit today by Nick Vertucci, so we're going to have to see what Chainsaw is feeling, if he's scared about that. Chainsaw. Toby said he got a smoking gun. Where's the bounty at? Listen, Toby, you got to get in touch with first. Step one is contacting for the bounty. Julia Rose. Finally, we got a good moderator here. It's just working hard. No, I'm kidding. We got a lot of good moderators out here. All right, we're going to get Chainsaw Alan Kessler on the show right now. That sounds like the move. Let me see. Uh-oh, Chainsaw coming in, guys. Lock in. Dark Energy coming in. The Giga Chad. The Giga Chad himself. Big brain himself. Let's see. Hold on a second, guys. Somebody in the chat said I don't respond.
Hello?
Hold on a second, Chainsaw. Hold on a second. Don't say anything yet. Where's your camera at?
I don't know how to use the camera. I'm in bed sleeping almost because I have day 2 of a big tournament at 11 a.m.
Hold on a second. Let me. It needs some work. I could have been better execution. Chainsaw, what are you thinking, Bobby? You were threatened with a lawsuit today after you made a tweet pointing out some something. Whatever, Custer. What's going on with you, kid? What's happening with you? You're getting yourself in some trouble, or what are you doing?
Somebody sent me that link from page 186 of that thread on 2+2.
Okay.
I watched the first couple of those, and it's the same pattern each time. There's like a dilemma. Then he touches the center of his glasses. There's a pause, and then he makes the correct decision. I mean, it could just be coincidence. I haven't had a chance. Like, somebody asked me to watch the entire episode for however many hours it is.
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to do that yet because I was playing in a tournament all day. But I did watch the first couple, and the first couple were dead on. Like, he's in this dilemma. He touches the center of his glasses above his nose, and then he gets the information. I don't know if he gets the information or maybe it's just a coincidence. It may just be like people are saying it's just a tell, whatever. But he does make the correct decision after each of those. So I wasn't saying that I wasn't accusing him of anything. Like, people were saying that it's like libel and I'm going to get sued and all this. I wasn't accusing anything. I'm just passing along the information that somebody sent me. They spent hours getting these hands, and I don't know if they just cherry pick certain hands or what, but it is very, very interesting to watch because, like, once I watched a couple of them, I was very intrigued by it. That's all I could say.
So after you made this post, DJF basically said that you should be responsible for some sort of defaming him, and then Nick Vertucci, your arch enemy, chimed in and said that he would bankroll any lawsuit against you. Let me pull that up. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, but then Haralabob and Sean D both came to my defense and said that they were both way out of line.
Yeah. What did you think about that when he said that to you? Yeah, Nick said, "Hey, Billy, if you want to send this to a defamation attorney, I'll pick up the bill."
Well, actually, I didn't see that because he still has me blocked, even though he assured you he was going to unblock me that night. He's still blocked, so I didn't see any of that.
I probably wouldn't have unblocked you if I was him. I'm going to be honest with you, buddy.
Yeah, I think he blocked me again because I said that it was ridiculous for him to continue the stream and allow whoever was in there to erase whatever they had done in the past.
Okay.
Because Berkey was really upset about that he was continuing the stream. And I asked him that question. Then Berkey came on and repeated the same thing that I said. And he got so mad and flustered over that he just hung up, if you remember the situation.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do go to page 186 of that thread that I have linked on your Twitter.
Okay.
And you just pull up the first one and look at it. He's in this really bad spot with third pair. He does the thing with the glasses and the center of his nose. It's not adjusting the glasses. It's some weird thing that he's doing, like he's pointing to it. And then there's like a delay, and then he makes the correct decision. And that whole exact pattern happens on all of these situations. But the thing is, like other people said, maybe they're just cherry picking hands that he touched his glasses that way. And maybe on those hands, he does make the right decision. So I can't say for certainty. I didn't watch the entire stream yet, and I promise people I will watch the entire stream after this tournament is over. So I'm not implicating anything. I'm just passing along what was sent to me.
Interesting. Okay. Any other thoughts on what's been going on so far that you've been seeing? I mean, we had a lot of conversations with people here as well. We've been talking with Nick Airball last night. We talked with Rip. We talked with Beans. We're going to talk with Brian. Obviously, you saw that incident. We haven't talked to you since then. Any other thoughts, Giga Chad?
That Rip guy, he really didn't impress me that much. I mean,
you're kidding me. You didn't like him?
I didn't. Not that I disliked him. I thought he was like a nice guy and everything. But somebody that owns multiple businesses like that, he just didn't have the aura about him that what he was saying was legitimate. Like, he was caught in a few different, situations already where he said he was something to do with boxing, but he wasn't. And I don't know, just that whole guy, something doesn't sit right with me with him.
Damn,
I just didn't get
that call.
He didn't have that feeling that I'm like when you talk to Bill Perkins, you get the impression this guy must own 20 businesses, whatever. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, the guy is very eloquent. He's very professional. I just didn't get that feeling. But I mean, it's possible what he's saying is true, but I just didn't get the feeling that whatever he's saying, I don't buy it. So, like, I don't believe that he owns all those companies. I don't believe that he's got tons of money. I don't believe any of it. So that's just my feeling. I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but I just didn't get a really good impression from him the way he handled himself on your podcast last night.
Damn.
I thought Robbi handled herself amazingly well. She's really great speaker. She's very convincing. She's, very eloquent. I really like listening to her. I think some of the stuff she's saying is accurate, but she does twist things a lot. She does go back and forth. And that would not thing that you glossed over, which I pointed out on Twitter, that thing is amazing to me. I pointed out, I was watching Forensic Files the other night, and they're interviewing this lady, and they ask her about if she poisoned her husband with antifreeze. And she says, no, I don't even know what antifreeze is used for. But she doesn't use the ZE at the end, right? So then at the end of the episode, they receive this confession letter from her daughter. And the daughter uses the same term, antifreeze, in the confession. And now they have her, because how does somebody use the word antifreeze in their testimony, in their interrogation, and then they also, her daughter used the same term in her confession, and they got her on that tiny little thing. And I'm thinking to myself, who would ever use the term wouldn't not?
Right. So what you're saying is that what we showed that earlier, that basically, let me just show you. Hold on, I'm watching some of the hand that you said. This hand, I don't know, the second hand. Yeah, basically you're talking about when we found that Robbi had the tweet where she said, I had detectives on the phone and told him I wouldn't not be pressing charges, wouldn't not, would not. And in the letter that Brian wrote to Robbi, it says in there that someone who was so kind to give me back the money to the crybaby Garrett and kind enough to spare me wouldn't not be as nice as you are.
Yeah, that to me, that is incredible. I can't even imagine even one person ever saying wouldn't not. And then to have two people that use that within the span of one day, it just seems mind-boggling to me.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, you'd think that maybe, maybe that would have got caught or something like that, right?
No, I mean, obviously I didn't see it, but one of your astute, people.
The Legion. Listen, shout out to, listen, listen, Kessler, give props to the Legion. Legion around here, any Legion member, they work hard. They figure out what's going on in the Legion.
No, that's actually the way I feel about these 2+2 people. They spend hours combing through footage, and if they think this is what's going on, and there's people that agree underneath for pages and pages and pages, that this is what this thing with the touching the glasses and then making the correct decision. But I'm telling you honestly, I have no idea this. I'm just relaying what was sent to me. I don't know anything about it. I have not watched, other than like 2 of those clips, I haven't watched any of it.
Got it. Okay.
If you want to watch some of those clips and ask people what they think, that's fine. But I mean, I really don't know. I watched the first couple. The first couple were very convincing, but other people posted different clips where he touches his glasses, but they weren't the same thing. He wasn't under a lot of stress. He wasn't making a decision. It was just randomly fixing his glasses. It was a completely different thing. So
yeah. Wow. Okay.
This was an exact pattern where there's a decision on the turn of the river and he's not sure what to do, and then he touches but like I said, they could have cherry-picked exactly the ones that they wanted to meet this narrative. So I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm not trying to say the guy cheated. I don't have any knowledge of it whatsoever. So the people saying that I'm trying to bury this guy, I don't know anything about it whatsoever. I just passed on what was sent to me. That's all I did.
All right, Chainsaw. We appreciate you joining in, guys, in the chat. Give Chainsaw some love, and good luck in your tournament. Why don't you get to bed, okay, buddy?
Yeah, but if you could pull up the first 2 and let people actually see those videos, that would be great.
I'm in. I'm gonna do it right now, Poppy. I'm gonna lock the fuck in with everybody. I'm gonna get an edible. I'm gonna take a hit of this joint. I'm gonna let the edible kick in. I'm gonna let it flow through me, and then I'm gonna start getting into the matrix. I'm gonna start looking at the hands. Okay? Out of respect for you, out of respect for DJF, out of respect for Hustler Casino.
That I'm going after this guy,
So you're not going after the guy. You're saying you're not going after the guy because these guys make it seem like you are going after him.
No, I'm not at all. I just want you take an objective look and tell me what you think, because I really don't. I looked at a couple of them.
Okay.
It looked convincing to me, but like I said, this guy that posted these on 2+2, he may have gone through hours of footage and just cherry picked exactly hands that meet his narrative. Danielle mentioned this to me, and I have no way to dispute that what she's saying is correct.
Right.
Because maybe he did, but if you do look at the hands, it's really interesting.
Right. All right, Chainsaw, appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming on.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, I'll see you soon. Whew. Marley Kane says, Poppy, let me smoke a J with you before these joints. Listen, guys, we got to get high to watch these games. We can't. Listen, it's just the truth. It is what it is, okay? All right, Chainsaw. Alan Kessler checking in. Listen, we got a lot of love for Chainsaw. Murat Uger, thanks for all the amazing content. You show us a PLO game with the Hustler when you come in. Thank you very much for the donation. I will host a game there if I go to the Hustler. Close to broke with the 49 says, I'll take a 5K bet on DJF. He isn't cheating on the Hustler stream. Okay, well, we got a bet. If someone wants to take his bet, he's going to pay you guys some money. And then we're going to watch some great hands here. So we're gonna do some DD here. We're going to do a little due diligence on this thesis because it seems like there's a big issue on both sides and like people aren't convinced either way. So maybe we should really take a look at it out of respect for everybody involved. Add some thoughts to it, see what we see around here. You guys know we got the Legion around here. The Legion gets locked in better than anybody I've ever seen. So hold on a second. Let me pull up my notes for the show here. Hold on a second. I'm not claiming dips. Where the hell is that? No, those words at? Oh, here it is. No, that's not it. Yeah, okay, perfect. I'm just going over my notepad here. Charters file. We talked about that. We talked about a little bit about G-Man. We haven't heard from G-Man yet. Video edit out theory. We haven't talked about that. Nick Tweet. We talked about that. We talked about that. Jersey Joe's got a hoodie coming out. I'm going to do. We didn't talk about that. Beans. Talk about that. Clips. Top winners in 2 seats. Signal. Clip. Microphone put on. I feel like we got a lot of this stuff covered. Luckily. Okay. Perfect.
In almost every hand he's played where he's had a big hand, he has disguised the strength of his hand and has usually led to him getting paid an extra street or two. See if you can find value here.
3,000?
Okay, that's a lot. That is a lot. Lets DJF off the hook.
I mean, you got really lucky on that one, buddy.
You want a game?
Yes.
He did get lucky on that one.
Really fucking lucky. You got really lucky on that one. You were in a lot of trouble and you got lucky.
He's actually correct. He's only down 2,000. Felt like a lot more. Wino, on the other hand.
All right, hand 2. Perfect. All right, let's go to hand 3.
The whole way.
Bro, what the fuck are these timestamps, guy? What did this guy do? Are they all the same? I mean, I hate this. Dude, these timestamps are always so foog. You click on one and it foogs you. 9982. All right, let's go to 9982. It's the same fucking hand. Oh, there's the glasses. What the fuck is going on?
100?
It's a blocker bet. DJF to a big raise here.
I understand. $1,500.
Billy, what do you got?
I'm trying to tell you, man.
You really have
Don't
fives?
blocker bet.
4 5s now.
DJF.
That's a lot of fives, bro.
I have all the 5s.
So I should fold my pocket 6s? You all the way into
And now
6, 7.
blocker
Maybe
bet
the glasses just fall off a lot.
to a big raise.
It's a blocker bet.
See, they're falling off. They just fall. They're like big. Maybe they're too big on them.
Here.
I understand. $1,500. Billy, what do you got? I'm trying to tell you, man. You really have
Don't
block fives.
blocker
I have
bet.
4 fives now.
DGAF.
That's a lot of fives, bro. I have all the fives. So I should fold. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure fives.
And now
6, 7. No, yeah, maybe. Ace. Oh, what? It's into it. I got 100. 6
Oh,
is
what the
available.
fuck is this guy
Timing
thinking?
every single time it's a bluff. Like, what do you mean? he can never just have a value bet. Here we go. Good night, Billy. Here we go. Good night.
Okay. All right. Next one.
if he thinks he's good now, looks like that's what he's going to do. So big time river coming up. This could be the biggest pot of the show thus far. Looking for a diamond. That is not it.
He's not going to shove. You're kidding me. No fucking way.
So I barely finished complimenting the guy. How he's booking a win of over $5,000. Now he's lost about 6 on this hand. So he's now in the red. The question is how far in the red? And if Masato checks here, will he just blast off? Masato gonna give...
Someone said, why am I entertaining this nonsense? Listen, guys. The guy that works in the control room, he's involved in something, right? We don't know what this guy's involved in. So a lot of people have put forward this theory on Twitter on both sides. DGF's being attacked right now. He's being unfairly attacked by people accusing him of being out of line. Look at him. He's obviously not dealing with it very well. So he's being accused of being a dishonest player. And because we're on stream and we know how to play poker, we're going to take a look at the hands and we're going to decide what the hell's going on, right? So
him some rope.
People are saying that because this guy has these results. Listen, this is what the guys are saying. I mean, I don't know. I don't, you know, I don't want this to be a true thing if this is the case, but that's what people are saying. Where's Matt Lance? Basically, Matt Lance said, we have mutual friends who only have good things to say about your character. No one should be accusing you of cheating with 100% actual evidence. I agree 100%. But sadly, everyone in the game has to be under scrutiny for the time being. Are these stats correct for your win rate in this 2-seed? So basically, they post this, and this is what I saw first too. It's that when he switched to 2-seat on 5/16, he goes on a sick heater, 20,000, 22K, 10K, 17K, 17K, 26K, 19K, 11K, loses 980, wins 4.8K, wins 23K, loses 15K, switches to the 7-seat, loses 20K, back to the 2-seat, 25K. So in the 2-seat, he's up 222,000, 17 sessions. In the 6-seat, he's down 60,000. So this is what has people wondering, okay, well, this seems like a little sus. So that is why people started talking about this on the forums, and then they started posting and linking to hands. So they linked about 10 hands on the poker forums. Then people on Twitter started talking about it. So they basically, right, DJF is responding and saying, like, no, you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So this guy is a guy that hosts the Monday show on the stream. So now if it comes out that maybe you got one of the guys in the back doing something, then you got to start looking around and say, who's that guy know? Who's that guy friends with? So this guy is also working with the show. They know each other. They got some kind of relationship. So that's what people are putting together, and they're saying, okay, well, did anything happen here? And then he's saying no, and all his friends are coming out and saying that, oh my God, he's a great character guy, he would never do it. The other side saying, hey, it's a little suspect, look at these hands, look at these things. So now we, in our position, are looking at that for both people, because we're going to have him on the show. I don't even know the hands. So if I'm going to have him on the show, I should probably see what I'm talking about. So DJF, me and him talked about, I think he wants to come on the show either Sunday or Monday. So in that situation, then now I know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. If I don't do my research, if I'm going to have him on the show, then I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. So I basically have to go over the hands to figure out what the hell's going on, right? What do you want me to do? Not go over the hands, have him on the show, and I'm gonna say, oh yeah, so people have been accusing you of cheating, and he's like, oh yeah. I'm like, well, what happened? He's like, oh, do you have any hands? I'm like, no, I didn't watch the fucking hands. So, makes sense. Makes sense for us all.
That's the pro move here, and it makes sense with the way he's played this hand.
See? Because I mean, it seemed like everybody really liked this guy. I highly doubt anything's here.
What do we think, you guys? Is he shoving? If Masato checks here, he's taking a sip of his beer for confidence. Look at that.
I know you got lucky.
Okay, he just checks.
Oh no, you had me over.
Yeah.
Nice hand. Don't see anything that one.
They look at this monster unfolding. She just rolls her eyes.
No kidding. I'm not kidding. I have king
She's
five.
in no mood right now, Richard.
You lose. I told you.
Both players looking for a heart.
Do you have ace queen?
That does not seem like a good river.
Darren has the nut no pair hand here. Ace king with 3 queens. And if DJF can find a big raise here,
No
he
way.
will win this pot. Easier said than done.
Make a backdoor straight or something? Did I make a backdoor straight? Yeah. There's no straight out there. Well, he's drunk. You win.
He min raised?
Show it. Show it, Billy. Show the 3.
Did I win? What I won? Here, Maggie, double tip.
Huh.
That's nice, Billy. That was good.
I mean, I guess it's a good price. If he raised it to 3K, then the king's always going to call. The queen always going to call. So maybe min raise does the same thing there on this board texture. Maybe the guy would have bet bigger with a king. Seems easily defensible. This is the same hand. Why the fuck would this guy link the same hand twice? What is this guy doing? Oh, he's linking when he touches his face. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So that's when he touches the face. Let me see.
They look at this monster unfolding. She just rolls her eyes.
No kidding. I'm not kidding. I have king
She's
five.
in no mood right now, Richard.
You lose. I told you.
All right, so how many hands? I mean, how many hands? 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands, 4 hands. So 4 hands. So 4 hands, 5 hands? So 5 hands, okay. I just saw that hand, okay. See you, DJ Cam. Yeah, same hand. Okay, all right. When I noticed he was reading the footage from 10-3, it appears DJF has no longer used the sunglasses pressing as a signal. In fact, I think he has different sunglasses on 10-3 compared to the earlier streams. I was also told that there were some issues with the card reader from mid-August or September, which could explain his losing sessions from 8-29 to 9-8. He also did not even bother to sit in seat 2 for the 8-9-8 session, so it appears something was interfering with the system. This could also explain Brian's tweet on 9/11 asking people how they cheat in chess. The day after on 9/12, DJF is right back in the mix with a 25K win. We need more data around the sunglasses pressing his play in each hand. We should focus on his sessions between 5-6, 8-15. I believe this is the time period he uses sunglasses signaling. As far as I looked at the stream on 5-6, 5-23 in the first hour 6-6, if you see any other hands. And the other thing Polk says in the video, he in the object handed DJF was 2 5K chips. Seems like TJF was getting a bigger cut than Brian. Perhaps it was the mastermind behind it all. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? What is this guy talking about, bro? Oh my God. Click the first hand. I already watched the first hand, Alan. I watched already, Poppy. You're late.
And then they started this.
We already watched this one.
He could have got in a crazy fight with Hillary, but
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see other hands in here. I mean, I'm sure other people must have looked through it there if they saw it.
Attention to that. I don't really care. And then he comes at me and he goes, "Oh, this whistleblower, 250,000." I'm like, "What the f are you talking about?" And he's like, "Well, Bill Perkins wants you to come clean with Harold Lapa whoever the fuck that is."
He's also on the call. We're not trying to railroad you for all this.
All right, unless you've been living under a rock for the last week, you will have seen the hand that rocked the world, the Jack 4 off that Robbi Lou played against Garrett Adelstein on L of Billy or DGAF, in the fact that I think he is 1 or 2 days after the whole Robbi.
I can't watch this fucking kid. I can already tell his video quality's dog shit. So he showed that hand. Yeah, I don't think these hands are anything. I mean, this guy's not thinking, right? Obviously, they're not going to cheat on the fucking third session, okay? On October 3rd. No one would do that ever. Something crazy has happened. If something was going on, it wouldn't have gone on the 3rd. So these hands are basically from the 3rd. So, you know, I don't think anything would go on that day. It would be the craziest thing ever. So, I mean, he went over 3 hands. I think you got to go over more hands than 3. Yeah, I don't think that's a good video. He didn't go over any hands. He just went over what people said about him. He showed 3 hands from one session that was after the recent whatever happened, and then called it a day on his investigation. And he calls it investigated. And he blocks the guy's face. We got to get this guy in the lab. I'm going to like him because I got out of respect for the kid. For trying hard, I'm going to like it, but very questionable video there, my friend. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about this situation we're in now, guys? These people in the chat, they say the same thing for like hours, just like doesn't even make sense sometimes. That was a generous like. We're going to like him out of respect. Flex said, Joey, 121 to the Hustler stream. Robbie's looking on the pokerometer information source. Share sheets know for Ace King is still good after the deuce in the turn. Falls at 121.45. Yeah, we already been over this hand 100 times. I can't watch that hand again. ML says poker players who say they want to grow poker, but then they beg and plead to find evidence of cheating when there's nothing concrete at all. Irony. This guy, what is this fucking guy talking about? Where do these guys come from? Bro, it's 3:30 a.m. Where did you come from with that terrible take? Seriously, man, I just can't. I say a terrible take, you guys are going to roast the fuck out of me. I should be able to do it back to you. Adrian says, we know 2 things. Who got Robbi in the game? who stole chips. What we don't know is the connection between those two individuals. That's the important thing to focus on. That would be Beans, who got her in touch with the staff, and then who stole chips. Perfect. We do know that. Brian and Beans. That's what we know. I'm gonna give Charlie Carroll a Zoom invite. I see him out here. I want to talk with this kid. I like this kid. Ugh. This guy says I'm burning out. What is this guy talking about? I'm not burning out at all. I'm burning out by the chat. The chat's just like not fun. Not fun to really look at. The chat. I'm burnt out by some of these comments. By comments like that guy, Taylor. I don't want to see this guy again. I just don't like this guy. I gotta get this guy out of here. You're out of here. My sleeping schedule is I woke up at 11. Or I woke up at I woke up at what time? Like 8 or 9 p.m. or 5 p.m. or something like that. I can't honestly remember, I'll be honest. No, I need the other one. Where's the... hold on, I gotta put gamma waves on. DGen Nation. Who's that? Oh, it must be Charlie's girlfriend. Dude, if I can keep up more with Joe Ingram tonight, might have to crash kids. Will be up soon unless you're going to release the part 1 of this case that you say is solved. Wait, what are you talking about? What is he talking about? I'm not releasing it. I'm not releasing anything of anything that's solved. What is this guy talking about? At no point in time during the show did I say I'm releasing anything of anything that's solved. I came on the stream because people wanted me to stream and talk more about what was happening. I don't plan to release anything that you say about part 1. I have a 15-hour flight, and Joe Ingram decides to take the night off. How bad do I run? It's so funny. All right, guys, we'll jump by Charlie Carroll. Charlie, how's it going, man?
Yo, just to preface, I didn't know I was gonna jump on. I'm jet lagged as fuck.
Okay, that's okay.
I'm at like 15% capacity right now, but good to speak to you, dude.
Yeah, good to speak to you guys. Welcome, Charlie Carroll to chat. Charlie, longtime poker player. I don't think you make content or not. I'm not sure what you really. What are you up to now, dude? I don't know what the fuck what are you doing right now, Poppy?
Yeah, I'm launching a charity. In fact, launching basically this month / next month. It's taken like a few years to set up. Still playing a little bit of poker, still coaching, also starting a poker stable with Philip Gruesome, if you know him, and Jack Sinclair.
Oh, Philip Gruesome.
Ah.
Okay, cool. Guys in the chat, listen, welcome Charlie to the stream. Welcome back. We had him on the other day. So what are you thinking out there, Poppy? What's going through your mind now with the recent developments where Robbi came out and said that she was going to file the charges, and what are you kind of seeing what went down today with now they're putting the focus on this other guy? What's your perspective from over there in the UK?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's like a fascinating study in human psychology, like watching me, you, and other people in the chat go down all of these like potential conspiracy rabbit holes and seeing how easy it is to just get swayed by random pieces of evidence and then having to like shake myself and be like, no, wait, let's bring myself back to fucking logic for a second. So the last time that you and I spoke, I was basically like, I don't really care what I think. I'm unsure about it. Then, okay, I didn't know that people were this bad at probabilistic thinking, but the last time we spoke, I was probably like 50%, 60% that she cheated or something like that. Now I'm like 95, 96, 97%. And when you're thinking about Bayesian probabilistic thinking, you essentially need to be pretty uncertain when you have incomplete data set, which we definitely did at the beginning. There were way too many possibilities for us to be a high degree of certainty. Next to that, you need to be considering something called consilience, and you come across this in like the scientific world. And consilience means that when multiple hypotheses or theories align with each other, then it increases the likelihood of that alignment being like akin to the truth. So when we first just had the hands come out and it's like, okay, this fan's fucking mental, then there are competing hypotheses, competing theories that says, okay, she cheated or she didn't cheat. We wait for the rest of the evidence to come out. The rest of the evidence is, okay, this guy fucking happened to just palm 15K. He also happened to like hide the camera on his thing. They happened to be following each other on Twitter. She happened to have written herself a message through his account with like a very high degree of certainty. Because I mean, that was the most suspicious fucking looking thing in the world, and the grammar was exactly the same as hers. I think there's just coincidence upon coincidence upon coincidence. So if you're looking at it from a Bayesian probabilistic perspective, it just has to be such a high percentage certainty that the first competing hypothesis that she cheated is correct. And I honestly didn't think I was going to weigh in on it because I thought people would just see that. But to me, it seems like super, super obvious that it's like a near slam dunk that she allegedly cheated. Don't sue me.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen, it would seem pretty random if the guy was going for the LA chip shuffle that day. I mean, I don't know, man. What is going on? The LA chip shuffle. What do you think about poker? You think poker a dark place? Do you think this is a dark place? I mean, what do you tell us about poker? What kind of dark place is the high stakes world, Charlie? This guy JR, this poor guy JR, they ran this guy JR out of town. They made him writing 5-page tweets about how poker people are lying and cheating and stealing against this guy. This poor guy JR.
Yeah, I don't know too much about JR specifically. I've definitely been cheated a bunch in the high stakes community. Like there was one game I had, and I can't believe I got so hard. But essentially, I'll tell a little story. Okay. So I'm playing like fucking 5-10 at the Victoria Casino in London, and we're playing 9-handed as you normally do. And I'm sitting probably like 10K deep, nothing too crazy. Another chair is put next to me on my right, and I'm like, it's fucking 9 people. What are you talking about? And I was still kind of new to live poker back then, so they were just like, yeah, it's a spot that's coming in, it's a whale that's coming in, that we're making the 10-handed for him. So this guy comes in, and he's like the most eccentric old guy I've ever met in my life. He comes in with a bag of money, just like not a credit card, not just any. It's just like a bag of money, and he sits down, he gets the cash in, he sits with like 35K. So like just before we start dealing, I go to the cage, I add on like 50K to sit on his left. I'm like, well, fucking have at it. We have the best time of our lives, just fucking chatting it up, going crazy. We're playing like 1,000 big blind pots every other hand. He likes me so much that he invites me to this game in Marbella. And I did not get the feeling this guy was crooked. I didn't get the feel any kind of bad vibes from him. I go to this game in Marbella. It's me and 8 whales. So it's me, 8 whales, playing 20, 25, 25, 50, 100, 200, 400, 800, 1,600 with blind raises to like up to like 8K or something like that. Crazy, crazy time. Wow. Now, first fucking hand I play, I get top set, and I get it in on the flop, and I lose a 40K pot, and I'm like, okay, I'm feeling pretty bad about this. I didn't think it was very high chance of, okay, we're going to play tight for a bit, see what happens. Second hand I play, I flop quads. And I'm like, okay, this will be the determining
You're kidding me.
And then I fucking win. I win like a 70K pot with quads. So the whole trip goes by. I'm up like 100K at one point, but I finish up like 70K or something. It's relatively small for the game, but whatever.
Okay.
It turns out that wasn't a bad game. I now get invited to like the secondary version of this game in London with a guy called Paul. And Paul is now, it's in his apartment in Chelsea. and he's running this game, and it's the same fucking people, but just different place. I now playing this game a few sessions. I lose every single session. In one session, I lost 250K. And there was one of Paul's friends there that was up like 300K. And that was pretty big for the fuck. And it was just like cooler after cooler, after cooler after cooler. And at the end, I just sat out before I'd even finished because I was like, something's fucking off here. Something ain't right. I then find out that maybe a year down the line that there's just been this long line of regs that have come in and just been cheated and cheated and cheated and cheated without anybody really understanding what was going on. And I just couldn't work out how he did it for the life of me. But I now know that he had some like very, very good system. I don't know exactly what it was that would signal to him when he had the best hand, and also would be able to set up a cooler with like a very, very subtle way of doing it. Because I was watching the dealer, I was watching the cards, I was watching everything, but evidently it'd been like, it was a pro at this and I was a sucker. So like telling that story, I think that it's very easy to be able to say like, well, how would they cheat? But the thing is that if you've had a long time to prepare cheating, you can find methods around. Like the cheaters are often very, very equipped to do what they do. And the people that are getting cheated aren't very knowledgeable about how to cheat because they haven't cheated themselves. So
right. Okay.
All right. So that's a long story. I'll put the baton back to you, my friend.
Okay. So your main point is that most people don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
I wouldn't say that.
It's kind of what it sounded like.
Yeah, they definitely don't. But...
Right. That's kind of what it sounded like to me. It kind of what your main wrap up point there was is that. That's pretty interesting, right? They invite you to one game. I mean, that makes sense, right? If you're going to do it, then you probably want to keep the guy coming back. So you hopefully they keep winning. It makes sense. If you're running the game, like I want you to come win, right? And then I want to bring you over there, right? Take you to dinner.
No. So it didn't happen like that. The game in Marbella was actually 100% a fair game.
Right.
The guy that invited me was 100% a fair guy. Rest in peace, Norman.
Okay.
It just so happened that Norman, the guy that invited me, was also getting cheated at this other game.
Okay.
Okay.
So he invited you to the game.
Yeah.
And he allegedly was getting cheated too.
100% legit invited me to the game.
Right. Damn.
Yeah, they didn't really care about cheating me. They were cheating some other billionaires there for way more money than I could possibly bring to the table.
Right. And you don't know what they were doing.
But yeah, what do you think, Poppy, about what I said at first? Like the idea of probabilistic thinking, all of these coincidences piling on top of each other. Like if she hadn't cheated, what we'd expect to find is that no more coincidences, maybe like one coincidence would come out. But having so many on top of each other, to me, is a smoking gun.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Charlie. I can see what you're saying. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. I guess for me, right? I could be my personal smoking gun, but it doesn't matter, right? Because at this point in time, you're trying to prove it, right? If I say it's a smoking gun, it don't really matter, because it matters what the casino says happened here to me. So we can say, yeah, there's a lot of coincidences, and we can package it up and say it's a smoking gun, but is it really a smoking gun? I mean, you can do that about anything. What is our opinion about it then going to be? We say probabilistic theory. They say, we don't have any evidence.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the catch-22 with a lot of these conspiracy theories. Like if you look at like the 9/11 9/11 attacks, that any one piece of evidence isn't enough to be able to prove that, okay, something suspicious went on. And I'm not going to like throw out my own opinion here, but the conspiracy theorists would argue that there are so many different data points within the evidence base that when you add them all together, it's like above a 99% certainty that something foul was happening there. So it's like intrinsic towards conspiracy theory versus the kind of like formal, governmental words that they can put out, or in this case, innocent until proven guilty. It's very hard to find one piece of evidence that will just like be an actual smoking gun by itself. And that's why you have to bring in the concept of Bayesian thinking or of consilience or anything like this, where it's like, okay, we've compiled all the evidence the chance of this happening might be like 50 to 1 or 100 to 1, and then you multiply it all together to the point where you can finally find a range of probabilities that would say, okay, this is the percentage chance, in my opinion, given my assumptions that she's cheated. And you have to be able to calculate all of them together and not just look for one piece of evidence. And to me, it's just like a really slam dunk spot.
Right. Makes sense. Okay. I see what you're saying. I think a lot of people out there wouldn't agree with you. A lot of people might agree with you as well, too. So it's kind of how these things go. You put your opinion out there. And never thought about it like that, but that makes sense. I mean, a lot of these things, a lot of data points, a lot of coincidences. I guess I'm trying to apply it to something else, right? I'm trying to apply it. What else can we apply it to test this theory out? You said 9/11, right? I mean, obviously 9/11 seemed kind of foogy. You know, a building fell down, one hit by a plane. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
The Pentagon just fucking...
the building went down. I mean, come on, right? Whatever. We ain't got to foog it. I mean, let's not even spend time. Let's not even spend time on that one. I mean, the building fell down, didn't get hit by a fucking plane, guys. How'd the building fall down? What do you guys think? Hey, yeah, come on. Okay, so what else can we apply it to? What other thing can we apply it to here?
I mean, any conspiracy theory that turned out to be true, you know, like a lot of things to do with like the pharmaceutical industry, where at first they're like, no, DDT is great for your health, or smoking's great for your health. Then everyone's like, trust the science, it's great for your health. And someone's like, well, this group of people and this paper showed that, you know, it's probably bad. And this over here showed it's bad. And one thing by itself wouldn't actually be enough evidence to overturn it. But eventually enough data comes out that says, oh, okay, you've been spraying your kids with DDT for 20 years. Sorry about that. It's actually killing them. Right. You know, and it takes a long time to be able to overturn this narrative that says like, you know, we've proven that this is true. Now you have to disprove that it's true. You know, it takes a lot of compiling of data.
So maybe let's apply it to what's another cheating scandal in poker? What about something like the ultimate bet stuff? What about ACR, right? So ACR stuff, I had I mean, I felt like I had data, right? And some people even say like data, I guess for data that would be enough. So I'm trying to think of another cheating scandal, right? Let's say Mike Postle, for example. So Mike Postle, if you start having multiple different things, then you can maybe apply your theory there. Where if you see how much money the person's up, if you see that the play styles are different, that you see that the guy was looking at that sweaty man meat, that Mike Postle man meat optimal, if you saw that the guy would laugh in your fucking face after he made a play against you, if you saw that he had a relationship with the guy running the game. So that's what you're kind of saying, right? That's what you mean. Okay, I see what you're saying. It makes sense.
Yeah, I didn't follow the Mike Postle thing at all, actually.
Oh, you missed out.
You know, I had this attitude when this Robbi and Garrett cheating scandal came out. I was like, I'm not gonna get lost in the drama. Like, I can do better things with my time. I've got sucked in, man. You got me good. If it weren't for you, I'd be off fucking, you know, meditating, just fucking having the time of my life. I'm in career right now, but no, just fucking got your podcast on all day.
Well, why is that? I mean, you can turn it off.
No, I mean, I do. I'm still meditating, going to the gym and stuff like that. It's just so engaging. Like, I don't know what it is. It's like having a story in the background that it feels like a drama that I'm actually involved in, even though I'm not. You know, and I think you do very well about that. Like getting so many different people's opinions, even the chat's opinions. You know, obviously you've had a fucking hard time with the chat. You know, shout out to you guys.
It's just a game we're playing.
Angry, beautiful people.
No, it's just a chat. It's just a game me and the chat play.
Yeah.
They get fired up. Yeah. I love the chat. Chat are my people. You know, they crazy.
Yeah.
Think if we got to go to the war, we bring the chat with us. You know, the chat all gonna get in line. You know, we got a lot of opinions in the chat. It's a diverse group of opinions there.
Yeah, I think you handle it better than I've seen like professional streamers by far. You have such like a loving tease about you. Like you don't get super triggered, but you're like, you fucking weirdos, what you do? But it's like genuinely with love behind it. I think it's the only way to handle it.
I mean, it is weird.
Yeah, it's fucking.
Can you imagine one of these guys and next to you?
Some of the conspiracy theories people have been posting are fucking crazy.
All right, which one? Which one specific?
Oh man, you had someone on yesterday that said it was all just like Garrett's in on it, like fucking everyone's in on it, and it's just to bolster the community's popularity or something like that.
Uh huh.
That's fucking crazy. And much love to the guy, but I would bet a huge amount of money that he has like lines towards schizotype personality disorders or something like that, like some kind of psychotic pattern within his life or his family. And so I don't want to laugh at the person, but I mean the theory itself is just like, fuck me. That is, and this is what happens when you get into the conspiracy realms. Some conspiracy theories turn out to just be completely true, but then some are just off the rails, and it kind of mars the rest of them.
I mean, I think that you can entertain ones that are off the rails and not believe that they happened. It seems like some people say that even if you entertain an idea, that's out of line. Like it's oh my God, it'd be preposterous to say this person's cheating. How could you say that? You're so, you know what I mean? Like there's such like this adverse feeling towards an alternative theory that you don't agree with, or that you feel like could potentially attack the beliefs that you have. And in that situation, when you're a Garrett person, right, you'd say, okay, well, I don't want you to even entertain the idea that this guy could be cheating, because in our mind, we don't think he's cheating at all. So it seems like that's what, whereas other people might say, oh, I do think he is. So then who's right and who's wrong there?
Yeah, no, it's a fine balance that you have to walk along the line. You have to, like, obviously you can't look into absolutely any theory that anybody has, but also you don't want to be closed-minded to the really radical ones, because sometimes radical theories turn out to be the truth. Like if we're looking back at however many 100 years ago, and someone's like, no, the sun's in the center of the solar system, and everyone's like, you fucking crazy idiot! Look at all this data that we've got that says you're wrong. You're a fucking maniac. And it turns out he was like the only sane person, or the only accurate person there. So no, I think you're handling it great like that. It's a really good way of saying it as well. Like you have to entertain these kind of crazy ones, but there's obviously a line to it.
What do you mean? What line? Why not? You can. So what's the problem with entertaining something and then? Like, what do you mean the line? Like, why don't I guess I don't understand the whole concept, even in your own mind, like a personal level.
So I've just written a 3-hour dissertation. I want you to read it, and it's about how the reptilians are actually controlling the Robbi situation, and the reptilians are the reason that anyone thinks anything is cheating, and we're all actually just puppets to these reptilians. You want to read my 3-hour dissertation?
Sure.
No, you don't.
If you write it, I'll read it. Yeah.
Thanks, dude.
If someone in my chat wrote that, then I probably wouldn't. But if you personally write that, I'll definitely read, and I'll fucking read it on stream.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I don't have the dissertation. I lied about the dissertation.
You don't have a DOS.
Let's pretend.
I want to read it. No, now you got us fired up. We all want to read it. We all want to read it.
You get what I'm saying? Like, there's a line. Like, if random Jeremy from the chat was like, read this 3-hour dissertation on the reptilians controlling our minds, then you'd be like, okay, there's probably too much. I'm probably not going to do that.
So okay, I see what you're saying. So you don't think the reptilians are controlling her mind then?
You heard it here first.
Because I seen in a cartoon that what was that cartoon? The new one on Netflix. That's what they say. The reptilians are taking over the people. So I don't know. Maybe you got the idea from that. Yeah.
Yeah, New World Order shit's
I'm ready for any theory.
Huh?
I'm ready for any theory you got. I'll discuss anything. And people in the chat, they don't want to think this. I'm down to talk about whatever here.
And I could go deep into conspiracy theories, so it's probably not the time, huh?
No, probably not the time. Probably not the time. All right, Charlie. Well, listen, we appreciate you coming on here. Stop it in. I'm glad I got to talk to you again. And
yeah, good to speak to you, dude.
You as well. Talk to you soon, okay?
Much love, everybody.
Guys in the chat, please say goodbye to Charlie. Charlie Carroll checking in, giving us some great opinions with that beautiful tank top on. His hair looking longer than ever.
Thanks, Nelson. All right, see you guys.
See ya. See, the chat couldn't keep up when he mentioned the reptilians. People didn't realize that he was offering what he felt like was a past the line theory that got me fired up. I was like, oh, I'm ready for something new. Give me something new, right? Okay, the reptilians, like, perfect. Let's talk about it. What are you seeing? Okay. Ay, what's up, chat? Where's everybody watching from tonight? We're obviously watching from GTO headquarters here, live in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. You guys know, on the beautiful Las Vegas Boulevard. The Bill Perkins Dyewood Zero yacht. As you can see, the big Daniel Griner vs. Doug Polk challenge there. Bill Perkins yacht down there in St. Thomas. Bill Perkins, that's actually his yacht in action right there in that beautiful water. Uh-oh, fire mode. Only few people know fire mode. We got people watching from, where are they at? Callum Francis, tip for a long successful life, sleep well and like the stream. That's true. We got Utah, Pyong, currently watching from Taiwan, Ireland, Las Vegas, 0.4 miles from Fremont, Brisbane, Australia, Norway, have a picture of Frank on his shirt, Germany, the yachts, Dubai, BVI, Boston, London, UK. Anything yet? Are we just wasting more time? Depends on your definition of wasting time. Jacob McGregor says James Darling. Go to last episode where Doug Polk was on. They tell a story where Nick had King, Airball had Ace, but Nick went to the bathroom that hand. Super sketch. Paradise Valley, Morocco, Latvia. Charlie didn't like Joey's suggestion that planes knocked over Twin Towers. I was talking about Building 7, not the regular ones. New Jersey, Belbourne, Woodmere, Valpo, Indiana. Shout out to Valpo, Marley. Finland, Lincoln, Nebraska, Thunder Valley, DC, Scotland, Poland, Oxford, Beirut. You're kidding me. Tampa, Florida. Brussels, Belgium. Fresno, International Space Station, Israel. Morocco, Fargo, South Central LA. Montreal, Mars, Malta, Brisbane, Massachusetts, Finland, aloha from Hawaii. Shout out to Chrissy Bajo. Chrissy Bajo. Hello, Chrissy Bajo. Is that a girl? Yeah, she have women watching our stream? No way. Singapore, Montenegro, Sweden, James Darling. Jeff Bezos in the chat. What's up, guys? Thanks y'all for tuning in. Appreciate you guys very much. It's been a lot of fun doing these streams. We're on day 8 right now. We've done a lot of videos on our YouTube channel throughout this time, and it seems like people have been enjoying the stream so far. If you look on my YouTube channel, we have basically 7-8 days ago, and these videos seem to be quite popular. I'm surprised that they're getting pretty close in views. I mean, it's pretty shocking to me, actually. I post one clip. I have one clip from a collection of 24, 34, 44, 52, 60. So from like 70 hours, I have a 5-minute clip. So there's 70 hours of footage, and I posted one separate 5-minute clip. So that is what you call a dog shit strategy by me, because obviously most people aren't going to watch a long form clip. So, but yeah, people have been enjoying the streams. It's been pretty nice. Seem like people like them. Not bad at all. This meme, I mean, this meme is ridiculous. Jeffrey Dahmer's watching me watch Rip. Never really seen anything like that. Kind of disturbing when you think about it. Kind of disturbing when you think about it, to have Jeffrey Dahmer watching my footage. 524. Let me see. This guy's got a timestamp. Let's see what he's talking about here. I really want to see these DGAF hands everybody keeps talking about. I want to go through some of these guys' hands. What the fuck, dude? Hold on, I'm trying to pull up a thing here. Let me see. Hold on a second, guys. I'm trying to get a clip over here. I'm trying to get a clip over here. Hold on one second. Bro, I wish these people could just link what they're talking about. Nick? 24, okay.
he bet.
Oh yeah, this hand's crazy. But he said, I mean, this hand is pretty sick. We watched this hand yesterday. I was like blown away. He said this guy allegedly was one of the tightest players, though.
Of course, what DJF is mentioning there is that he sold $5,000 of his action on State Kings tonight. Nearly 100 of you guys have action, ranging from 69 cents. Someone actually put 69 cents on him, up to $100.
Shout out to Daniel the man.
For the chat, man.
How is it? How is it?
Either way, the chat wins.
Oh, for the chat.
I'll bet 200.
Wow.
Hola, Senor Luis.
600.
He said for the chat.
You got it, man.
And then binked a 6. And
Bro,
DJ
this
keeps
guy's
it up
a
that
this
fast.
guy's a god.
Thank you. For the chat.
Wow.
Did you just chat left me?
Of course.
Damn, this guy's a god.
For the chat.
He folded top to a turn set when he got raised.
What do you have?
Bro, this guy's a straight fucking god.
$5,000 of his action
Kidding
on
me,
State
bro.
Kings tonight.
How do I buy this guy's action? You're kidding me.
Nearly 100 of you guys have action, ranging from 69 cents.
This guy's a fucking god,
Someone
bro.
actually put 69 cents
Oh
on
my
him,
god.
up to $100.
For the chat, man. For the chat. Either way, the chat wins.
Oh, for the chat.
I'll bet 200.
Wow.
Hola, Senor Luis.
600.
He said for the chat.
You got it, man.
And then binked a 6.
Damn, the guy.
And DJF
This
gets
guy's
it
a
up
god.
that fast.
Thank you.
Damn, the fucking 1/6. The 1/6 bet fold on the turn. This guy's a. Bro, I gotta fucking play live poker. Holy shit, this guy's a straight god. Sick. Oh my god, this guy's a fucking god. 1/6 turn fold to the 3x. I can buy this guy's action. You're kidding me. I gotta book. I'm booking. Book me a piece of this guy for any time he plays.
So the big 4-bet over to Wino Poker with the jacks.
Why'd someone link this for?
She's gonna proceed
Another
cautiously.
This is another hand.
Smaller. Ronnie's.
I don't know why I'm missing some of that hand. Jacob McGregor, please don't, please. G-Man vouched for DJF. That's true, he did. I don't know if G-Man was playing on Max Payne Monday, though. Bomb pot that isn't the craziest fold, Joshua says. Yeah, I see what, okay, I see what you're saying, bomb pot. Gotta be tight. Gotta be tight, I see what you're saying. Oh my god. The bounty is building. Joe Bartholomew. Everyone type player in the chat. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Look at Wino Poker, focusing on Ronnie. She's watching his every movement here. That's a big bet. That's over 2,000. 2,300.
I'm gonna watch a few hands, guys. Listen, I'm just gonna entertain the session. Look like it was a fun game.
We still got.
So DJF getting beat down. He's down 3,400.
We've still got lots of action. Still got about 4 hours left of the show. So thanks so much for joining us.
Shout out to FCC fan. Appreciate the donation. Thank you. Let's try to see some of this guy's hands. Disprove the conspiracy theory put out there by all the fucking QAnon poker players. Accusing a legend of the game of shenanigans. Nobody likes to see that at all. Mike Postle has trained me well to watch videos on YouTube. I'll tell you
Mr.
that.
3-bet, TJF.
I love Vegas.
He's trying to claw his way out of the hole.
I'm sure we're gonna see
Jack
a lot
deuce.
of blasting off and stuff like that with a high variance style. You know, getting down in the game tree a little bit, the weaker part of his range.
Definitely check back.
So Raver says that this guy likes to play a lot of hands, plays a high VPIP.
Hillary does not believe. Well, she binks on the river.
Now we're just a poker watching group. Wish we could question Eric.
Is she gonna raise here?
Well, it is 4 o'clock in the morning, buddy.
Is she gonna raise here?
Now he block bets river. 1/5.
600?
She does raise, a value raise. But she gets called by DJAF.
And bet calls, nice hand.
You win. How could you not?
Nice hand, nice hand. Someone said check DJF timestamps all of Max Payne Monday. I don't
There's a
see
little
any timestamps
personal
for this one
rivalry
coming.
going on at that corner.
So there's a hand he loses. Okay.
Everybody would owe me $100. So long story short, I started with $200. Now I cash out. It's 29. I got hundreds everywhere. 2,900 is like now 30.
Oh, 2,900, he said.
18-year-old kid.
Nice hand, nice hand.
When you were...
I was writing.
Sit down. He did just release a new song. His single.
Bro, this guy plays a lot of pre-flop style like Mike Postle does. I've seen this style pre-flop before, actually. By the great Mike
Look
Postle.
at this.
That guy played a lot of hands.
These two are ready to tango.
Bro, I miss watching that guy. That guy owned people so hard. That guy is the sickest player I've ever seen with Mike Postle.
Both players just with high best.
See, he would have hit that flop. He would have probably won this hand.
Good pre-flop hand.
So you can't say that, like, you know, some people might say, oh, you know, that a lot, like Mike Postle played a lot of hands. He would call that raise anytime. He'd call every raise in position because, you know, he knew how to move and groove in later streets. So that would be a spot that, you know, if you were doing something and you knew that you could do something, then you'd probably just defend on the button with the 3-4 because that can still flop some pretty strong hands too.
Sweet red.
3-bet to 420.
Wino poker, a true. We love Wino poker.
One contender.
Wow.
I'll check it too.
She has a heart. She has a 10. She's got everything here.
Yeah, Postle jams a turn. Yeah.
20 for all.
I mean, this guy's up 166,000. Maybe we should grab a notebook and lock in here, guys. This guy will teach us how to win at live poker.
It used to be 250.
Not that much. I know.
The guy up 166 in the 2-seat. Maybe we need to lock in to learn how to win 260 or 160 rather.
With a 3-bet pot with a bunch of mediocre hands.
3 by King 10 suited. Okay. Nice flop.
Whenever you're ready, I want to hear it.
Cooler's this poor guy Ronnie with the 10-8 suited. Ronnie cold calls in position on the button with 10-8 suited.
I bet you'll say a Dutch. So yeah.
That guy does not look like the kind of guy that's going to fold a 10-8 suited and through that pot.
340. He repeats the 3-bet from pre-flop. 340 exactly.
Listen, first of all, let's talk about this outfit. So this guy wearing a great top hat. I mean, this is a great outfit. That's a great shirt. You know, we love a good pattern. A great textured scarf as well too. I really like that scarf placement. The button, what's this called? What's that called? I don't know what this is called, right? But he's got it folded over. I like that. A nice clean look. He's got this great top hat. The top hat, you notice the colors all like blend together as well too. It's actually pretty impressive. It's a pretty impressive outfit.
I wonder if this is going to bring Chris in. No, he doesn't even think about it. score heads up to a turn.
That guy's got style, bro. Dude, look at that fucking outfit. You're kidding me. Look at how it all blends together. It's like purple, but it's like there's textures of purple, and then the hat has this like off dark purple with like this color. I mean, that's a pretty impressive shirt. That combo is just great. This guy got to be a stallion. This guy's got to be a stallion.
DJF checks. Ronnie definitely thinks he has the best hand here. He's going to bet for value.
Kick him out of the house. Check call on the turn. Check river. Nice hand. Easy game. That's what you get for calling with 10-8 suited pre-flop to the 3-bet. I guess DGF is 3-betting a lot of hands, so maybe this guy thinks that the adjustment to him 3-betting is to call with hands like 10-8 suited. Probably not the adjustment, because he's going to be 3-betting a lot more combinations of 10s and 8s. They're going to be probably stronger than your 10-8. So if his worst 10 is like 10-6, 10-7, which could be, but he's going to have a lot stronger 10s. And then for 8s, he's going to have a lot stronger 8s as well, too. So when you do flop a 10 or an 8, you're often going to get cooler, have reverse implied odds. But, you know, sometimes you're going to have that flop, and sometimes you're going to flop flush draws and straight draws and be able to play, too. But you'll probably get a lot of people in some dicey situations, even against a guy that 3-bets a lot. And in position, too.
Between these two.
So I would think about it. But as someone that has loved calling 3-bets at Hold'em.
Get off cheap.
So let's see this hand. Okay.
This is gonna let it's per protection.
Who raised pre-flop here?
And I'm here for it.
So Hillary raises A7.
We've seen her 3-bet incredibly wide.
Everybody call.
And she's gonna get called incredibly wide.
DJ about 10-7-0.
You
guys remember, right? Mike Postle, what was that guy? He was a god of the flop top pair. The guy could navigate with a flop top pair better than anybody I've ever seen.
Wow. So she 3-bet with A7, hits top, and DJF thinks he's betting here for protection.
Just contribute nothing in the chat.
And it's personal between these two.
It's like this kind of since COVID only. I used to play poker a long time ago, and I tried to be professional, and I found out I wasn't. I went back.
So DJF check raise. Or why no poker check raise? Okay.
This is gonna let DJF get off here. Get off cheap.
And then they started this. I'll come play once a week.
So you do the glasses.
Could have got in a crazy fight with Hillary, but.
So he's facing a raise.
Remember, he bet originally. Hillary called, and then Wino.
So what's this lady going to check raise? Straights, 2 pairs, maybe some very strong top pair, flush draws, 8-9, sets.
Wino picked the wrong
Ryan
spot
Rob, if you don't understand what I'm saying, then
he gets called by both players.
Come on. So they both call.
Needs to find a 5.
So check raises flop. Turns a king. So DJF checks. He's out of position. That's interesting. Okay, so she raises in position.
Card.
She can put a lot of pressure on her on the turn. Definitely got about the turn. I mean, you got a pot-sized bet left. I mean, maybe you don't bet the turn.
She is.
River's a queen. Okay.
Right. Hillary has the best hand. It's going to be hard for her to know that. Looks like DJF is thinking about a bluff. No, he just checks.
Yeah, Marley said we
Everyone
should look
wants
at
to get the
everybody
showdown.
100%, but a few different things about DJF and Postle. 20 years, flawless rep, plays off stream till game breaks every time.
Can Wino
Has always
pull the trigger?
had this play style. It's not weird.
Go big.
Exactly, Marley. Exactly. That's why we're
Overbet.
looking at it. Exactly, Marley. Marley makes a great point.
25. She goes near pot. It might get the job done.
So Wino bet the river, 2/3. So what she's saying she has here Not 4-5. Not a set.
If DJF
not
calls,
7-6.
It'll be interesting to see
Maybe
what
a
Hillary
king.
does. It might be hard to
What
believe.
king could it be? King X of spades.
that
Probably bets
she's
the turn.
beating him if he calls.
River's a queen. I mean, maybe queen 7, potentially. If she would have raised the flop with
spades
queen
missed.
7. Maybe queen 3 of spades. But
8-9
missed flush draws and other hands here. So
The
he just
king
have a
and
bunch of
queen
bluffs.
Shouldn't have changed much if you think about the kind of hands that would.
I guess their bluffs are going to be
continuing on
flush
that
draws
flop.
that don't have a king or queen. If she's got
When it
enough
goes
showdown
bet,
check back, so it
raise.
has to be specifically like 9-10 of
hard to have a
spades, 8-9 of
rogue
spades that
king or
wouldn't bet the
queen
turn. But
and
I think 8-9 of spades would
unless
bet
it
the
was
turn. 9-10
the
of
king or queen
spades
of
might bet the
spades.
turn too. Nut flush draw might bet the river as well. So when you think about what she's betting here, you know,
DJF's gonna win this pot, and look at
pretty
look at Hillary right
polarized
now.
to
Let's
like
watch
a
Hillary's
river
reaction.
2 pair with a queen 7. A slow played hand that doesn't seem probable with one SPR on the turn. So it kind of does look like a bunch of dog. And he owns her. Folds up ace-7 as well too. Carl Tipton says, Joey, thank you for all your hard work and dedication this year. One of the few beacons in poker. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Carl. Strange occurrences. That's pretty nice play by him there.
Would have happened.
Broke Stacker, what's up, Broke? What's happening? Welcome. This is afternoon. This is lunchtime. I like this guy. Who's this guy? Chris? I don't know him.
Charlie. You come back behind the button, you're good.
Bro, this guy's sick. I want to go out with this guy right here. What's this guy's name?
We pay for you, don't worry. That's what I do for all pretty girls.
Oops says just waking up. Any new info? Basically, the new info is that, I mean, there's a bunch of things developed today we talked about earlier in the chat. Let me see if I can pull up my trusty notepad for us all.
It's like 1 teeth, 2 teeth, maybe 3. He's teasing.
Uh-oh, DJF with the 7 deuce
Ronnie.
offsuit.
Oh my god.
He has been known to blast off.
He's a jockey?
with 7 deuce offsuit.
Is that for real? Ronnie Adams? Ronnie Ebanks.
Dude, it's Max Payne Monday. Stop trying to play me, Hillary. This is a fun game.
Okay, 7 deuce folds. Okay. Yeah, I do not want to put my girlfriend around Ronnie. That guy seemed like he gonna pull up on her and
This is a bomb pot.
use some charm, bro. Look at that guy. Look at that fucking scarf. You're kidding me, dude. Look at this guy. Hit the buzzer. Dude, that is a great dress guy. I'd like to get that guy, and I'd like to get Frank in a room, and we all play some poker together.
I'll be honest. Okay. I didn't really have more flex version.
He's married freshly. I don't know, man. That guy seemed like the kind of guy, you know LA people are, right? LA people are married. They're kind of married. Let's see if Chance doing. Let's see if Chance want to come on. Oh. He's a big singer. I'm gonna try to get my friend Chance on here. See if you want to come on. He's awake right now.
Take it out, you can put it back in.
Losing has led me to believe everything I love is
So I don't see any hands here, guys. I'm not. These guys don't seem as exciting as the fucking Stones Live guys. The Stones Live guys, I mean, you can get through some stuff here. Come on, let me speed this along a little bit. Let me see some hands. You do not want to be on the right of this guy. This guy aggressive. He basically 3-bet in a wide range. He said he 3-bet hands like some of his worst hands like this. King 8, King 7. Chris, make an out of line call with 9-6 suited. Definitely going to fold that from the cutoff. There's not going to be GTO. Flop top pair. Going to be a trouble to navigate with the top pair. DJF probably always going to third here.
I know, but I have like a hand that could lose if I check.
You can pretty much 3-bet button versus cutoff and always bet a third on the flop and live a happy life if you don't know what to do, guys, for 6 max.
I'll bet 350. 350? Yeah.
He goes half pot. This guy got top pair, no backdoor, one backdoor straight draw. Gonna be a tricky spot to play out of position. C Swiggy says congrats to Negrano for his $3.3 million score. Amen. Yeah, congratulations to Daniel.
It's a good song.
So Chris check calls. Turns it deuce, picks up the gutter. Probably gonna have a lot of 9s here and pairs below 9s. I would imagine ace 5, 9-8 suited.
I got a 6, bro.
Nice hand. GJF gives up. Daniel said this is diverting attention from the actual story. Daniel, listen, give me the topic. We already talked about a lot of those topics, Poppy.
420. Like.
We already talked about a lot of those topics. What up, Drexo? What's happening?
What's your favorite George Strait song?
Why no questioning her whole life? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, bro. This guy's singing to her at the table. Miles said, do you think being involved with the broadcast makes it more or less likely for DGF to be involved? I mean, anyone involved with the broadcast has a likelihood to be involved, don't they? I mean, if someone's involved with the broadcast, I'd consider them more likely than less likely.
When you get cold, I don't know.
I thought this guy played 70% of his hands. Where are the hands at?
Yes, Spidey sent.
I thought he played 70% VPIP. Okay, he raises queen 10. I'm just watching a few hands to see what I see.
You got anything or no? Yeah, something. I got 2 pair out check. You missed the hand.
Oh, okay. It makes me proud. Like, wow, let me see.
GGF Spidey sense is tingling here.
Oh, nice hand. Okay. This game's too fucking boring, guys. I can't watch this game, especially now with this chat. This chat wants drama. I don't think they want boring hands. I'm just gonna watch that off stream, guys. I'm not gonna watch that on stream. If I see anything off stream, then I'll bring it on stream. But I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it on here. It's just too. It's that game's too boring for me. That particular one right there. Let me see. So yeah, guys, let's get caught up on the case. Let's see here where we're at. So basically, guys, as I said earlier, Robbi made a few tweets. Take your pick. So she basically made this tweet today that says she's going to file charges. You guys can read through it here. She said, as mentioned prior, I was informed of an incident of theft against me by now former employee. Yeah, basically, when she spoke to the detective, I didn't press charges. I only had a split second to make a decision. And then I have since received new information that's caused me to reconsider my prior decision and to proceed to prosecute the crime of theft. So that's basically what the big thing she tweeted was today. And that she's going to take a 2-day mental health break, so... Tom Johns wants to call in. Tom Johns, give me your Twitter. You guys got to give me your Twitter, basically. But yeah, guys, if anyone wants to call in here, feel free to call in. I don't mind who it is. I'll talk to anybody right now. Anyone that can give me some fire, because the chat ain't giving me energy. They give me the opposite energy. Chat just repeating the same shit. A lot of people have been saying. This guy said, I love his underwear. You see what I'm saying, guys? I mean, this chat is just like so funny. Pot. This is your life now? No, it's not my life now. Raver poker. Should Raver? Oh, Eli gonna call in? Yeah, okay. Eli, yeah, call in. Eli, give me some spike. Give me something, guys. Somebody call in. Give me something. Eli, I think did I text you? Who did I text? Oh, I thought I gave you a link, Eli. Did I not give you a link? Oh shit. Okay, here you go. I'll give you a link, Eli. If you guys want to call in, you gotta give me your Twitter. You can't just say, "Can I call in?" You gotta basically put your Twitter. My buddy Dramato said he'll call in. No, bro. You got to call on the fucking Zoom link, bro. Eli, you got to use the Zoom link, bro. Have I heard anything from Tom Dwan? I did hear something from Tom Dwan. Tom Dwan told me to send somebody $500, so I did. At least Caitlyn had something good tonight. She liked them MVP of the night. All right, we're gonna have a prosecutor call in right now, guys. He is a attorney and former state prosecutor in New York City, and he loves poker. He thinks the perspective of someone who has practiced both criminal and civil law could be a big value add to understand the controversy surrounding Garrett Robbi hand, as well as other times when poker and law intersect. So I sent him the Zoom link. His name's Eli. He's going to come in here and talk about the perspective of a state prosecutor and attorney. So there we go. Should be interesting. Kobe King says, buddy, I'll call in. I mean, we're talking about how this comes up on the heels of Brian getting an attorney, so she plays counter offense by charging the crime. But if that is the case, then wouldn't he, if he was working with her, why would she want that to happen? Because then he's going to bring up her. So wouldn't that kind of backfire? How old is Robbi? I'm not actually sure. Let me put some different music on here. No copyright. All right, Eli's tapping in, guys. Give Eli a big welcome in the chat. 420 Plumbing, welcome to Legion on Twitch. Eli, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yo, Eli, what's going on? Yeah, guys, listen in chat. Welcome Eli Cohen to our call-in show tonight. Eli, tell us a little bit about your background and
sure, man. Yeah, for sure. I'm trained as an attorney. I practiced, excuse me, as a prosecutor, specifically an assistant DA, which is a state level as opposed to federal prosecutor in New York City, specifically the borough of Manhattan, for 4 years. A couple years ago, I moved to California and I practiced civil law at an employment defense law firm in San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm just a big fan. I'm a big fan of all your investigations. I've been watching this shit religiously, especially with the Robbi Garrett stuff. Also, all of your apostle stuff that I just happened upon last month. So I love how you go about your business.
So what's your job now? What do you do now?
So I'm actually currently taking a break from law to just work on playing poker.
So you're not doing
doing.
law anymore to be a professional poker player.
I mean, I would be an absolute way to put it. For the time being, I'm just taking some time off, but see how it goes, basically.
Cool. Okay, so what's going on with what you're seeing here? You mentioned about from the law perspective of whatever happened between these people. So
there are numerous things that I'm hearing again and again that to myself I'm saying, well, this is sort of easily refutable, or this is just a spot where it's not by anyone's fault, but people who haven't worked in prosecution or law enforcement generally are not going to understand the mechanics of things. So things that Robbi is saying about the criminal process vis-a-vis this guy Brian taking the chips off our stack are not always necessarily viewed critically in the way that it should be, in terms of understanding the implications of how what she's doing reflects on whether or not she might be guilty. For instance, just couple quick examples. To her credit, a detective trying to dissuade someone from proceeding with a case by saying, give this guy a break. I've definitely heard of that happening, but it also seems very implausible that a detective would do that in a case that's already made this much splash in the media. The police, the Gardena police, have a big incentive to make sure this is all done by the book. So the notion that they would be this cavalier, I think, is somewhat implausible. So that's one aspect. Another argument, this is sort of a more general thing that I hear over and over again, is, if she were to be cheating, if she were, working with Rip or Brian or whomever, they wouldn't be this sort of clunky about it, right? They wouldn't pick Jack 4 off, where she's literally blocking his major bluffs, right? She literally has the reverse blocker. So it's everyone's this is the worst spot. You would never do that. And then if you're going to do that, your accomplice wouldn't take the money on camera, right? Of course. No reasonable, intelligent person would do any of what I just described. But that's leaving out the very obvious and simple sort of Occam's razor explanation, which is, if these people are dumb enough to try to pull one over on Garrett Adelstein and Phil Ivey and Andy Stacks, these guys are not that smart, right? So to say well, it's so ham-fisted and only a moron would do it this way. Yeah, maybe they're complete morons, right? You have to account for that very, very possible, set of realities. So those are just a couple things. And then there was more about what Robbi was saying, right? So now she's saying, oh, well, I'm going to reopen the prosecution, as she puts it, right? Or I'm going to prosecute this guy.
Right. She's basically saying she was threatening to charge him with something, and Hustler released a statement that said that Robbi decided not to prosecute, so then there was nothing that could be done. And then Robbi basically said she only had a split-second decision to decide, and she decided not to because the police told her that he had no criminal background. Just like High Stakes Poker Productions missed the criminal background, the police apparently missed the background as well in how they communicated with her and told her that he didn't. So it seems like two people missed the guy's background in order of what happened.
So a number of things to hit on. First, what you just said is entirely possible and probably the most likely thing, which is they missed. It's also very possible that they ran some sort of background check but missed sort of outlier stuff. You wouldn't believe the degree to which let me put it this way, the hoops I personally had to jump through in a given case just to figure out the details of a person's rap sheet and what they had actually done, let alone what they've been, convicted of, or what they've been convicted of, let alone what they actually did, right? So if I'm prosecuting a case and I see a guy has a conviction from Connecticut from 27 years ago for robbery, right? It's like next to impossible to figure out what the guy did, but you should at least be able to see that. So I can understand how some investigation could have been done and that certain things could have gone unnoticed, certainly by Hustler, right? Like, I don't know what means they have at their disposal. It's not as simple as Googling someone's name. You know, all these websites would have you believe you can just look up someone's criminal record, but it's actually a little more complex, right? Because stuff can be sealed. People can have cases that are pending that aren't going to show, right, as a conviction. And then things can be, I guess I tend to go into too much detail. But the point is, there are numerous legal mechanisms that can affect how someone's criminal record is reflected. So it's certainly possible that Hustler didn't do it, but it's also certainly possible that they used the means at the disposal of a poker screen, right? If you're talking about the police, much less excuse, right? They have the means at their disposal to figure this stuff out. So that's what I was saying before. It's, again, plausible to me that a detective might say, oh, like, I think I heard someone say this, and I'm not in any way trying to accuse the Gardena police of this, but I'm just saying things like this certainly do happen, where they go, you know, fuck, man, this is going to be a pain in my ass, right? And I'm going to have to deal with Robbi Lou every day, calling me, talking to me, you know, asking me what's going on with the case. It's a headache I don't want. So how about I just tell her, look, the guy's a poor, sad sack, take pity on him. And then we can all go our separate ways and move on with our lives. So that's like a plausible way that this went down.
Would people they do that? That would be done. That happens.
I mean, I'm not gonna accuse any given officer or detective of anything, but I would say that I've certainly seen instances where detectives either, I don't know how else to put it, you can like shit can a case. You can be like, this case is not a priority, and I'm not going to really give it much attention. And like anything I can do sort of to nudge the person in the direction I want them, I might do.
Right. Okay.
And it's just sort of human nature. I'm not trying to accuse any particular person of any malfeasance, right? You got a guy, you're talking about a guy, this is purely speculative, but let's say this guy would be probably in like the grand larceny division or the robbery, division. I don't know how Gardena organized themselves, but he's probably got 20 other cases, where like smash and grab robberies and shit. I don't know, but like he wants to deal with Robbi J. Lou every day. No, thank you. Right. So, I mean, that's just my personal opinion. But yeah, so there's that. And then to go to what she said most recently, the whole reinstituting the case thing. One thing that I hear probably most often when people are discussing criminal prosecution, one of the most common misconceptions is that it works in the same way that a civil case works. A civil case is, I say that you did something to me that the law says you can't do, and you have to pay me money for it. So I'm going to sue you. Whereas a criminal case is the state, the government saying, you did something we say you can't do, so we're going to put you in a cell. So they're very different animals, right? They're very different in what they're trying to achieve and what they're designed to achieve. So you hear a lot of people, victims of crime. I've heard numerous victims of crime say something to this effect, which is, I'm dismissing the case. I'm dropping charges. Or, let's go. I want to go with the case, right? One way or the other, right? The bottom line fact, and this is kind of may sound harsh to people, but it's not up to a victim whether to proceed with a criminal case. Period. Full stop.
So Robbi, you're saying Robbi doesn't have that discretion at her disposal. She can't say, "Oh, I'm gonna turn it on. I'm gonna turn it off."
Correct.
Why not?
I'm not saying that a witness can't have an influence. Of course they can, right? Like, if a witness is your principal form of evidence, their testimony is going to be your principal evidence, and they say basically take a walk, then you're probably not going to put much effort into that case as a prosecutor because it's a waste of everyone's time.
Okay.
But there are ways to prove cases without victims, and there are ways, quite frankly, to compel people to cooperate with the criminal procedure, with the criminal justice system, right? And subpoenas, people can be subpoenaed, show up to court, and if they refuse to show, they can be put in jail for that. It doesn't happen often, but it's called contempt. Anyway, so her sort of portrayal of, well, I decided not to go forward, and now because I'm a good person, and now I'm deciding to go forward because now he deserves it, just rings very hollow. Ultimately, is what I would say. So
what
I just think the whole. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, so what about, if somebody in the game and they're working together, what happens in that scenario? How does that work? Because the guy earlier today, we had the lawyer on here, and the lawyer was basically like, he laughed it off. He's like, oh, it's nothing. Like, that's like, you barely do anything. There is no punishment.
Do you mean how would someone go about prosecuting collusion in a poker game?
Let's say in this instance, let's say that Brian was working with a poker player in the game.
Right. So that's a very interesting question, one that I've been thinking about. And I don't, as you'll find, the more lawyers you speak to, the more you're going to hear something like this, which is I don't have a definitive answer. But it wouldn't surprise me if a prosecutor brought a case. Let's say, let's posit that we learn of an extensive relationship between Robbi and Brian and Rip and whomever else is involved in this alleged conspiracy. Let's say we discover that, right? So we can say they were working together. The question then becomes, can you actually prosecute that as a crime? So what crime are we talking about? Okay, it'd be some sort of theft crime, right? You're stealing something. Okay, so is it larceny? Here's another thing. I heard someone talk about what is stealing versus taking. I think Geraldes may have said it. Or no. It was Christian on OnlyFriends. No offense to listen to your competitor. Anyway, it was like taking versus stealing, right? There's a distinct difference, which is stealing is taking without permission. So, can you prosecute, for instance, Brian for stealing? Well, Robbi has to get up and say, he took it without my permission. Okay. So she's involving herself in that case. I'm sorry, I'm going to tangent. To answer your question, I think it would be possible, but difficult. Possible because you could get in front of a jury and explain to them, look, yes, this is gambling, and I'm not going to sit here and pour over the intricacies of no limit hold'em with you because you don't care, and I'm not going to waste your time. Right? This is how I would address it. But the fact of the matter is, in any game you play, in any organized context, there are rules, and abiding by them is sort of part and parcel of playing the game. So by cheating the game in a one that involves money, you're getting money through a form of fraud, right? You're saying, I'm sitting down and I'm going to play by this preordained set of rules that we all know, which is, namely, you can't know your opponent's cards, being one of the principal rules. They broke that rule in order to gain money. So they essentially are defrauding the other players in the game, in a sense. So I think you can make that argument. You would have to sort of get a jury to understand thinking of theft in that way. But I've heard much crazier arguments made. I've made crazier arguments in court. And then there would, of course, be massive evidentiary questions, right? How could you possibly prove this? And the simplest way in circumstances like this, especially, is to, I'm sure you've heard the term, just flip somebody, which is to say,
like that.
Sorry?
Like a whistleblower, somebody, they give up the information for, like, either a bounty or some sort of lesser sentence.
So just think about this scenario. This guy, Brian, let's just accept what he's saying for a second at face value. He's 24, he's broke as shit, and he has 2 kids.
Okay.
If the police come knocking at his door and say, listen, guy, we know you're involved and you're facing serious problem unless you tell us everything you know. You don't think that guy's gonna fold like you've got fucking, Jack 4?
Right.
Fold like Jack 4 should.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? He's gonna fold like a fucking piece of laundry, or whatever expression you want to use.
Okay.
So cases like that, cases that are largely dependent on understanding agreements made between people and conversations had between people are frequently or often sort of broken open through a cooperator or someone.
Got it.
Someone
Makes
who
sense.
flips.
Yeah. Makes sense.
It's not like an assault case where you can have a video of someone hitting someone with a stick and say that's assault. You've got to have someone say, okay, we met, we talked about this. Here's what we agreed to do. This is what he said. This is what I thought he meant by that.
Okay, perfect. So,
Anyway.
so in this scenario, right, if the kid basically, if the kid is presumed to be, him and Robbi have a relationship, then if Robbi prosecutes him, then wouldn't he just tell who he's working with?
Certainly possible. I would love to see that happen.
Okay.
I think that would not surprise me. I don't like to, I don't want to sign like a percentage chance of that happening, but I can tell you also, if she were to institute a criminal case, right, that means that Brian, well, I just said she can't institute it. Let's say that she contacts either the Gardena police or whatever prosecutor's office covers that area. It's probably the LA County DA's office. Okay, so let's say she calls up the LA County DA and she says, I was playing poker. You've probably heard about this anyway, but you know who I am. I was in the LA Times. Money was stolen from me. It was on camera. You have no choice. You better prosecute this case, right? And of course, they would almost certainly say, of course, you're right. That's our job. We'll do it.
Okay.
So now Brian becomes a defendant, right? Defendants have numerous rights in the criminal justice system. One of those is a right to discovery. Discovery, broadly speaking, I imagine you've heard the term used by other lawyers at least, just means sharing information.
Okay.
And prosecution has an extremely broad duty of discovery because the prosecution has all the power and all the resources of the government behind them. It's the government versus the individual, so the rules are more burdensome on the government for good reason. So they have to turn over, of course, all their evidence they're going to use, but there's also a number of other things that the government is required to turn over to the defense, which includes basically, I won't go into the nitty-gritty detail, but essentially dirt that they have on their own witnesses. So if Robbi becomes the principal witness, then the DA's office would be required to turn over any evidence they have that she's unreliable or, unworthy of credence, not believable, dishonest, things like this. So, and of course, you don't want to go digging for all this crap on your own witness if you're the DA's office, but you do have a duty to figure out what kind of skeletons they might have in their closet before you put them on the witness stand.
Right. Okay.
So, Robbi could conceivably be opening a massive can of worms for herself.
By prosecuting the kid. Or by... Right.
Correct.
If they have a relationship. If they don't have a relationship... Oh, yeah, someone in the chat said, what would you advise if she's innocent? What would you advise her to be doing?
So let me just say this before I say anything further. And let me just make a retroactive statement. Nothing I'm saying here is intended to be legal advice to anyone in particular. So I'm not going to give Robbi legal advice, but I do have one piece of super general advice that I always give people if they ask me for advice on how to deal with a criminal process.
Okay.
And Robbi is not being accused, but this is a simple piece of advice, and I'm sure you said it, everyone said it, and it's shut your fucking mouth, because she keeps putting her fucking foot in her mouth, and she's making it worse at every step. Every time she opens her mouth, it gets worse for her.
Okay.
You had a guy on here a minute ago. Sorry, can I say? Let me say one more thing before I forget.
Yeah, go ahead.
You had this guy Charlie Carroll, and he mentioned Bayesian thinking, and I've actually heard that term a little bit recently, and it's, I think, as he said, applies perfectly here. It's just like, how many absurd things need to happen before you say it's not a coincidence? And it's like, how many, a similar principle applies to the idea of like, how many nonsensical, self-contradictory, just absurd things can she say before you are forced to say, like, no innocent person would ever act this way. Someone else put it on a different podcast. They're like, either she's guilty or she's the unluckiest innocent person in the world. Right? And that's honestly, I don't know if I use that exact line. That's the sort of thing I would say in court, right? Like, the defendant would have you believe that literally they have the worst run bad in the history of the world, right? Not only did this happen, but then that happened. Then it got worse. Then they were stolen from. Then this, then that, and all of these things. And in reality, they're just totally innocent as a lamb. That's what they would have you believe, right? Don't let them pull the wool over your eyes, right? Like, Robbi is trying to punk everybody. And, like, that's how it appears to me.
That's your read. Your read that Robbi's trolling people.
I think that, like, she thought, my read is that she thought this was going to be way easier than it turned out to be. She thought she was going to go in there. These are gamblers. They throw money around. They're not going to notice if I win a couple $100K, and whatever. I'll just be the crazy person. I'll be the wild amateur, and no one will say shit. And then Garrett's like, no, we don't play that shit, right? She's sitting at the table with Phil fucking Ivey and has the balls to do this. It is one of the most amazing things to me. She's going to disrespect the GOAT like that. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and say that I would feel comfortable going in front of a jury at the moment and trying to convict her of cheating, however you want to define cheating. But I'd certainly feel confident enough to, like, proceed, with an investigation and indict a person. Let's say that collusion and cheating per se is a crime. Let's take the question of whether we can define it as strictly as a crime off the table for a second. Let's just say cheating a poker game, we all agree that's a crime. Well, you would definitely have enough evidence to indict her at this point. I believe in a hypothetical world. Because a lot of people don't really know what the word indict connotes in the legal sense. So an indictment is just a grand jury, which is a group of people selected for jury duty, hearing evidence from a prosecutor and them deciding that there's reasonable cause to believe that the defendant committed the crime. So that's reasonable cause. That's literally what it is, and it's that low, right? So, like, at least that's what it was in New York when I did it, but it's a similar standard. It's basically the same as probable cause, which is the standard cops need to arrest somebody. So think about the investigation that cops frequently do before they arrest someone. It's often not that thorough, right? Frequently it is, sometimes it's not. And so all I'm saying is that, like, it kind of irks me a tiny bit when people are like, well, there's no evidence, right? You don't have, I don't know what when people say things like, well, there's no evidence, I don't know what in their mind what constitutes evidence, right? Because, and this is a distinction, again, that I would talk about in court. There's a big difference between what's called direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is, I saw the guy shoot the other guy. Circumstantial evidence is, I heard a bang, I saw the guy come in with blood on his shirt. So in one sense, you saw the crime. In the other, you saw circumstances that strongly indicate the guy did the crime, right? So one is direct, the other is circumstantial. They're both still evidence. They're still forms of evidence. So circumstantial evidence is not somehow meaningless just because it's not like video of the crime. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. Okay, makes sense.
Anyway, I feel like I've been ranting at you, so I appreciate the time, man.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for coming on and giving us some information.
Yeah, man.
What's our
It's
takeaway?
like,
Wrap it up. Give us one takeaway.
one takeaway is damn, it's so much to say. Just
One actionable takeaway that we can
think
implement in our
critically,
lives.
yeah. Okay, yeah. Try not to jump to conclusions. Be like Joe Ingram and hear everybody out.
Amen. Amen. Yeah, TY Untilt says he's a great guest. He's been a good guest. Yeah, people are enjoying the chat. One guy said he learned nothing. This guy said he makes sense. This guy said take away these nuts. YouTube chat is crazy. I mean, I don't know where these guys come from. He said
They're everywhere. Apparently,
he said his
man.
takeaway was these nuts. In the chat, he said, "Dude, that is
Hey,
smoking
man.
gun theory." Number of subs lost in the 15 minutes, 10,000. What's going on? WL. All right. Listen, thanks Eli for coming on. We'll check back in with you. Okay, you'll be our. You can. We'll if we need some insight from you, we can check back in. Okay.
I appreciate it, man.
All right.
Keep up the good work, and thanks for having me on.
You as well. Talk to you soon, Eli. Thank you, brother.
Bye.
All right. See ya. All right, guys. Thank you, prosecutor, former prosecutor, ex-attorney Eli. Now turned poker player. People said, why would he quit that to play poker? I mean, listen, people want to play poker, so it makes a lot of sense. People want to play poker. It makes a lot of sense. All right, guys, just kind of catch you back up where the hell we're at here. We're still here. We're live on YouTube. I basically wasn't going to stream today because I kind of didn't want to. I feel like there's just not enough happening out there to the point where I think I could stream for a while and have calls and stuff like that. There's just really not much going on, but the people were really fired up. They really wanted me to stream, and obviously there's 4,000 people watching on YouTube right now, so clearly you guys are pretty fired up. Twitch has a little bit less on there, but shout out to Twitch, shout out to YouTube. I thought that was a W, so now we got an attorney. Perfect. We got an attorney. We got a prosecutor. We need to get a few other people on our regular call. We got Jersey Joe. Where's Jersey Joe at? Let's get Jersey Joe up in here. Oh no, I'm gonna send Kyle. I'm gonna get Raver Poker in here. Raver Poker works for Hustler Casino Live. So Raver Poker, we're gonna get Raver Poker, and we're gonna get an employee of Hustler Casino Live in here first. I can go 16 hours if we got something to talk about. You know what I mean? Like, we need something to watch. Somebody give me something to watch. I don't want to watch this fucking game. I had enough watching this game. I don't want to watch anyone in this game ever again, honestly. I used to like Eric Persson. Now I just don't want to watch him again. Ryuski, I like him. Don't want to watch him again for a while. Phil Ivey, he barely in the game, so he ain't even here. So, all right, guys, we get Jersey Joe. Pete Robo with the raid on Twitch. Thank you very much, Pete. Shout out to Pete Robo. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the raid. All right, guys, we're going to bring Jersey Joe on hopefully after we get Raver Poker. So we're going to get some answers. He wants to address allegations about DJAF cheating. Raver Poker is a commentator on the Max Payne Monday show, so he is very entrenched in the Hustler Casino Live world. He's in the inner circle. He's a part of the fam. So we're going to see. He said 2 minutes he'll be in here. Who's in the chat, guys? Who do we got out here? Mike Lewis. What up, Mike? Ken. What's up, Ken? Nick says, did you see Person call her out on his IG post to do a lie detector test? Yes, we did. We did see that. Person is going to sign her up for a lie detector test. My man, Dan Fu, Find the Truth. Thank you, Dan Fu, for the subscription, for the donation. Shout out to Dan Fu, longtime Portland, Omaha player, to great game. Dylan, what's up, Dylan? Trevor, what up, Trevor? Trump 2026, what up, Trump? Ryan Lemmings, wake up, Feldman. Andrew Flaherty, want me to bring you food? You said it was lunchtime. Yeah, I basically need to get some food. Zep time, what up, Zep? Chris the Cop, good morning from New York City. Good morning to you, sir. Human Intersect, Joey buying Jersey Joe dinner. We'll see. Jersey Joe said too much drama. Guys, can somebody recommend me a game of poker to watch? I feel like I've just seen too much Robbi at this point in time. I just have no desire even to watch Robbi anymore. And she only got 3 sessions, so we don't really have much to go with. 10K Hungarian font is 220 USD. Well, thank you to Danfu. Yeah, Danfu, he's been a long-time member of the high-stakes community as well. So we're going to get Raver Poker in here, guys. Raver Poker, like I said, works at Hustler Casino Live, works behind the scenes with them, helps make all their great graphics. Like I said earlier, once again, we're waiting to see what's going to develop with this. Robbi found the charges. I mean, we talked about that earlier with the whole Rip thing where him and Nick Airball, we had Nick Airball on last night, and basically, yeah, Rip, Cowboy Rip, who we had on last night as well, he's in a dispute with Nick Airball. Nick Airball was saying that he thought he might get scammed. Look at that. Damn, bro, this guy's living the life. Where's this, Cabo? Kind of looks like Cabo. Good morning, Neo. Good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody waking up here. We've been live here for about 5.5 hours, so that's great. Trump with the donation. Thank you, Trump. Appreciate you. Space is fake. Poppy, I slept 24 hours. What happened? Any updates? Yeah, I mean, there's some updates, but I've been repeating them over and 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 over again. Another biased hustler person. That's true. We'll see. Raver Poker, are you there? Your video is off. Or your audio is off.
There we go. Yeah, I was just muting you. Nice to see you or hear you, Joey. You've been doing such a good job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. How's it going over there? It's 5 a.m. over there in California.
Yeah, I'm fired up, and we can talk about that. Look, before we get into the DJF thing, I know we agreed before I came on here, right? Obviously, I'm not going to say anything about the other stuff that's going on. What I do know is that Ryan Feldman and Nick Vertucci are moving at light speed in this investigation. And it's impressive to see how fast and swift and, things there, people are going to get some answers, and eventually I'll be able to talk about things that are going on. I'm not necessarily the most privy to what's going on in production, right? I'm not on the production team, so to say. My job, I'm the head of video production. So I run the YouTube channel and I do, all the graphics for the show. Most of the work I do is at home. And when I am there, I'm either the commentator or I'm the cameraman on some Fridays. But anyways, what I do know is that they're doing an incredible job doing that. And I also know 100% Nick Vertucci and Ryan Feldman have zero to do with anything. Anyone who knows them knows that, right? Ryan lives and breathes this show. Ryan calls me like all the time at like 2 a.m. or something. We need to do da da da. It's always on for him. It's just, this is his baby. And Nick too. And Nick has shown very strong leadership. Anyways. So one day we can talk about that stuff, but let's talk about DJF, because I was sitting there in the chat and the things that people were typing in, it was just irking me, man. I know this guy, and he is sacrificing so much the way that he plays on that show because he's just doing it for the show.
Right, okay.
He plays, also, what a lot of people don't understand too is that the game keeps going after the show. And he plays for, 8+ hours more sometimes, up until the next morning. There's no cheating going on there. I mean, he's just, and let me
just kind of counter some of these things, right? Because what you're saying, I don't think those two go hand in hand. Just because somebody plays after a stream doesn't mean that they wouldn't be doing something when they're playing on stream, right? Like I can still play poker, and if I'm cheating, I can go somewhere else where I'm not cheating too, right? Like it doesn't it doesn't mean that I'm just never going to play ever again, especially if you're good at poker. A lot of these guys are good at poker.
It's true, but I think back to the Mike Postle situation.
Yeah, I mean, like somebody said, you said this ain't the same, or Marley said it ain't the same, right? I can't even compare the two together, right? I mean, I see what you're saying about Postle, right? He wasn't known to play off stream as well too. But
Right, because here's the thing too. Think about those 5 or 6 hours after the show, right? In the beginning of the show, it's just a 10,000 cap, and people are buying in for 5,000, buying in for 6,000. Those last 5 hours, like stacks are deep, 30,000 plus. I mean, really, all the hands that matter are those hands. If you wanted to cheat, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. And
what doesn't make sense to you?
I don't know.
What doesn't? That somebody would want to cheat at poker?
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Sure,
right.
But anyone who knows this guy knows that he is not doing it. And what another thing that I feel like people aren't understanding too is
how do they know that? I guess I'm just asking, I want to get some clarification because you're gonna answer, because obviously a lot of people are gonna ask these questions. I mean, I'm trying to figure out, right? Like, I don't know the guy. You obviously are friends with the guy. A lot of people seem to know the guy. How do they know without knowing anything about what happened?
Let me tell you something about DJF. So for those of you that know, how many patrons are out in the audience right now? Patrons, stand up. Stand up. Raise your hand, because he has this podcast called Sessions. Right. Okay. And it's a very popular podcast. And if you go on Google and you search DJF Sessions Patreon, you'll find it. And he tells the story of his life and about poker, and it's told in each session that he has. He goes and plays a session, he makes a podcast about it. He goes and plays, but it's also about life, and he's honest to a fault. Honestly, if I were him, I would not share so much. And he's an open book in a way that really hits home to anyone who listens to the podcast, and you understand who this person is and where his values are. And he's doing what he's doing for the good of the show. And let's be real, those are soft lineups. That's another thing that these GTO try-hard nerds, they don't get it. It's crazy that he has the disher, but he's in lineups that he's handpicking from people that are, this guy's going to come in and blast off. This guy, that's the best thing you can say about a Max Payne Monday. You're going to come in and blast off. Okay. This guy's, it's not. And then he's the most experienced poker player at the table. He's the guy he's played more hours than the rest of the table combined. And weird things happen because when you're that guy at the table, he's going to put himself in these weird spots and make weird decisions because he's the guy playing 70% VPIP.
So you mean basically when you say weird spots, you mean that because he's playing pre-flop with a wide range, he's going to often end up with weak top pairs, weak draws, bottom pairs, jack deuce, flopping a deuce. So he's going to end up in spots on later streets that most GTO players or professional players who play a general standard range are not going to end up in, because they're not going to be playing those hands. Therefore, when they get to the flop, turn, and river with those hands, they're going to make some unusual plays, and that won't always make sense to someone who's used to playing a certain kind of hand or a certain kind of range.
It's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you.
Right. Okay.
Because exactly, look at that hand recently that we put on our YouTube channel between him and Ruske, where Ruske 4 bets, DJF 3 bets with king 9 off or king 9 suited. Ruske then 4 bets him with 6 deuce off.
Yeah, I bet.
And DJF makes the call.
Right.
And then it goes bet, call, and then it goes bet, and he shoves all in and gets Ruske to fold. These are hands that just most poker players are literally they're never going to be either one in that hand. They're just never going to be. But when you're DJF, and then because he's known for doing this, and Ruske, a very smart guy, said in the lead up that he had been watching a bunch of Max Payne Mondays. So he knew what to do. They were leveling each other. It makes for fun poker. No one wants to watch a bunch of GTO nerds play poker. It's boring. We want to watch a bunch of guys that'll just blast off money.
Right. You don't want to watch people that are playing the assigned ranges who are only going to bluff in the best spots.
Exactly. A lot of times, one of the most common things I'll see in chat during the show, someone will say, "Oh, if I were in this game, I would destroy this game. I could, win all this money." But, no, it's not coming on the show. And people that come on the show, they learn this because that is a common misconception. It is not necessarily about winning money on the show. It's about winning the hearts of the people. The best performers on that show don't give an F about winning or losing, and they come there just to put on a show, and that's the people we want to invite back.
So you
because
only
it's
oh
television.
God,
It's a television show.
You guys are sick. What a sick.
Yeah.
So you guys are basically making people lose money.
Yeah, that's the cool thing. And we talk about when in the lead up to the Max Payne Monday shows, I send an email out to everyone, and we do this thing where they'd make these little intro videos, and I tell them like, here's what you should do for the intro videos, and we're playing the 7 Deuce game too, so that does change things, the fact that we're playing the 7 Deuce game, and it's a 10-20 game, but the 7 Deuce games pays $100 each person. That's a significant amount. If you have 7 Deuce, there's $800 added into the pot, and it changes the dynamic of the game. It makes these light calls make more sense. I was in a hand, I was playing in a Max Payne Monday like 3 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. I was in a hand against Beans, and he had 7 Deuce, and I had third pair on the river, and he bet into me. And in maybe any other game, it would be a fold, but I called because, well, first of all, because it's Beans. And second of all, you have to factor in 7 Deuce because everyone's playing it.
Mm-hmm.
So
what you're basically just saying that people are playing loose and willing to make more bluffs with wider ranges.
Uh-huh.
Therefore, you have to defend with a wider range like third pair.
Exactly.
Right.
And
Okay.
it's even more, I had
and then you encourage the other players that come there. You basically get the people that want to come there and they want to put on a show. And by put on a show, that means that they just play a lot of hands. They try to make a lot of bluffs. They try to make a lot of hero calls, and then they
exactly. We want to play poker, the poker like from the early 2000s.
Sure.
That's our kind of poker, especially on that show.
Okay.
And we tell them like that's, this is what we want to do. We want to make it more poker. I mean, with the exception, and there's different rules for different players. A lot of people are like, oh, what about sashimi? Like sashimi has a low VPIP, right? Mm-hmm. So everyone complains, some people, but you know what? Mm-hmm. There's different rules for sashimi. Sashimi helps us get a lot of those players into the game. Yeah. Sashimi helps us find this guy and this. She's very connected. And so, and she's sashimi, and she has a huge fan base too, But if you're DK, look at someone like DK, who's become like a mainstay of the show because he always puts up like huge numbers. There was one show where he had almost 80% VPIP.
Right. And we like that. We like that, right?
That's the guy we like.
Got it. So basically, you're trying to collect a cast of characters, some attractive ladies, some 90% VPIP sputards, some known players, some vloggers that stop in, and then some randoms that kind of come in once in a while. And you're basically going for people that want to play a lot of hands, want to 3-bet, aren't afraid to mix it up, and aren't afraid to lose money.
Exactly. And if you follow us on Twitter, you guys can go follow Max Payne Monday on Twitter. You'll see, we're calling ourselves the first reality poker show, the first reality poker show.
Okay.
And because that's kind of our vision for it, and that's why we seat the players in the same seats every time, because we want it to be, it's DJF in that seat. And by the way, the reason he chose that seat, or the reason that's considered one of the ugly seats, seat 2 and seat 8 have like the worst lighting on the table. The cameras don't hit them very well. Whereas on the other hand, 4, 5, and 6 are the beauty seats. We always seat the girls there. And this guy's there, this guy's here. Maybe that'll change, and it doesn't really matter. It was just kind of, what we'd been doing. But I see all this nonsense about he's sitting in seat 2, and I mean, I don't know.
Well, aren't reality shows usually like scripted?
That's true.
So when you guys said reality show, that actually makes me very kind of sus, right? Like, like why?
Yeah, you're right.
You
Maybe
guys
we
are,
should rethink that.
You guys are marketing this as basically a fugue, right? You're saying it's a reality show. We all know reality shows are staged by producers. They set up moments, they set up spots, they create these highlight moments, things that.
Okay,
they know
maybe we need
attention.
to rethink our marketing. This is a great point, Joey.
Okay, so let me ask you some questions here, Poker, right?
Yeah.
So how do you know that somebody in your game wouldn't be doing? You're just basically right. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing investigation wise? Like, how would you know that there wouldn't be something going on in the game besides like, oh, it's not going on? Like, what exactly like are you basing that off of, right? Like, if somebody going to do something, it sounds like it'd be pretty easy to. A lot of people seem to have access to the machines that are going to have the information where the cards are.
Yeah, like I said, I am not in production.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how any of the things work or any like that. I'm the camera guy on the high stakes games. So I'm down on the floor with the camera or I'm in the commentator booth. Like, there's ways, we could talk about different things, but I don't know. And I could propose theories to you, but like obviously there's an active investigation going on, and as soon as it's over, I've already told you, I'll come on, I'll spill beans.
Mm-hmm. No pun intended.
No pun intended.
No pun
intended.
Yeah. Okay.
But what I can guarantee you, 100,000%, is that DJF is not doing anything. I mean, the guy gives up EV all over the place. And he, at the end of the night too, the other night he gave Sashimi a couple $1,000 just to keep playing after the show. I mean, this is not the kind of guy that would be cheating and
what do you mean?
nor cares. And he's also wrong a lot. I always say on the show as the announcer that he's a fourth quarter player because a lot of times it's just come down to like a lucky river. Like, I don't know. It just, that's all. I wanted to say that much, and I feel like I've said my piece. So if you have any questions about that game or about Max Payne Monday?
Well, I don't. I basically, a lot of people and you basically said earlier, right? So the Max Payne Monday, basically DJF is the host, and he is able to create the lineups, and then he also can pick the seats, and he always puts himself in seat 2, and it's just a coincidence that when he switched to seat 2, he immediately went on like a massive upswing in seat 2. Basically, is what you're saying. Because a lot of people on the internet are like, oh, that looks kind of foogy. That looks suspect. That looks like, he switched the seat, then all of a sudden he goes on the heater. Like, what's going on with that?
Well, so this would have been right kind of around the genesis of Max Payne Monday. At first it was just the Monday show, and I had been the commentator on Wednesdays. And Wednesdays was a good day because we would sometimes get like the 25-50 or whatever, and then things had to mix around, and so I was gonna become the commentator on Mondays, and then Billy and I were like, how can we make this a cooler show? And like, we came up with the Max Payne Monday thing. And I think if you look at the lineups, you'll see they're a lot softer. They started to get a lot softer because we started to prioritize, we're the fun show. And I think right around that time where we had the idea of like having people like, Margot in this seat. So it's like, you could always know, oh, there's Margot. There's Hillary.
Margot, who played poker 3 times before you invited her on.
Right.
Correct. Do you guys stake players in games too?
No, we don't. Like Airball and there's friends of the show like that stake various players.
Oh.
But because even if you're not necessarily the greatest poker player, you could make money on Max Payne Monday in particular if you adopt a certain style. There's you could also just like you could knit it up, especially if you're certain people that's okay to do. There's different rules for different people.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
Margot is under a different rule set than just like, you know, like I said before, DK or
Mhm.
someone like that, you know?
So
Obviously.
Margot can play at 12% VPIP and it's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's just, you know, let's be real about that. That's just that there's different rules. If DJF was playing 12% VPIP, he would have gone on the show one time and never come back. You know? It's a good riddance.
So no type. I mean, this sound like a dream. So it sounds like what's going on here is a pretty good setup for
him.
DJF, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, let's, you know, and I think that is what is being lost in the story about him, is that these people who maybe they aren't fans of the show. I mean, I can tell you this: the people who are fans of our show, those regulars who tune in every Monday, they don't think there's any. They see what's happening in front of them, right? But the people maybe who are tuning in late or don't quite know the full story of what our show is.
Which is a lot of people. I mean, most people aren't going to watch the show, so you should understand that when you get
right. No, you're right. But
right?
This is different. We're the fun show. You know, this is not serious poker. Like
you can still
we
cheat at
drink
fun
on the
poker.
show. Mm-hmm.
You can still cheat at fun. I mean, I don't see.
No,
the
you
difference.
can. No,
still
you're
drink
right.
And people be cheating. You know what I mean? Like it.
But if you're an undercover crusher like DJF, you're obviously going to do well in this game. Like it, you know.
I don't know. I don't know. I would assume. Right? Obviously, you got a lot of players. If you get Margot Brooke in the game and she only play a few times before you get her on the game, or I think she's played a few months, something like that. I can't remember. I remember I met her after the Creator game, and we did some coaching together on Twitch, and you know, she had pretty decent understanding of pre-flop. That's why she plays so tight. But she, you know, obviously was learning how to play post-flop. She wasn't really, even though she's up money, she's doing pretty well on the show. So I feel like she's a fast learner. But basically, you're saying that in that kind of environment with those kind of players, then it's really hard for someone who's been playing for 20 years to be able to lose consistently in that game.
I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm just leveling with you on that.
Right. Any good player who's winning is going to go in that game and probably do pretty well.
But also, though, you know, he has curated this insane style. And then, you see, the thing is, too, I've played poker with this guy. He's devious, man. Like, you're having fun with him and you're raising a bunch and you know the type. And it's all fun and games until suddenly you're facing it all in from him. And it just, and whoa, hold on. And then you call off with two pair and he has a straight or whatever, because he's setting up those moments the whole time. And a lot of times those moments actually end up happening after the show, you know, because the stacks get so deep. And after the show, there's no buy-in cap anymore. We let people can buy in 20K more. And so it gets really deep fast. So, you know, one time after the show, I think we were playing 10, 20, 20, 40, 80, 160.
You were playing,
know?
you said.
I was playing that time. Yeah.
Are you a professional poker player too?
Not anymore. I used to be.
Okay.
You know, I don't, because I do all the, I work 60 hours a week on doing hustler stuff. So
that's your own. You don't do another. You're doing that pretty much full time. It sounds like grinding your ass off. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're doing. I think you're doing a lot of great work. Yeah. I mean, I love a lot of videos you put. I mean, that's how we
so I
talking,
used to kind of go from like, you know, video project. I was like a freelance video maker. I do like corporate videos, stuff like that for companies. That was like my bread and butter. And you know, I do videos for you know, get a few projects, do them, get some money, play poker, maybe play. You know, something goes wrong now, I need to find another video project. So I was just kind of freelancing video and playing poker all the time. But now with the structure that I have on Hustler, you know, it sucks. I don't have time to play poker anymore. I miss it, you know, maybe one day when we have a bigger team, but you know, right now it's tough. There's 1.5 of us that, you know, Brian, I'm disappointed about the Brian thing, mainly
Brian,
for a lot of reasons.
The guy who got fired for taking the chips.
He was an up and come, you know, he had shown interest in doing video stuff, obviously, because, you know, his job had become doing the videos for Twitter and stuff like that, and just the basic things. And I saw a young person who was hungry, who wanted to work hard. He started off as an intern. And when I first started working for the show, he was just the intern kid, and he was the intern. And now, then he, kept working, kept doing stuff. And, I just couldn't be more disappointed in the whole thing. It's just, I just disgusting. And Billy and I are just, he's upset about that, but also I think this whole thing about these people coming up with these wild theories. I saw one where people were talking about, he's touching his glasses on this hand, he's touching his glasses here, maybe touching his glasses is some kind of fucking signal or something. I mean, it's absurd. And anyone who knows this man well would know that he doesn't care. He's not that guy. He doesn't, a lot of times, he wins money on the show, but he loses it after the show. And a lot of times
So wait. So you're saying he win money on the show and lose money after the show?
Lose money, okay, I'm not saying it like that, Joey. What I meant is
I'm doing it for the chat, right? I'm doing it for the chat. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, right?
What I'm saying is that a lot of, he wins, he loses, wins, loses. A lot of times, biggest wins comes after the show too. My point is that he's there to make a good game. He does not care about the dollars on the micro level of the game. He has a vision. He and I both do. A macro vision for the show that we're creating. Ryan has given us a lot of freedom on that show. He and I run that show, and the making it more personal. We do these player introductions, or we have the players, talk about themselves and talk some shit about the other players. One of the main things that we do with the seats for the show is it's based on, we want to bring out their personalities. We want this person to be next to, this person because they'll talk well. We want, this person's shy. We'll put him next to DJF because he'll help them be more social. These are the kind of things that we are most concerned about on this show, because we want to show kind of the more fun side of poker and make it, obviously we can't compete with the Friday game, the Wednesday game. They're playing galactic stakes. It's a 10-20, it ends up playing 10-20, 20-40 always. So, it's a decent sized game, but it's not a huge game.
It's a pretty big game. Yeah. Obviously all relative. Everybody.
It's all relative.
Right.
You're right.
Yeah,
It's bigger, I'm sure, than most people that watch the show play.
So basically, you're saying that Feldman gives you and DJF a lot of reign to build a vision for the show, and it sounds like the vision for the show is a vision where DJF is making a lot of money in the game, and you're basically building up these personalities. You're kind of making them like a friend, or. That's basically everybody's trying to do, right? Like, you're like Only Friends podcast, but instead of a podcast, you guys are playing the game.
Exactly.
And you encourage these guys to come donk it up. And DJF, he also tries to donk it up, but then he actually knows what he's doing. And then he just fucking is able to dominate these poor guys. But they get the airtime. They get to be famous in LA. People get to know them. They get to get their brand built up. That's going to allow them to get other opportunities. And you and him are kind of basically helping to shape this and kind of make it what it is, or what it's become now.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And he wouldn't need to cheat to beat this game. Not that matters, but
right. A
know,
lot of
he's obviously winning over time.
Well, do you think Jake Schindler and Ali needed to cheat to beat poker? Or
no, you're right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of these things, a lot of these things you're saying, they don't go together. Like, that's what a lot of people are saying on Twitter. They're saying because of this, they wouldn't cheat. It's like, no, bro, not because of anything, right? Like, anyone's capable of doing it. I know people, they're nicest guys in poker, smile in your face, shake your fucking hand, buy you dinner, pick you up in the airport, but it doesn't mean shit when it comes down to poker. These guys out of line. So I think that's what I keep hearing from people is like, oh, he played off stream, can't do this. Not to say even for him specifically, I'm just meaning in general about anybody. So, and now obviously he is being in the spotlight because of the association with Hustler, and his association with Brian, and obviously, you know, everyone in Hustlers seems to be under a microscope now, and you know, maybe rightfully so when you got one of the guys who's working in the control room to go down there and do the LA chip shuffle on one of the players' money. So, yeah, it's an interesting story. I mean, yeah, obviously we're gonna have DJF on the show. We're gonna talk more with him about it, but you know, it sounds like your stance is just like you're around there. You haven't seen anything. You have no reason to suspect it. He doesn't really need to do it to beat it, and therefore he doesn't have a reason to do it.
No, god damn it. I shouldn't have come on here. Look, yes, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm frustrated. Maybe I shouldn't have peeked at chat. This is something I've learned from being a commentator too, that I simply wanted to come on to defend my friend's character, and I know this person, and the things that people are saying about him are offensive to me.
Yeah.
And you know, whether or not
I understand.
any of it, yeah, it's just that's all, because I this person wouldn't do it. You know, I know I'm not necessarily an authority on cheating in poker or anything like that, but I work for this show. I live and breathe this show. I work insane amount of hours for this show, because just like Ryan and Nick and all of us, we believe in this show, and it's still setting in kind of what happened with this Brian, you know, thing. It's weird. This kid, you know, I don't.
Very weird. Very, very.
I don't
weird.
fully understand it, but I do understand. I didn't know Brian particularly well. You know, like I said, I didn't work in production, but I work with DJF. We talk all the time. I know this person, and I just wanted to help stop those rumors.
Yeah, about him. Yeah. Chat, what do you guys think? The chat's fired up right now. Listen, we got a donation. Who got one? Who dropped one? P with the 20. Patterson Poker said, ask him if Brian was a paid intern or unpaid intern when he started. I don't know. I think he was unpaid, right? Was he unpaid? I think I saw he was unpaid or something like that. I don't remember. I don't know. Anything else we want to talk about, Raver?
No, I think I've done enough, haven't I?
No, I think you've been fine.
Maybe I was too fired up, but Joey, look, you know me, and
yeah, I know
yeah, I just, you know, I want the best for our show.
You like this guy, right? I mean, obviously, you guys are running the game. You guys are running the game together. You know what I'm saying? So,
I am biased here, and I fully admit that, but
yeah.
I appreciate all of the nice words that people have had to say also.
I know,
and
chat fired up. These guys are crazy, bro.
Trump 2026 in chat says, "Why did I come on here?" Real quote by Raver Poker. Yeah. Maybe why did I? You know, but
you got locked in with
I guess, but I think I did accomplish my goal, which was clearing up any misconceptions about the show, because I see these GTO kids running through these hands and saying, this doesn't make sense, why he would do this. And I just wanted to give a full picture of what the show was, and that, you know, they're taking out the wrong tools to analyze it. It's not.
Right.
So.
Well, all right, Raver Poker, appreciate you coming on, and we'll chat with you soon. We'll see you in the chat, okay?
Thank you.
All right, I'll see you. Yeah, Chris said Joey's making Raver into some terrible guy. Actually, I don't think I'm doing that at all. I'm just talking to him, asking some questions about certain topics. So I think Raver, I know him a little bit. I think he's, I like him. So I don't think he's a terrible guy. The chat, I mean, listen, you can't control these guys are nuts. They think all kind of things. So listen, guys, thank you, Raver Poker, for coming on. Please give him some props. My takeaway from that isn't he's a terrible guy. My takeaway is that he's a pretty good friend. So. What'd you guys think? What'd you guys think? We are live on air once again. GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, that are watching this great Mr. Beast game. Somehow I'm on there. So yeah, we kind of found out a little bit about the Monday show. Basically, it's a reality show where the more you lose, it sounds like the more likely you get to come back. So, but it does make sense. You're pretty much paying for marketing for your business when you go on there. So you have a chance at winning, but then you also have a chance to build up your reputation, to build up your IG profile, to build up your Twitter, to build up your YouTube channel. So from there, you get more opportunity, more brand deals. You get more people that are going to stake you to play in the game, more sponsors that maybe want to be on your body when you're in the game, like Jaka Coaching was on Robbi's body. So, or what was that called? The fucking water bottle. The E said, good questions, Joe. Yeah, that's pretty good questions. He shouldn't have said reality show. I mean, they call it a reality show, guys. They're the ones that say it's a reality show. And we all know reality shows are foog. The producers make up scenes and then they call it a reality show. Chin up, Raver, you're the best. Yeah, listen, shout out to Raver Poker. Shout out to Raver. Okay, where's this guy who's talking about Man in Vegas? Man in Vegas, Brian Frescas, Joey. I am here to deliver. I put together a video of DJ AF in suspicious hands. Okay, let's see what this kid's got. Let's see what the kid's got. Okay. Little Foogie. Is this the same guy? Okay, it's a different guy.
Please feel free to draw your own conclusions based on the evidence presented. Hi everyone, my name is Brian Frasca. Just kind of wanted to start this video off by giving you a little bit of background about myself. I'm 31 years old, been playing poker seriously for about 7 years now. I'm from Pennsylvania, and I've been playing mostly online since the pandemic. If you're more interested in... my investigation into this case has been completely unbiased. I've been posting on 2+2.
So Brian he's been donating a lot of money, and he donated money and asked us, he said he compiled a lot of these hands.
Under the username XCrazyLegsX, so you may have seen some of my member of the Hustler production team for the with Robbi.
Let's see the hands.
Robbi Jack 4 stream. After the Robbi stream, the Robbi Jack 4 stream. And if you take a look on the right hand side of the video, so this guy here in the pink hat, this guy is Brian, and to this player here, AF, on the show.
So this is the same guy. This is the guy, Brian, who been accused, or he stole the chips, and then this is the guy who Raver was just on talking about.
The name is Billy. He's a longtime member of the poker community. He has caches all the way back to many. So yeah, so handed him was 2 5K chips. So
he hands him 2 5K chips.
Yeah. Who?
Bro, is he gonna hand him the fucking chips? Hand him the chips, Brian. Come on, Brian, lock in, buddy. Okay, there's the graph. We already went over the graph, right? When you go to the 2-seat, he turns into fucking prime Postle here for the little run there. I mean, Postle usually won a lot more. The buy-in's 10, 20, 40. Postle would have won at least 50K at least one time. So, but yeah, right. That's basically what made people suspicious. He goes 7-seat, 7-seat, 6-seat down 30, 8-seat down 13, 2-seat, boom. Raver's basically saying they switched up the vibe around this time, and they started inviting fucking idiots instead of inviting people that had a clue what they're doing, it sounds like. So they tried to bring in people. They made it a reality show. They changed the vision back. Instead of it being a game where it's against players who are more serious players, bring in players who are more casual recreationals. So you can see, right, 2-seat, boom. Losing session is 7, 2, boom. So obviously people are suspicious. They're wondering, how's this guy doing it? How's he locked in so much?
So for the first few hands, I want you guys to pick. Oh
my god, I cannot watch this fucking hand again. I already watched this hand. I already watched that hand.
Into the forehead.
I already watched this hand. I already watched that hand.
You can always call.
I already watched that hand.
The cow bend also has top pair.
I watch those hands. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's as egregious as somebody's making it out to be. Someone said they're waking up 8 a.m. on a Saturday and I'm grinding. Listen, it is or Sunday. I'm grinding. We're gonna get a private investigator in here, guys. Next.
Quite the aggressive press. So you could consider slow playing in this spot.
He raises.
But his opponents have top pair, good kicker, and an open-ended straight draw.
All right, Brian breaking it down. I like this.
It's a weird spot for Macau Ben. I mean, he's drawing dead.
So he goes for the raise.
The question is, would DJF make this raise with King Jack? Or King 10? Or King 9? I don't know. There's no flush draw. Nice fold. That's a disciplined fold right there.
Oh, not Japanese? Huh? Oh, I love it.
Terry knows she has outs. It's always nice to have an up and down straight draw on a rainbow board. Don't have to worry about any flush
Egregious?
cards.
Egregious.
No?
Show up.
What is he like? Oh, he likes the other one. What was the one he sent me? Where the big crab.
Oh.
I want to go there.
The Japanese food.
Yeah.
Dropping bombs?
Yeah, let's go there.
I don't know. That's my girl.
Is it how much?
250?
Bro, this game's so fucking slow. My God, you're kidding me. So live poker is unbearable sometimes. It plays so slow.
So what happens if she misses like that? Can she ever fold now? This is a terrible situation for Terry 2 times. I mean,
Oh my
DJ's
God.
just going to look at her
Shot
stack
clock,
and just
10
put her in.
seconds.
No, I need a Modelo, please.
It's like watching a European. Is that my girl, Terry? Oh, that's my girl. Shout out to my girl. I don't know. She's probably sleeping now. Come on, Terry.
He
Who's
makes
that?
this bet.
Wait, it's on
He'll
DJF. Who's
force
it
her
on?
to make a bad call.
All in.
So now she can fold. Or
So he shoves. She folds. Okay. Next hand.
Don't do it anymore.
This is from the same stream. June 27th.
And this is dangerous.
You're telling me these guys are bad at poker? I don't think so. Lynn knows how to play. She crazy. Terry knows how to play. She plays a lot of poker.
DJF does the same move he did earlier with the ace king. This time with kings. He just limps in, but this time the plan works.
Lynn. Shout out to Lynn. We
raised
love
him.
Lynn. Everybody love Lynn.
28. 28. 28.
Oh, and she thinks he's up to no good. She picked the wrong
Bro,
time.
Lynn's so
and this
spewy.
is so polarized.
Lynn's so
See no
spewy.
reason
Oh, the glasses lost.
to make
the
a
press.
big re-raise here.
You have about 8K behind you?
No, a lot more than that, actually. We have closer to
I
11.
started
Joey needs his morning blunt. I don't think so.
Is Lynn going to punt? The question on all of our minds right now.
So you just call. Okay.
Let's see.
Shout out to Valicious Poker. Thank you for your pass for the game and your
It's not
response
the
to your
flop
friend.
she's
I'm with you.
looking for.
DJF is innocent. You're a good person. Thank you guys much. So Lynn with the cold 4 here, or the limp re-raise.
There's the snap.
I think she did that. I don't know what she did actually. She
She's
4
looking
bet?
to-
Oh, she 4 bet. Sorry. So now she can. What's she gonna bet?
There's the snap.
No, we know he still sucks.
Way up in the air. Just 1,800.
What's up, Tim C? What's happening?
DJF calls.
I'm just trying to do. I won a lot of big bucks.
Did you?
Well, I won one big.
Are you okay?
Clearly.
Take a free card, Lynn. Doesn't have to be like this.
Hey, is this Lucky?
Right before the shots.
I feel like I'm like taking my kids out to the ice cream.
She does. Will she be rewarded? No.
I like it. I like it a lot.
So Diamond's got there.
31.
The Jack improved.
3,100.
This guy's a god, bro.
Ice cream being ordered.
Check back turn.
Right before the shots.
I feel like I'm like taking my kids out to the ice cream.
Improve.
Hey, block
The
that
narrative
river.
of this hand is
Makes
that
sense.
from the get-go, Lynn thought that DJF was full of it. That he's
She takes a while and calls, I think.
down. Move it around.
All right, we're gonna get a private investigator in the chat, guys. Let's talk to someone who's gonna give me some I know this guy got passion. I'm excited for this one. Check it in from the coast. Bob Mathers in the house. Mr. Bob, what's going on, Bob? Nice to see you again, brother.
What's going on, Joey? I'm trying to connect my headphones. Hello from Greece.
Hello from Greece, guys. Listen, welcome my guy Bob Mather to the chat. A private. What'd you say, Bob? What, Bob? Give the kids a little rundown on your credentials, Bob. You there?
So I'm a very bad poker player, for one, and so everybody wants. I've been a private investigator. Can you hear me? Okay, Joey?
Yeah, it's just kind of it's a little bit the signal isn't necessarily that good, but it's
Can you hear me? Okay.
yeah, the signal just breaking up a little
Yeah,
bit.
it might be. Let me try doing something. I'll
Bob checking in. Yeah,
Got a
maybe
little
turn.
bit
Yeah,
better?
maybe try turn the video off. Yeah, that's good.
There we go. So I've been a private investigator for almost 30 years, and I specialized in theft cases, embezzlement mainly for retailers. And I spent about 15 years doing interrogations of people that were guilty or not guilty of theft or collusion or things somewhat similar to this. So I kind of watch these with a lot of interest, and listen to your live stream a lot, actually, even from my honeymoon. It's been kind of fun.
Yeah, shout out to you and your wife just got married, Lexi Gavin. I know you guys been working hard on the vlogs, and she's been grinding hard. You've been a great content husband. I saw you grinding the World Series of Poker basically all summer at Paris, and yeah, you've been working hard. So okay, so on your honeymoon, you've been watching the streams. You got 30 years private investigator experience. Bob, what are you seeing here?
There's a lot of red flags. I think you've covered a lot of them. And I think like investigators, unlike anybody else, when the Apostle case came out, my first thing was prove it. I know you guys spent a lot of time on Apostle trying to get the hard facts. And this is really very similar. We have a lot of theories. This, to me, is a lot more damning than any other one. And it wasn't at first. At first, it just seemed like, it's very plausible that this person played very bad. Then you threw in Garrett's reactions, which were very credible. And from what I've heard from a lot of people in the industry who know him very well, is that he's not the type of guy that would coerce someone into giving back that amount of money, that he's not that sort of person. I don't know him myself, but his character references come back pretty heavy on that.
Okay.
And still, even with that, it was iffy. This Brian kid, when that came out, you now have almost everything you need to really piece together how this crime could happen. And the fact that he was not prosecuted was mind-boggling. And here's why in my mind. First of all, once again, for all the lawyers, I don't know if anybody did anything. I'm just giving my opinion here. And, but in California, I believe you have to look it up. I think it's Penal Code 837. Basically in California, any one of us could arrest somebody for a felony. And any one of us could put a citizen's arrest on anybody for a misdemeanor that is done while you watch it. So if you watch somebody beat their spouse, you could literally detain them and arrest them, call the police, and have it filed. And what was strange about this, and was strange from the statement I read, once again, in my opinion, nobody's guilty of anything, this is just my opinion, is that the statement from HCL said that Robbi decided not to prosecute, so the police would not prosecute. And I immediately thought two things. Well, number one, anyone who watched that happen, if it was a misdemeanor, could have filed the police report. Number two, the police don't really have a choice. The police have to take the report.
Right.
If you walk up to a police officer and say, I want to file a citizen's arrest on this person, they have to do it. That doesn't mean they have to arrest them on the spot or detain them, but the report has to go to the district attorney's office, and the district attorney then will make the determination whether or not there's going to be a prosecution. In this case here, it was $15,000, which is way over the $900, I think, or $950 California limit between misdemeanor and felony. So theoretically, anyone who has proof that this happened could file a citizen's arrest on this kid. And so to not file from her with what she said, and it was readily available out there that he had what his prior records were, was just very suspicious. And in my mind, the authorities should be brought into this.
Yeah, we had a prosecutor on earlier, a former prosecutor from New York City, an attorney, and he kind of said a similar thing, that he thought that she would, or that she couldn't decide if charges are filed against him. And then we had a lawyer from LA as our first guest, and he said that this is nothing, and that they probably won't even do they wouldn't even spend time anywhere, because like it's just not that big a deal. And he thinks the feds wouldn't get involved in the case, is what he said on here.
Well, it wouldn't be the feds, it would be the local, and the local district attorney in Hustler's jurisdiction is Gascon, which is notoriously lenient on criminals. So they may be right. That he wouldn't do any time. But, you know, the second thing, and maybe next time you get a lawyer on, you can ask them, because it was really bugging me, is who did he really steal from? When you're in a casino and you steal chips from somebody, then are you stealing money from the person, or are you stealing currency from the casino?
Good question. Yeah, that's a good question. What do you guys think, chat? Seems like you're doing it from another player.
It seems like it, but if I don't know, I was really thinking through this. I'm like, why couldn't could the casino press charges? So if you're in a casino, and somebody steals a woman's purse, and the security guards arrest him, and the woman says, I don't want to press charges. You know, the crime still happened on the property. There's still liability to the casino. And I understand this even has another level, because it's actually a production show and not the casino. So you add all of this stuff up, and it is very, very, very suspect.
So what do you mean suspect? Like, you just think that this isn't adding up, or you think like we're not seeing the proper information, or what's your vibe here? What have you seen in the past that maybe might be similar to something going on now?
Well, you know about the other cheating scandals. I know you guys have talked about them in chess and in fishing, all a little different. Chess is very similar, where someone is being accused of signaling someone. And with how are they signaling? No one really knows for sure. They went all the way from vibrating sex toys that could be hidden on a body to lights could be done in this case. How would she know what was going on? But in the future, I would think every live stream show like this would just have video cameras in their production room recording everything for evidence on the way back, or if they needed to look back at it. Like, was this kid in the production room during that hand? No one's asked that yet. Where was he at this time? And casinos are historically and understandably so hesitant to cooperate in civil matters. If you look back at the shooting at the horrible Las Vegas shooting, the casinos didn't want to cooperate because of the liability. But there's very few places in the world that have more cameras than this place. If I had access to everything, I would do time stamps and I would have this kid track every second of the time and compare it to every hand that was played on that table between the people in question. And so if he was nowhere near that room, let's say he was in the bathroom or something, it's not a thing, right? He's just a kid that had a chance, who had an opportunity to take some chips, has a gambling issue or whatever, and did it. But if he was in the production room at the time, then it'd be very concerning. If they were videoing the production room, not live streaming it, videoing it, they would know exactly what everybody was doing at every time.
Yeah, I believe Doug Polk said on his video that there was a file cabinet blocking the camera that was supposed to be allegedly, right? So Doug Polk says we didn't see a video, I didn't see a proof, I didn't see the room. He says that there was a video, or a file cabinet blocking the video that was supposed to be on where Brian sits at in the control room.
Right, but they could still.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Uh-oh.
I haven't seen that video. But
where are you at over there?
I don't know.
Who's that background? What's that noise? You on a boat?
That's a not yet. I'm waiting for a boat. Heading over to Crete. I'm on Santorini right now.
Damn.
Amazing.
Okay. I'm sitting here in the headquarters, GTO headquarters. We got about 4,600 strong right now watching on YouTube at 5:57 a.m. in the morning, and we got 500 people on Twitch right now watching. So they're all fired up. Damn, look at Bob. Okay, he living a good life. Look at him, man. You living a good life over there. Damn.
Life is good, my friend. Life is good, and I can honestly say that none of my goodness has come from my poker skills.
So okay, so what do you think the next steps with what's going on here? I mean, you've had Robbi go on 3 podcasts. I mean, she basically went on a bunch of interviews. She did a lot of. She might have done like 10 interviews. So where do you see this going? I mean, what's your kind of read of the situation with your skills and if something is going down with Brian and any of the players, does that mean that the owners of Hustler Casino Live or anyone else with the company is liable for that? Or is that something where they can be like, oh, we didn't see it, like we didn't know, whatever, we fired them, like let's fucking keep going and let's forget about this as soon as we can?
I just have predictions. I think that if Mike Possel would have had more money, there would have been a lot more lawsuits going. So I'm predicting lawsuits coming in the future. I think Robbie's husband is, his statement was well written, well thought out. His statements, he said, are well spoken when I believe he spoke to you. And if there is nothing proven, I would expect a lot of litigation coming from that side. I also expect litigation coming from players in these games. Anybody who was in the game when this kid played. And doesn't mean you always win, as you know, but usually in these lawsuits, the person with the most money or attorney who'll take it on contingency comes out pretty well.
Interesting. Okay, so you think that Robbi? So when I guess some people said if she decided to do that against Garrett, then she would have to open herself up for discovery and have to provide information that could potentially incriminate her. Is that a correct way of thinking about that?
I wouldn't say though. Discovery and information like that comes way down the road.
Okay.
And I don't know her, so I don't know if they have anything that they're worried about. Nobody wants to go through lawsuits. They're horrible.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what side you've been. I've been on both sides of 3 lawsuits, and I've also sued people, and nobody wants to go through deposition. But, this is, put yourself, you got to play on both sides. Put yourself in her place and her husband's place, and assume, let's just say you knew for a fact she was 100% innocent.
Mm-hmm.
And if somebody had done this to you with your career, what would you do? You can't beat them all up,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean, your only recourse to clear your name is through litigation and to prevail at it.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily to make money, but maybe to get public apologies and some money, pay for the legal fees.
Mm-hmm.
And because these are horrible allegations. And it's horrible allegations for HCL.
Right. Yeah.
It's just a really bad. The other surprising thing about this, Joey, and I know that you guys, when you talk on here, every once in a while I'm listening. Like obviously I'm overseas right now, and people that I'm with, when I'm listening to your stuff, they're like, "What does he mean? What does he mean?" People don't understand the terminology or don't understand, poker the way that you do.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there is just an overall shock of listening to this on how many games can be cheated, and not just the high stakes, whether you have somebody loaning somebody $175,000 and nobody at the table knows it, and that equals a sub loan to somebody else. And is the play changed at games so that a fish might win 1 or 2 hands knowing there's another 300 grand in his bankroll? I mean, it's terrifying about what could happen in these games.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Tom Dwan was talking about the things he's seen over the world. So anyway.
Wow. Yeah. Listen, chat.
Where do you stand on this? Where are you at right now?
I stand I just always go back and forth. I just start thinking I guess it's hard. It's hard, right? Let me get your opinion, Bob. So when I have conversations with all these people, everyone said, right, you got Robbi coming on here saying she's innocent, right? Very, to me, I like her, right? Likeable person. She's fired up. She got passion. I've really enjoyed talking with her. You got Jacob Chavez coming on the show. I like this guy too, right? This guy talking, maybe some details about the past businesses, maybe I got to hear more information, but in general, likable guy, personable, relatable, knows how to connect, and overall seems like someone I'd hang out with, spend some time with. You got the Beans guy coming on here saying, hey, I didn't do anything, but finds out maybe the guy caught up in some stuff, and you basically have all these people coming on here to represent themselves in the best way possible and put on their best foot forward. So for me, how do you not let that interaction with the people impact you to the point where that lets you cloud the way that you see what's happening?
Welcome to the life of a private investigator who investigates crimes or civil matters.
Uh-huh.
It's the hardest part because your first gut says, I've listened to everybody I've listened to talk to you. My first gut is I believe them.
Right.
I'm like, I like them and I believe them.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have to really almost in your mind or on an actual basis, put out a spreadsheet of the facts. Who was where, what, doing what, with who, how,
Mm-hmm.
and then what are the possible scenarios that led to this? And take the the personalities out of it. Because I myself, Joey, over the years, when I did embezzlement, and for years, I also caught shoplifters and had a crew of teams that caught shoplifters for retailers.
Mm-hmm.
I've probably personally arrested 4,000 or 5,000 people and prosecuted them and helped with restitution in the civil courts. And I have to tell you, the majority, I mean the mass majority of people that steal from their employer or steal from a shop, in a shop or some situation like that I see in embezzlement, are good people. And you like them. And it comes down to they just made a mistake. They're not super bad people. So how do you prosecute and put together the case with good people? You just have to focus on the facts. And that's where I struggled even with the Apostle stuff. I'm like, I played with that guy for years, and he's always been crazy like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I like the guy, and I like Veronica.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do I do that? You know, and in the end, I just put together the facts and came to what my own opinion was. But
Mm-hmm.
that's the hard part of it.
So you basically have to, like,
unless somebody comes.
No, go. Unless somebody comes forward, you said, or somebody flips. That's basically what they said earlier. They said a very similar kind of thing.
Yeah, you know, there's a saying, you know, that's pretty common, is that you only catch the unlucky ones or the dumb ones. So that's where a prosecution of no, rarely do smart criminals get caught.
Right.
Rarely. And when they do, they're usually in politics or something.
So most people seem to think that you can't be a good person and also do like something you're describing. And would you say that that's false, right?
I would say 100% incorrect. I know so many people that have you just call it making a mistake. And you can take it from theft or stealing or a bad relationship, being unfaithful to a spouse or a girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everyone learns and makes mistakes. So, and, you know, some people go down a path where they keep doing the bad mistakes, but the majority of people learn from it, and they're good people. You know, they say it and mean it. I don't know why I did that.
Mm-hmm. Whew, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I guess that's the thing I've been struggling with in this, you know, kind of doing this, is that everyone's really convincing, and then you have the poker people who don't really have conversations with these people, so their perspective is very different than mine. And I would say I lean more towards that these guys didn't do anything. That Robbi and Rip are just fucking donking around, and she was trying to play on stream, and this guy Rip is just fucking up for whatever. And that's sort of the perception that I think happened here. So obviously there's a lot of other details that would say you just remove your interactions with them and you just look at the facts. You start saying, okay, you got this, you got this, you got this, you got that. Well, those things, without knowing who's behind that X or that Y or that whatever integer you want to use to associate with that person, then you might say, okay, well, then it does look like that something happened. But I would say that when I think about my interactions with them, that's the vibe I get. But then when I go the other way, I'm like, damn, there's just way too much shit here. So am I being just straight fucking lied to 3 days in a row by this woman who called me up here and talked to me?
It's possible, but I kind of lean the same way as you. The only thing it appears that is a fact is that Brian took $15,000 off of a player's stack that happened to be Robbi's.
Right.
So there's a crime and a fact. Now, if this was forensic files, then they'd be looking in. That guy would be getting interrogated right now by the police. You know, or crime, whatever crime shows your favorite crime.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree right now. But this is how I was with Apostle, because I knew the people involved, and I believed everybody.
Right. Yeah.
And I remember, you know, you back at the time, and I know that there was potential litigation with you involved in that. So I don't know what you can say or you can't say. But looking back with the view on this one, would you still have the same opinions?
Mike Postle?
Yeah.
I watched 100. I watched the things back, and the guy's staring down at his cock area every fucking hand, and he's not staring at it when he's not in the hand. And then there's still a lot of other streams where he doesn't have the phone, and he.
Well, that's it. That's a yeah. You still feel that way.
Yeah,
I think
I've seen the guy. I've seen a lot of this stuff. I watched like some of the highlight stuff that I have in the main session that I made these edited videos on. I mean, the guy's basically just in the ultimate god mode I've ever seen. So, but these guys in the chat said
so.
Go ahead, Bob.
No, go ahead. I can't see the chat. So
oh yeah, basically the chat's saying that I'm a nice guy and that it's going to make me vulnerable to scammers try to take advantage of me. So, guys, listen, I've been living in Vegas a long time. I've been in the poker world a long time. I've dealt with everybody. I know a lot of people. And, right, obviously, the people who get in my life, I'm very guarded with my life. So the people that get in my life are pretty good operators because they're working hard to get in my life. Let's pick Landon, for example, right? Would you say Landon is somebody trying to scam me? Because those are the kind of people that I let in my life, usually people that I believe are good people that seem to have high integrity or, I don't know, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. You know what I'm saying? Because I guess I never thought about it. I don't really let too many people get in my life. I don't feel like I've got scammed for money. Like, hey, here's money and then they don't pay me back, or like, we go to a poker game and I know that they were cheating me. Like, I feel like I don't put myself in a lot of positions to get scammed by people in general because I keep myself pretty closed off to most people. So even if I believe I wouldn't say it's believe, but I'm just saying, okay, I give them a benefit of the doubt in what they're saying. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to lead me to do business with that person or to get in a close proximity to that person or let that person in my home or in my circle and my family. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of how I think about this. And, yeah, I don't think that makes me very vulnerable to
I agree.
Hey,
most of us out here just have to worry about money,
mm-hmm.
right? Or some of us, and mainly the majority of women, have to worry about perhaps a physical being scammed. But you have a third layer that most of us don't have to deal with, is you have a lot of followers, you have a lot of influence, so you have a lot of people who will want to come take advantage of you for your influence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's even harder to spot, right? Because it's pretty easy to spot somebody who said, hey, do you want to invest in my crypto company for 50 grand?
Right.
That's easy to talk about. When you have somebody come up to you and say, hey, I got an extra ticket to the Vegas Knights. Do you want to go with your girlfriend? I got an extra couple tickets on me. You've got to think about it now. Is this person just being nice to me because they like my work, or are they trying to get close to me because they have a blog or something, or they own a company that they're going to want to get? You've got a whole nother level than we do.
Right, exactly. I mean, that's normally how it works. I meet really good operators, right? They try to give you money. They try to fly you out where they're at. They basically try to give you a lot of value. They try to give you things. They try to give you things to build a relationship with you, to get you on their side, right? For you to talk favorably about them publicly, for you to potentially let them into your network, for them to use your name or use your brand. A lot of people do that. They go, oh, I'm friends with this guy, hung out with this guy, whatever. So I would say that's a very complicated layer that you obviously think about, because I've had a lot of people do that to me over the past. Because like I said, I met, especially living in Vegas, you see people that are, the strategies are noticeable, right? And the best people are very likable, right? I like some of these guys have infiltrated my network in a way that's just shocking to me how good some of these people are. And they would come across to you as straight up guys, right, good guys, right? But I fucking know that these guys are master operators and they got an agenda, and getting into me and my network is a part of their agenda for whatever reason. So I try to figure out how to deal with that, and I usually just kind of keep arm's distance to those people. But I've just seen that firsthand, a bunch of people. I would say there's a few like top specialists that I've seen that I feel like are some of the best I've seen, and then you just see a lot of people who are more transparent, face up, don't really know how to play the game as well, living in Vegas, going to clubs, in the poker world, in the high stakes world. So yeah, trying to learn that's definitely a learning curve.
Well, the chat is correct. You're a nice guy. A lot of people like you. you don't change. I mean, look, you know me. You've seen me around for years. I'm a happy guy.
Mm-hmm.
But if you think about it, I spent decades dealing with criminals. It would have been so easy for me to go around and just going, everybody steals, everybody's horrible, everybody sucks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And instead, you focus on, you know what? That's 5% of the people.
Right.
Right now, I process in my company that I run now, I process over 1,000 background checks a day.
Mm-hmm.
So 1,000 people a day come through my company for background checks for retailers or casinos or whatever. And of those, we see more crimes against children. The background checks come back with, the obvious stuff, the theft, the murder, everything you could think of we see.
Mm-hmm.
But when you really take a look at it, about 2% of, it's even 0.2%
Kind of cutting in now.
of the police.
Bob, you're kind of cutting in and out there, Bob. We can't really hear you. What the fuck are these people saying anything in chat, bro? Get these people out of here.
You call me naive if you want, but I know how the world works. You know the world works. I play the odds. And the other people are great people. There's 2% of both. You have to be on the out. And it's a pretty good thought. Don't change the people who see you when you're out up and say something like that, just like you.
He cutting open. Uh-oh. He gone. Well, Bob Mather's got to come back in here. Guys, shout to Bob. He's enjoying himself over there across the world on his honeymoon, watching the stream, tuning in. Shout out to Bob. Bob, for being a detective, is really clueless on the law. Mike Lewis says, listen, everybody in the fucking YouTube chat are professionals, so. But yeah, guys, thanks, Bob, for coming on. Give him a big shout out. Show him some love, guys. Smash the like button if you enjoyed it. Bob Mathers, private investigator extraordinaire. Thank you very much for coming on. Dropping some knowledge. What'd you guys think about Bob? What'd you think? He processes 5,000 background checks per week. Is this guy a male, Robbi? What? Where do you guys come up with these comments from? Y'all in the chat seem real disrespectful. I'm gonna, next 20 minutes, I'm just getting rid of everybody. Everybody I find disrespectful in the chat. I gotta clean this place up. I see why the Democrats want to lock out the Republicans now. I see why. I see why they want to deplatform. I see why they want to deplatform people. Get that guy out of here. Get him off Twitter. Don't let him comment. Fucking ban him. If you don't agree with us, ban him. I see why. It makes a lot of sense. When you're not on the internet, you always look at the idea of censorship and you're like, oh, like let everybody talk, like yada yada yada. But then it comes down to it and you say, oh, maybe I see why they don't like to do that. Yeah, Ivan said, very intelligent man. Thanks for having him on. Bob is fantastic and smart. Superb, Bob. Bob needs to get laid. He's with his wife, dumbass. What are you talking about? Why are you hating us but loving Robbi? I don't hate you guys. I mean, Robbi's been nice to me. You guys ain't nice. Robbi has been very nice to me. She been respectful. You guys ain't respectful. Joe, are you going to PayPal yourself? You go, yeah, you got to get your account out. Do you guys see the new PayPal? What PayPal's doing? PayPal's basically, they're going to be able to take money out of your account. If it's linked to your bank account, they can basically take your money. This is like the craziest thing I've seen. So basically, right, PayPal introduced this thing in their new AUP, and essentially what it does is that it takes out $2,500 per any infraction. So essentially, if PayPal doesn't like something that you do or say according to its financial policy, they can take out $2,500 for every infraction. And if it's attached to your bank account, they will go into your bank account from now on and take out a $2,500 fine. So people at first thought it was for misinformation and for language. So if you went against the official narrative, right, like during COVID, if you were a doctor and you said, oh, like the vaccine ain't safe, and then they fucking called you crazy and called you crazy conspiracy theorists, said you were making up shit, then PayPal could start taking your fucking money. And that's basically what this guy's saying is central digital bank currency, right? If you think PayPal's bad, that's what CDBC is, because CBDC, what these guys are saying about central bank digital currency is that they'll be able to just take your money away from you, take your assets away from you if you upset the government or if you upset the, whatever, right? If you're using hate speech, if you're doing misinformation, if you're going against the narrative, if you're basically, if in the chat, if you guys said something I didn't like, I could just take your money out of your account and say that, oh, you're using fucking misinformation. You're using hate speech. Like I'm taking your money from you. So I'm basically closing my PayPal account, unfortunately. I've been using PayPal for a long time. They've been great. But yeah, I'm out on PayPal. We are out on PayPal. Ba-bam, ba-bam, Eden rocks. What's up, Eden? Who's in the chat, guys? Still going live here. 6:30 a.m. It's been about the same number of people for hours. I don't understand how it's possible for you to have the same number of people for hours. It just doesn't make any sense, guys. But listen, we're glad you're here. Smash the like button if you're enjoying the call-in show tonight. I wasn't going to do it today because I didn't feel like there was really a lot to talk about. And also, it's late at night on a Saturday night, which is basically the worst time ever to stream because most people are out doing things. But I decided to either go out tonight or to stream, and I wanted to stream because basically I wanted to give the people what they want because Twitter was all fired up asking me if I was going to lock in and stream. So they basically questioned my ability to get the fuck after it for another night. So I had to lock in. Kevin, 8:30 in Chicago. Shout to Chicago. Joey, please get us the Brian Chip stealing footage. It's hearsay. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen the footage either, so I don't know. This is when Helmuth Engel shot this poor kid.
Best hands.
This is when Helmuth Engel shot this poor kid.
I'm all in. Slime moved all in.
Is there like a live 30 annotation on the screen? Yeah. I remember seeing a meme with Forsen. It says Forsen lost 14 hands in a row, and it's just a picture of him with his
All right, we're going to get another gust in here.
Yeah, that's right now. And then the camera gets close and they're talking about you like this. Fuck.
I just have no idea what to do here.
Show the table. And Helmuth just folded the best hands.
Yeah, it's just you down a shot? I have ace 9, yeah.
He angle shot this poor kid. You're kidding me.
Oh, wait. I thought you folded. No. Did you not fold?
No, I didn't fold. I'm thinking.
Did you see his hand?
He showed like ace 7 or something. Or ace 6.
No, dude.
I thought you folded.
No, he said show your hand and then he flipped it over.
Drew, I sent you a link.
You showed me the worst hand.
Phil, maybe I thought you folded. Come up with a deal.
Yeah, let's have a deal.
He shouldn't be punished for that.
I don't think you should be punished for folding your hand. All right, so what kind of deal? I don't know. I guess just take your money back. Or put in 5K.
Yeah, put in 5.
Put in 5,000 fair. What do you think's fair? 5?
Yeah, 5 or 10 or something.
That is a little unlucky.
I've just never seen someone show and then we've literally been doing it the whole game. I know. I'm not used to it.
I think it was confusing that the hands were in
that's a good deal.
I gave you a pretty good deal.
All right, I call. So next card, yeah?
Jersey Joe.
No, you're just conceding the pot.
Thank you for the coffee fund. We got a coffee donation from Jacob Dunn. Thank you, Jacob Dunn. I appreciate that. I'm going to drink a water right now, but I'll get a coffee later.
I just folded up. Yeah, because he's already seen you, man. Oh, thank you.
We're only charging you 5K. I think that's generous. I don't know, whatever. I don't care.
That's a good deal.
It's all good. It's a good deal for you.
Interesting.
So Phil did not fold. He did show his cards, which is totally fine in the cash game. Slime thought he folded.
Don't run it out. We'll get all pissed.
And a little bit of business going there.
Oh my, no way.
How lucky am I? Where did oh my god.
Nice fold.
What the fuck just happened?
Oh my
he
god.
I would have won. No, he would have won. He made aces and 6s.
I mean, he had to hit a 6 on the next.
No, I didn't see that.
2 cards.
It's all right. And then he forfeited his hand. Wait, what was your guess on what you saw? You said ace what? Ace 7?
Ace 7. I thought it might have been ace 6 or ace 7. I knew it was not. I knew I had the best hand.
Yeah. You knew you had the best hand?
After he showed his hand.
All that stalling was theatrics?
Yes. No, after he showed his hand.
Smart play,
he had the best hand. I was going to call.
No, you're good. I mean, you did.
You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hear shuffling poker.
Oh, by the way, let me explain one thing for the view.
I don't mind at all.
This is top 10 most controversial rules in poker. I'm in the highlights right now. Are you allowed to show your hand?
It's
if
totally
it's in
fine.
the middle?
Let me just explain this to the table, and Alex, to you too. So normally I wouldn't show my hand, but Tom looked, and then Alex said, "Flip your hand up and show us all."
Because we've done it before already. Precedent's been set.
Keating said,
It's all good.
Alan said, "Flip up your hand," and so then I showed it at his suggestion, just because I was thinking about what to do. So nothing really happened there.
He assumed you went
You got
all in.
you got a good deal, except you ended up in the end getting fucked. Because
Which I shouldn't have known. I shouldn't have known about the turn, so it's okay.
Good already, man.
Yeah.
It was a good deal.
All good.
If he was calling, you're in terrible shape.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to show your
It's
hand?
totally
if it's in
fine.
the middle?
Let me just explain this to the table, and Alex, to you too. So
I think
normally I
he has an
wouldn't show
interview
my
here.
hand, but Tom looked, and then Alex.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm here with Phil Hellmuth. Phil Hellmuth, they're on Twitter. They're yelling at me. They're saying that you slow rolled this guy down there during that hand where you push your cards forward and you look like. And some people were saying you passed him to Tom Dwan. But some of Twitter, they're fired up right now. They're thinking, what? Tell it to me. This is Inception, guys. This is Inception. Look at this. I'm interviewing Phil Hellmuth while I'm watching myself interview Phil Hellmuth.
Like if you're a poker player, you understand. Basically, Dwan said, "Let me see what you're looking at," and I threw him my cards to look at. And then Keating says, "Show it to everybody since he's all in." So I just flipped it up to show it to everybody. It was pretty standard and normal. Yeah. But I didn't do anything wrong at all. No angling going on there, right? Because that's what the people on No. Come on, you can't.
And then
but people are stupid, so whatever.
Right.
But
So
all the poker players know that was normal.
That was a normal thing.
Yeah. Well, he made a mistake. He made the mistake and flipped his hand.
Flip his
not
hand.
me.
Yeah. We'll get back in the game, kid. Good luck.
You also don't have to call.
I'm not fucking straddling.
You don't have to do that. Yet.
Someone said that was me.
Yeah, but I want to do it.
Did you guys know that was me? Did you guys not know that's me?
It's okay.
Yeah, Philmy's pretty tall. How tall? I think he's like 6'6". I'm 6'2".
Where the heck?
But yeah, someone earlier said Ninja was big. I was surprised Ninja was as big as me. He's a little bigger than me. I thought he was like a small guy, but he's kind of a big guy.
Yeah, I'm bored though. I've had no action at all. Trying some cards happening, you know.
The mid game interview.
You want to blind all in next hand, X? Why not?
I'll suck a dick for a 10. You guys remember this? You're kidding me.
I'll suck a dick for a 10. I don't hit a 7, so. Oh no!
Unless queen.
That's pretty good flop.
Queen.
Queen 10?
Oh, chop. A 10.
I'll suck a dick for a 10. Magic, why you keep looking at me whenever I make those types of remarks, man?
Oh, I'm on commentary. You're kidding me. That was me laughing. Oh my god, that's Inception.
Magic, if you want a good night.
Oh!
I'm in this bitch! I'm not fucking leaving!
Hey, call me on a dealer, Magic. You guys go back there. Hey.
Blur the screen, Feldman.
Phil, you get the extra. Hey, Phil, did you want that money? Yo, Magic, you're about to have a great
Blur the screen. He's gonna suck it.
You had no influence over.
Oh, I want that face. That face right at Phil Hellmuth.
Yeah. The runner on a blowjob.
Blur the screen, Feldman.
So, Ninja, Tyler, are you staying true to your word? Listen, man. My number's 847.
Out of line. Very out of line.
There's a casino.
Yeah, did he ever suck it? That's what I was asking too. I was like, did he post the proof? I don't remember him posting proof that he did, the receipt. Whatever. All right, guys, we're joined right now by a friend of mine. He is debatably, he can't hear me yet, so I'll give him an intro. Guys, we're joined by a guy who is debatably one of the top photographers in the world. He has taken all of my best looking photos of the World Series of Poker. In fact, without him, I would not have many beautiful photos of the World Series of Poker. His name is, of course, the photography legend, Mr. Drew Amato. Drew, welcome officially to the show. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. And I love that mustache. You looking good?
Poppy. It's inspired by you, buddy.
Is it really? You're kidding me.
Kinda.
Kinda. You know that this is the second day I ever had only a mustache was the first time I did one of the streams.
It's kind of empowering, right?
I guess, yeah. Feels that way, yeah.
I forget that I have it though when I go out in public.
Yeah. Where are you where are you living at now, Drew?
I'm in South Carolina.
South Carolina, and
Yeah.
tell people a little bit about your background.
I've been in poker for far too long. Started with a little company called Deep Stacks back in the day. Touring a few casinos, we built it up. My buddy Chris eventually sold it to the World Poker Tour, became WPT Deep Stacks. Worked with them for a while. Worked the series, worked with Poker Go. So I've been around both sides of the industry. I've actually had a fair amount of time behind the scenes of streams with small production companies, and then all the way up to bigger production companies like Poker Go. And yeah, I mean, listen, 6:30 a.m. looks a lot different these days than probably the last time I saw you at 6:30 in the morning, Joey.
Where did you see me last time at 6:30 in the morning?
It could have been,
You can tell, I mean, I don't remember. Where did you see me at? Where was that? Tell people about it.
It could have been XS, you know.
Oh, when
We
I was
had
in
a
a
few-
nightclub. That's what I
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
So I either could have been at the nightclub tonight, blacked out, or I could be streaming with the chat. So I chose the low variance route of streaming with the chat.
And I appreciate it, Joe. You're growing up right before our eyes. It's a beautiful thing to see.
Debatably. So you're doing photography still for poker right now, or are you doing photography?
I haven't for like 2.5 years. I'm slowly getting back into it. I'll be in Vegas for the WPT Championship, shooting that in December.
It's gonna be great to have you out there for that.
Yeah, coming out of retirement a little bit, but we'll see. You know, just enjoying life. Married, got 2 dogs, and you know, taking it all in. They say.
So what are your thoughts on what's going on here, Poppy?
Man, my brain is in a pretzel. Absolute pretzel. When it first happened, I was like, listen, it's an amateur player, misread the hand. And then recently with the kid Brian coming out and stealing the chips, and, you know, the more Robbi and Ripple talk, I think I'm on the cheating train.
Now you think that as they talk more, then you're less convinced?
I'm more convinced that there's something suspect going on. It's tough, you know. I've known Feldman for a while. I know you have too. We've all been together before. I think Feldman's a real stand-up guy, and I know that he does pour his heart and soul into Hustler. But you know, where there's smoke, there's usually fire. I don't think Feldman's involved. I'll start off by saying that, but there's a lot of things I think, and Bob brought up a lot of good points too. One of which was, where was Brian when this whole hand was happening? Nobody's answered that question. Nobody seems to touch on that. I think that's a very, very important fact. I don't think if no one in production, if somehow Brian gets cleared, there's video of him not in there. I don't know how they would have cheated without someone in production there to help out.
Meaning what? There has to be a second guy in addition to
there
the
has
guy.
to be someone behind the scenes that has access to something that can tip them off. From my experiences, casinos are pretty tight with who they let handle the RFID cards and everything else, even in the smaller productions. But if he's not in the back room, like, why is he in the room after the game with the chips or wherever that whole thing transpired?
Right.
There's a lot of weird things happening.
Well, I guess he's in the room because he works there. So if he does audio, he's
Yeah,
probably...
but if he's in audio, yeah, I understand. It's just very bizarre to me. I want to know where he actually was during the hand, what he was doing that exact night.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they are able to access all that stuff. So if they got something like that, you know, maybe they're just trying to figure out who was the guy working with. I guess the thing that kind of confused me was that he, you know, I guess it's a strategy when you decide to announce these things in terms of, you know, I guess if let's say they review the tape and they find it, obviously they don't want the guy to work there anymore, so they got to get rid of him. And I guess in their mind, if they would have withheld that information that they found this, then they may have been feeling like they're getting in the way of an investigation. So their way of extending an olive branch to the community is to say that we did find this and we are doing more investigation, which in some ways sort of maybe causes people in the poke community to start looking around more and saying, okay, well, what else is going on here? And obviously these guys got more information, like the things that you're saying, they probably already figured out too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the poker world, everyone loves a good investigation. It's wild. I don't know if they've announced this. Have they gone through all the footage from previous live streams and like cleared his name from stealing chips ever before?
How could they do that?
They caught him this one time, right?
Yeah,
So
I mean, I don't.
you can review, not every time, but you can review other footage, I think, from bigger games like the one you're streaming right now.
Right. I mean, there's so many
Other
games.
things.
Yeah, so many games, really. So many games to run through and so many games to, I don't know how long that takes. I don't know if it's only before and after the game. I think he's probably not going to take something before the game when everyone's in the room, but
Not before or after.
Yeah.
It's just the whole situation is so bizarre to me. And like it really brings up a question and I'm like, what does the future for Hustler look like now? Even at like as
show?
far as the live stream games go, like people without a major production or a major studio, I find that people are really going to struggle to come out and play on live stream games.
I don't think so. I think
You don't
that,
think so?
No, I think that poker players are such degenerates that they love to play, they love to gamble, they don't care if they lose. Most of these guys don't even play to win anyway. So if you, like the guy Raver Poker was saying, they create a reality show. They want people to come to lose. They're giving them clout. They're giving them attention. They're giving them status. And then with that status, you can turn that into something else. And I think a lot of people are interested in that, especially in the California area, where if you get well known, you get brand deals, you get invited to parties, you get to meet certain kind of quality of person potentially, or it makes it easier to get yourself into different kind of networks in town or different opportunities or roles if you're in modeling or acting or you want to do promotional work. So I
agree with you with mid-stake games,
but not super
but
high-stakes
for
games.
higher stake games, yeah.
Right.
And like that's why I kind of feel, if Ryan and Nick, and I think they are not involved. I don't know Nick, so I can't speak on his personal character. Again, I just know Ryan. I know they've poured a lot into the game, so that's kind of brutal for them because even if you're cleared in this, like there's always going to be people that are looking down the rabbit hole and aren't gonna believe it necessarily. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think with those guys, they got a real strong community at Hustler. A lot of people that support them. A lot of people that are going to support them no matter what comes out. So even if it comes out that it's more to the story than it is now, I still think they're going to have a lot of support from their community because they can just say, we fucked up, we're going to do better in the future, and then they can keep doing better in the future. And I think a lot of people are going to be understanding of that. Because that's why Hustler, I think, is doing well, is they got a real strong community of people who are supportive on social media. And I feel like these sorts of things actually could make your community support even stronger, even though the opposite...
Or the loyalists, for sure.
Right, exactly, right? Like the loyalists, maybe they double down on their loyalty now because they see that you're being falsely accused from the outside of these things, and then some things come up and they actually did happen, but then, you took care of it and you got rid of the person, you increased the security. So I feel like a lot of people, even if you are, sometimes negativity is a good thing for your brand because your followers can sort of drown out that negativity with their own comments and their own posting as well, and that actually can make you stronger in terms of what you're doing. But
in some regards, yeah.
But obviously, right,
you
don't want to be known as fucking having an operation that's like that, and you don't want to be known as something like that. But I think that they can make it right in the future with good games and high stakes games, and by making the right moves from here on out.
I agree. It's just a matter of, really enforcing security. I just really, there's so many questions around that Brian kid.
Yeah.
And
right.
I don't think that they necessarily skipped over a background check hiring him. I just think, my first job in poker, I didn't get a background check. I just went up to someone and pitched my shit and was kind of adamant that they hired me and stayed on it. And, it's a big industry, but that side of the industry is relatively small. So I don't think there was any wrongdoing in them hiring the kid. And, I read some things where people like, oh, they skipped over his background check. They knew he had a shady past, this and that. I don't think that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's weird. It's been, I told myself I wasn't going to get involved in this, Postal thing I kind of stayed out of, aside from making a few memes. But this one's very intriguing to me.
Yeah. Ryan Lemmings, hello from Idaho. Evan Klein said, I'm waking up to NFL at 6:30 like a DJ, and you're still here grinding the investigation streets. I mean, this is like my daytime, guys. This is like 2 p.m. for me, okay? I woke up. I started streaming.
This is your 9 to 5.
This is like my I'm on a 9 to 5 schedule. I'm just on an overnight schedule right now. I've been going 7 hours right now. I mean, this is light work. You know what I mean? No one edible, no Adderall. Like, this is pretty, talking to people I'm enjoying now. We got a prosecutor on here earlier. We had a criminal attorney from LA. We had a private investigator on. We had Chainsaw on here. You know, he's like all those things too. We had Raver Poker on here, who was defending DJF and talking more about hustlers. So
that was a fun one.
Yeah, what'd you think about that one?
I don't know, man. I feel like people, if you have any sort of involvement in this, chat's gonna light you up. Chat is ruthless.
Yeah, what do you think about the chat?
I fucking love it. I love it. Bunch of savages in there. They don't give a fuck,
chat,
dude.
They're like, they'll come in there like some people are like, oh, I can't come on there. Chat's too mean. Like I completely understand and I would agree, right? If you don't want to, you know.
Oh, you got to embrace it. I love it.
Yeah, you got to.
These guys are absolute savages.
They really,
everyone's an expert. Everyone knows everything.
Oh yeah, we got law experts in here. We got PLO expert. We got a hold'em expert. I think we honestly got an expert in every category in my chat. We got one of the most.
It's covered.
Most intelligent, high IQ chats on Twitch or YouTube. Personally, my chat is that.
It's unbelievable. I literally half the time I'm in here. I think someone said it earlier too. I just find myself. I stop listening to the stream and I just start reading the chat, and it's as entertaining as can be.
It's on slow mode.
They fire me up.
It's on the literal slowest. That's why I say I honestly get offended sometimes. The thing is, I just feel bad when they start roasting a person that like I don't have a relationship with, or even if I do have a relationship. And I mean, really, anytime they roast anyone, I kind of start feeling bad when they're like, next, get him off the stage. Like, fuck this guy, this guy's a foog. Like, look, he's ugly. Look at his fucking hat. You know what I mean? Anytime they start saying things like that, I'm just getting uncomfortable because then other people see that and they're like, oh, this chat. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but I mean, you just got it. People got to know that coming into this. When you put yourself on this, you are vulnerable and you are up to the jury of the chat.
True.
And if they say it's your fucking time to get off, listen, walk out the room, buddy.
Don't keep talking, huh?
Yeah, it's just, that's the way it goes.
Guys, we're joined by Drew Amato. Drew Amato, one of the top photographer. I mean, listen, let me show you some of these photos, guys. Honestly, I used a few of the photos you took of me for a long time as like a profile photo.
The leather. Remember when you bought that leather jacket in Malibu?
Oh, yeah, we were there. Yeah, my only leather jacket I've ever, I think I bought one or two. Yeah, look at these photos, right? Most of these are by Drew. Watch. This one by Drew. That one.
You gotta look, make sure you're showing the right ones.
Oh, that one's by Danny. Okay, this one's by you, right?
I gotta.
You definitely took this one.
Stream's frozen.
You have it open?
I just restarted it.
No, okay.
I'm going there.
Okay. You have it?
I'm getting there. Hold on. I don't know
how spry I look. Look how healthy I look in here.
Oh man.
I'm shilling Drew.
You don't have to shill me.
I'm shilling you. Look at these photos. Look at this great
I
photo.
did. Yeah, that one's me. Yeah.
You got that one too. This one right here.
Yeah.
Drew Amato. This one where I look like I'm look like where I was out all night, getting real out of line, and basically I had to show up to play, and I didn't look like I want to be there to play. I looking like an Eastern European mobster.
I think that was the 10K PLO. You just randomly showed up.
Oh yeah, I think I went deep in that thing too.
Yeah.
That one too. This one as well. It's a pretty good one as well. Let me see here.
Wow.
No, you didn't take. No, that's another one. This is when I had orange hair. Jane Furman, I guess she took a lot of mine too. That one you took.
Jane's a legend.
Oh, that's Joe Jiren took that one. Yeah. This one you took too, right? Yeah,
I took that one.
Yeah, that's a really good one too. Yeah, the Poker Go Studio. You always got the
Very
sickest
serious.
angles. Yeah, you got the greatest angles in the Poker Go Studio. I don't know who took this one, but
who knows?
They put a filter on there, so.
Look at those guns.
Where at?
Wow, do you have highlights in your hair right there?
Yeah, I had yellow. I had orange in my hair. Yeah, or I had the yellow, like the light green in my hair. Yeah, I look like a gringo in Narcos. Look at this. Look at me, bro.
I just spit all over the screen. Oh man.
Whatever.
The good old days.
Whatever. Donation from Peter Van Gardner said, Joey, Jack 4 is a handmade famous by Richard Caruso in the mid-2000s. If pots start getting dragged by King 9 suited, we need to talk to Nurse Mike. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Michael.
I also randomly just saw someone in the chat shout out my high school.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Drew's high school.
Yeah, shout out. Go Rams.
Shout out to Aaron Bersher. Good morning. Time to play some poker. Somebody said, I look good when I get dressed up. Yeah, when I'm not wearing my yellow hoodie and my hat all the time, I can look pretty solid.
Poppy throws it down.
True. So, Drew, anything you're looking forward to develop what happens with the case?
I mean, I hope we just get an answer. I don't know if we ever truly will. It's hard for me if that kid's going to steal $15,000. Like, how are you not flipping for 240?
Right, for the bounty.
Yeah, I mean, I'm about to go out there and fucking cheat for 240,000.
Right. You're basically talking about the bounty that...
The bounty to flip.
I think it's actually 200 and it's about 65,000 now.
Jesus.
So if anybody out there wants the bounty, 265K, I think some of them are expiring on Monday, so you got to double check and get in there fast if you want to get the bounty. So...
Someone in chat said, how do we let callers slide when you compare being employed to take photos and work for apps the same as working the floor of a casino with card information comes to background checks? Listen, not all casinos are the same. I've worked all over the world. There's casinos where you get a full background check. Like Pennsylvania, I had to get fully licensed. They did a full background check. They need to know if I invested in any stocks, this and that. Very thorough. I've also been to casinos where you literally walk in, you say I'm with the company, and they're like, all right, cool, you guys are back here. And you could walk back to the back room where production's going on. So it's not super consistent in each state with how they handle background checks and how people can go back where the live stream's going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I don't know much about that particular topic. So, chat, if you guys have some questions for Drew, otherwise I'll let him get out of here. I just want to have him hop in here. Say hello.
I gotta go anyways.
Yeah,
I got tea time in a little while.
Get out of
I
here,
love
kid.
you guys. I love chat.
Yeah,
Stay
Poppy.
ruthless. Poppy, good seeing you.
Yeah, great seeing you, dude. I'll see you soon.
Be good,
okay?
guys.
All right, later. Guys, shout out to Drew Amato coming in here. A true legend of the poker world. So, morning's about to start, guys. Maybe something interesting will happen. That's the downside of doing this late at night is that, you know, and no one's really up. Nothing's going on. So, but yeah, he embraced the chat. You know what I mean? He basically hugged you guys open, and he said you guys were great. Let me see. Yeah, I feel like I covered everything I need to cover today. Quid Pro says just opened my eyes, and for like the third time this week, you still at it, Joey. I was just thinking that. Yeah, that's because I wake up at a different time, guys. Right? I wake up at nighttime. Because I'm doing this until 7 a.m. That means that I'm gonna sleep till later. Does that not make sense to you guys? I mean, I don't understand. And I found out Robbi got a twin sister as well, too. Conrad's in the house. What up, Conrad? Conrad, you want to call in? We ain't had Conrad calling yet. I'm curious what Conrad been saying. I'm curious what Conrad got to say. Plus, he gonna hype me up. I want to get some hype and some knowledge. Connor, I'm gonna send you a Zoom link on Twitter. John Doe said, Joey, I've seen all your streams. I have made my own investigation for the last week. I'm a professional poker player and have won a W Coup and played live cash games for many years. Perfect. That tells us your news. Any kind of news get broke or not? Basically, the news that broke is that Robbi's pressing charges. There's a dispute between Rip and between Nick Arabal. But basically, G-Man introduced his statement yesterday, guys. We went over the statement. It's a pretty long, intensive statement. It seems to have convinced a lot of people that there was shenanigans happening here. G-Man right here. Garrett Adelstein report unlikely cheating at Hustler Casino Live. Davey says, so was Ryan kicked off live at the bike for getting player kickbacks during the stream. Why isn't this being addressed? I know that they had some type of dispute on live at the bike with Ryan and with the staff, and I think there were some accusations of some out-of-line activity. Ryan was one of the co-owners at the time. He's one of the basically guys in charge of the show, and I believe there was some accusations of, and I believe I mean there was accusations made where there was a dispute that took place between ownership and they basically whether he optionally chose to sell his interest or whether they said he had to sell his interest. He ended up selling his share of Live at the Bike, but he stuck around with working at the casino. So he stuck around working with the bicycle casino. So I don't know if it's specifically for kickbacks or there were accusations made against another player in the game as well too, that this guy may have been doing something as well. So that's what I believe took place in that situation. So I don't know about kickbacks or I don't know what was going on in the game. but I heard that it was, you know, they thought something may have been going on in the game, or players were concerned that something was going on in the game, and there was a conflict of interest in the game as well. Here, let me get Conrad a link to join. Yeah, I'll speak on that situation next time. I just want to get more clear on what took place before I get into that. Dane says, hey, Joey, why don't you listen to the popular opinion? It's always right, you know. Most people have a solid head on their shoulders. I don't think that's true. Ryan gives us history on Nick's podcast. Yeah, I haven't listened to that at all. Gotta check it out. Is something going to be released today? I don't know. I mean, people are messaging me. I don't know. You know, they got the information. They got to release the information. So if people have some, then they got to put it up. I sent Conrad a WhatsApp to come on the show, so Conrad's going to be joining here in a second. Thank you, Patterson, Poker, for the donation. Is it true that the camera guy quit after the Jack Ford show? It's not true. The camera guy quit, I believe it was about a month or two ago. I don't exactly know what the date was. It's this guy, Patrick, what up? Patrick Curran. He put follow the White Rabbit, so I don't know if he's basically saying that there's more to the story, but he basically quit after the all-night super high stakes game. And Patrick is pretty awesome. He does a lot of great work. All right, we're going to get Conrad in here. Do you know more information, Joey, but aren't allowed to say anything to others release stuff? Yeah, pretty much, right? Like, I mean, I have some ideas of some things, but it's really not my information to say at the current moment in time. But I don't think it's like any necessarily like moving forward past here. It's just sort of like things that might happen or directions that it could go. Conrad, you there? Yo, can you turn up your audio?
Yeah, hold on one second.
Okay. Guys, we joined by Conrad right now. Conrad, one of the hosts of the Only Friends podcast on the Solve for Why channel. I think I saw him host it the other day.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yo, Poppy, you there?
What's poppin', baby?
What's poppin'? What's happening? Guys in the chat, please welcome Conrad in the house right now. If you guys don't know Conrad, let me pull up his IG, or I'm sorry, no, not his IG. His Twitter. Where the hell does it go? What the fuck is it at? Conrad's 411 on Twitter, as you can see, Mr. Conrad right here. That great profile photo. Conrad, lock the fuck in.
Yo, we locked the fuck in, baby. What
Let's
the fuck
go.
is going on?
Where was this at? Where was this at? Last night? You're kidding me. Oh, it was. I'm wearing the same hoodie. What the hell is this? You're kidding. Where were you at? Getting pizza?
Yeah.
All right, kid. What's going on, man? Listen, tell people, right? They're wondering why I'm awake right now, and I keep telling them I'd either be at the club or I'd be on here. Now, I've been at the nightclub with you till late, where I would be right now. Describe the difference between where I'm at now and where we might normally be at on this sort of night.
Honestly, it's nothing, baby. You lock the fuck in either way. Like, it doesn't matter where we at. Like, you lock the fuck in. It really doesn't matter. So,
Poppy, what are you seeing here, kid? I mean, I know you seem like your mind going fucking crazy. I mean, I don't know. You seem like you losing your mind a little bit over here. So why don't you talk about what the hell you guys are seeing over at the Only Friends show, and give us your perspective, dude. What's going on here, man? Give us some life. Give us some energy, kid. Give us something that you're thinking here.
So, you know, I can't speak for the whole Only Friends crew. I can only speak for myself.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And when I speak for myself, I don't like this shit. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. All I know is every time there's a problem, there's an answer. And it just keeps going around in a fucking full circle. It goes problem, answer, problem, answer. And I can't have this shit anymore. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
I mean, this is how it goes. You got to be level-headed, Pop. You got to breathe. You got to take a deep breath. You got to not want the answers or look for the answers right now. And you got to sort of let the answers come to you sometimes instead of trying to, you know, obviously when we do content, we're debating ideas and we're discussing theories. And I basically talk to like 10 people a day random people, right? A guy on Twitter is like, oh, I want to tell you a theory. Boom, I'm on a 30-minute call. getting the crazy theory, and these guys believe it 100%. Every theory is different. One theory, it's Phil Ivey. The next theory, it's this person. Next theory, it's that person. So it's really easy to let yourself get that way where you can go crazy and you can be your mind being a mind fuck with all the possibilities. So.
Nah, for sure. I don't know what's going on right now. It's pretty wild. But I will say, whoever the fuck said Ivy is out of their goddamn mind.
Yeah, I know. That's what the guy came on my show one time, said that, disrespected the great legend Phil Ivey like that.
You don't disrespect the fucking legend like that. Like, it's Phil fucking Ivey. Like, he's playing Baccarat for fucking $3 million a hand, you know? He's got his ways.
Right. Hold on. This guy, Sam said I said his video was dog shit. I gotta apologize. I didn't really. That was kind of mean.
What are you thinking here?
Hold on a second. I don't respond to this guy. I feel bad with this kid.
After finding, I want to know about the White Rabbit. That's the real question here. What the fuck is the White Rabbit? It's from the Matrix. Somebody told me, but like, what does that mean? That means something's going on here. That means somebody needs to collect this 260. What's popping? Like, what did it really do?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Conrad's on video. All right, sorry. Whew, I feel bad. I basically watched this guy's video earlier, and then Sam Clark, and I said it was kind of dog shit, and because the quality and basically because of the hands he brought up were after the allegations took place. He posted on Twitter, so I just want to clarify and say that I am sorry. I didn't mean disrespect to him about that. So. Yeah,
Sam, I didn't mean to disrespect your video either, but I told all my friends it was dog shit too. You put your face over fucking this guy's face the whole time.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't, you blocked the guy, right? I mean, you know what I mean? That's why I was going through it. Say something else, right? Could have been better, could have been different. I thought the quality was low. I mean, it is what it is, right? I don't know. I mean, I'm going to watch the video. I thought the hands were not from the hands that were being taken place, and I don't know, right? I didn't like the video, so.
Yeah, I mean, you're just out there keeping it real, Poppy.
I don't really know the guy, but so I don't mean disrespect to this kid.
It doesn't matter. You're just keeping it real, man. All right, the real question is, like, Patrick Kern.
Right.
The White Rabbit.
Right.
Yo, my man, like, where's this shit coming from? Like, you used to work there. Like, what are you trying to tell us? You're trying to tell us that this shit isn't done.
I think that's what he's trying to tell us. I mean, it seems kind of suspicious that he would say, I mean, why would he say that? It doesn't make any sense.
No, I agree. But, like, is he a disgruntled employee?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. What do you think? I don't know. I mean, he seems like he's not working there. I don't know what he's doing right now, if he got another job someplace else or not. But I don't know. He's been with those guys for a long time, so I can't really speculate. I talked to him. He didn't really give me much back, so I don't know. Do you know anything? What do you suspect?
I don't know nothing, but I do suspect that. Yeah, there's a lot more going on here, and when somebody says something like that, I'm looking at everybody. Everybody's suspect, even fucking Phil Ivey.
Even Phil Ivey?
Nah, not the goat, but you know, like everybody's suspect when something like that comes out. Like, everybody needs to be checked.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Poppy. I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of dicey. You guys been wrapped up in it every day, and you know, what are you looking forward to next? I mean, the guy got the charges brought against him, and we don't really know what's going to come from that at all. So, what are you guys kind of seeing that might be taking place here for the next step in whatever's going on?
I don't know, man. It all comes out by like the next question. The next question that's asked, the answer will come. So who knows?
Yeah. I mean, do you feel like the answer is near soon?
I mean, no, not the full answer, but I think that basically anything that comes out, somebody says something immediately. Like, there's a lot of statements being thrown out there, and they just seem suspect. Everything seems like it ties back together. It's, I don't know, man. I'm real suspect about this whole shit. I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't know. Just kind of, yeah, I see what you're saying. Chat, what do you guys think out there, chat? What are you guys seeing, man? I see the chat's YouTube fired up. We're watching this Mr. Beast game. This game's crazy. Conrad, how you been enjoying doing the host of the show, and you've been a public figure, and now you're wrapped up in whatever's going on here? Is it enjoyable? Are you liking it? Are you not liking it? What are you thinking?
I think it's cool. I mean, whatever. The Only Friends podcast is pretty dope. We've been having a lot of fun with it. We've been doing it for like 140 episodes, 5 days a week. And we're having a lot of fun with that. And we're just like bringing facts and our ideas to the people is kind of cool. Like letting our thoughts out there.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, someone in the chat said something about the thoughts. I basically said a lot of my thoughts for the past 8 hours. So, you know, I'm basically just reiterating myself on a lot of points because we're sort of at a standstill right now where we've heard from Robbi, we heard from Jacob, we heard from pretty much everybody except Brian and Garrett. Garrett just releases information. You know, the community's still processing the information. Robbi basically dropped the whole charges thing. We don't know exactly what that means. And, you know, we're sort of at a standstill right now, waiting for more information from Hustler Casino Live and more information from Garrett and more information from whatever happens with Brian. So I would say that is a pretty accurate assessment of where we're at right now. And then moving forward, there are a lot of possibilities where the information that we then learn next is going to take us. So Kevin Kleiman says, it's big news not to be overlooked, Joey. What is the big news not to be overlooked, Kevin? Kevin says... She used. Oh yeah, did you see this? Did you see this, Conrad?
What's that?
Let me see. Let me show you real quick. Hold on a second. So basically, it was on. Who posted that? Alan Kessler. Yeah, Alan Kessler basically posted this thing from Robbi where she said, I had the detective on the phone and told him I wouldn't not be pressing charges right then and there. And then in the message from Brian, it says, someone who was so kind to give back the money to the crybaby Garrett and kind enough to spare me, wouldn't not be as nice as you are. So basically she used wouldn't not in the wouldn't not, right? It's basically not twice.
Yeah.
So wouldn't not. Or would not, right? So
and use the same thing in the other message.
In the message that Brian wrote to her, it says when it not as well.
Yeah, I mean when things fucking add up, man, there's something sneaky. There's some shit going on here. Like I said, every time there's a question, there's an answer. Like there's some shit going on. And the White Rabbit thing, it just ties everything together. It just means don't stop looking. It means this thing isn't over until we have a fucking answer. Oh, somebody said so. Oh, about this whistleblower shit. I'm fucking surprised, dude. Like I'm pretty surprised that somebody hasn't came out for this 240. I mean, I know 240 is not a lot in LA, and like you really can't do anything with it. Like you need to get the fuck out of there immediately. But like. Somebody's scared for their life, I feel like.
I mean, these guys in LA, what is it makes these guys in LA do this shit, bro? Like, what is with LA? Like, why are they like that in LA? What's going on out there? Like, I don't understand why I hear so many stories about the LA people where they're just fucking doing all this kind of shit. JR quit poker. They ran poor JR out of poker because of the things he's been dealing with.
Yo,
the super high stakes.
That dude's the fucking man. I love JR. He's so fucking cool. And like for him to leave poker because of this shit stinks.
Yeah, I mean, has this changed any of your perceptions of poker from your own personal viewpoint of the industry?
Nah, my man, I've been through it all. I've seen it all. I've seen shit like this happen in real time. I've seen it all.
So for the 240K, you're basically saying you're surprised also that nobody picked up the bounty yet. Because I'm pretty shocked that no one would come forward if somebody was doing something and take the money.
Yeah, I'm very shocked. Like, but it kind of makes sense. They're all kind of tight. So whatever's going on, this group, if there's cheating going on, there's a group going on that's cheating, and this group is very tight knit at the moment, and they're all very scared at the moment. And you can tell that because every fucking response has an answer. And it's always just wrapping up. So.
What do you mean? Every question has a wrapped up answer? Like, what do you mean by that?
So, like, every time every time a statement comes out, somebody else has an answer. And, like, so put it this way. Everything that happened up to Nick Airball's statement, Nick Airball came out and his statement literally was like, he felt like the cleanup man to me.
Nick Airball, you felt like they sent him in as the cleanup man.
Like, I felt like his statement was the cleanup man. And like,
what, really? What? Think
yeah,
so?
Like he was just trying to tie everything together. Like, and then yesterday, it felt like a whole bunch of fucking like dog bones were just being thrown around the screen. Like, you know, they start arguing Nick and what's we call it? I don't know, man. I'm skeptic on everything. I don't think that I don't think anything is fucking what it looks like, and this shit's crazy.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's how I feel. Right. So you take in general, nothing's what it seems. Then you combine that with LA, nothing what it seems. I mean, that's. Right. I don't want to be. A lot of things I say, right? A lot of things I could say are sarcastic, and they come across as mean. The jokes I can make about the things involved. So I'm just trying to be respectful.
No, of course.
You know, when I say something that if I don't know, like I said something about this kid earlier about his video. You know, I said it was kind of dog, and the guy get offended now. You know, he go post on there. He's been watching my videos. You know, I don't mean no disrespect by it, but I'm just sort of calling it like I thought about it at the time. And you know, it's real easy to let those kind of things slip when you're doing a long stream and when you're talking about certain companies or productions or things that happen or people involved with them. So you really got to watch your mouth, especially me when there's a lot of people watching this. So, you know, you got to try to be respectful of everything and everybody, and it might always come across that way. But
yeah, I'm trying to get better at that right now, Joey.
Well, when you're speculating all these things, it's really easy to start making jokes and, you know, making slights and, you know, saying things about certain people and them feeling some kind of way about it, and then they always get in touch with you. This always happens, right? They get in touch with me. They tell me, you know, I'm out of line. They tell me that, yell at me.
Yeah, nobody gets in touch with me. They just all block me on fucking Twitter. Nobody wants to talk to me.
D. Purdy says, greeting, Garrett is Neo from the Matrix. He is following the White Rabbit to discover the truth, and he'll find out he was set up by his friends. Dun, dun, dun. Is that true?
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Is that true? Neo is not set up by his friends in the Matrix. That's not a plot point. Is any of this? What? Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I think this is all just some wild shit, man. And I can't wait for the fucking documentary. I can't wait for the movie. I feel like we should be doing this our goddamn selves right now, putting it together.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much that we can do besides. I mean, I feel like people, you know, we can try to do things and we can try to make things happen. We can hope that, you know, maybe we have a positive impact on what's going on. But at the end of the day, the verification is going to come from either the casino or anyone, if anything's happening, people that worked on whatever's going on.
Yeah, I don't even know if we'll get any fucking verification. Like, it's so hard to prove stuff like this. It's so fucking hard. And like, the reason why I feel like we've got this has some legs is because everybody keeps talking. And
I mean, that is a pretty good point, right? There's a lot of interesting things happening where people go back and forth, and obviously, right, everyone was really going after Robbi and saying, you know, oh, she definitely did it. Garrett said she did. Obviously, she had to come out and defend herself. Then Doug Polk makes a video talking about her and Rip got a relationship. Then Rip wanted to defend himself. Charles Liu, he got wrapped up in it. He wanted to come on and defend himself. Nick Vertucci wants to come defend himself and defend his company as well. And then from there, you get a bunch of people that are just kind of talking about it because that's how you can try to get ahead of what's happening. Like Garrett comes out, wrote the big ass letter, says she's cheating. Everyone's like, what's going on here? She comes out, says it ain't true. I'll play you heads up. And then kind of from there, it just took on a life of its own.
Yeah, no, I completely forgot about that heads up. That whole.
That's what I'm
everybody-
saying. There's been so much that's happened in the past 6 days. It like doesn't seem real.
You know, every time I just like open my eyes, there's something else. Every time I look at my phone, there's something else.
Yeah, when I got a message about the kid took the money, I was like, you're fucking joking me. Like there's because Bertucci was on here and he was basically saying, you know, trust my employees 100%. No way anyone's doing anything. No way. These are my guys. These are my guys. These are my guys. And then like 2 days later, it's like, oh, this guy with like this big background came out and he's palming chips off Robbi after the hand happened. I'm like, wait, what's going on here, bro? Like, oh my God. So, Conrad, I got to get those lights like Conrad has in the background.
Joey Ingram. The Coregasm said, "What's up, guys?"
Who said what's up?
The Coregasm.
Who's that?
Corey Paget.
Oh, Corey. What's up, Corey? What's happening? What's he doing?
He's chilling, man.
Where's he at?
He's right here. You know, he's hiding from the camera. He's
Oh, okay. He ain't don't want to get on camera. Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like everything's like there's just so much shit going on, man, and I think people are kind of scared for their lives, probably. One being this guy that's got fired or something's going on.
Yeah, Brian. Yeah.
There might be some bigger bounty money going on the other side of this. Keep your fucking mouth shut. You might get paid. You don't know how long this thing's been going on. There might be just like a underground cheating ring that's been running around LA for fucking 10 years. Who knows? Like, this shit can be so fucking deep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't think whatever that is going to be revealed in whatever's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything's gonna get revealed, Joey, and it's upsetting. Like, it sucks. Like, the only reason why we have so much is because everybody keeps talking. But you know, I don't think we're not really gonna find a smoking gun. It's so hard to find a smoking gun here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, right? You could argue that certain. That's what Charlie Carroll was saying earlier. You could argue that certain data points combined together could equal a smoking gun. And obviously, right, you'd have to argue that fact to other people, and then who decide? You know, the public decides what if your information is a smoking gun or not at that point in time, and then that's one way to do it, and then there's another way to do it as well too. So, we forgot Garrett basically got the money back from her after the game, and then donated the money to charity, $135,000 to charity. That seemed like a big thing that happened like 3 days ago, and no one even talking about that anymore.
Because it really, like, honestly, when it comes down to it, if it came out that she wasn't cheating, or like you felt like if it came out to like that everybody thinks she's not cheating and he doesn't think she's cheating, he's giving the money back. His reputation means too much about this.
Yeah. But
like, honestly, he did the most like professional thing I've ever seen in my life after getting fucking cheated. Somehow getting his $105,000, or supposedly getting cheated. Mm-hmm. Somehow getting $120,000 back from this lady. Like, I don't know, man. I've never seen somebody get cheated and fucking get 135 back. Shit.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you thinking about? Has your opinion of Hustler changed? Because I've been a big supporter of Hustler. When I came back from my sabbatical, that was the first place I went to work with these guys, and I've enjoyed Ryan a lot, enjoyed Nick a lot as well too. Thought they'd been putting on some great content, and Nick just started doing his own content. He said he's going on a 3-hour podcast today. Him and Veronica shot one, so I'm curious what he got to say about the situation in there as well too. So, obviously those guys have been doing a lot of great work. So I feel bad for them that they would be wrapped up in this situation. And as friends, right, as people I like, right, I'm just like, fuck, this seemed terrible, right? It seemed like a real bad position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm touching on that. I think, like, I don't feel bad for anybody until I find out that I shouldn't feel bad for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Or I should feel bad for somebody. I do think that Nick came out and has seemed very straightforward. He seems very good about this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about Ryan. I haven't heard from him at all throughout this whole thing, but I know Nick seems like he's being straightforward. Like, he gave us information that we didn't need.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows? Like, he didn't have to tell us about the 15K. Nobody needed to tell us about that 15K.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, who knows? I want to see. I want to see more. I want the internet sleuths to do what they do.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see the data points for everybody. I want to see who sat in what seat for every single session across HCL. And
so you want all the stats?
I want everything. I will. I think who sat in what seat is very important. Like over all of the episodes. Like I think you can draw. Like if something's going on, I think obviously the 2 seat has something to do with it, and I think you can draw a pretty maybe I could draw a nice little map around there.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be great. Wouldn't it be great to have all the stats and of all the players and the data and the statistics on pre-flop and flop and turn and river?
Yep, it's true. Like, and that's for everybody, not just, you know, I want to see it for absolutely everybody. And yeah, I'm interested. This isn't going away anytime soon.
You don't think so?
Nah, man.
Why not? You don't feel like this ends soon?
You can't. It's mainstream media. Like we're every day something else comes out. So until we find out what happens, it's not ended. And fucking Patrick just wrote "Follow the White Rabbit." This shit isn't going anywhere. I don't even know what to think at this point.
Yeah, basically Josh Macchialo in the chat said that he was trolling. He was just joking.
Oh, he was just trolling?
That's what Josh says. Josh is our resident Hustler Casino expert. So he's been one of our liaisons for HCL.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty not cool of Patrick, I'll tell you that much.
To do that, yeah, I mean, it's kind of trolling, you know, especially when a lot of those guys, like, they basically helped this guy get a great career, and, you know, he got to showcase his skills and be a part of what he's been a part of, and, you know, we don't know how things ended, but yeah, I could see where you're coming from.
Did he say he was trolling to you?
Not to me, no. Josh just said he sent him a message that he was trolling. So.
You say, like, if you spoke to him and he didn't tell you that he was trolling, and now somebody else says he sent him a message and said that he's trolling, like, come on, this shit doesn't add up. Like, this shit does not add up. I don't like it. I don't fucking like it, man.
I don't like it. I don't like it either, Conrad. I guess it's kind of unfortunate because, you know, there really isn't many other options in poker to go to where you can go to if you want to, you know what I mean? Like, think about what you guys are doing. You guys are working with the bicycle. You guys are going to the bike. You know, basically you got options are the bike or the Hustler. Vegas got no games. Like, Vegas got Poker Go, but, you know, Poker Go do things a different kind of way. Like, they're not really. I guess I can actually work at Poker Go. Maybe that's the best option to kind of do. But there really isn't many. Like, it's not like you can go to another state. I guess you can go to Texas. Maybe, you know, they got some rooms in San Antonio. They got the Lodge. They got a couple streams that are building up down there. So maybe that's a good move. But when we're in Vegas and you want to work together with one of these companies, your best options are Hustler and Bike. And Hustler was obviously crushing it and doing a great job. And they've been putting out a lot of great content. So I think a lot of people are excited about that. But, you know, kind of seeing all these issues, I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen moving forward with them. And I think they're going to figure it out, Conrad. I really do. That's my feeling here. I think they're going to figure it out. I think that, you know, we will get some type of closure from this. And they're going to keep moving forward, putting on big games.
How do you think we figure this out? Like, what through what? Through a bounty? Through like stats? Like,
I'm gonna put my faith in Nick Vertucci on this one.
Okay.
I think the pressure for him is on the line, and I think that he knows he got to step up, and I think that he's gonna be able to figure it out, and I think that he's gonna let us know that he figured it out, right? And he's gonna be able to say that, hey, you know, we did what we said we're gonna do. We said we're gonna figure out the situation, and I think we're gonna get more answers in terms of what happened here. So, not sure what that's gonna look like or what direction that's gonna be, or you know, who they're gonna bring up. But that's what I feel like is gonna happen here. I feel like Nick is a man on a mission right now. He knows people are fucking pissed at him. He doesn't want people to be pissed at him. He doesn't want that kind of perception to be had about him. So I feel like he's going to be doing whatever it takes to get this shit figured out.
Yeah. I definitely, like I said, I'm going to reiterate it. I definitely it has seemed that Nick has been very straightforward with us. He's been very good about this process so far. And it does seem good. That does seem good. This whole polygraph thing,
Yeah, what do you think about that? Eric Person offered to do the polygraph for Robbi.
So, like, we all know that polygraphs are whatever, don't work in court, inadmissible. And there's reasons for that. People can pass them. I've passed the fucking lie detector test before. But when I started thinking about it, I watched that message again from Persons. I was like, nah. Persons got something up his sleeve. He's not gonna leave it at like just the lie detector test that fucking you can easily pass and you can move on. He's like, and then like whatever, maybe I think he came on the show or whatever, and he said, yeah, it's a double test, and like it tests your eyes, your eye movements or whatever to see if you're lying and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yeah, there's something else. I knew there was something else to it. Like he wasn't just gonna let it go on like a fucking normal lie detector test that just can literally ruin this everything. Because if she passes that, and a lot of people are just moving one side.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like Robbi said on Twitter that she's gonna make it happen next week or something like that.
Yeah, it takes a while to learn.
Yeah, I think next week it's gonna go down.
Yeah, we might have answers by then.
You think so?
We might.
Yeah, we're gonna find out, Poppy. We're gonna find out.
I'm pumped, man. I mean, I hope we have answers in the next 24 hours. I want somebody to come grab this 260 right now. Somebody needs to come with that crypto wallet, come with some information, and just live life.
I got the crypto wallet right here. I got it. I'm ready to go.
Like they need to live life. Like just move on with your life. You can stop cheating, stop doing all your bullshit. Just grab this 260 and move on. You got family, you got kids. You can do something with that.
The thing is that is that really how this works out for whoever comes forward?
They got to get the fuck out of town. I'll tell you that much. If they come forward,
yeah,
they're gonna have to leave wherever the fuck they are. They're gonna have to, change their life a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Seems, maybe. I don't know who these people are.
Take a trip to Montana.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes you gotta go to fucking Mexico for 10 months. Who knows? But you just gotta do what you gotta do, man. And 260 to stop being a scumbag.
I probably wouldn't do it if I was one of these people.
It's like 260 to stop being a scumbag. I could change my life right now.
Well, here, this account, guys, here you guys can see on the blockchain, we got, now there's 40,000 in the account. Listen, I don't know what this money is basically the bounty. It's sponsored by cryptocurrency exchanges. So listen, shout out to cryptocurrency exchanges for getting involved. I mean, listen, I don't know how to, I gotta give a shout out to Tom Dwan. Tom Dwan is up to some shit. I don't know what Tom Dwan's up to, but apparently we got 40,000 in this wallet ready to be sent to you right now. So, I'll send it right now. Listen, I'll give me your address right now. I'll get a MetaMask. We get the info. So,
just straight up, no games being played here.
Pretty much. I mean, this is real. Here's the address. I mean, you go verify it you go verify right here, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, like, see, the problem is there's something going on here. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. Mm-hmm. No ifs, ands, and buts. There's something going on. Too many people know things. Somebody's coming to get this money in the next 24 hours, and that's it. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. Somebody has to come get it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the shit's going down. The ship is sinking. It's going lower and lower. Like, you can barely keep your head above the fucking water right now. And there's a fucking ether scale. There's a wallet with 260 racks in it.
No. This one just has 40. Harala Bob and Bill Perkins have another 100 each. And then Sean D put in 15. Nick Airball put in 5K. Dankness put in 500. So
you put 500?
Dankness.
Oh. Did Rip put anything? I saw him last night in the chat saying, I got some money on the bounty.
I don't know if Rip put anything in, actually.
Yeah, he said last night in the chat, he said he got something in the bounty. So you might want to collect on that, see what's up with that.
Yeah.
I was a little outspoken with Rip on social media.
You what?
I said I was a little outspoken with Rip on social media.
What do you mean? What happened?
I saw a little. I didn't see this watch. I got some DMs about this fake watch or whatever. Checked it out, and it seemed like my man was wearing a fake fucking Richard Mille.
You mean the white watch? The white watch that he had on?
Yeah, the one that Nick took a picture with. He's wearing. I don't know, man. That's an expensive watch. That's 400,000.
So you're saying he was wearing a fake $400,000 watch?
That's what the sources I have say.
Who said that?
Checked. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's out there. Shit's going on. I don't know. All I know is I'm pretty sure that we're gonna get some more information today as this bounty is letting up. I definitely think there's people know too much. Like there's something going on here. People know too much. Somebody's gonna come to the conclusion today, or people are just very, very fucking scared right now, and it might be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, LA is a wild place. It's a fucking wild, wild west.
Could you make a good argument for you should wear fake jewelry?
Should you wear fake jewelry?
Couldn't you make an argument that it's maybe GTO to wear fake jewelry?
It is 100%. Is
Right.
it GTO to have your friends fucking take a picture with your fake watch? No, it's not. All right, it's not fucking GTO. As a matter of fact, I'd be pissed if I was Airball and I found out this watch was fake. You let me wait? You what the fuck? Get the fuck out of here! First of all, I'm not wearing anybody else's watch for fucking clout anyway. And then you gave me a fake one? Get sucked my dick. Oh, fuck out of here with this bullshit.
Oh my gosh. Pocket Hetty said it's a legit company that calls out celebrities who are wearing fake watches. Ay.
Yo, somebody said in the chat says, I agree with David Williams. Good old-fashioned button clicking. Like, I love David. Seems like a cool guy, you know? Nobody clicked any fucking buttons here, all right? Something went on. I'm sorry. Like, Jack, hi. Oh, the best part about it, I've been wanting to say this for a while.
You kind of sound like Jersey Joe right now. You sound just like Jersey Joe.
Yo, me and Jersey Joe from the same block.
Hey, it makes sense, right? You sound just like Jersey Joe right now.
Yeah, it's true. Something went on. You know why? Because Jersey Joe fucking knows. Jersey Joe ain't goddamn. He's not.
Come on, Joey. Come on, Joey.
Joey, come on, Joey.
Come on. You see it, Joey. You see it.
Joey, you know shit's going on here, Joey.
Look at her. Look at her face after she acts. Look at the way she's fucking looking at him, Joey. The fuck are you thinking right now? You fucking don't play dumb, Joey. What are you talking about right now? I know you ain't fucking stupid. Look at this. Look at her face, Joey. Look at her fucking face. Look what she's doing. I'm like, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Jersey. I swear, Joey, you're not hearing me. You're not hearing me. I know what's going on right now. I'm seeing it. I'm like, Jersey Joe, this guy's fucking turned up.
Yo,
Joey,
this man
come
is
on.
a fucking legend.
I know. That's like you're like an all-time guest right here.
No, he's literally a fucking legend, man.
Joey, come on. And then he sent me like 100 messages like, Poppy, you see it, don't you? You see it, don't you? I'm like, I love this guy.
Hold on, these are voice messages that you got?
No, these are text messages. I'm just reading them like he says it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm just reading it like Jersey Joe. Like I imagine Jersey Joe would say it.
Yeah, no, Jersey Joe's the man.
Yeah.
He knows what's going. He knows some shit's going on. You know, he's not naive. He's been around the block before.
Yeah. Jersey Joe. Ay, Jersey Joe. Oh boy. Okay, Conrad. So, any thoughts? Maybe I want to give the people here. Wrap it up. I'm gonna talk about something else, I suppose, and I think I'll stream for a little bit longer and maybe see if I'll take more calls and maybe see if anything develops. So you expect something to develop today, is what you're saying? Because it sounds like you're looking pretty optimistic about something going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think something comes up today. I think people come to their senses, and if they know any information, they will come and get this little bounty that's available. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If I was holding down this operation, I'd have everybody in the same fucking room, so nobody would be doing anything. Mm-hmm. Anybody that would be involved with this shit would be in the same room with me for the next fucking 2 weeks, and nobody's going anywhere. Lock the fucking doors. Give me your phone so I can write everything from everybody's phone. And like, I don't know, man. I hope to see some new shit today. Honestly, I want to get it over with. I want this shit to move on, but we're not moving on without absolutes at this point. It feels like.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm ready to. As much as I enjoy the streams, talking about the same fucking people and things, I'm sort of ready for that to move on as well too. And obviously, might not go that way. But it seemed like every day something happening with more information we're finding out. So I don't know what's next. Expect the unexpected, I imagine, though.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, man? We're just gonna close our eyes and see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. Listen,
or I should say today.
Yeah, guys, listen. Follow Conrad. What's your 411? What is it?
Conrad S411.
S411. Conrad S.
Yeah.
Oh, 411. Oh, I got 41. Okay, guys, follow Conrad on his Twitter. No, what is it? 40 what? Never mind. I'm gonna
411. I just wrote it in the chat.
Okay, cool. Yeah, guys, follow Conrad on Twitter. Conrad's 411. Let me put a direct link. Also, he's doing the podcast with Berkey and Landon and the star of the show, Melissa. Corey's on there. Who else is regular on the show for your guys' crew?
The Tortoise. Don't forget about the fucking Tortoise, man.
Tortoise is on there as well, right? Is anybody else a regular though? Am I missing somebody?
We got Andre comes on when he's in town.
Andre comes on sometimes, right? Christian as well. Christian. Yeah, he's been on there a lot lately. I feel like he was gone for a while and then he kind of came back.
Yeah, you know that's a thing Chin does. We got our boy Guapo. Guapo's there every day. He's doing our production and stuff. Shout out to Guapo.
Shout out to Guapo. Yeah, guys, listen. Go make sure you guys support these guys. Are working hard, putting up a lot of great content as well too. Yeah, man, I'm really liking what they're doing. Daily show, working hard, getting better as time goes on. So I got a lot of high expectations for what I think the Software Y crew is going to come up with. And Conrad here, right in the mix of things as well. So thanks for coming in here, Conrad. Great to hear. Great to hear from you as well. Obviously, people see you in the chat a lot. You got one of our moderator wrenches as well too. So
thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, brother. We'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Have a good one.
All right. Later.
Later,
guys. Listen, big shout out to Conrad for coming on the chat. Show him some love in the YouTube chat, please. Show him some love on Twitch as well. So he says he expects something to come down. So we will see what happens. John Doe says, if you try to be more critical of the production, look how they will call in or write more statements immediately to save their asses. This is how you make them make mistakes. Be critical of them. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I don't feel like those guys are intentionally making the mistakes in terms of what they're doing. You know, the streaming space is a pretty new space, and there really isn't like a set of guidelines, the best practices that companies and people are going to use. So, you know, on one hand, you could say that. On the other hand, you could say that they did a pretty bad job with letting this guy in the operation who, you know, has the risk profile that he has. Ryan Lemmings with the 10. Joey, 24-hour stream. I'll call in sick. Let's go, Poppy. Let's get this done. Nick's 3-hour pod interview drops this AM. Lots to analyze. Let's just do it because why not? We're different in here. Maybe. Apacho says, thank you, Joey. Run for everyone who called in, making this the most entertaining thing of the year. Thank you very much. Hosinator says, thanks for the lulz. Joey, keep it coming. Yeah, guys, we're here. We're live. Josh Macchiello, I kind of want to get him on. See what he's saying. Davey says, all I know is this is great for Doug Polk's stream long term. Maybe. Maybe not. Johan Sitter with the subscription on Twitch. Welcome officially to the Legion, guys. We've been going about 8 hours now into the night. I wasn't going to stream. I was going to wait a day, let some shit develop. But unfortunately, I was convinced by my great Twitter chat. And Twitter got me in here. And obviously, you guys have been enjoying it, hopefully. So, but yeah, I wish we had more revelations as the Legion marches on by. Once again, thank you, Johan Sitter, for joining as well. Welcome officially to the Legion. We're going to get Josh Macchiello on here. He's our liaison one of our liaisons for Hustler Casino Live. We had Raver Poker on earlier. Shout out to Raver Poker. He came on after his work, I think, and gave some words. Ivan said, I'm really curious about players having different rules and how they play. What they can do on the show. Joey, thoughts? It's a good question. I got to think more about that. Let me get Josh in here. I don't really have a big opinion on that yet, but I just haven't thought much about it. I didn't even know how it worked out. I just learned how that worked out now.
What's up, Joe?
Josh, welcome back. Guys, we got Josh Matiallo, producer from Hollywood, from LA, one of our Hustler Casino live liaisons. Josh, I got to apologize to you the other day on Twitter. I thought I tagged you. I was basically blacked out after the stream, and I didn't tag you. So,
hey, I'm a ball buster like you are, so I was just having fun with it. No worries about it, buddy. No worries about it. So immediately last night, when Patrick, who I know very well, Patrick worked the camera and worked a bunch of other things at production. When he put out the "Follow the White Rabbit" comment, I immediately went on DM'd him, and I says, "Hey man, what the fuck is the meaning of that? Is there something? I'm a player too. You know, people think I'm just sitting here, just sticking up for Hustler, and that's it." Which I have all the faith in the world. Those guys agree. But I said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And his immediate response was, I shared a screenshot with you, Joey. I sent you the screenshot so you could see it yourself, saying, "No, man, I was just trolling. You know, there's nothing going on there, you know, and that. So I just wanted that because I know people are running with that shit now, and everybody runs because that's a pretty stupid, you know, thing to tweet out, especially in the middle of an investigation, because now people are going to run, right?
Absolutely right. I mean, if you got a former employee who quit a couple weeks ago before all this stuff happened, basically tweeting out to follow the White Rabbit, I think that a lot of people are going to be suspect of what that guy means.
100%, and rightfully so. You know, it's rightfully so. But you know, I haven't been putting the hours you have been put in, which again, man, I commend you. I say this to you you're a monster. You're a beast. I mean, I'm talking. I wake up at times thinking there's no way this guy's still fucking on air, and there you are. It's pretty incredible. But I've been putting hours because we all want to get to the bottom of this. As you stated just a moment ago with Conrad, you know, it's almost coming to the time where we need to, you know, have some answers. And I know Nick and Ryan are doing everything they can to get those answers. You know, we haven't spoken since I you know, told you about the chips and all that and what Nick had found out, you know, and that story is unfortunate. And you know what's really sad about what Brian has been doing, you know, weeks before and even a week before he got caught stealing the chips, he was praising the production and having that work there and the responsibilities and working his way up and loving the guys. And then all of a sudden he gets caught and he's sending stuff to Robbi, you know, as you read and you broke on your show of all the stuff he was saying. It's just, it's a mess, Joe. It's a fucking mess with it. And listen, I understand. And I said this to Nick too. I says, look, if this guy has a past and it was there, I understand people are about giving second chances. But, you know, a lot of times situations, even when you give a second chance to somebody like that, you're going to deal with these kind of outcomes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of people wondering, us included, you know, how did the guy end up getting in the vicinity of the real-time hole cards? Obviously, that's a very compromising position to be in and something that is very valuable if you can get access to that. So with the kid like that who was trying to fire away and play high stakes and seems like a pretty high risk for, even if he wants to do everything right, like, you never know what people are going to offer him.
Well, and I was told from different parties that his background came in other states.
That makes sense.
And if that was the case, then, you know, when you do a background here in California, you know, that quick, you may not see anything here, you know, and again, you know, you said something just a moment ago that I can't agree more with. This space is, even though Live at the Bike has been doing it for many, many years, it wasn't ever on this level. Yes, it was a place that only people, but they weren't live. I've been on Live at the Bike when it first started, man. We never had 27,000 people watching live and then millions. So when you said it's relatively new in that arena, it is becoming this juggernaut. Right. And unfortunately, you got to get punched in the mouth a little bit to realize mistakes and then fix them. That's the thing I'm confident in Nick and Ryan is that, you know, And I read your chat, by the way. Love you guys. You guys are brutal. Even when you come after me, I want you guys to know I take nothing personal. Come get me. I'm a New York ball buster. You know, I love when you guys fucking. The internet is undefeated, but the things you guys say and what you do is fucking brilliant, and I love it. I break balls all day. Your chat. Out of all the chats, out of the Hustler Casino chat, out of the Live of the Bike chat, your chat is the most creative and best fucking chat of breaking balls I've ever seen in my life. Seriously, dude. They should have their own fucking show. I agree that
ain't a bad idea. How about people come in and the chat just gets to unload, and it's a understood agreement between all the parties involved. Anyone watching, anyone listening, no one, you know what I mean?
Joe, I've seen you break character. I've seen you break Joey Ingram character by the chat, just saying something because they're so fucking brilliant. I mean, seriously, it's amazing.
What do you mean? What do you mean character? What do you mean?
You just start laughing, fucking right in the middle of what your your statement is. They just literally break you up, dude. I mean, I've seen you like just being there. You're trying to make a point, you read something, and you just lose it. I think it's fucking brilliant. You know, so I think what's going to happen from this, Joe, and I think you agree with me. I think what's going to happen from this is they're going to become more solid, more tight, and you know, Berkey said this the other day too. Until somebody else comes up with another way to try to knock them down. And as a business, I think what Ryan and Nick are going to do now, and they hired the right crew. I was asked by your chat, "Hey, are you sure cops were really down there?" Yes. There's other players who you guys can confirm. The cops did come down with the Brian situation. They were there, in fact. That's 100%. And there is folks there doing the investigation for the cybersecurity that they hire. I think once that is all wrapped up, they're going to be a lot more tight-knit group. I really believe that's going to happen. And, you know, it may take another week or two. Joe, unfortunately, you may be up another 30, 40 hours.
No. I wasn't even going to do it today, but the last night was just so crazy. Everyone was so hyped today, and everyone's bored on a Saturday night, so they want to do a stream, so I did a stream. But I don't really feel like we got too much kind of to talk about today and too much really going on. But I think there are some pretty interesting things. You know, Nick Airball and this guy Rip kind of going back and forth. I think that's kind of misunderstanding. You know, Rip or Nick Airball saying, you know, hey, like I loaned you $175K. You said you had a wire there. It turns out he didn't even send the wire. So Nick's like, was this guy even going to pay me back? If Nick went there to go pick his money up from the cage, he was basically saying, you know, hey, if I didn't go to the cage, would this guy actually pay me back? You know, we don't really know what would have happened there. And then I think Nick expressed that feeling on Twitter. Jacob obviously didn't love that. You know, he started fucking going off on him, and they started going back and forth just a little disagreement. I can kind of understand where both people are coming from, and you know, we don't know if he intended to scam him or not. He says not, and you know, Nick doesn't necessarily say he thinks he did, but he says I actually kind of did actually say that's what he thought he was going to happen. So, you know, you got that issue going on.
I know Nick. Yeah, I know Nick. I was there when we brought him on. He was on the shows that initially I was on. And, you know, Nick is an interesting guy. And I mean that in a way of he really loves the game and he does well for himself. For people that don't know about Nick, you know, he does really well for himself in life and maybe a little wet behind the ears because he's young about just handing that kind of money out. Yes, he even admitted that himself, but he's not Nick's not a bullshitter. He's just not that guy. The guy, you know, is in a very high level business situation through banking. And, you know, the only thing that he's wet behind his ears is he loves this game a lot. He wants to make this something that he does. He's probably, and he'll admit this, like he said with Garrett, putting his chest out there a little bit to try to make a name for himself in this field. But although he could be harsh, and Nick could, and he's hard, by the way, you got to play at the table with him. It's hard to focus because he, as you could tell by his tactics, his antics and whatnot, you know, he gets in people's heads. But I believe wholeheartedly that when he saw everything that was going on, he wasn't at the casino and he rushed his ass down there because he didn't know if he was going to get that money back. There's not a doubt in my mind that everything, as he said, was as it was. And he is very, very given. I've seen it before, you know, to where somebody's sitting there and they're like, fuck, I don't want to leave this game. And it's like, I'll throw you 40. You know, he's just been that dude.
So you've seen him give people money before to keep the game going. Because that's what he basically said. He's the bank. He's like he basically said he's like the bank of the games. He's giving out money, loaning money, keeping games going. And
yeah,
you know.
and he tried to clear it up, and it was when he was on with one of your other guests. It's not like they asked him. The casino, Hustler never even said anything. That's on his own. He tried to clear that up that night. You know, that's just him saying, "Hey, I like to keep this game going. I want to." You know, he loves playing poker, and you know that's something he offered by his own volition to say, "Hey, man, I'll front that. I'll lay you out." And as far as I know, everybody has good credit with him who's taken money from him. I know he had mentioned there's a certain situation now with a reg that he's waiting on, but everybody's been in good spirits with him. And, but Joe, 175, I don't care who you are. I don't care how much money you got, just like my only questions I have still to today is I know, and I'm surrounded with in my industry and playing cards with a lot of wealthy people with B's in front of their wealth, not M's. And every one of them said, Josh, if I'm innocent, I ain't giving no fucking 135,000 back. I'm just telling you now. I don't care. People say, "Oh, you have the money. It doesn't matter." These dudes, every single one of them, like, I'm gonna tell Garrett, "Fuck you. That's my money." I ain't giving it back. That's still to today. I'm in Palm Springs. I came to the Palm Springs house. One of my buddy we play poker with, on stream. I'm not gonna name drop. He didn't want to be a part of it. And he's like, dude, you'd have to rip that money out of my hands. I ain't giving no money back to nobody, especially I win it fair up and I just make a good move.
Mm-hmm. So how what else do you think, I guess, the owners of the show, Ryan and Nick, like what can they do at this point in time? Because in some ways, when you look at it and you say, how could they let this happen? It seems to me like the thing that they can do is just promise to improve it in the future and try to keep putting on good games and try to beef up the security. I like what can they, where can they go from there if they let something like this happen? Because a lot of people are wondering what else was this guy up to? Was he doing the chip shuffle more, or was, what I'm saying? A lot of people are, I'm very much thinking that too, right? And then you start thinking, okay, well, DJF, he's getting dragged into some accusations on Twitter and he feels like it's unfair, but you can understand why he would be getting brought up, and you can understand why someone would look at Nick's results and say, hey, what's up with the results? And you can understand why someone would look at every single person involved in the operation and say, well, if this guy Brian was operating like this and moving this way, then, what else was going on there? And I think a lot of people, including myself, are just wondering, what else was this guy up to? And was this the only thing going on?
I want to address a couple things. I agree 100%. Everybody, and I want to say this because you brought this up earlier. Nick Vertucci never said, I will bet my bankroll on my staff. Nick Vertucci said, I'd bet my bankroll on Ryan and I being cleared so everybody could be clear on that. Mm-hmm. But my staff, I believe in them, but I'm going to literally put them through the ringer to make sure that none of them were a part of this or any of this. And in that process found out that through video that they discovered that this guy robbed 3 brown chips from Robbi. Mm-hmm. And with that, I think that now they have to, it's like, Joe, if you've never been robbed before and then you were robbed, you start changing how you see things. Now you're going to be not so comfortable with people when they're working for you. You're going to have a little more thumb on their head saying, all right, you know what? We tried the approach of being cool bosses and this and that, but now we're running a business of the largest streaming poker show in the world. And now we're going to have to not be so friendly and be more business-like. I think you're going to see that out of them moving forward. DGAF, I know Billy since way, way back at the bike. We're talking 05, 06. And Billy, with these fucking stupid links with the glasses, I've played with Billy all those years. All those mannerisms, it's the same thing, dude. It's nothing changed off stream.
The glasses, and because I really, like I said, I never seen him play before until basically the first link that somebody posted. So once I watched him play, I saw a couple of hands. People were saying it's suspect. I saw 3 hands in a session recently. I saw it. I didn't see the suspectness. I saw that they were, maybe more live pro plays. Like a better professional could understand how to read those spots against weaker players whose range is just, unbalanced to me. So I could see where the plays were coming from, but then I saw some other hands, right? He folded like a top pair, top kicker to like a, he bet 1-6 pot and folded to like a 3x check raise. It doesn't make much sense when I look at that hand. And when you look at some other hands, you can kind of see how people could start to see things. And then of course the chart about the seat position, when the guy started choosing his own seat, all of a sudden he turned into a fucking god of just crushing every single session. So it's really easy for people to look at that and say, what's going on here? And that's what we had Raver Poker on earlier today, and we were questioning him about it. And he basically told us, like, they took over the game. Feldon gave these guys reign to run their own operation, to bring in certain players, to build a reality show, to start putting people in certain seats, to be able to build up some consistency amongst the characters and amongst who people are. And that DJF started choosing that 2 seat, and then basically started finding, or I guess they both started finding characters that were willing to come there, put on a show, and were willing to go lose money on the game. So then once those lineups came to be, you had DJF, who started crushing it because this guy's been playing a long time, 20-year pro, and has a big advantage over the other players. So,
Joe, who's DJF's close friend? Do you know who his close friend is? Who I'm getting ready to say? Garrett is. And and if Garrett's making those reads and those plays, are you questioning him?
What do you mean?
Like you said, laying down top pair and all that. Garrett's made moves like that in some big spots, and nobody questioned. They're just like, wow. He's
no, I mean, they definitely question Garrett. First of all, it's not true. People definitely say, hey, what's going on with Garrett? Anyone that's winning a lot of money is questionable to me. Anyone who's a winner, if you want to get into it, right, I would question anyone. I don't have time to question everyone. So every single winner and every single site, I can't necessarily question. Usually when information becomes a big public thing and people start pointing out examples, then in this situation, right, you had a big incident happen where a cheating accusation was made. So if somebody came out with cheating accusations against anybody else, then I'll happily look into it. And I think that most people would look into it too. As far as I know, we haven't seen anything like that.
I just know Billy off stream. He has a game. He hosts the off stream game there, the 20, 40, 80, 10, 20. 40 games, and everything I've seen on stream from him, I've seen off stream. How his mannerisms are, all that. And by the way, I'm looking too. I'm not looking with the thing of saying, oh, I don't believe. I'm with you, dude. I play in these games. I don't want to, I don't want to be ever a part of. Hey, they're taking me for money, So I look at those things as well. I mean, the guy, everything looks normal to me. Yes, and I'll tell you this. I went 8 weeks straight sitting in the 6th seat winning. You could go look that
8
up. 8
weeks? You're kidding me. You sure?
Yes, man. Yes. Yeah. So does that mean, you know what I am? I'm superstitious, Joe. I literally would wait until everybody picked cards, and then I would go and pick. And if there was 2 left, and I knew the 6 was open, I'd go and try to pick the 6. There were times it didn't happen, and then my superstition was like, "Damn, bro, I got the 17 plus fucking 35K shit."
So wait, when is this? When was this? You won how many sessions in a row?
I won 8 in a row at one point
on Hustler Casino Live.
Yeah. Yep.
When was that? When were that?
It had to be early, like probably a few months after the show started. Don't worry, man. That guy that stats the does the stats of all the tracking of how much people win. Will show you. I'm only up $535 now on the show. So if people want to go run with that conspiracy, it didn't work out for too long. After that, I started going in blind for 10,000. People know I like to do that when I start getting tilted. I started going in blind, straddling 10,000 and shit like that. Just to show how non-tilty I get. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I had a nice, that original crew with Chris, and all those guys, Ludacris and all that, there's mad action, man. I'll tell you, I would tell anybody if I saw anything that was sporadic or and by the way, I was not winning a lot of money on those sessions 8 in a row. I think the most I took home, my biggest night I had is when I cracked Aces versus Kings, and I won like 70,000 that night. Other than that, my wins were more modest, 10, 15,000 each session. And for me, that was my run good, as you'll be able to track and see. And then I went on a very bad downward spiral and just was losing show after show after show. Wasn't really good, and I didn't suspect anything going on. I honestly didn't play as good as I was playing when I was winning. I was making bad decisions, not good folds, and got my ass handed to me.
Yeah, guys, listen, do you have any question for Josh from the Hustler Casino side? We hear Nick Vertucci got a 3-hour podcast dropping today with Veronica where he's going to go in depth into all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, he's fired up. I'll tell you this right now. He and Veronica got in the lab, and I'm hearing things about people, because Nick has had a very successful run. I'll say this. I know Nick works on his game. I know that for sure. He's actually even made a comment when you guys were watching recently. I think he folded queens pre-flop to somebody, and he even said, I think I'm gonna have to get back in the lab for that one. I don't think I played that one correct. I think it was when Francisco, it was raised, re-raised, and Francisco 4-bet, and Nick was sitting in the 9 seat and with queens, and he folded pre-flop, and he said, I got to get back in the lab for that one. And then there was another hand where Nick flopped top pair with a flush draw, and somebody shoved on him, and he folded. He folded the hand, and he commented again, I got to go and see if that was the right move. He works on his game a lot, and I do know that because I started watching Nick, myself, saying I'm going to start following this guy's reads and what he does, because man, he's playing successful poker, and I remember him at Live at the Bike, and he'll tell you this: Nick was dead money. He was not the guy that everybody sees playing now. I mean, so he's been working on his craft and becoming a really good poker player.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand how people might find that a little bit of a suspicion when the employee also comes out, and the employee, whatever's going on with the employee, right? The guy goes from one stream to one result to then another stream to another result. So obviously he can say, he's been in the lab and working at his game, but when other people are looking at that, it's easy to be suspicious of the thing that you're saying to me.
Absolutely. But, let's remember what he said. People are just segueing to the next thing. Nick and them did this. Nick's whole thing was, hey, I love the game, and I want to put money because I want to play in these kind of games, and I want to have, as Mr. Flint wanted, God rest his soul, he wanted to have white chip, have brown chip games, but he wanted to have white chip games, at the casino. And Nick always promised that, he would build something like that there, but also be a part of it. So, he built this and put hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this is the thing I want all the listeners to understand. They're making good money doing this. For what they're accusing, even the cheating, if you added up all these sessions in a row and say they was cheating for it, they wouldn't risk what they're making for it, the guys at the top. That people need to use their brains and really understand that no matter what, there's no justification for the amounts. Yes, it's $135,000 pot, still not worth it for what the sponsorships and the things that they got coming to them now. It's an irresponsible statement. I know there's reason behind it, and it's okay to look into it. I get it, because cheating is a big thing when you're cheating. I get that, but they're doing so well and excelling so high that when people accuse from the top, then they don't really know the kind of money that this show is going to be worth at one point in time. Right. I do know that when Bally's came in and bought Live at the Bike, the deal was a multi-million-dollar deal. I know that for a fact. So when people start to think of what Nick and Ryan's involvement is, and you're saying, all right, what are you saying? They're scamming 50, 60, I'll even give you 100,000 a night. Use your brain. That's not worth what the show is getting there. They would never risk it for that. Right. That's a fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would make sense, right? Especially with the long-term potential.
Joey, you were there when they did the blogger show. They brought you in because they got all the big names of poker. And yeah, I'm giving you a shout out. You're a big name. So they got all the big names of poker. And they had millions of dollars on the table that day. Millions. Now, I will say this. We're in a very sick world that when people see that on the outskirts and some con men and hustlers look, man, I feel for Robbi. Why? Because everybody that's going through this, even if it came out that she cheated and whatnot, I still feel bad because it sucks. I feel bad for the kid Brian that he had to lower himself because of gambling debts to do what he did to pay off debts. Dude, I've talked to you about this before, way back. When my group and I, try to make a bid on a sport team, the media, everybody came after. He's a con man. I've been in the public. I had to sue many paper outlets and did very well on the settlements. For printing stuff. So if Robbi came out and it was nothing, the poor woman, I feel terrible that because I know there's a lot of people that are on her team, but now that this kid Brian stuff came out, there's a lot of people that are shitting on her every day. And what if this was just an isolated incident that this guy took this money? Now Robbi is shitting on. And is there inconsistencies with this story? Absolutely. Do I think it's still possible that they were trying to play in a world, in a game that they didn't belong in, and they're still trying to keep their credibility? Even that could be the story more than cheating. I still think that's the possibility that they got caught up playing in this game. And you know poker, Joe. You know this is a vicious cycle. If you start messing with the big boys and you don't belong there, you know, you're going to get squashed, man. And I still think the possibility is, you know, they were portraying something they really weren't. I don't care if people live in big homes, have nice cars. I don't know any, you know, I don't know Rip. I don't know any of these guys, but there's a possibility that they were just still out of their element, no matter where they live and what kind of bankroll, that in this world, you know, they're not Bill Perkins or they're not Bill Klein. They're not Stanley Dang, who these guys are real billionaires that own, you know, real companies that have that kind of money. And some people get caught up trying to play in that mix. I mean, I've seen it all the time myself. I've seen people.
So why do you think that guys like JR are quitting poker? Because they say that the scamming and the cheating and the dark energy in the LA, like what's going on in LA that is causing people to act like this so often and so casually?
Joey, this place, and I'm from New York. Imagine, I'm a New Yorker originally. I've been out here 26 years. I've learned poker from the Bicycle Casino. And there's just, first of all, LA has the best poker in the world. Hands down, nowhere. I don't care if you come from Bay, like you said, these are the games. But there is a darkness, no matter what. I mean, I won't ever play at a home game again. I will never play at a home game again because there's just too much of this kind of stuff that we're dealing with now on the stream that people are accusing of that actually are going on in home games. It's actually happening there. So,
like,
you know,
like what's happening there?
There's a lot of collusion. There's a lot of cheating. You know, there's a lot of stuff like that, which made me say, hey, man, I'm never playing in a home game again, no matter if it is the up and this home game. I'm just not doing it. No private games for me. I just won't do it. You know, to me, the one place I feel comfortable was at the casinos, at the streams. And listen, and JR, let's look at his numbers. I'm sure if we tracked him, he was taking it on the chin a bit, you know, and losing some real money. And if let's put ourselves in his shoes, if we were losing 300,000, 400,000, and then something like this came out, are you going to feel comfortable no matter how high the integrity of the game is? You know, that's when you're getting beat up like that, it may cause you to pause.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? He might have some concerns about, the environments he's been playing in. I mean, a lot of people don't know it until they start diving deeper into it. And then once you start diving deeper into it and you ask questions and you find out how easy it is, and I
think Nick and Ryan will get to the bottom of it. I think they made a lot of your guys asked me in the chat earlier, am I certain that, you know, there's a company? Yes, there is. I know some of the groups because I did my homework that are working with them, and they are A level. They're going to, if there is anything, it will be found. And there are things that are coming out every day. There are things that are coming out, that like the Brian thing, and Nick broke that immediately. And if there is a trail there, the one thing I agree with Conrad, he said some things I don't agree with, because now that I'm saying that Patrick sent me a direct private message, which I shared with you, Joe, I screenshot and shared with you because I said to Patrick, that's an irresponsible statement. Follow the white rabbit. You want to say that now? Like, seriously, you think that was smart if you're just trolling? Mm-hmm. That's ridiculous. You know, that's because these guys are actually working on this, trying to figure out if there's something going on. And you were the guy who was he wasn't only a camera guy, he was up in the booth, Patrick. So you make a statement like that and you don't have anything to support it and you're just trolling, that's irresponsible.
Right.
You know, it's ridiculous.
All right, shout out to Davey in the chat. Enjoy your walk, Poppy. Once again, guys, thanks to everybody for tuning in live. Tracking Poker. What's up, Tracking Poker? Appreciate you guys. We're going strong here, 8 a.m. I woke up last night at like 6 p.m., guys. So if you're wondering why I'm awake, I'm in a different kind of schedule right now. We're joined by Joshua Macchialo, one of our liaison hustler. He plays on the show, friendly with Nick as well. Yeah, I mean, we had Nick on a few days. People said, why hasn't Nick been on these past couple days? We just really haven't talked. I mean, I'm sure I could hit him up and he would happy to come on. I think he's
Well, Nick wants to. He's been really good to you with breaking stuff through you and having me do it. And he wants to. If he has something that comes, he wants to say it. You know, so he's what I can say is. Yes, he's a friend, but he's also one of the owners of the show, and he's been hitting it hard, man, trying to get to the bottom of this. I mean, think about this. Since this Brian thing broke, you know, now you have to go look at all that footage of everything with Brian. You know, now it's not just Robbi and Rip where you were looking at that. Now it's like, all right, how many hours of that do we have to see of what Brian did now? So now this became an even bigger story. Why? Because Brian's been there since day one. So now you got to go all the way back.
That's
crazy. Man, you got to go all the way back and see what the hell have we missed? What did we miss? And that's where I'm just like, look, man, I know it's easy to just start pointing fingers and all that. And Joe, I want to give you credit for this. You're a great middle because you do have to investigate and you got to ask hard questions that maybe the Ryans or Knicks don't like, but you also then use logic to bring it back. And that's the part where I think, I'm happy that you're doing a responsible job in that, facet.
Well, it can be challenging when you read the chat, and the chat is going savage on one way or the other. And, I got personal relationships with these guys and the girls, and I try to be respectful of them. And obviously sometimes they're going to get upset about things that I say or my attitude or anything like that. It's emotional time right now. It's a high pressure time right now for a lot of people. So I just try to be respectful, try to be thoughtful in my words. I'm sure the chat sometimes is able to notice me doing that, but it's come from a lot of experience.
Your honest opinion.
Yeah, I'm making content a long time. So
your honest opinion, do you expect at all ever, would you that Ryan or Nick had any involvement?
Would I expect that Ryan or Nick have any involvement with what?
With any allegations of cheating or anything like that?
Would I suspect that they have any allegations of cheating ever?
Yeah, no. In this whole stream, do you think they're doing anything wrong in regards to cheating?
Well, I would hope not. But when one of the staff is caught, then it kind of makes me wonder what else is happening. So how can you ever know in that situation? Especially if those are the guys that are leading the investigation, or if they're hiring the teams to investigate it.
Well, listen, and that's something else. I'm glad you said that because I wanted to bring that up. They're not leading the investigation. They hired a team that is leading the investigation. They hired a group that does this kind of stuff, because it would be irresponsible of them to lead the investigation. They're the owners, so they had to hire somebody to lead the investigation, and those folks, and I can confirm this 100%, have been told, look into us as deep as anybody else. Come at us. If you see something that makes us look bad, let us know. And those guys have a obligation to their craft, meaning the investigators, to even bring them forward if there was anything that is not correct on their end. And that's 100%, and it's kind of hard because I know that because they're paying those guys, but it don't matter. When, I own companies, when you bring somebody in to do an investigation into your whole company, it starts with you at the top. And they work their way, down. The thing with Brian was very lucky break, in my opinion, for Nick and Ryan Feldman. It was very lucky that they caught that.
Lucky. Yeah.
I mean, dude, by the way, Joe, you don't think I sat, how many times I've had 100, 150 on the table and that guy mic'd me up? I'm sitting here like, wait a minute. Did I make sure I counted all when I went through that losing streak for another 8 weeks after that, was I missing chips? I thought of myself, man, I'm not going to lie to you. It's kind of scary, bro. Somebody would just come and fucking take chips off your stack. It's just insane.
Yeah.
3 brown chips, bro.
Fucked up, bro. Pretty fucked up.
How much
money? That's some fucked up shit. That think about you go to a casino and you got one of the guys going around stealing fucking chips from the game. That shit's fucked up. It's pretty disgusting, really, when you think about a poker game. And I'm kind of being nice about it. So it's disgusting.
Joey, I keep track of every dollar. I don't care how much money I make, this and that. Especially at a thing, I would lose my. And that's another thing where I'm like, come on, Robbi. I know you're a nice woman. You're giving that impression. You just gave 135 back. Which that really makes me scratch my head. But now you don't realize, 3 brown chips. I mean, dude, I would have been like, whoa, no, time out. Hey, I'm missing some money. Let's go. I'm missing money. I know. I keep track of my shit when I play. Always. I'm always looking down, making sure because to me, it's a game. How I play this thing is a game. I'm trying to accumulate as much as I can. And, I want to know what the other person has when I make a move. What am I up against, versus mine? You know what I mean? And I couldn't imagine if I was counting my stack and I realized that 15,000 was off. That's a hit.
Right. Yeah. I would be ready. I'd be making a YouTube video for sure.
Yeah.
I'd be making a YouTube video. I would be calling out everyone involved in Hustler Casino. Everybody, every single fucking person. The owners, staff, the dealers, the fucking GM, every single person.
100%. I'm
right?
with you.
100%. I think the way Robbi handling this is like very, very nice, very generous of her, very peaceful of her. Right? Got money stolen, no big deal. Is what he lost it. All right. And then you guys the Hustler Casino offered the money back. Hustler Casino Live offered the money back. But yeah, I mean, I'd be fucking absolutely livid, furious. I'd make 10 YouTube videos. Anyone try to text me, I'd tell them go fuck themselves and leave me the fuck alone. And you basically set up an environment for me to come in and get fucking scammed by somebody that you're working with. So that's how I would probably feel about it.
Listen, you listen, and with the Robbi thing, what you said, bringing Julie, who, by the way, if people don't know Julie is one of the most nicest people that you can play poker with. She's just really a treat. I always had fun with her at the table. What she said with that whole situation at the bike, that sort of got swept under the table. But that was a big thing. She said, coming down.
Can I actually ask you an interesting question?
Sure.
So when I spoke with a number that I believe to be Brian, just actually came to my mind. I thought about this right now. He basically said to me, I want to be specific. Hold on a second. Just 1 second here. He said that, hold on a second. Hold on a second. He said that the alleged stealing. So he didn't necessarily confirm to me in the message that he was someone that did it. He was willing to come on my show to talk about the situation that happened, but he used the wording alleged, which I found pretty interesting. He said he would come on here and talk about if Robbi cheated or not.
He used alleged, but then text Robbi.
Well, that's what people were saying. Was that really him that sent the message? So in the message with me, he's saying the alleged cheating, alleged stealing. In the message to Robbi, did you see what we pulled up earlier about the double negative, the wouldn't not in one of Robbie's tweets, and also in the DM that Brian wrote to Robbi that Robbi posted? Did you see that?
Yes, I did. And look, I would not, after somebody gets caught and Nick and Ryan bring them to justice. And yes, it was definitely from all, again, I wasn't at Hustler, but everybody who was there and involved told me that it was clear as day that he was caught. Okay. There's no questioning that. Clear as day. And that, not only that people I know that were in the room talking to him, he basically broke down, and had a moment to where it's similar to, I didn't mean it and this and that. So to question the whole angle to Robbi, I don't know where I'm at with that, Joe. Once somebody takes that kind of money off your stack, could they have had now that the guy's coming out saying, oh my God, I didn't make money, this and that, did they have a beef, even though they were saying nice things about Hustler before, to grind and say, you know what, I'm going to make some fucking money my own way, and this is how I can do it, and set something up? It's possible, and I don't think it's out of line to look into that. Is there something going on between Robbi and Brian? Is that a possibility? I mean, it's sort of all bets off now when you get caught stealing 3 brown chips from, ironically, the stack of the person who was accused of cheating. I mean, look at, if he took it from anywhere else, we would have probably let this go to say, hey, the guy's a knucklehead, but he happened to take it from that stack. Now, I've heard other people come out and say, well, she just gave 135,000 back. He's probably thinking, all right, she ain't gonna, and could be the case, but you start questioning now, what are the odds?
Right. Exactly.
What are the odds
what are the odds, Josh? You tell us. What are the odds? I don't know, man. What are the odds? I don't know.
Joey, I'll tell you, everybody, including Nick and Ryan, think it's just, like I said, they now talk about a rabbit hole. They now have to go down that rabbit hole of Brian.
Right.
And see what else from, I know they're not going to the beginning. They're starting with, okay, from the moment Robbi stepped foot in that casino, what can we see between those two? Did they go to the bar upstairs and hang out and talk? They're looking to see if there's any other connections. Is there anything we can find between those two? Because that's a crumb. He gave them a lead. And I know that their security footage has all been given to be looked at to see if there's any way to track any of that. Because, I'll tell you, I've been around the guy a lot. That text to me doesn't sound like him. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. Maybe it's him. To me, doesn't sound like him.
Well, Kyle said, are we going to be able to see the footage?
Well, you know what you were offered, I think that they have to.
You mean that they offered when Nick was on the podcast and he talked about having me come out there and being able to review the footage
First you said, I want to make it clear because you had just ate an edible. First you said, Poppy, give me 4,000 milligrams and some Adderall, and I'll sit in a room and I'll crack this in 24 hours. Mm-hmm. So Nick booked it. He goes, yeah, Joey? Okay, booked. When I have my investigation team, I'll let you look into it so you can be the voice to the poker community. That's how that went down. And Nick still will say that to today. He goes, you know what? If people need to see a third-party eyes, as in a Joey Ingram, I have no problem having our investigators know that Joey is going to be a voice to the community and look into it. And I know Nick, being a man of his word, he would live up to that, because then you at least can say, at the same way I sent you the screenshot, people would sit there and say, yeah, Josh is just lobbying for Ryan and Nick. There's no way Patrick sent that, saying he was just trolling. Well, I screenshot it and sent it to you. And you saw it with your own eyes. He's trolling. That's what he said. So it's good to have you, and I think somebody who wants to get to the bottom of it, to look over that kind of footage, to be like, hey, guys, you know what? I saw the footage that they were talking about. Yes, that did happen that way. And you could be the voice to the poker community.
Someone said Nick trying to hire Joey or Polk to lead an investigation says it all, really. Yeah, I don't think they would be hiring anybody to lead the investigation, but there's other people that are leading an investigation. So that was actually what I was trying to get clarification of on the show with him when we had a little back and forth. I didn't really understand what the hell they were saying, what they wanted me to do, and I sort of felt some type of way about it. So we had a disagreement. We kind of worked it over the phone, talked more about it. So also I was blacked out 10 hours into the show by that point in time, so I was essentially ready to pass out. But guys, do we have any other questions for Josh? Or we're going to let him get out of here. We'll reset the table, update you on where things stand today, and so anything else, Josh? Anything else you want to add? Maybe me and Jersey Joe. What can I bring Jersey Joe out there with me?
Oh, dude, that would be. Let me tell you something. That guy, you are just making characters. First of all, being a guy from Brooklyn, Jersey Joe is unbelievable. I guarantee you, he's a Guido like me. He's an Italian. That guy is an unbelievable guy. I'd love to meet him. I'd buy you guys. Come out here. I'll take you to Il Pastel in Beverly Hills just to buy you guys lunch, dude. I mean, that guy is a fucking treat. And I think we turned the city upside down for a half a day.
Yeah, someone said I was pretty fried. No, listen, when Chainsaw and Nick Vertucci were on the show, I was basically not talking. Like, if you remember, there was a bunch of people talking for so fucking long that if I just sit here and just keep staring at the screen, I'm going to fall asleep about 8 hours in. So
Joe, Chainsaw is and I've never met him, but we've exchanged things on Twitter, as everybody else has with him. And, he can get under your skin a bit. Everybody knows that. He has a gift.
Yeah, he real dark. I said he dark energy.
Yeah.
Like, he came on and he just he put a real dark energy. Nick started getting all flustered. I'm like, what's going on my show right now? They start arguing. I'm like, are they serious? Like, are they fucking trolling? Chainsaw's asking him some hard, tough questions. And Nick's sort of like, hey, I don't want to be You know, it didn't seem like he was kind of tired or you know, he said he wasn't on
Well,
his
he
game.
hasn't slept, dude. He's not. And by the way, neither of you. You know, I think I told Nick. I says, look, as much as you haven't been getting sleep, I said, you know, it's not like you can't go look up. Joey's doing 10, 12-hour sessions, dude. I mean, you know, I said, so you know, a lot of you guys are a little on edge.
Yeah.
Me, I'm sleeping like a baby. I came out to the desert. I have a desert house. I came out here. I'm sleeping because I needed to get away and break away. But it's hard because you do such a good job that I'll just, like I said, I'll turn it on 3 a.m. I can't. I said, this motherfucker's still going. Jesus Christ, he just doesn't stop. So being a poker fan and hearing different elements, you bring some things that make people, even myself, who are very close to the show and whatnot, you make people think and say, all right. And why do you do that? Because in the future, I think it'll make their product better. I think what you're questioning is to make the product better. I'm sad to hear that JR, because I like the dude. He's actually a really, really nice dude, a really good dude. It's sad that because he brought an element that was really, really good to a game. And oh yeah, he's losing money. That's not it. His just personality. He's a really good dude. So I'm sad to hear that he's gone. You know, so I'm hoping that this gets put behind us. Everything gets fixed that needs to be fixed. Now Nick and Ryan know that they have to be a little more tough bosses on their staff and who's working for them. These are things that, you know, that need to be all fleshed out. And that's what happens with a new business, especially when you're number one. I don't think their numbers were affected last week, Joey, that this happened. I think the people still want to watch their product and see what they put out there. They just know what they got to do behind the scenes to make it airtight. And where there's nothing that could even be misconstrued of happening.
Yeah, Josh, you saw we had 40,000 in crypto right in the wallet right now, ready to be sent out, right?
I think that's amazing. I love what
at Mint. No, this is separate fund. This is separate from the fund that Haralabad put up or Bill Perkins put up. It's a separate crypto sponsored whistleblower fund. Ready to be sent out right now. So if you hear of anybody out there, you let us know.
Oh, and I'm gonna let people know. I'm saying, you know, these guys are on top of it. If you got anything, you know, bring it to Joey. Joey's got 40K ready to go.
Bring it to Haralabad, Bill Perkins. Listen, they Haralabad was ready to see it. Tom Dwan, he's like the main guy. I don't know. Tom Dwan's all. He comes up with the ideas.
Fun with this, I could tell Tom's having a little fun with this. Like he
disappeared. He disappeared for 10 years, and then he came back, and now all of a sudden he's in the middle of the investigation right now.
He's been a great, you know, Tom's been calling some shady shit from day one with them. You know, he's put it out there from day one, and you know, look, Negreanu didn't go over on the side of cheating, but he did say, when he was sitting and they were playing the high rollers, that when they first heard how it went down, everybody at the table said cheating. Their first instinct was cheating. Every one of them. Not one person, because all poker players knew. Again, I'm not a pro, but I played since 06. But when you hear the hand, you're like, what? You know? And all these people that saying Garrett went 8 high. All right, guys, let me tell you something. Give me Garrett's hand all day with 1 card to go versus Robbi's all day long. Open-ended, straight flush draw. You need any 6, any 7, any jack, any club. You know what I'm saying? I mean, any 8. You know, you win the hand. You got 24 outs, I think it is. I mean, I'll take his hand all day over hers. And by the way, I've communicated. I'm not going to comment. I've communicated with Garrett. You know, the man's handling himself very, very well through all this. You know, for people who were concerned, knowing that, you know, he had put publicly that, you know, he's dealt with depression. He's handled himself very well because in his mindset, his read is his read. And his read is that, you know, something went on, you know, that's his read. And he's comfortable, you know, saying that. And what a noble gesture. I know people hated him putting that money, you know, and I told him immediately, I said, hey, G-Man, good job with that, dude. That's, you know, and I'll tell you this, I'm not going to, my intuition is if something came and it was nothing, something would be resolved. Because the man knows always how to make the right move. That's his character. He's high character. He knows always to make the right move, and he always will. I mean, tell me how many other guys just dropped with 135 to Big Brother. You know what I mean? It's you know, I don't care who you are, especially poker players. They just don't do that. You know, they just don't. So the man's high character.
Sounds like they should, right? I mean, if Garrett's doing it, maybe we all should donate some money to charity. Maybe if Garrett's doing it, it might be the GTO move to do.
you know, he's always been that way, Joey, and he's been in Big Brothers. If you guys follow him all, he takes.
Yeah, I think we talked about it in the podcast before. Yeah.
Yeah, he does that, dude.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? Hey, man, I'm as anxious as everybody else to see what's coming up next. I can't wait to watch Bertucci today. You know, I really want to see what.
Can you take notes? Are you going to take notes on that for us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
I absolutely
get some notes, man. Get some notes. Break down
Well,
some,
I
break
asked
down
Nick,
some podcast notes.
Listen, a lot of the things he's answering, I asked those questions. You know, I told him, yo, man, make sure Veronica, because I need to know, you know, these kind of answers as well. You know what I mean? I'm again, as I'm friends of the show, I'm also a player on the show. So there's parts of me that need some things to be brought to light as well.
Right. Okay. All right, Josh, appreciate you coming on, man. A lot of good answers, a lot of good thoughts. You know, appreciate you representing. You're the liaison for Hustler Casino Live. So, people in the chat are saying, "Hey, he's got a bias." Well, maybe he does here because he is.
Yeah, I got a bias. I'm up $584 in 2 years on the show. I'm probably working it too. If I am, I'm the worst cheater in the world, dude.
Maybe. All right, get out of here, Josh. We'll see you soon.
$584. Hey, Joey, keep doing what you're doing, man. The poker world is blessed to have you, and you know, if I hear anything else, I promise to reach out.
Sounds good. Thanks, brother. Talk to you soon.
All right, be good, brother. Talk soon. Bye.
Later. All right, guys. Mr. Joshua Macchialo, as he said, only up 585. So he said that confirmed. I just want to remind you that does not confirm anything, guys. Just because you're up or down a certain amount of money doesn't confirm that you aren't or are doing anything. So, guys, what do you guys think about Josh? Say thank you to our guests, guys. Say thank you to our guests. Let us know what you think about that. Once again, guys, we're still going strong here live. Getting information from people, getting people talking, get to hear what they're saying, and getting an update on where the situation stands. It sounds like Nick Bertucci is going to be answering all the questions that you guys want to hear on the podcast of Veronica. So yeah, guys, what do you guys think about that? Shout out to Dark Angel as well. Please remember to have respect for people on the stream. Yeah, listen, these guys definitely need an ass kicking around here. I'll tell you that. These guys definitely need an ass kicking around here. But Josh said he liked the chat, so it's okay. This other guy's trying to come on here. He said I need to have a conversation with him first. He sent me a long-ass message. It's going to be hard for me to read this privately while also streaming by myself. Let me play this while I read this guy's message. Hold on a second.
Yeah, another water too. I don't know.
Super cold. You know, I had a huge night Thursday night. I really thought I was going to win big today.
10,000.
Now I have to.
I mean, do you ever go in thinking like I'm not going to win big tonight?
It's like 18 grand.
Isn't that your hashtag positivity? You go in every night thinking.
Yeah. There are a lot of times where I think I just want to play great and not really think about I'm going to win big.
Ninja raising the 10,000. Mr. Beast all in.
18-8.
No fold equity for Mr. Beast. He will be.
That are coming. That's fucking hot.
6-9 jack.
Beast's got sevens. Oh wow.
All right, I'm looking at one of them.
XQC's only got 25,000.
Shit about Hustler until they deal.
There we go. See? Hands around.
XQC looking for an 8. Can you find the snowman?
I looked at one.
Was it not a jack?
It was a
Oh, this should be.
All right, so that one's fucking piece of shit.
Flip your right card.
My right card?
Yeah, right card.
Oh! Okay. Jimmy!
On three. Yeah. It's your turn. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
7! Yeah!
Oh my God. 7's win.
Yeah, 7's win.
Oh. Wow. Hey, you're welcome.
No!
Oh, wait, guys. He said no. I guess I can't take the money.
I gotta call back. I can't believe 3 of the 7s were in your hands.
Oh my God.
Actually, you have more behind you.
Yo, however we did it there is the way you do it for nerds.
That is 100% the play.
Yeah. Hey, X, I'll do another one if you want.
Every hand. Mine on
I'm down to
Shout out to She Cheated, doing the Lord's work.
Mr. Beast on Twitter. Dude's got like, I don't know, 250 million followers across
Look at
all the
XTC,
social
this guy's
platforms.
goated.
9. He won that with pocket nines.
The guy definitely looks goated.
Joining us now, as promised, is Chicago Joey.
Oh.
Joey Ingram.
What?
How are you, my man?
Tuck, what's happening?
What the hell? Wait a second. What's going on here?
And joining us now, as promised, is Chicago Joey. Joey Ingram. How are you, my man?
Tuck, what's happening? It's great to be here. Shout out to everybody out there watching.
The fuck is going on? So I say I'm gonna let the commentary take over, and it's me. You're kidding me. Fuck, you're kidding me. It's all good.
Watching a crazy game right now, man.
Yeah, you know what's happening? A blatant disregard for the American dollar right now.
Made a coupon code called where?
Yeah, I mean, Phil Hellmuth, I'm not sure why he's so short stacked right now. I feel like he should be covering a lot of these players right here. I'm surprised he doesn't have 600,000 in front of him right now. Real surprised by that, Tuck.
Are you, though? You've seen Phil.
I mean,
right?
listen, if there's ever a time to top up to 600,000, this might be the spot for you. So I'm just surprised my guy Phil Hellmuth, right? I'm just surprised that he wouldn't have that confidence in himself to go in deeper here. Maybe he thinks he's got that big advantage with that 50K stack, but just, I don't know, you got Mr. Beast with 150 in front of him, so.
$3 million retail, like 450 in inventory.
Fuck, dude, what a troll. Oh my god, that's so funny. I mean, it's also true though, right? It's got truth in the sarcasm. So Avi Schaefer with 999, I asked my attorney about the legal aspect. Even if there is proof that Robbi cheated her giving the money back, means she likely can't be convicted of theft. But Hustler and Garrett can sue. That's pretty interesting right there. Very interesting. Thank you very much for that information, Avi. Appreciate that. And thank you for the donation.
I just told the story like 3 times.
He lost a shit ton of money by tweeting out, I'm going to give people free chocolate who like this tweet.
Yeah. Interesting.
King high flop, not the flop Phil was looking for with nines.
I dropped $100 into the devil. It's extra size. I can't believe
Looks like Alexander Botez is absolutely crushing it right now. Love to see that. Alex is, one of my favorite players to kind of come into poker over this past year.
Yeah, you dubbed her at the beginning of the show. You said, queen of chess, but possibly the queen of poker going forward, and she's up at $500,000.
I mean, listen, anytime you win 500,000, you're thinking about playing more poker. So I'm pretty sure Alex is going to be sending out more messages to people about getting in some more games now.
Bro,
no, they're fine. As long as you don't look at them. As long as you
don't look at your cards the rest of his hand, or I couldn't see them. Everyone wants me to do the better? Well, you're right. 10.
10,000.
I don't know what Mr. Beast has, but based on what everybody else has, likely he's got the best hand here.
X, you're in an all-in or fold situation.
Phil's going to call anyway with nines. Not a believer.
Can everyone fold? No. There's me and Mr. Phil over there.
Phil's dying to win this.
Interesting. We'll run it. Actually, I'll check.
Check around.
Holy shit.
Who's got it here, Joey? What's your read?
What the?
Mr. Beast has a 10.
10?
A 10, yeah.
He has probably something good, and he wants me to bet, but I kind of want him to bet as well, so it's fine. We'll do.
That's your call, and you bet.
25.
25,000.
Did he make 2 pair? 10-3?
All right, that counts. Okay. I mean, I have queens. So you probably have a king.
You got a queen? You got me.
Yeah.
Queen of hearts, 5 of hearts.
Another great value bet, by the way. He got paid off with ace high, and then fast forward 12 minutes.
What in the fucking hell is going on?
Yeah.
It's like impossible that I could ever be losing in this game. The man just bet a queen 5. I called 5,000 under the fucking gun. I got to have 9s or above, and he bet a queen 5 for value on the river. I just have never seen such a bad play. And then he said, you win, because he never can win with it. He was
a really good hand. He wants me to bet, but
No, I was saying that because I wanted him to fold. I thought I was dead.
Of course you thought you were dead. They're bluffing off their fucking money to me. And, oh my god, this is so weird.
25K was a perfect bet size.
This is your,
No, he was trying, he was like...
worst calls of all time.
Top 10 worst calls of all time. Coming in at number 3 is Phil Hellman.
This is classic.
Bluff off the money to me, and
The worst calls of all time. Phil Hellmuth, number 4.
And the fucking people don't even understand.
37 years and he still has this much passion for the game.
Motherfuckers.
You better hope they don't understand what you
So you're good at farming omega rolls.
That was incredible.
Yeah, incredibly awesome.
Yeah, shout out to everybody watching. I just talked to Ludwig on the once I saw him out there. He said he's feeling good. He looked confident. He was smiling. He was happy. Looks like he's winning the game so far. So great to see him put this game on. I know he's got a lot of his followers out there watching. Shout out to everybody out on his YouTube channel, making those mogul moves, man.
You're heating up. I'm already down.
Chuck, anybody surprise you out of their play today? Ninja? How's Ninja been looking?
I mean, no surprises, to be honest. I thought Ninja looked pretty good. I mean,
Yeah.
the play, I mean, they're here to gamble. We know that.
Yeah.
You know? 3-bet here from Slime with King Queen. Get some action.
Uh-oh, Phil.
I think everyone all set? No drinks? I'm all set. I'm chilling.
I don't think Mr. Beast is going to lay down this second pair.
Listen, you know, I'll take a Jack and Coke regular, like small. Just be safe.
Unlikely.
Whiskey ginger tall. Could I do with Crown though?
That was really epic. Really epic.
I'm poor. I told you I'd be
Do you
with
think
you.
I beat him?
I regret it. But I did it.
Proud of you, bro.
What do you got?
I have 9-8.
You look like you're about to receive a Christmas present.
You're in, right? Let me see it.
He's all in. I haven't called.
He hasn't called yet.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Beast might be taking a Mr. Beat here.
You had me beat.
Oh my
Wow, that's a great
wow.
fold.
Let me see it.
That's a big fold.
Great fold.
Yeah, okay, good.
None of the other idiots fold that.
Yeah.
Run it. Let me see.
Wait, let me see. Wait.
25%.
No, he has a jack.
Now I'm just reading some on the other screen, guys. I'm talking with someone who wanted to come on the chat. He said he wanted to talk privately with me first. I'm seeing the information that he has, and I'm reading his information, guys.
No, it was 17,000.
That's a deceptive.
And his information is unlike anything I've seen so far. Why are we watching this one? Mainly for fun. I already watched Robbi play too many times. I just can't take it anymore. I needed a day off.
I would have lost. I just knew. There's no reason to waste the money.
Joey, were you actually in the media room with Tuck that night, or was that via phone? I was in the media room this night with Tuck doing commentary, correct. I saw the upstairs production room. I saw the commentary, and I saw how it all worked out.
What was? You're forgetting the content. Okay. Well, if someone would have said no balls, I would have done it. But there was no content to be had.
You be bullied into calling. I just called 25,000 with fourth pair against you, Jimmy, because I knew you were bluffing, and you were bluffing with a fucking queen 5.
I was
so
bluffing.
tilted.
It was fine. It was good enough.
You admitted you were bluffing.
Michael says, why are you letting who do what to me? What are you talking about, dude?
Sets the trap.
I like that. Tricky limp. Botez queens for the queen.
Hey, for you, I don't want to get away from the game too much, but for you as a content creator, somebody who, you know, done so much on YouTube, what is it like?
Did you see any hole cards? Yeah, so basically you walk in the room and there is, like I've already described it, right? There's different monitors, different battle stations set up, and one of them has the cards. So you're not allowed to bring your phone upstairs. You got to leave your phone downstairs, I believe. And so you're not allowed to have communication device like your phone, right? I mean, obviously you can still, if you wanted to have something else, you could have something else up there. So for me personally, right, I just left my phone somewhere. Yeah, I don't know if I met Brian or not. I actually can't remember if I met him or not. So I'm watching this because it's a fun game, and I'm watching it's a fun game. I've watched the Robbi stream for 60 hours. I just had enough. I'm just taking a break. I'm taking a day off.
It's pretty surreal, right? I mean, Mr. Beast is basically the god of YouTube. I mean, this guy is just crushing on multiple channels. You know, real inspiration of a content creator, and you know.
In real live cards, Joe. I'm pretty sure I didn't ask and say those are the real cards right now on the screen, but I'm assuming that they were, or at least I mean, maybe not real time, but maybe the delayed version. Actually, good question. I'm not sure. Never really asked much about how that worked there. Get a new caller. Yeah, I'm just resting. Yeah, let's get a new caller in here, guys. I'll take a new caller in a bit. Calm down, paper. Let me just rest. Let me rest for a second.
For that one, but I mean, this is great for me to see. I'm loving this a lot, Tuck. I'm happy to have these people here. I mean, I hope they're fans out there. You know, maybe they give poker a try, and I think it's only a sign to come. We got World Series of Poker coming up next month. It's a month and a half. Beautiful event in Las Vegas, Nevada. Come on in there. Come play some tournaments, some cash games. We got a lot of great things happening in Vegas during that summer. So, and at the minimum, you can go out to the clubs, get out of line a little bit, have some fun. Shout out to Sam Kiki, working hard out there. Big things coming for him. RB, Dream Ventures. Shout out to those guys too.
Pretty sickening run out for Alex, but
yeah,
looks like she is good though, and she's gonna check down. She's gonna win it.
She probably doesn't think her hand's good either.
Speaking of the World Series of Poker main event, the good people over at StateKings.com are giving away a $10,000 World Series of Poker main event seat. All you've got to do is click on the link at the Hustler Casino live chat. It's pinned up the top. Click on the link. Make sure you subscribe. That's the only way you'll be eligible. And they're going to give away one $10,000 World Series of Poker main event seat. First place probably going to be somewhere around $10 million this year.
Wow. So anybody can register for that right now?
Anybody. Just got to click on the link on the HCL YouTube page. Follow the instructions and make sure you subscribe.
Cool.
Well, I was like, I should look away so he doesn't read anything. All in on 4 and all in on 7. But you're welcome, Sly.
I love that jacket. That jacket's pretty sick. Like a shirt.
Bro, that jacket is straight fire. Look at that shirt. That's a true shirt right there.
I assume these two are doing
All right, I got some fruit here, guys. Cantaloupe, pineapple, grapes, melon, and watermelon here. Martin's info to Joe, definitely something chunky. I would say that's a great understatement.
These guys are a lot. These guys like to gamble. I like this. Shout out to Sean G. Watching at home right now, wishing he was in the game.
Reserve it for my side of the table right now.
How good is it?
So they put all their money in blind here?
Yeah. XQC looking pretty good. Dominating beast.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Our players allowed phones. Our players allowed phones at the table. I found it weird last time Tuck kept saying about how he thinks it's great that a lot of players playing are in the chat. No, they're not allowed at the table.
I mean, yeah, that run out.
But the game's on a delay, so you could just go,
Disgusting. Wow.
you know, after the game end.
Someone better send that guy to a shaman.
No, that would have been so funny.
What did you say?
XQC actually doubled up.
All in against X.
Disgusting.
Wow. Oh, backdoor trip draw.
I wish I would have laid the 10 and built suspense. Fuck. I could have. Oh, I lost. Psych.
Wow.
I know. I ruined it.
I mean, yeah, that run out is
all in against X.
disgusting.
Wow. Someone better send that guy to a shaman.
No, that would have been so funny. I could have gotten
And XQC actually doubled up really early on. First 45 minutes, doubled up against Keating. Had aces versus King 5 of diamonds. Doubled up, was up 50K. But it has gone south ever since.
Yeah.
Just eating breakfast here,
He's
guys.
not leaving yet, Tuck. He's not giving up.
Gotta
quite
reach
yet.
out. What's up,
Gonna
Kelly?
reload here for
Kelly
7-9.
Dawson.
Whatever the fuck this is.
Uh-oh. Felix on tilt.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna play with this. This is not enough for the table. I'm just gonna. I'll tipper and I'll.
Yeah, Tom brought 50 extra if you want to borrow.
That what?
I have 50 if you want.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
That's 50, $500 all in. Not right now.
No.
And then everyone calls. You raise all in.
I'm trying to get my phone in play slots on the
Look at the blind right here, bro. You have 4 or 5 hands to not cost a single dime until you have a good hand go all in, and you could. Everyone can call. It's $500. It's nothing. That's a fair point. You easily win what? 5 grand?
That's true.
All right, go. Did you get this? Oh. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to call him DG tonight. It's 4 letters is too many. DGAF. I can't do it. Pudetti got at 900 with his 5s. Look at his fold.
It looks like X is ready to maybe get out of that game, right? Anytime they start shoving in blind, usually.
Feldman, could you bring my phone? Yeah, I want to get the fuck out of here. All in, whatever.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, he's ready to wave white
Yeah,
flag.
it looks like he's just ready to go do something else, right?
I mean,
Makes sense. It's been a
close
lot.
to midnight.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a few hours in the game, right? You're not necessarily winning the game, so
We love that.
it makes sense.
4 hours into the night, you weren't.
Always tough when you're up and then you give that back and then you end up down on the night.
Yeah, and then you look to your right and you got Tom Dwan.
Right.
Hey guys, can I show my hand or not? No.
The Nick Bertucci podcast. Should we really listen to that? I heard it's 3 hours long. 3 hours long. I mean, listen, I'm not 3 hours long. I gotta take a walk or something. I can't be sitting here listening to somebody talk for 3 hours. Mark Johnson, Joey, you're not thanking enough for your hard work in this case. Can you get JR on? I feel bad for the guy. Ask him his thoughts. I had JR on last night after the game. I'm going to get him on again. We just talked last night. He said he was going to bed, so.
Good news is if he wins the hand, he's actually going to win a ton. This is actually a great parlay for him because they're playing the 7-deuce game. So if he wins this...
Are you serious? Okay.
If he wins this, he's going to like 10x
Have you
money.
explained to the new people what the 7-deuce game is?
Yeah, basically, if you either bluff your way or you win 7-deuce at showdown. Basically, if you win with 7-deuce at any point, but you show it, you get paid by every player at the table. They've made it $500 per person.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's a way to create more action for your game, and it really loosens things up because when someone bluffs you, you don't know if they have the 7-deuce or if they got a 3 of a kind.
Now, keep in mind, he obviously can't bluff because he's all in. But
Right.
if the 7-deuce wins...
So he'll not only 6, 7 times up, but he'll also get the additional bounty that comes with winning with 7-deuce. So he could go from this 500 up to what? I mean, maybe like what? 8K? Yeah, that's. She's not out of it yet. Maybe he might not like that though.
I mean, normally with $500, you don't want to get 7-deuce, but in this game, it's not bad.
Right. This might be the only time you'd want the 7-deuce in this situation. But he's gonna have to, he's gonna have to pray to God right now, Tuck.
XQC
Needs that run good energy.
XQC has been streamer of the year multiple times.
Yeah, I watched a lot of stuff last night.
Got a pair of deuces.
He's got the best hand. No, that's
No,
not
Jack
true.
for
No, it's
Mr.
Jack.
Beast.
Yeah, never mind.
But he's live.
I just want him to have the best hand. I can't help it right now.
20% of the time, he's going to win this. Alex also with a jack.
What's going on in his head?
Slime's got that backdoor flush draw.
Oh, Mr. Beast is going to raise.
Interesting.
He's got the best hand here. The kicker does play. Nobody with a spade in their hands.
Oh, wait till you see it.
Well, maybe not. Exactly. I don't know what your hand is.
Tough spot for Alex here. She's got that top pair, 5-way. Most people are going to have a strong hand if they're putting
Should
more
we
money in
listen?
here.
Should we listen to this Bertucci podcast? What do you guys think?
Yeah, this game
It's 2 hours long. 2 hours and 45 minutes long. You're kidding me.
This is a cooler.
It's long. That's longer than my live streams, and my live streams are
So
12 hours
Alex
long.
might get stacked here is what you're saying.
Well, she's got Mr. Beast.
Donna says, can you say happy birthday to my daughter Caitlin and my son James? Very happy birthday, Caitlin and James. Wish you guys very well. Shout out to your great mother as well, too. Very happy birthday.
XQC pulls ahead with the
And
7-deuce.
hopefully you enjoy your day.
This with 7-deuce, that's going to be amazing. I got to hear the crowd. How they hit the table.
I don't think he's going to be happy.
Happy birthday to you. No, please. 20 from Man vs. Vegas. Joey watched YouTube 30-second intro of my former reality show, Man vs. Vegas, and CMT. I took on playing how with 1 million gallon for strangers after lifetime loses $7 million. I know all about Vegas now.
Spade either, Dave, because she's going to call $132,000 in this pot. Ooh.
River's clean. The Jack 10 does play.
The fruit is phenomenal.
He's going to win a huge main pot. XQC is going to win. I'm sorry, the side pot. XQC is going to win the main pot plus the bounties.
Let's listen to the beginning and see what they say. Let's skip through it though.
Have to
show, and we're typically joking around, and because I act.
I won't avoid questions for self-preservation, and I think I've proven that already, putting some things out that weren't helpful to this for us. But that's my commitment to do it. I'm going to continue to do it, and yeah.
So there's just been so much going on in the last 10 days, and it's hard to know where to start. The story has a beginning, but the information is coming out slowly, and
warning: if you're faint of heart or easily offended.
Today's show will be about the Garrett and Robbi situation. A lot of you want to hear from me, and I am going to give Veronica an opportunity to ask me anything she wants, and we are going to discuss this matter. Okay, so Veronica, you and I have go.
so I want to, before I ask you anything, and one of the things I needed to keep the integrity of the show and my own, as a person who feels a responsibility to the poker community or just telling the truth to maintain integrity, I really needed to have you be open to having me ask any question.
Sure.
And that's important for me because I never want to appear as though I'm like, I just want to give a little bit of background because this is a bit more of a serious show and we're typically joking around and, but I don't feel like this is a joking situation.
Yeah,
I just want to, So I was the person who was the whistleblower for the Mike Postle cheating scandal, or the cheating that happened at Stones. I was a commentator there. I also played in the game. And I think of integrity and telling the truth and living your life with a set of ethics as like one of the most valuable things. I value it more than I do money. And many people have said, you know, all the stories are out there right now. Many people have said, like, I'm vouching for you, I'm vouching that you were involved. I would call you out publicly, and I wouldn't do this podcast.
I know that.
And I couldn't work with someone who I believed was lying or cheating or stealing. And I want the public to know that, because I have a life, I have a job, I don't need to do this podcast. And I would leave the podcast if I thought you had some involvement. So I just want the audience to know that although Nick, I really like Nick, and I've gotten to know you, and I've gotten to really like him. There's no amount of like money or clout or anything that would keep me from calling him out if I felt he was cheating or involved in cheating. I sincerely believe that you were trying to do the best thing for Hustler Casino Live, and I've seen how much of yourself you put into this live stream. So I just want that to be a foundation set, and not. I'm just like really tired of people saying that I'm like shilling for you or the show or anything, because I hold integrity and honesty and a strong set of ethics as like the highest thing on my pyramid in things that I want in my life. Monetary gain is like below that.
Yeah, you've taken a lot of heat in the community with the Mike Postle thing, and I know that, and I wouldn't expect anything less from you.
Yeah. So I also think, like, now that that's out of the way, I want to be able to tell you, our producer, you need the mic closer to you.
Okay.
I want to be able to ask you questions and honest answers, and like people have to know that you're also in a place where there's an active investigation going on, right?
Yeah, correct.
So whatever you can answer, great. Whatever you can't, just tell us.
It's on 1.5 speed, guys. It's sped up, okay?
I will, like you said it for me, but if there is something that I can't answer because it will get in the way of the truth, then I'm not going to do that. It will not, I won't avoid questions for self-preservation, and I think I've proven that already, putting some things out that weren't helpful to this for us, but that's my commitment to do it. I'm going to continue to do it, and yeah.
So there's just been so much going on in the last 10 days, and it's hard to know where to start. The story has a beginning, but the information is coming out slowly, and it's come out piecemeal. But I think we could start with just you and I have had conversations about Joey Ingram's stream.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's first.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk about Joey Ingram's stream first. Okay. And like just as a foundation, I'm friends with Joey. I really like Joey. I understand his process.
Right.
He does have a process for his live streams, and it's a bit noticeable. I think like he gives his guests kind of a red carpet, and whether or not he believes anything about them, he tries to make them comfortable, and he tries to help them tell their story. But he also drags that out for days and days at a time. And we all know, like, it's his show. This is kind of what he does. He sensationalizes it a bit, but that is his process. I like Joey. I like his show. Yeah. It's just weird when you're in the middle of it and you're being scrutinized.
It's pretty weird.
So I know you've had some frustrations with Joey.
Yeah, let me preface too, and I think everyone that watches in the poker world or knows me knows I'm not a sugarcoater. I'm not Switzerland. I don't take the middle road on I don't take the middle road on a lot of subjects. So let me start out by saying this, and I say it because I mean it. I like Joey Ingram. Okay, I still do. I still like Joey Ingram. Joey and I talked the other day. It might have been yesterday before. I will tell you the days are a blur to me. I could, it's hard for me to remember what day it is, but we talked in the last couple days, and we're good. And I have no issue with the poker community rallying around this to get the truth. I have no issue with Joey running his 5-10 hour streams. Again, it is. I know he wants the truth, and I also know that it is a business for him, and this is very good for him. So as a content creator, that probably doesn't get any better than this. So all good. I'm a business guy, and I think Joey has great intentions. Was the question my frustrations?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my frustrations that I mentioned to you, and I'm going to keep them pretty concise. I guess what it's like is this. I guess when you're in the eye of the storm and it's you, it's harder to deal with some of the things of how it goes. And what that would mean is not having guests on. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying not to sensationalize it, especially for views and monetary reasons. I'm not saying I'm not okay with that. I mean, it's fine. But I do know that, it's like this, okay? We had, like, for example, and there's just a few things. One thing is, it's just like, I know anyone could come on his show and there can be anything read, and I know we have to read everything, get everything out, but sometimes there's like some people that come on and everyone has entitled to their opinion, no matter what it is, but some of the craziest conspiracies, and that's fine, you should pursue them all. But it just seems like sometimes it's been a little more about that than, and I'm not going to name names, but there's been a couple people on the show that are very close to this, that are a lot more seriously needing to be looked into. And those people, and I know there's a reason for it, probably to keep communication going and to protect your guests, but I've seen a lot of other conversations, including ones that I've been in on the show, that have been allowed, and the peppering of questions that have been allowed. I'm okay with that. But there had been a guest or two on recently that really needed to be interviewed, and there was some people asking these people some tough questions, and they were stopped. And they were stopped in the vein of not offending the guest. And I don't know. So You
understand what he's doing, right?
Yeah, I do.
He's trying to keep the person comfortable so they keep talking so that they release more and more information. Yeah. Is there a specific person you're referencing?
No, I don't want to say, because I don't want to give my opinion of who I think
should talking about beans
scrutinized more than others, because everyone has to understand that
who I had on the next day. with I think it was Sean Deeb or one of the guys was on there with him. It was Tom Dwan, yeah.
Gucci on the show with you, looking out into, say anything. I'll tell you exactly what I'm thinking. But because I'm in the middle of the investigation and there are things like even that I've mentioned when I went on Joey's show that
pretty impressive. I became the first topic here.
Like this is an investigation. It takes a while. You can't release everything you know. You can't draw an opinion and slant something one way. You have to stay neutral and you have to go after the truth. And sometimes that's where there's a stop block of what I can say or why I would choose not to say who in this instance.
I was on a show with Sean, and I'm not saying this is a person you're referencing. I'm just saying that I had a bit of frustration when I was on the show with Sean Deeb. Shout out to Sean Deeb. He's one of my friends, and I think he's trying to uncover the truth. And Sean and I were trying to ask Beans questions, and Beans was able to skirt around the really important stuff that it would be good for all of us to know. And Joey was interrupting him. I did get frustrated with that portion, and I actually I have no interest in jumping back on that show because I respect his process, and I really, really love Joey. But I think that I have contributed what I can. Obviously, I'm not the main focal point on this story by any means. But it gets frustrating when we can't get the hard questions to certain people that we want.
Right.
Just a reminder, the next day after I talked with Nick, I had the guy back on the show and we asked him questions.
So yeah, I mean, we could get Beans on our show. I don't think he would come on. He might.
I wouldn't be on the show interviewing Beans because I think that's a conflict of interest for me.
I mean, I'm still curious now because last night they were talking about some sort of 20K, that he received 20K from her, that there was some sort of wire. And I'm like, well, then let's get the wire receipt. Did the wire actually go through? Why haven't you paid her back? Because if you were supposed to get a wire, you should pay her back as soon as the wire comes in. What does it take, 2-3 days? So where's that? It just feels like there's a lot of inconsistencies with his story.
And one thing I want to say before we move on, or before we continue is, I may go back on Joey's show, but I probably won't. But it isn't because I have a problem with Joey personally or that we're not good. I want Joey to hear this, Poppy, if you're listening. We're both in a tough situation, and sometimes things get like this. I have no doubt we'll come out on the right end of it, even personally. So it's not something where it's a beef at all. And the reason for that is because that platform is too crazy for me, and you got people trolling saying, and that's fine. That's what they do, saying that most outrageous things are happening. There's big shout outs in the middle of your interview. It's too much for me. It's to me, it's not what I'm looking for, and it's distracting. So. But that's okay.
But we have to understand, he has his own podcast
has nothing to
promote.
Do, I mean,
has
nothing
that's
to do with
process.
it's wrong. It has to do with it's probably not a good idea for me. But so what I was going to say is, anytime Joey wants to come on here, we'll fire up the new thing we have where we can do Skype interviews, and we can have him call in if he ever wants to do that, and he can ask me as many questions as he wants. So it's not an avoidance thing. It's the platform that I don't care for in this situation, right? For me. And the other thing that I would note is, I want everyone to be clear. I was on a show the other night, again a blur, and Joey maybe just was creating, a thing when he said it, but he said on Twitter, bring Poppy in and we'll have it solved in 20 hours. And then he said that a couple times on the show. And so I had reached out to him and I said, hey, the poker community trusts you would not be, you wouldn't hide anything. And so if you wanted to come into the process,
I told you guys are getting me in trouble. See, that's what I've been telling you guys. Y'all get me in trouble. The chat too rude.
and you literally want to watch it, all the footage, everything. I got the permission from the general manager of Hustler Casino, who agreed to it. And Joey and I were discussing it. And he's like, "Well, what do you think? I don't know." Like,
okay,
maybe,
it's my fault. What the fuck is going on?
And then I went on a show.
This is about Garrett and Robbi, and they're talking about me for the first 15 minutes of the show.
He was exhausted. He had been on for God knows how many hours, and I brought that up, and he wanted to, and I think I understand why now, but he wanted to back away from that or that situation because he might not want to be affiliated with it or something. I don't know. But he acted like it didn't happen. And I felt like I was in the twilight zone because he got really cranky with me and was like, well, what do you want me to do? Like, I don't get it. Like, okay, fine, we'll talk offline, but what do you want my role to be? And I'm like, again, like, am I in the twilight zone? Like, you said it, not me. And I'm offering it to...
Did he was it him tweeting it or someone else tweeted it?
Something like that. I think it was him, but I think it was him. And it was said a couple times on the show. So my whole thing was, is to do that, to let the poker community know that I would let someone like him in, or you, but, you're, I don't want to say affiliated with me, but people starting to, like, talk about that bullshit nonsense, and they don't understand who you are, which is, like you said, if you knew that something happened and you knew it was me, like, I'm fucking cooked, and I know that about you.
Well, I would 100% leave the podcast, and I'd call you out.
Yeah, I know you. And so people don't understand that. They just think there's, they have their opinions. And so, but it's like, that's the reason I offered Joey to do that, is because I want the poker community to know one thing. I'm not going to hide anything. I don't know the answer right now. We have a lot of stuff we're working on, but as we saw, we'll get to it later. As we
This
saw,
guy's
with,
getting me fired up right now.
The employee who was caught and outed, like that's really bad timing for me, whether it's related or not. And I had it out within a couple hours. And then of course, you know, that backfires on you too, because then there's a million different conspiracies of that and everything else. But whatever. So my point is, Joey probably isn't going to come do that. And I think at this point, the way that went, that interaction, I would probably choose somebody else to come in.
I think Doug would be a great person to do it.
Well, good. And I had, we had Doug here playing this week and on Thursday and Friday, and you know, we were very open with Doug. We brought him up into the control room, but now everyone, want you to understand, even though he was playing that day, it was because he's a content creator, it was just to look at what was going on, and we sat in 3 chairs, nobody touched anything, and we had a conversation and we went down. So, and the same thing happened when I got that information. I went to Doug and Ryan, who were sitting at a poker table. We were in a meeting, and I went and got that information about Brian, and I asked the general manager if I can go back up and talk about it because I need to and I want to get it out. And he said, okay, the casino's not hiding anything. They're not worrying about any liability. They're just not. Like, they're a big entity. They know they've had, in owning a casino, there's cheating all the time, and they deal with it, and then they prosecute, right? And they wanted to prosecute, but they weren't the victim, right? And I was going to prosecute. We'll get to that later, but I wound up not being the victim. It was Robbi, so we'll get to that in a minute. But I went back to Doug and Ryan, and they're like, what's the matter? Because they saw my face, and I was like, well, I was just told this. And then I went in and I reviewed it, and yeah, and that was that. And then we could get to the other stuff. But then, I started dealing with that situation. So yeah, if Doug wanted to do that, sure, I have no problem with it. I'm probably going to back away from the Joey on this one just because of our interaction. I still don't quite get it. But again, we're good, and I want him to keep doing what he's doing, and I want the poker community to get as much information as they can. And there's no beef.
Before I ask you the big question, I want to know, like you talked about prosecuting Brian. I guess you were a former...
Paper said, Joe, how are you going to let this stand? He's going to hold you to account for what we typed. That's what I've been telling you guys, bro. That certain people, they don't want to come on here and be abused by the chat, which is why I've been trying to explain to you guys, which is why I'm saying that you guys are fucking cocksuckers, right? Because people are getting upset, and they're spending the first 18 minutes of the video talking about me, and the first 8 minutes of the video talking about the platform that I have, and then talking about interaction that we had 10 hours into a show when I was basically blacked out fucking tired. So is what it is. Now I'm real fired up. I'm real fired up now to figure out what the fuck is going on with these people. Fired up now, guys. What the fuck is going on with these people?
You were a cop,
yeah.
And so maybe you can talk to us a little bit about how that works, because some people are saying, well, the casino gave it back, and so now it's the casino gave back Robbi her $15K. So now
the casino gave it back to her?
Well, who gave back?
Nobody yet.
Robbi said that she received $15K. She received payment back from the casino for the $15K being taken. Who wrote that?
I don't know. I don't have any knowledge of that. I really don't. I don't know. All I know is I put a tweet up that said, in good faith.
Instant sub. Come on, Jose. Take it easy. You guys are rude to some people, bro. Veronica stabbing you in the back. Chat's fired up.
We would pay it. But
Okay.
she's never contacted me over that.
Oh, so you still haven't paid her the $15K that you said you would?
No, I put it out publicly, and that
Joey, look at how
Oh.
they're talking behind your back. You're the only one doing all the groundwork. Chat should all bring it. This is how people act in poker, guys. People in poker that's what they do, man. They talk. That's how it goes, right? You don't hear a lot of stuff, maybe public stuff, but I'm used to it. It's all good. Everybody got their own opinion, right? Everybody's entitled to feel some type of way, so it's okay. It's a weird take to go after the most neutral person covering the story. Listen, I don't know. It's a good fucking point. 19 minutes in.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. I guess
and we're not paying the $15K to try to gain any mileage about how great we are. I would just offer that because I feel a responsibility because of the fact one of my employees came down and palmed 3 chocolate chips. I mean, I probably shouldn't have had an employee at the table with chips. So I mean, that will never happen again. But a year into this now, the people come down, my staff comes down, they get the mics, they hang out, they talk to the players. Obviously, it's not going to happen anymore, right? But it did happen, and it is my company with Ryan, and so I felt compelled to say, if you would like this, it's in good faith. That's all.
So she's the only one who can press charges?
Yes, they were. It
It
was
seems
her
like
money
Joey
and her
guilty or
racket. She was
something.
the
I know what
insurance,
I'm guilty of talking about
she's
what
the
the
only one
fuck's
that could
going
do
on
that
here.
Because, I was pressing charges until when I got into the other room after my interview and interrogation of my employee with a legal counsel. When I got over there, it was like, well, this is the victim, and that's when I called Robbi.
So tell me what the monetary amount is that the police would press charges regardless of whether the person wants to or not. Isn't there a line? Isn't there an amount? Like,
What do you mean?
like you can't go steal $1 million, walk out, and then the person says, well, I'm not going to press charges.
Oh, the district attorney, like, yes, there's, gosh, this is in my head, I think it's DC 837. Please, if I'm wrong, it's just been a long time since I've been on duty, which means that, an officer can arrest for a felony not in his presence. Like, they can do that. But at the same time, in something like this, the district attorney in LA, even if there was a witness, seems to not want to prosecute a lot of these things like they had at the house.
Don't gotta be rude, guys, to other people, right? You guys are still being rude back. I'm not. Guys, calm down, man, for real. You guys are so out of line. Jeez, Dan. Just calm down. You guys are nuts, man. Calm down, guys. Calm down. Dragging my name through the mud. Is that what you guys think?
There was some $8,000 theft that was red-handed caught, and DA wouldn't prosecute it. And like the general manager, Sean, was like, "Fuck! Like, why
And the
not
person
come?"
chose not to, or
No,
was it from the casino?
No, they were going to, but the DA wouldn't take the case. So you just have to understand there's different district attorneys, different things. So in this case, the police cannot get a case through. They need a victim. They need a victim that's willing to prosecute. And she was the victim, and is the victim. It's as simple as that.
I know that she has said that she will prosecute. I don't know if that's true. Do you know if she's going to?
I might know, but that is something that I can't talk about because that's Robbi's business and it's her decision.
I mean, bro, listen, these guys, I'm being so fucking nice to these guys too. It was kind of surprising they spent the first 15 minutes talking about me. I feel like I've been very nice. Pretty shocked actually. The first 18 minutes, I'm pretty shocked. Pretty shocked. 18 minutes. Because I didn't ask Beans. I talked to him for 17 minutes. And I felt like at the time, it was just getting real aggressive, right? It's like these real in-depth business transactions. I was like, okay, well, I'm not sure I want to do this right now in terms of the questions that were being asked. And I thought it was pretty rude to kind of have Beans on that for some reason, right? I felt like, I guess I was being nice to this fucking guy. I was like, oh, it's kind of rude to be this like hard-hitting attack. And they're attacking like the FBI. They're like, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? I was like, whoa, like fuck, I'm holding the phone 17 minutes. I was like, listen, dude, why don't we just have you on again, on like Zoom, right? That's why the next day I had him on again on Zoom. If you guys remember, he tried to call in. I go, don't fucking call it. Have you on Zoom. So when he's on video, then I said, all right, let me bring in somebody else. And then we can ask this guy some better fucking questions. So that was all. I didn't think that time was the right time for it. I didn't think it was the right spot for it. I just wanted to wait to next time to have him back on and talking about that. So that's basically it. It wasn't about like not trying to get information from this fucking guy or whatever, right? Obviously, I want to ask this guy every question. I want to ask everybody every single invasive question that they're going to answer about it. But so it was just kind of surprising.
And I don't want to comment on something because that is so closely tied to everything. That will be her decision. But I mean, I think if she does that, you'll find out soon.
Is his mic close enough?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I'm also trying not to have bad sound for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, the bad sound was my thing here was not attached good when we had that. Which podcast was that?
It was like one of ours. One of ours, just the two of us.
Yeah.
And it was unfortunate. Last Monday,
yeah. So it was cutting out. No, I think we're good.
Okay. Because people will be tilted.
Well, I'm trying to stay away from it and come back to it because, as we all know, I have allergies. And I sniff and I do these things, and then after I eat, which we just ate, it gets worse. But I did take 2 antihistamines and washed my nose out with the neti pot.
He does this like neti pot thing,
yeah, right.
And I'm just like, please close the door.
Squeeze one side and it comes out the other. The answer is, regardless if anyone likes it or not, is this. At this point right now, I don't know what happened. 100%. I do not know. And I've said this, and I said this on Joey's podcast. And if someone, if the court of popular opinion believes that people should take stands and say, I believe you're guilty, I believe you're not, before anything has been found out, my personal opinion, reckless. Okay. Now, yes, I am in the eye of the storm, and I am involved in the sense that it's my stream that happened on. So also, there's a respectful obligation for me not to do that, which I don't believe in that anyways. I believe that everybody is innocent until they're proven guilty. Now, that doesn't mean, let me understand that. That doesn't mean if I was in front of this mic and I wasn't involved in the investigation and it wouldn't be a problem for me to say it, I would tell you what I think, but I wouldn't give you an answer to say she's guilty or innocent, because my morals still say I can't do that if I don't know, because there's so much on both sides of this that has to be looked at, and I won't be reckless like that. And if Robbi is innocent, that's fucked up, right? And I've said this before. And if she is guilty, I don't know if she is, then she should be prosecuted. And the same thing, like I'll say for Garrett. I know he believes what he is saying, but that's his choice. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying he's right. And so I don't have an opinion if Garrett is wrong or right, because it would be answering the same question you just asked me. But that's how I would approach this, even if it wasn't me that's in the middle of it, kind of.
As a poker player, watching that Jack 4 hand, what was going through?
If someone's not into poker and doesn't understand poker to a certain level,
look at
that, and it doesn't bother me either way what you say or do in that vein, because I'm good with it.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, and I think the viewers will appreciate it. And I've tried to explain this to people who've been contacting me this past week.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I think Nick knows who he got as his co-host.
Yeah.
I don't think Nick hired a puppet.
No.
Like because if I were to come here today, and I'm just being honest with you, because you and I didn't talk before we've talked for like 2 minutes. We talked less than 2 minutes. You were outside of a freaking restaurant at like 10:45 p.m. You're like, I'm about to go in a meeting. I can't talk. I just wanted to say, I'm like, am I still coming in for the show? You're like, yes, and it was like done. So I haven't talked, but I remember on the plane right here, I was like, I have to tell Nick, and I don't know how happy he's going to be, but I have to tell Nick.
Respect the chat.
I have to ask him the hard questions. I want to ask him anything, and I want to say what I think.
Yeah.
And if you would have said no to that, I honestly was going to tell you today, I can't do the podcast.
I got so lucky to say yes.
I mean, you've always with like the LA Times article. I the least prepared co-host. He's a successful man. You can Google him. He has a massive law firm called the Lou Firm. He's an owner partner in several bars, restaurants, and a hotel or two. She doesn't know how many.
What do you guys talk about here, Veronica? Do you guys talk about? Are there timestamps? What do you guys talk about here?
#1 metaverse lawyer in the nation, as well as a professor. They don't seem authentic to me. So I just feel like there's a ton of inconsistencies with her story. I think everyone knows all of it because we've been watching Joey and Doug and everything. But like, I'm curious what your thoughts are on Robbi.
Sure. Well, I'm going to do my thoughts on what you said.
Yeah,
on Robbi, right?
Yeah.
Well, my thoughts there are this. If I was looking out as a third person on this, I would probably say there's a real good case to be made for probably not doing all that. And it's kind of shocking to me that her husband is this greatest attorney in the universe and that she's still doing it. Because I think any attorney who is threatening anything would want their client to stand down, because it could create what you're saying, which is a lot of other narratives that it can bring in and a lot of doubt and a lot of things. So, but with that said, she's subject to this investigation, and she has to do what she wants to do. I mean, of course I have my opinion, and you did say something that I do agree with. I have heard inconsistencies from one interview to the next, but again, I'm not going to discuss what they are and what they make me feel. I said at one point, I think to you, that sometimes, like even on the Jack 4, right in the instance, sometimes people say and do things. It could be two reasons. It could be guilt, or it could be just pure embarrassment. And so for being inconsistent, but then not in the heat of the moment when there's inconsistencies continuing, then I think you have to look at that. But again, I'm not drawing a conclusion to it, because if I am biased that something happened, then that would make me biased in the investigation. If I'm biased that she didn't, then that would make me biased that way. And I think there are some people out there that probably want her to be guilty, and there's a lot of people out there that want her to be innocent. That's fine. That is their opinion.
Calm down, guys.
What
I want Don't be mad at Veronica.
If she
you guys
didn't
are
do
crazy.
anything, and I can figure, look, there's a real good chance, Veronica, that there's never a 100% conclusion to this. And a matter of fact,
I'm well aware of that.
I'm probably going to tell you that it's probably going to be hard to be dogmatic about it innocently, like to be innocent. The only way you can be 100% guilt is if someone comes up with a confession or you find something absolutely damning.
I'm very aware of that
so
with the
people
Mike
have to
Postle
be
stuff.
prepared for that outcome and not feel that outcome is something that they're missing because that nobody wants you to know it.
Can I say something?
Please.
As a poker community, especially after the Mike Postle stuff, we see Bryn Kenny playing in tournaments. We see like all these guys who cheated online. They're not in jail. So let's just keep in mind that as a poker community, we have to define our own win here. We have to define our own standards of what we consider probably cheating and what we consider most likely not cheating, probably not cheating. And we have to just abide by those standards, because we probably will never hit 100% certainty with the Mike Postle stuff. All the equipment they were using is gone. It was gone like the day after I tweeted.
I know.
So it would be hard to get this quote unquote smoking gun that people talk about. But as a person who practices in the art of data science, I believe data to be a smoking gun, but not a lot of, I guess it's up to a jury of your peers or a jury of the public, whatever, social media. But to me, data is like the most important thing. Consistencies or inconsistencies and relative comparisons to other players of her caliber. And that's what makes poker data so difficult, because so many spots are unique and so many things can be interpreted in many different ways.
Yeah.
So
Agreed.
and I know everyone is very eager to hear about the investigation and have an update on it, but I wanted to say that closer to the end, because I feel like that would be a good ending to all of this, because that's the current situation.
Right.
So let's talk about Brian.
Sure.
So Brian, and this is Brian that worked for you.
Correct.
Brian was recently fired, sorry. Can you tell us who hired Brian?
Yeah, so Ryan had contacted me at some point, whatever that was. I couldn't tell you how long ago it was, whenever it was. And he said, hey, there's a young kid who wants to come in as an intern. Loves poker, wants to be around it, loves what we're doing. And I said, okay.
So has he been with you guys from day one?
I don't know about day one, but
stop
he's been
being
there a
so
while.
rude.
He put a tweet out that said he's the longest standing something. I don't even know the date. I just can vaguely
Chat too
remember
rude,
that
bro.
Ryan asked me, am I cool with him
Guys are
bringing on an intern?
animals.
And I said, yeah, I don't care. And then he wound up, being really good at what he does in a lot of ways and, working his way through the whole process.
So do you guys hire separately outside of Hustler Casino, since you're your own entity?
Yes, except for the dealers.
Except the dealers are...
Wait a minute, Tita and Louie work for the casino.
Tita and Louie are who?
Louie is our floor man, specifically for our game, and Tita is the host.
I'm going to watch something else. I'm not going to watch this now. I'll watch this when I'm not on stream. I had to get off YouTube. Chat too out of line for me right now. Let's see if anything new popped up on the great Twitter today. I'm not even sure. Basically waiting to hear more from Robbi or hear from, even though I should take a mental health break, but hear more from anybody else involved. More information. Yeah, the YouTube chat, I mean, these guys are just crazy, bro. Joey, that was the critical question about the background check. He just blew it off. And it sounds like he didn't do a background check, right? So it sounds like he didn't figure out where the fuck this guy was up to. It happens. Eric Geese, what's up, Eric? So on Twitch, Twitch ain't too bad. You can put subscriber mode on Twitch. On YouTube, you can't. I got to turn on my subscribers, and then I can turn on sub only chat. But when you have just anybody chat, it just gets too crazy. So, but yeah, guys, basically, let's figure out what the fuck is going on right now. I don't think anybody really posted anything new. Before Jack can. 2 donks, 1 bluff. Much love. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the shout out. Or thank you for the subscription.
I got an 8-ball, a 6-pack Coors Light, and a deep dish pie. We're ready to go. We got Robbi J. Lou on the line at the center of this controversy.
I was on a lot of medication for ADHD. I was born with a golden spoon in my mouth, and money just really doesn't matter to me. I'm like, sorry, get pressed about it.
What?
I thought I had a 3, and I had the Jack of Clubs blocker.
I think what we have to be careful about when we examine these kinds of things, for all intents and purposes, is what the desired outcome will be for each and every scenario, and can we get through it with a modicum of self-respect, And I, for one, think that we can. Yinzer.
I've reviewed a lot of footage, and I've decided that the verdict is corn.
Hey, it's your boy Poppy. We're coming in for a conservative 10 to 12 hours today. I hope you brought recreational drugs.
Some people are just never going to be in the game. And I think we need to be honest about that, or it's predatory.
All right, I got my boy Nick Vertucci on the line. How you doing, Nicky?
I want you to know I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I got a history in law enforcement. The show is my life. And whoever fucked with this is going to incur the wrath of me. I'll tell you that much. I don't care if it's someone who works for me. I'm going to tear him down. Sorry. I need some sleep chocolate.
Oh, whoa, relax. My chat is so negative.
They
You just
really
told
are.
Me you hope my mom dies in a fire. Y'all, that's too graphic. I'm gonna have to get some more moderation. Yo, what is going on?
Hey guys, Doug Polk here. In this well-structured and concise video, I am going to outline the reasons why I agree with Garrett Adelstein that on Hustler Casino Live, Robbi J. Lou and her alleged co-conspirators were cheating. I will implicate no less than 2 people in extramarital affairs.
Like, you guys are destroying my life. Like, so I was acting a little erratic. And like, so some of my stories change. Well, guess what? The story of life changes often. Sorry, I can't hide my perfect tits for you, Harry Potter.
How dare you? Mark Cuban's my friend. So again, we're crossing some lines here, people. It's your boy Joey. What's good, Poppy?
This is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. I have never seen anything like that ever. All right, I got a new trick for my chat on my chat on YouTube, guys. You got to be a subscriber for 5 years or longer now to chat. So only if you subscribe to my YouTube channel for the last 5 years. Listen, man, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do against YouTube. Oh my god, this video is so fucking funny. Let's see if anything else posted in here. Shout out to all my 5 years out there on YouTube. What's up, guys? What's going on? Shout out Sheffield, Brandon, Marco, Agent Zero, Gabriel. What's up, guys? Got my 5 years going strong. Marco, look at these 5-year guys. Look at these 5-year guys right here. Look at them. You guys been here for 5 years? Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's go. Lock in. 5 years plus. True degenerates only. Travis Rice, you made it. Matt Johnson, I've been 10 years. Can't believe it's been this long. 5-year gang. Let's go. Whatever. Oh man, we gotta wrap this up. I've been going too long, guys. Come on. This ain't even making sense anymore. We've been going for about, how long are we going for? 9 hours and 50 minutes. Jeez. Poker Traveler and OG. Who's the OGs? Master of Null. We paid $5 on Twitch. Listen, shout out to all the subs out there. Apacho. Rich Lit Glitch. 4-card guy with the gifted Never Folding 777. I got love for all my Twitch people as well, too. 2 Donks, 1 Bluff. What's up, guys? Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Legion. Basically, this is the thread about Robbi and Garrett. I'm just kind of reading through it. It's on 2+2. Julia Rose, I went to sleep, and I'm still awake. Listen, if the chat want to be out of line, then I got to be out of line back, right? The chat want to be out of line with the chat, then I got to give them the 5-year. You got to fight fire with the fire with the chat sometimes. LA poker scene destroying poker integrity. I think it's always been that way. So, Mark Rubin, Gonzi, Big J. Whatever happened to that person that sent you some info? I think he's still sending me info, but I'm on here, so I don't really have time to read it right now. Dan Roll, shout out Dan Roll. Ivers Baraka, Eugene Hunt, B Million, Marco Ebner, Riff Raff Games, Matt Johnson. Sup guys, Cameron Blazevich, Ruben Edgarado, Wolfdog SNS, Cody, Gilgore, Tyler Daniel, John Miestuk, Faceless Monkeys, Andres Dubidovs, Rich Legitch, Sheffield 16, Joseph Van Pixton. Doing some simple web searches, I see Brian Suggs Babal has written short form articles. He seems to write reasonably well, as would be expected. But how do we square that with the poor language constructs in the message he supposedly sent to Robbi? Yeah, I did. I ate this big thing of fruit. Luke Lyon, I never chatted before, but I feel like a VIP. 5-year gang only. He said my name finally. Q in Vegas with the subscription on Twitch. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the Legion. I'm looking for new information in this thread. I don't really see much in here. Gilbert Acuna. Says, but yeah, Q in Vegas. Welcome to the Legion, guys. Listen, thanks for all subscribers, all donations on YouTube. We've been going now 9 hours. Gil the plumber, do you want to send me a message if you have my number? Gil. Yeah, Gil, if you have my number, just send me a message or send me a text. I don't see any new info in here. Eric looks to be involved. There is a device in his cap. Left side looks bigger. See what his sequence is. Very not natural move touching his cap. Shout out to the 5-year gang. Let me put on some text here. Welcome Ty Raza on Twitch to the Legion. Sorry about that, Andre. Does this guy say the same hat Postle has? You're kidding me. Eric looks unhappy with the Jack 4. No one adjust the hat that way. It looks like he'd be pressing a button. Jeez, they're going on person now. Uh-oh. They're going in on person now. Yeah, I don't really see anything in here. Julia Zhang. What's up, Julia? Hello. L-Dog 5-year chat. See the chat, guys? See the 5-year chat compared to the any chat? The people that come in here, they're just disrespectful. The people that are new to your home. They come in. They got no care for where they're at. They just fire. They're not really nice people though. I mean, I love a lot of the guys there, but sometimes they just get crazy. When you invite other guests, you bring other people on, they start talking. My contention is Robbi clearly lied on the podcast by calling the police. Robbi offered up 3 things in her supposed phone call. I mean, they just said in that podcast that the cops did come there, so. Five-year Legion only. 5-year club. Nothing in there. Nothing really new. Not much new. What do we know about Ryan Feldman? I'm actually going to call up Ryan Feldman this morning. Have a conversation with him. Guys, I think I should wrap it up. I'm kind of getting tired. It's been a long time. I've been going now for about 10 hours total, so I think we should wrap it up here. Get off on YouTube. Get off on Twitch. I'm going to go see what happens for the day, see what develops for the day. Watch some... going to go watch some football. Have a good day. Go to a park. Get outside. Touch some grass. Yeah, I'm going to get the hell out of here, guys. David Ward with the 2. Thank you, David Ward. I appreciate you very much. Tobias. Eat L-Dog. Ugh. Been going since 3 a.m. time. That's true. We're going to wrap it up, though, guys. It's been nice. It's been a lot of fun. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. I'll try to put timestamps below if you just missed it. You know, we had a few good interviews in here throughout the show. I wish I would have wrote down who we had on because I really can't remember who we had on right now. Josh Macchiato. Who do we have on, chat? Who was the guest we had on tonight? We had Josh Macchiato on. We had Raver Poker on. He talked about DJF. We had a bunch of phone calls of people that called in. Conrad came on. Who else came? I can't remember who else came on this session. I gotta remember. Should have wrote it down. Yeah, guys, I'm out of here. See you soon, guys, on YouTube. Charlie Carroll. Yeah, Charlie called in. Yeah. I was like, I feel like I'm missing like 3 people that called in. So, yeah, Bob Mathers called in. Kevin Martin called in first. Oh yeah, he was turned up. Yeah, he was turning up for sure. I'll let my great YouTube chat. I'll let the rest of the YouTube chat come back in. I'll say goodbye to these guys. Shout out to Cameron. Much love, Cameron. Appreciate you, man. Patrick, Ruben. See you guys soon on YouTube. Be back soon. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. If you watch this entire time, you're awesome. I appreciate it a lot. Appreciate all the donations. Appreciate all the subscriptions. Appreciate all the follows. I'll be back soon with content. Rest of the content on my YouTube channel. Robin Edler, Daniel, Wondering, Shahrukh, Five McCory, Circus, Boyd Fleming, John Johnson. The summary is basically the main piece of content, guys, and this is kind of what, you know, maybe you could take away, is that just this wouldn't not, this language and the message that Robbi wrote, the wouldn't not, I wouldn't not be pressing charges, and someone was so kind of give me back the money to the grimy Garrett and kind enough to spare me, wouldn't not be as nice as you. So that's basically the... This guy said I glossed over it. Oh my god, what are with these fucking people, bro? I talked about this thing like 5 times. This fucking guy, bro. It's always the people you have on the show, man. What's this guy? He said I'm ignoring evidence because I didn't go through his fucking Twitter thread. Fuck these guys, bro. I'm not having them on my show no more. Guys, I'm out of here. Peace out.